The young man from Blue Star, Jun Huaiyun, unexpectedly traverses into the lower realms of the 3,000 Immortal Domains. At the outset of celestial upheaval, he finds himself ensnared by Lin Junxie and the opportunistic Jiang Qingxue, bearing the infamous title of a demon lord. In the moment of his demise, he activates an invincible editing system, capable of altering anything imaginable. There exists nothing beyond your imagination that the system cannot modify, be it backgrounds, events, laws, and so forth. Even the trajectories of partners and foes can be rewritten at will. Jun Huaiyun declares, "I have never feared anyone regarding backgrounds." His first editing of a background casts him as the young master of a prosperous and immortal imperial clan, where he faces life-and-death threats and incites the wrath of formidable clan members, with a grand elder of emperor rank descending to obliterate the vast realm. The powerful emperors of his clan proclaim, "Whoever dares to harm our young master shall meet their doom in the vast realm." His initial editing of a partner unexpectedly reveals the Princess Yaoxi of the Heavenly Court, the sovereign of all affairs within the celestial domain. Princess Yaoxi asserts, "My Heavenly Court has formed an alliance with the Jun family. Whoever dares to target my husband shall face the annihilation of their entire lineage." The child of destiny exclaims, "Fear not, for I am destined to surpass Jun Huaiyun in due time." Jun Huaiyun merely smiles faintly. How can the force of destiny contend with the might of my system? Let us arrange a modification of his narrative and increase the difficulty by 1,000,000,000-fold. The daughter of destiny retorts, "With the Jun family, I am the daughter of destiny, and even Jun Huaiyun must kneel before me." Jun Huaiyun responds with a serene smile. "The daughter of destiny feigns superiority. I would not accept her even if offered. I could easily edit a partner who would far surpass this so-called daughter of destiny." Chapter 1. Crossing into an alternate world, the celestial upheaval begins. In the urban area of Jiangbei City, Dragon Kingdom, stands an exceedingly dilapidated rental apartment. A strikingly handsome youth sits upon a sofa, his expression vacant as he gazes at the acceptance letter from the prestigious Qinglong Academy of the Dragon Kingdom. "What the predicament? I can afford to attend school, but I lack the funds for tuition. Even with a month of grueling labor, I barely earned 4,000. Jun Huaiyun rubs his brow, his face etched with frustration. Beyond tuition, there are expenses for meals and other fees that he cannot possibly bear alone. Indeed, you have surmised correctly. Jun Huaiyun is an orphan, the kind whose parents have both perished. Ah, how I envy those fantastical protagonists in novels, each possessing grand identities and immense power. They have no worries regarding food or drink, embodying a life of authority, strength, and beauty. It is simply exhilarating." As Jun Huaiyun observes those fantastical protagonists on his phone, a profound envy surfaces in his gaze. This is the life he yearns for, not one spent languishing like a beast in idle existence. If only a massive truck would transport me into another world. Jun Huaiyun murmurs softly. Boom! Wait, this is an apartment building, and on the 4th floor, where would a truck descend from the heavens? Just then, a red cargo truck plummets from the sky, crashing through the wall, rolling over him while he wears a dazed expression. The Jun family of the vast realm bears no relation to the Jun family of the immortal domain. Do not confuse the two. In the lower realms of the primordial immortal domain, within the vast realm, at the execution ground of Ling Tian City, representatives of the 4 great families, including the City Lord's mansion, gather in unison. Surrounding them are numerous onlookers, each bearing expressions of indignation. Kill Jun Huaiyun. This demon dares to commit such heinous acts, betraying his mentor, slaughtering villages, and causing chaos in the world. Eliminate him. The multitude of citizens clamors in unison. The City Lord of Ling Tian rises, gesturing subtly, and the crowd falls silent. His gaze fixates on Jun Huaiyun, his eyes glimmering with disdain and scorn. A youth clad in dark robes, possessing an exceptionally handsome visage, lies supine in the center of the execution ground, drenched in blood, his eyes tightly shut, and his breath exceedingly feeble, as if he were on the verge of expiring. The members of the 4 prominent families regard the unconscious youth in dark robes with an icy indifference as they observe the execution ground. Ladies and gentlemen, Jun Huaiyun has colluded with the demonic sect, bringing harm to the prodigies of our City Lord's residence. This is truly the act of a great fiend. Today, I, Lin Jinqian, the City Lord, shall represent the millions of citizens of Lingtian City to execute this scoundrel and restore peace to our realm. Lin Jinqian, the City Lord of Lingtian City, stands on the high platform with his hands clasped behind his back, casting a gaze of utter coldness upon the motionless Jun Huaiyun. This is only natural. Jun Huaiyun has practiced demonic arts and harmed the prodigies of Lingtian City, and thus deserves death as a cautionary example. Indeed, this wretched creature must perish. The demonic path is one that all must eradicate. How merciful the City Lord's residence is to grant this fiend a swift end. Were it the Jun family, we would have subjected him to 1,000 tortures. Ah, the words of the Jun family patriarch ring true. The patriarchs of the 4 prominent families below nod in agreement, their gazes towards Jun Huaiyun filled with contempt. A mere branch descendant of the Jun family dares to challenge the authority of the city lord's residence and the might of the 4 prominent families of Lingtian City. They speak of how the 4 families oppress the common folk, forcibly seize maidens, and wreak havoc upon Lingtian City. What honor do the 4 families possess? It is a privilege for those commoners to be regarded by them. Is this called forcible seizure? Thus, Jun Huaiyun is branded a fiend by the patriarchs of the 4 families and the city lord's residence, destined for execution today. This act is meant to silence the voices of the populace. Although they remain indifferent, a facade of propriety must still be maintained. This good-for-nothing is finally to meet his end. His survival would deny us peace. Deservedly so. Who told him to seek death by daring to challenge the authority of the 4 prominent families of Lingtian City? Behind the patriarchs of the 4 families, the younger generation echoes their sentiments, casting scornful grins at the blood-soaked Jun Huaiyun. I have not perished. Was I not crushed by a large truck? In the center of the execution ground, the bloodied Jun Huaiyun feels a slight twitch in his fingers, his consciousness gradually returning. He perceives every bone in his body as though it were being ground to dust, and the excruciating pain causes cold sweat to beat upon his brow. At that moment, a surge of unfamiliar fragmented memories floods his mind, and within mere seconds, he assimilates them. The original body belonged to a collateral disciple of the Jun family, one of the 4 prominent families of Lingtian City. His parents were missing, and his talents were mediocre. By chance, he stumbled upon the city lord's son, Lin Junxie, secretly colluding with individuals from the demonic sect, and thus was ensnared by the machinations of the city lord's residence. As for the clamoring populace demanding his execution, they were merely hired by the city lord's residence. In truth, the citizens of Lingtian City were unaware of the situation. If I must traverse into another world, could I not have been granted a more favorable background? Even a 30-year cycle of fortune would suffice. Yet, I find myself at the onset of demise. How infuriating. As a fellow transmigrator, how could my beginning be so dismal? I merely enjoyed leeching off others' bandwidth online. Must the universe target me so? The time has come. Let the execution commence. A red-clad executioner swiftly ascends the platform, wielding a long blade with a demeanor of cold indifference. Wait, Jun Huaiyun, do you have any final words? At that moment, a maiden in white approaches Jun Huaiyun, looking down upon him with a sneer that betrays no semblance of concealment. Gazing upon this figure, a surge of murderous intent wells up within Jun Huaiyun. He recognizes it as the original body's lingering resentment. This maiden in white is none other than Jiang Qingxue, his childhood companion. Although the original body possessed mediocre abilities, he was infatuated with Jiang Qingxue, willing to do anything for her. Until recently, he discovered that Jiang Qingxue had allied herself with his arch-nemesis, Lin Junxie, and through covert inquiries, he learned that she had been manipulating him, playing with his affections. Moreover, Jiang Qingxue betrayed the original body by leaking the information regarding Lin Junxie's collusion with the demonic sect, which led to the catastrophic predicament he now faces. As for why the Jun family did not aid him, it was because they wished to avoid offending the city lord's residence. Furthermore, the prodigies of the main Jun family harbored disdain for Jun Huaiyun and had long sought to eliminate him in secret, yet had previously lacked the opportunity. Now, they found their chance. Under these circumstances, the Jun family could not possibly assist him in offending the city lord's residence and the other 3 prominent families. You superficial woman, I truly regret not having killed you when I had the chance. Jun Huaiyun's heart brims with murderous intent, a fusion of the original bodies and his own wrath. Chapter 2. The unrivaled modification and editing system takes flight. There is no need to elaborate on the protagonist's former self. As for the source of his murderous intent, it is evident that this woman is the catalyst for such a calamitous beginning. In response to Jun Huaiyun's furious tirade, Jiang Qingxue maintained an expression of icy indifference, betraying not a hint of extraneous thought. In a world where strength reigns supreme, is it not entirely natural for me to align myself with those more powerful? If blame must be assigned, let it be directed toward your own weakness and lack of backing. How could a mere branch of the Jun family expect me to treat you with kindness? A mocking smile curled at the corners of Jiang Qingxue's lips. Indeed, Qingxue is correct. How can a worthless wretch without parents hope to compare with my lordship's estate? At that moment, a young man clad in white approached from the distance, his countenance handsome and a faint smile gracing his lips. He was none other than Lin Junxie, the son of the lord and the instigator of this turmoil. Lin Junxie, you cowardly sneak. Had it not been for your guardian's underhanded attack, you would have been no match for me last night. Jun Huaiyun's eyes blazed with crimson fury, fixated on Lin Junxie as he drew near. In a bid to eliminate Jun Huaiyun as a threat, Lin Junxie had stealthily led the Lord's guards to Jun Huaiyun's courtyard, only to be discovered. When they clashed, it was clear that Lin Junche was no match for Jun Huaiyun, who easily sent him flying with a single strike. Were it not for the treacherous assault from Lin Junche's guardian, which crippled his cultivation, Lin Junche would have been effortlessly subdued. Jiang Qingshue's interest lay solely in Lin Junche's lineage. The combined might of the four great families paled in comparison to the lord's estate. Furthermore, Lin Junche's innate talent was significantly inferior to Jun Huaiyun's. His cultivation was merely a product of pill consumption, lacking the practical experience that Jun Huaiyun had gained through years of arduous training. Even though Lin Junche's cultivation level surpassed that of Jun Huaiyun, he remained far from being a worthy opponent. As for the subsequent events, they require no further elaboration. After Jun Huaiyun's powers were stripped away, Lin Junche subjected him to myriad humiliations and tortures, yet Jun Huaiyun remained unyielding, leading to the scene of punishment that followed. Stealthy attacks? Winning is all that matters. Do you not comprehend the principle of the victors writing history? You, an ant without a background, dare to discuss fairness with me? Fear not. I shall rely on you to guard the secret of the demon sect, and I shall not forget your contribution. Lin Junche sneered, leaning closer to whisper in Jun Huaiyun's ear. With that, he ruthlessly crushed Jun Huaiyun's bloodied and mangled right hand underfoot, the sound of shattering bones ringing clear. Veins bulged on Jun Huaiyun's forehead, yet he refrained from uttering a single cry of agony or expressing any desire for mercy. How infuriating. Once again, it comes down to background. Indeed, in a fantastical world, sheer strength is insufficient. Background is paramount. Without it, all is mere talk. Notions of talent and destiny are nothing but jest. Witnessing Jun Huaiyun's defiance, a glint of cold malice flickered in Lin Junche's eyes. A tough man, indeed, but regrettably lacking in wit. He fails to grasp the wisdom of recognizing the times. Offending the lord's estate will lead to no favorable outcome. Bah! I would rather die than become a dog. Jun Huaiyun spat, blood pooling in his mouth as he taunted. Such a pity. You shall miss the pleasure of watching me enjoy your woman. Lin Junche replied with a shake of his head, turning to depart with Jiang Qingxue in tow. Beep. The host has met the binding conditions. The unrivaled modification and editing system is now officially activated. Detecting that the host is on the brink of death, a chance to restore cultivation is granted. An extremely cold, mechanical voice suddenly echoed in Jun Huaiyun's ear. It is the system. How splendid. A necessary boon for any traveler. Indeed, the world of fantasy does not deceive. There truly is a system. Jun Huaiyun was momentarily taken aback, but then a look of delight spread across his face. So what if the beginning is catastrophic? I possess a system. In this realm, if the protagonist does not start with a calamitous beginning, can it even be called a calamitous beginning? Only those who can thrive in adversity are worthy of the title of protagonist. At that moment, Jun Huaiyun felt a warm surge emanate from within his meridians, rapidly mending his shattered dantian, veins, and bones. His cultivation soared swiftly from the 1st to the 10th level of the body refinement realm, and then ascended to the 1st level of the qi condensation realm. His cultivation restored, yet he realized that with his current strength, escape from their presence remained impossible. As he sensed the surging power within him, he fell into contemplation. System, what exactly can you do? This system is the unrivaled and most powerful system across the myriad realms, capable of arbitrarily altering any causality, turning the impossible into the possible. Speak plainly. Very well. This unrivaled system can modify or edit all things in the world. Backgrounds, characters, bloodlines, events, everything can be modified or edited. Is it truly that formidable? You mean to say that backgrounds can be altered at will? Jun Huaiyun's eyes gleamed with excitement upon hearing that the system could freely edit backgrounds. What he urgently needed was a powerful background. Having witnessed the capriciousness of the world, he understood that only a robust background held any significance. Without it, all was mere empty talk. In his past life, without a background, ascending to greatness was fraught with challenges, even in a fantastical realm where status reigned supreme. If his background were to surpass that of Lin Junche, the opportunistic Jiang Qingxue would never have cast her gaze upon Lin Junche. She would merely become a subordinate beneath Jun Huaiyun's feet. How do I go about editing or modifying? After a brief moment of exhilaration, Jun Huaiyun began to calm himself and inquired. This system consists of two functionalities, an editing function and a modification function. As a high-achieving student in your previous life, you should understand the distinction between editing and modifying. One involves making alterations based on the existing foundation, while the other entails creating something from nothing. For instance, if you require equipment, techniques, or backgrounds, you would edit. If you wish to modify, such as cultivation levels or events, that is also possible. Are you saying that events can also be modified? Jun Huaiyun exclaimed, his face aglow with excitement. He had read numerous fantasy novels, and those systems typically only allowed for background editing. Yet the one he possessed could not only edit and modify backgrounds, but also events. What an extraordinary concept. I believe it requires no further explanation. Indeed, this system is omnipotent. Anything can be edited or modified. There is nothing beyond the capabilities of this system, only limits to your imagination. Do not conflate this system with inferior ones. As long as you possess sufficient editing or modification points, you can alter or edit anything. Even the heavenly Dao or the Great Path can be modified. Making them submit is not an issue, but first, you must have enough editing and modification points. Otherwise, all is mere empty talk. If that is the case, then obtaining editing and modification points must be quite challenging. Do I need to complete tasks or achieve certain milestones? Jun Huaiyun pondered aloud. The more powerful the item, the greater the demands. Not at all. Editing points are acquired from foes. Simply breach their defenses, and you will gain corresponding editing points. The higher their cultivation or the more significant the breach, the more points you receive. So, I can raise pigs and harvest chives then, Jun Huaiyun thought. A gleam of delight in his eyes. This system kindly reminds the host. Raising pigs is prohibited. This system is designed to assist the host in reaching the pinnacle of greatness, not to cultivate a fondness for chives. Raising pigs and harvesting chives will only serve to weaken the host, leading to stagnation. You must have read a novel in your previous life titled starting with XXXXX, where the protagonist was a powerful heir of an immortal family, yet due to incessantly harvesting chives in low-tier competitions, his combat prowess fell out of sync with his innate talent. Even his father's talent and strength far surpassed those of the protagonist. I am certain that you do not wish to become such a person, do you? I cannot raise pigs. The joyful expression on Jun Huaiyun's face suddenly froze. He had just been immersed in the grand endeavor of pig farming, intending to capture a few formidable cultivators for imprisonment, subjecting them to daily humiliation until they broke down. However, the system abruptly imposed a restriction against pig farming. How could he possibly continue to enjoy himself under such circumstances? Modification points are acquired when the host defeats enemies. The higher the enemy's cultivation level, the more modification points gained. Note, the first time the host defeats an enemy, they will receive complete modification and editing points. This means if the host encounters an enemy for the first time and does not kill them, but instead lets them escape, upon a second encounter, they will only receive the initial 20 modification or editing points. After the third encounter, no further points will be awarded. If the system detects that the host harbors thoughts of pig farming, it will impose corresponding penalties. Do not blame the system. I act in your best interest. While pig farming may yield quick results, it will ultimately lead to your downfall. All right, you've got me there. But what about my beginner's gift package? Jun Huaiyun rolled his eyes. Host, cease your barking. The gift package has already been dispatched. Call me again and you'll regret it. You're something else. Just open the gift package already, or else. Jun Huaiyun gritted his teeth. Congratulations to the host for opening the gift package. You have received 10,000 editing points and modification points, along with an innate chaotic immortal body and chaotic immortal bones. Chapter 3. A slight smile graced his lips. It was time to show off. As the system notification concluded, Jun Huaiyun felt an unprecedented surge of power erupting within him. An overwhelming, ancient aura surged forth, transforming into a brilliant beam of light that shot straight into the heavens. Roars and hisses echoed through the void, as myriad ancient beastly sounds resonated, accompanied by a cascade of immortal light infused with dense chaotic energy, enveloping Jun Huaiyun entirely. His bones and bloodlines underwent a metamorphosis under the chaotic light, and ethereal imperial figures materialized above him, bowing in reverence. This phenomenon was vast beyond comprehension, instantly shrouding the entire Kangmang realm. The Kangmang realm erupted in a frenzy. The figures of emperors and even mighty celestial beings bowed in worship. What could they possibly be venerating? Was a treasure emerging from the depths? Otherwise, how could such a terrifying phenomenon arise in the Kangmang realm? It feels less like a treasure and more akin to the legendary forbidden physique, the manifestation of a chaotic immortal body. That phenomenon seems to be directed toward the Taiyuan Empire. Regardless of which imperial dynasty it is, someone must hasten to the Taiyuan Empire to trace the source of this phenomenon. No, I shall personally venture forth. Countless powerful forces and even ancient beings throughout the Kangmang realm were stirred by this phenomenon, lifting their gazes in astonishment. Numerous leaders of various factions and powerful families set out towards the Taiyuan Empire, eager to seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, whether for the chaotic immortal body or for treasures. What on earth is happening? What is this phenomenon? Lin Jintian suddenly rose from his seat, a look of dread crossing his face. He had never witnessed such a colossal manifestation. The four prominent families could only flaunt their power in Lingtian city of the Taiyuan Empire, barely making a name for themselves in the vast Kangmang realm. Such a terrifying phenomenon would undoubtedly attract many ancient monsters. The entire Lingtian city could be obliterated. The earth trembled as countless chaotic golden lotuses blossomed beneath Jun Huaiyun's feet, each petal inscribed with ancient chaotic runes. His hair gradually turned white, wisps of it intertwining with strands of chaotic energy, while his eyes seemed to hold the birth and demise of the universe, unveiling horrifying scenes of the rebirth of all things. City Lord, this appears to be the awakening phenomenon of the legendary chaotic immortal body. An elderly man with white hair beside Lin Jintian exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief as he pointed shakily at Jun Huaiyun. He could hardly believe that Jun Huaiyun was, indeed, the fabled chaotic immortal body. How can this be? How could a waste like him awaken a chaotic immortal body? The head of the Jun family, Jun Jiucheng, expressed disbelief, his voice filled with terror. How could a mere branch of the Jun family awaken such a legendary physique? Indeed, Elder Bai, could you be mistaken? Perhaps this phenomenon is not triggered by him, but rather resembles the awakening of a chaotic immortal body. Exactly, Elder Bai. You have never witnessed the phenomenon of a chaotic immortal body. How can you judge based solely on the manifestation in the sky? Yes, do not deceive yourself. The leaders of the other three prominent families chimed in. This phenomenon cannot be mistaken. It is indeed the chaotic immortal body. Look at the lotus beneath his feet. It is a manifestation that only appears when the chaotic immortal body awakens. Elder Bai shook his head, pointing at the chaotic golden lotus beneath Jun Huaiyun. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into a daze. The legendary physique awakening in someone on the brink of death seemed far too theatrical. Brother Lin Junshe, what should we do? I heard Elder Bai say he has awakened the chaotic immortal body. Jiang Qingshue's face turned as pale as a ghost as she clutched Lin Junshe tightly. Do not worry. Even if he awakens the chaotic immortal body, the leaders of the families present will not let him off. Lin Junshe's gaze remained fixed on Jun Huaiyun, filled with jealousy, malice, and hatred. He resented that a backgroundless waste like Jun Huaiyun could awaken the chaotic immortal body instead of him. He hated that he had not eliminated Jun Huaiyun sooner, allowing him the chance to awaken the chaotic immortal body. He must die? Lin Junshe's expression twisted with a malevolent snarl. He sensed that Jun Huaiyun's aura was significantly stronger than the previous day. Charging in now would mean certain death for him. Instead, he would rather let the family leaders take action. He wished nothing more than to see Jun Huaiyun meet a tragic end before his very eyes. This boy cannot be left alive. The head of the Jun family, Jun Jiucheng, stepped forward swiftly, approaching Jun Huaiyun from behind. His fingers converged into a massive claw, aiming directly for Jun Huaiyun's crown. As long as he could slay him and extract the chaotic essence from within, the Jun family would bask in glory for another 1,000 years. Greed flickered in Jun Jiucheng's eyes. Old fool, you shall not succeed. The head of the Jiang family summoned a nine-toothed giant staff, brilliant golden light intercepting Jun Jiucheng's colossal claw. The chaotic immortal body rightfully belongs to my Jiang family. Jiang Yinshao, do you dare to obstruct me? Jun Jiucheng roared, his murderous intent surging. Such an opportunity as the chaotic immortal body cannot be monopolized by your Jun family. Furthermore, this boy's awakening of the chaotic immortal body may conceal other unparalleled secrets. Under such circumstances, he cannot be allowed to escape. Jiang Yinshao stood resolutely, wielding his giant staff as a threat towards Jun Jiucheng. He is my Jun family's prodigy. You have no right to interfere in our matters. Jun Jiucheng gritted his teeth, his expression darkening. He was nearly on par with Jiang Yinshao in strength and did not wish to prolong the confrontation. That was in the past. Now you would rather see Jun Huaiyun dead. What face does your Jun family truly have? Does no one comprehend this? Only my Jiang family can embrace the myriad rivers. My Jiang family will always be Jun Huaiyun's support. Jiang Yinshao shamelessly declared, determined not to yield Jun Huaiyun to anyone. You seek death. Jun family, heed my command. Let us battle the Jiang family. Kill. The Jun family's warriors surged forth, charging towards the Jiang family. Do you truly think my Jiang family fears you, Jun family? Everyone, unite and suppress the Jun family here. They slay their own kin, and now they wish to strike at us. Such actions are the work of demons. Jiang Yinshao, undaunted, waved his hand, leading the Jiang family into battle against the Jun family. As the two families clashed, the leaders of the other two prominent families could no longer hold back, joining the fray. Besides the four great families, many smaller clans also engaged, hoping to seize the opportunity to stealthily claim Jun Huaiyun for themselves. Humph. Young Master Jun Huaiyun is a distinguished guest of my city lord's mansion and ought to join us. Lin Jintian scoffed coldly, waving his sleeve as a chain shot through the air towards Jun Huaiyun and his companions. Haha, in that case, let us rely on our own abilities. Bai Lingheng, the head of the Bai family, laughed heartily, brandishing his folding fan as countless massive blades of wind surged forth. In an instant, the entire execution ground erupted into chaos. With the heads of the four great families clashing against the city lord, spiritual energy roiling above Lingtian City, sweeping across the 8 realms. At this moment, Jun Huaiyun remained unfazed by the turmoil, quietly attuning to the surging power within him. Detected that the host is in a state of danger. Would you like to use editing points to modify the background? The system's voice resonated within Jun Huaiyun's mind. A slight smirk graced his lips, coldness flickering in his eyes. Of course I shall use them. Since they are so fond of comparing backgrounds, I shall show them what a true background entails. Chapter 4. The Jun family's fury, a surge in power. Edit the background. Jun Huaiyun silently commanded in his mind. Congratulations, host, on your fortuitous luck. The 001 editing discount package has been activated. Please select an editing target. 1. The heir of the supreme immortal clan, the Jun family, currently requires 10,000 editing points. Original price, 10,000,000 editing points. 2. The scion of a hidden holy clan, currently requires 5,000 editing points. Original price, 5,000,000 editing points. 3. The sect master of the heavenly sword sect, currently requires 1,000 editing points. Original price, 1,000,000 editing points. Goodness, the original prices are exorbitant. Jun Huaiyun gazed at the semi-transparent system panel, his eyes widening in astonishment. He had expected that 10,000 editing points would suffice for a more favorable background, only to discover that even the most modest identity of the heavenly sword sect's master was beyond his reach. Host, you are unaware of the overall strength of the forces in the primordial immortal domain. Even the weakest disciple of the heavenly sword sect could easily obliterate these 4 families. Host, please make your choice swiftly. What conditions must be met to activate the 001 editing discount package? Jun Huaiyun pondered aloud. The probability of that is exceedingly low, almost negligible. I did not anticipate that your luck would be so fortunate on your first attempt, triggering this editing discount package. Enough. Host, make your selection quickly. The time for this choice is limited. Should you exceed it, you will have to refresh the background edit. And your luck may not be so favorable again. Then I shall choose the Jun family. If I must select, I shall choose the very best. I refuse to be suppressed by my background any longer. Jun Huaiyun gritted his teeth, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. He could no longer endure the humiliation of being bullied due to a lack of background. Congratulations on making the correct choice. Timeline implantation complete. Causality modification in process. Background editing in progress. In that moment, Jun Huaiyun felt a myriad of causal threads intertwining around him. A multitude of strange yet familiar memories surged forth from the depths of his consciousness. The imperial palace shrouded in celestial mist, the fleet of war chariots dominating the universe, and the terrifying ancestors whose mere presence could annihilate worlds. The Jun family resided within an ancient realm of the primordial immortal domain, known as the Heavenly Realm. The audacity to name their ancient realm after the heavens spoke volumes of the Jun family's formidable heritage. Surrounding the Heavenly Realm, countless formidable formations swirled and trembled in the depths of the void. Deep within the Heavenly Realm lay an ancient celestial palace, suspended in the void, its presence exuding an overwhelming imperial majesty. At this moment, within the depths of the celestial palace, several immensely powerful figures were seated, each cloaked in imperial radiance. Their divine auras resplendent, exuding an unrivaled imperial might. The weakest among them was an emperor, and several others possessed a presence far beyond the imperial realm. Reaching an ineffable level, they were the openly acknowledged ancestors of the Jun family. One of the imperial figures suddenly opened his eyes. A colossal imperial might reverberating through the heavens and the universe. The aura of my Jun family's descendants. How could it possibly be in the lower realm? This elder, clad in an imperial robe, abruptly rose, his gaze piercing through the endless void, fixated firmly in the direction of the vast realm. How could our Jun family's bloodline have fallen to the lower realm? Another figure, shrouded in a haze of ancient chaotic energy, spoke solemnly, carrying an irresistible celestial authority. Among them, an elder adept at divining the heavenly secrets reached out, terrifying causal threads piercing through space and time, swiftly locking onto Jun Huaiyun's location. What a rich aura of the Jun family's bloodline. Could he be a prodigy of our main lineage? I also sense the essence of the chaotic immortal body and the chaotic immortal bones. The elder skilled in divination suddenly exclaimed, his aged face displaying profound astonishment. What? How could it be the chaotic immortal body? Such a forbidden constitution should never have descended to the lower realm. Indeed, 12 ancestors, could you have misperceived? The atmosphere within the celestial palace surged to a fever pitch, as the Jun family pondered when they had ever produced someone with such a chaotic immortal body. Now fallen to the lower realm. I would not mistake it. He is indeed a prodigy of our Jun family. Not only that, but the richness of his Jun family bloodline surpasses even our own. The elder who had divined Jun Huaiyun stood, stepping forth towards the boundary of the heavenly realm. The other Jun family ancestors exchanged glances, their eyes shimmering, as they followed the 12 ancestors outside. Indeed, he is a prodigy of our Jun family. The chaotic immortal body. The chaotic immortal bones. This forbidden constitution has never appeared in our lineage. Immediately dispatch someone to the lower realm to retrieve our Jun family bloodline. Whoever dares to obstruct us shall be annihilated. Furthermore, investigate this matter thoroughly. Who allowed our Jun family bloodline to fall into the outer realms? There must be an underlying scheme. Whoever is behind this will face the obliteration of their entire clan and the annihilation of their world. One of the Jun family's elders coldly snorted, his voice echoing like thunder, carrying an endless intent to kill. Upon uttering these words, the entire heavenly realm trembled. awakening countless ancient and powerful beings across the primordial immortal domain, leaving them bewildered as to what had transpired within the Jun family that could incite such wrath from their ancestors. Meanwhile, in the vast realm, Jun Huaiyun floated midair, his hair as white as snow, surrounded by an endless aura of chaos. He now felt his bloodline boiling, an unprecedented power awakening within him. His bones, flesh, and meridians underwent a profound transformation, the chaotic energy swirling around him as if a young true immortal had descended upon the mortal realm. Moreover, upon awakening the Jun family bloodline, Jun Huaiyun's realm surged dramatically. Consolidation realm, 2nd level, 3rd level, 10th level. Return to origin realm, 1st level, 3rd level, 10th level. Spirit gathering realm, 1st level, 2nd level, 10th level. He soared until reaching the 1st level of the pathfinding realm, where his growth finally ceased. What exhilarating power! Jun Huaiyun clenched his fist, feeling a vastness within him akin to a galaxy. Now, with a single punch, he could surely shatter mountains and split seas. Is this the bloodline of an imperial clan? Indeed, a powerful background is the most gratifying. Jun Huaiyun gazed down at the terrified crowd of Lingtian City, marveling at the contrast. It's impossible. This cannot be happening. How could his realm have surged so dramatically? Lin Junshe collapsed to the ground, his face pale, desperately shouting towards the city lord's mansion, "Act now. Kill this aberration." The hundreds of powerful guards of the city lord's mansion unleashed their might simultaneously, spiritual energy surging forth as blades of light transformed into torrents of spiritual energy, sweeping towards Jun Huaiyun. However, as these attacks approached within 3 miles of Jun Huaiyun, they were entirely devoured by the chaotic aura enveloping him. Assisting tyranny, distorting right and wrong, unforgivable. Jun Huaiyun merely waved his hand lightly. A ripple of chaotic waves emanating from him, causing the very fabric of space to ripple. Where the chaotic waves passed, the guards could not even let out a scream before being transformed into a mist of blood. Little brat, daring to slay those of my lord's estate. Today I shall surely execute you. Lin Jintian's heart surged with fury as he witnessed Jun Huaiyun wantonly massacre his men, the aura of a sovereign bursting forth, overwhelming the entire city. Chapter 5. Lin Jintian's broken defense, the onlookers in awe. You wretched spawn, perish. The full force of Lin Jintian's sovereign aura erupted. A colossal golden lion manifestation materializing behind him, roaring ferociously. Boom. Lin Jintian struck out with his palm, the golden lion's roar reverberating through the air, unleashing waves of terrifying power that shattered the execution platform, barreling towards Jun Huaiyun in a display of dominance. To dare lay hands upon me, just wait and see. Just as Jun Huaiyun was about to retaliate, he suddenly realized he lacked any divine techniques, possessing only a semblance of cultivation without the skills to match. System, grant me a powerful divine technique. Jun Huaiyun urged anxiously. Ding, host, I sincerely apologize, but you currently have only 500 editing points, which is insufficient to edit a powerful divine technique. Damn it, what terrible luck. Jun Huaiyun realized he had just utilized his editing points and could not craft an appropriate divine technique. Gritting his teeth, he concentrated the chaotic energy into his fist and struck out. Boom. The two forces collided violently, sending Jun Huaiyun reeling 3 steps back while Lin Jintian was pushed back 5. Haha, you old coot. Even if your realm surpasses mine, your divine techniques are no match for me. Jun Huaiyun laughed, gesturing mockingly. This brat is peculiar. Lin Jintian remained unperturbed, his gaze icy. Noticing Lin Jintian's steadfastness, Jun Huaiyun smirked, muttering to himself, this old coot can certainly withstand pressure. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him, and he thought of a mischievous idea. System, can you edit some scandalous material about Lin Jintian's extramarital affairs to break his defense? Jun Huaiyun grinned wickedly. Indeed, host, you are quite heartless. However, I find it amusing. Hahaha. Hurry up, will it work or not? Jun Huaiyun urged. Of course, it will cost 500 editing points, and I am currently editing. As Jun Huaiyun grinned maliciously, Lin Jintian's body shuddered, inexplicably feeling a sense of dread. No, this brat is too strange. I must subdue him quickly. Lin Jintian took a step forward, swiftly approaching Jun Huaiyun, his massive hand reaching out. Old coot, don't be hasty. Your opponent is not me. Jun Huaiyun retorted with a cold smile, the chaotic energy enveloping him as he transformed into a streak of light, fleeing into the distance. The next moment, a gigantic luminous screen appeared above Lingtian City, projecting a 360-degree hologram. The image displayed Lin Jintian in a tavern, engaging with a woman. The scene plunged the crowd into stunned silence. All halted their actions, weapons clattering to the ground, gazes fixed in bewilderment upon Lin Jintian. Even Lin Junshe was taken aback, as he had always perceived Lin Jintian as a paragon of virtue. How could he engage in such activities? This cannot be. My father would never partake in such deeds. It is simply impossible. This is fake. It must be a fabrication. Lin Junshe stumbled, colliding with the railing and collapsing to the ground, cradling his head in disbelief. Who would have thought the virtuous Lin Jintian had such a side? engaging in affairs. Lin Junche, I truly feel sorry for you. If I had a father like that, I would certainly consider leaping from a building. Jun Huaiyun shook his head, a look of disdain upon his face. Lin Junche's eyes were devoid of life as he fixated on the holographic screen, his hands clenched tightly. Lin Junche's defense shattered by 50, gaining 200 editing points. Lin Jintian's defense shattered by 40, gaining 1,000 editing points. Merely a single image had shattered so many defenses, predominantly those of the Lord's estate. This was simply delightful. What a treat. Not only do I get to watch a spectacle, but I can also reap editing points. Jun Huaiyun grinned mischievously. System, let us intensify the drama. I'm still not satisfied. Understood, host. The holographic projection above the execution site shifted once more, this time depicting Lin Jintian embracing two rabbits with an avaricious expression. Father, how dare you do such a thing? Lin Junche suddenly bellowed, his eyes bloodshot, glaring fiercely at the image of Lin Jintian above. Junche, please listen to my explanations. This is all a misunderstanding. Lin Jintian's face flushed crimson, prepared to speak again when an overwhelming murderous aura surged skyward. Lin, Jun, Tian. A furious roar echoed throughout Ling Tian City. Hearing this voice, Lin Jintian's face paled, trembling violently, his teeth chattering. No need to hear the voice. He already knew who it was. Lin Jintian's wife, Lu Ruhuan, enveloped in crimson flames, soared through the air wielding a red whip, charging directly at Lin Jintian with the intent to kill. Shall we still proceed to battle? The head of the Bai family and others exchanged bewildered glances. Let us capture that brat first, then we can enjoy the show. Jiang Yinxiao, the head of the Jiang family, pointed at Jun Huaiyun, who was leisurely watching from the rooftop. Agreed. The heads of the Jun family nodded in unison, preparing to strike when Jun Huaiyun spoke up. Violence is unseemly. Why don't we pause our skirmish and enjoy the show first? After all, I cannot escape your grasp. Why miss out on such an exciting spectacle? Surely you do not wish to miss this explosive news. Jun Huaiyun shrugged, feigning helplessness. His reasoning held merit. Since he could not escape anyway, it seemed prudent to wait. Very well, I concur. I do not wish to miss such thrilling news either. The Jun family agrees. The Jiang family concurs. The Bai family agrees. Thus, they all set down their weapons, each finding a seat to watch with keen interest. Clearly, even in another world, humanity's innate love for spectacle remained unchanged. Wherever there was commotion, they would gather to witness. Meanwhile, Lin Jintian was dodging Lu Ruhuan's whip, shouting, "My dear wife, let me explain. All of this is false. It is that brat's scheme." Explain? You think I would believe you? Lu Ruhuan snapped, delivering a whip strike that caught Lin Jintian off guard, slashing across his face. He flew hundreds of feet away like a kite with its string cut, crashing directly into the Lord's estate. Chapter 6. The situation grows ever more amusing. Jun Huaiyun is elated. System, these sunflower seeds are delightful. Jun Huaiyun spat out the seed shell, glancing at the large bag of seeds beside him with a beaming smile. These seeds were sourced from Blue Star, procured using a bit of editing value. One must say, the flavor crafted by the system was quite exceptional. Indeed, the system's products are always top-notch. Do not mistake me for those inferior systems. That is still not enough. Let us turn up the heat and create some chaos for Jiang Qingxue and Lin Junche. A glimmer of mischief sparkled in Jun Huaiyun's eyes. Host, I understand your intent. The void shifted once more, revealing Lin Junche's chambers, adorned with an intricately carved jade bed, upon which lay several embroidered undergarments bearing the emblem of the Harmony sect, with a book titled My Affairs with the Elders of the Harmony sect resting atop. What explosive news! Who would have thought the Lord's estate harbored such bizarre matters? Lin Jintian's infidelity, and Lin Junche secretly associating with Jiang Qingxue at the Harmony sect. The onlookers were utterly transfixed, especially the older women, who fetched chairs to sit. The tea-house proprietor excitedly exclaimed, "Bets are open. Will the young master acknowledge his mistakes? Is there even a need to wager? He definitely will not." Many onlookers chuckled in agreement. Silence. If any of you utter another word, you shall be deemed enemies of my lord's estate. Lin Junche's eyes blazed with fury, his glare fixated on the crowd of spectators. Upon uttering these words, an immediate hush fell over the scene. After all, the city lord's manner was not something they could afford to offend. Brother Junche, I never knew you harbored such peculiar tastes. You do not fancy me. Rather, you prefer the aged. No wonder you never took me along during your excursions. It appears you have been frequenting the Hawan sect. Jiang Qingxue's delicate face turned pale, disbelief etched across her features as she gazed at Lin Junche. She could scarcely fathom that Lin Junche had such a proclivity. Those elders from the Hawan sect looked like grotesque creatures, the mere sight of them enough to induce nausea. Qingxue, please, let me explain. Lin Junche hastily reached for Jiang Qingxue's hands, only to have them wrenched away with force. Disappointment, disdain, and a profound sense of contempt marred her expression as she regarded his face. Lin Junche's defenses have reached 80, earning 150 editing points. Jiang Qingxue's defenses have reached 80, earning 150 editing points. TSK, Tisk, truly worthy of the illustrious young Master Lin of the City Lord's Manor. You are beyond what we mere country folk can compare to. So full of tricks, I cannot help but admire. Jun Huaiyun added with a taunting tone. Jun Huaiyun, I wish for your demise. Upon realizing that his secret had been exposed, Lin Juanche's eyes burned with fury as he lunged toward Jun Huaiyun. Where did this foul creature come from? Begone. Jun Huaiyun flicked his finger. Bang. A muffled grunt erupted as Lin Junche was violently propelled backward, blood spewing from his mouth as he crashed to the ground. Brother Junche. Jiang Qingxue gasped, her previously pale visage now devoid of color. Instinctively, she stepped forward to assist Lin Junche, but halted abruptly. Her gaze complex as she watched him writhe on the ground in agony. Although Lin Junche had deceived her by visiting the Hahuan sect, he had always treated her well, sharing anything of value with her. Yet, she could not accept his association with the Hahuan sect. Meanwhile, Jun Huaiyun slowly retracted his finger, swirling tendrils of chaotic energy still dancing at its tip. He had not exerted any real force, for he had no desire to end Lin Juanche's life so swiftly. He sought to shatter his mentality before he would relent. Observing Lin Juanche's futile struggles, Jun Huaiyun chuckled softly, shaking his head. Is this the extent of young Master Lin's abilities? How bold of you to strike at me. It seems the elders of the Hahuan sect have neglected to teach you the art of combat. Lin Juanche's defenses have reached 90, earning 100 editing points. TSK host. You truly are a demon. The system's voice echoed in Jun Huaiyun's mind, tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. Not too shabby. I am merely making the most of my resources. Once I have extracted all value from him, I shall see him off. Jun Huaiyun shrugged nonchalantly. In his eyes, Lin Junche was akin to a mere plaything. Once his defenses were fully depleted, he would naturally be dealt with. How dare you humiliate my son so? I shall ensure you are ground to dust. Lu Ruhuan roared, sending Lin Jintian flying with a slap before turning her fierce gaze toward Lin Junche, who lay groaning in a pool of blood. Madam Lu, you seem rather incensed. Is it that your son's visit to the Hahuan sect has been publicly unveiled, leaving you feeling embarrassed? Jun Huaiyun remarked, remaining composed as he spat out the shell of a sunflower seed. Seeking death, Lu Ruhuan bellowed, flames igniting around her as a massive hand of fire materialized, descending upon Jun Huaiyun. Maintaining his indifference, Jun Huaiyun effortlessly evaded Lu Ruhuan's onslaught. Host, I have thought of something amusing. Oh, do share. Jun Huaiyun inquired with curiosity. Lin Jintian has already been compromised. We can alter Lu Ruhuan's identity. TSK. You are even more mischievous than I. Jun Huaiyun chuckled, surprised by the little system's cleverness. Let us change her identity. Transform Lu Ruhuan from the City Lord's Madam to an undercover agent of the Hahuan sect embedded in the City Lord's Manor. And Lin Juanche's identity should be altered as well. Let him become the illegitimate son of the sect leader. Jun Huaiyun pondered aloud. Command confirmed. Modifying identities will require 500 editing points, remaining 9,500 editing points. In an instant, an imperceptible ripple emanated from Jun Huaiyun, causing the entire vast realm to momentarily freeze. Lu Ruhuan's movements suddenly halted, confusion flashing in her eyes. Then, an astonishing transformation unfolded before the onlookers. Lu Ruhuan's robe altered, revealing a pink emblem of the Hahuan sect at the collar, the mark of an elder. More significantly, the subtle changes in Lu Ruhuan's demeanor rendered her more alluring. Among the gathered crowd, someone exclaimed, "Look, how did the emblem of the Hahuan sect appear on Madame Lu's attire? My heavens, could the rumors be true? The City Lord's Madam is indeed affiliated with the Hahuan sect, and at a high rank." As the murmurs of the spectators swirled around her, Lu Ruhuan seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. She looked down at her garments, her face paling instantly, with shock in her eyes. She fixed her gaze on Jun Huaiyun, exclaiming, "What have you done to me? Why has my attire transformed into that of a Hahuan sect elder?" Chapter 7. You are my little chestnut, Jiang clan leader's remarkable talent. What have I done to you? I have merely revealed your sordid deeds to the world. Madam Lu, or rather, should I say Elder Lu, you have concealed your true nature quite adeptly, lurking in the City Lord's manor for so many years, intent on gradually devouring it from within, transforming it into a hidden pawn within the Taiyuan Empire. Jun Huaiyun leisurely munched on sunflower seeds, smiling as he spoke. Nonsense. I am the legitimate wife of City Lord Lin Jintian. How could I possibly be affiliated with the Hahuan sect? Do not slander me, Lu Ruhuan retorted sharply, her voice betraying a hint of tremor. I had previously suspected this woman of harboring ulterior motives, but I never imagined she truly was a member of the Hahuan sect. Indeed, these revelations are quite explosive. The onlookers whispered among themselves. Who would have thought such scandal lurked within the City Lord's manor? Truly unprecedented. The Bai family and others watched in excitement, completely oblivious to Jun Huaiyun's machinations. Silence. Jun Huaiyun snapped his fingers, and the crowd fell silent, all eyes wide, ears perked. Elder Lu, you claim I am slandering you. Then please explain why there is a Hahuan sect elder's mark upon your person. Furthermore, why is Lin Junche so infatuated with the Hahuan sect? Is it not forbidden for outsiders to enter? How did he gain access? And why is he consorting with those elders? Jun Junche stammered. Mother, this cannot be true. Why do I suddenly recall a memory that claims the sect leader is my father? At that moment, he was utterly bewildered, gazing at his mother and then at his own hands, questioning his very identity. Lu Ruhuan's expression fluctuated wildly. She seemed to have recalled something, her eyes glazing over with confusion. A flood of memories surged into her mind. 20 years prior, on a fateful night, she had infiltrated the city lord's manor as an elder of the Hahuan sect to approach Lin Jintian. During her time there, she had clandestinely communicated with the sect leader, and it was during this period that she conceived Lin Junche. Due to the sect's decree against raising children, she had deceitfully claimed Lin Junche was Lin Jintian's child, and he had been overjoyed. To protect her secret, she had sealed away her memories. This cannot be. I am an elder of the Hahuan sect. Lin Junche is the sect leader's son. Lu Ruhuan staggered back, unable to accept this reality, yet the memories felt all too vivid, as if they were tangible. Lu Ruhuan's defenses have reached 90, earning 300 editing points. Lin Junche's defenses have reached 95, earning 50 editing points. Jun Huaiyun gazed at the bewildered Lu Ruhuan, a sardonic smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he continued to stoke the flames of discord. Elder Lu, at this juncture, why persist in your concealment? Would it not be more forthright to reveal the truth? The entire city as populace is observing, after all. Is Lin Jintian aware of the hat you have placed upon him? Silence. Lu Ruhuan suddenly shrieked, her voice laced with an increasingly potent allure, further solidifying her enigmatic identity. Come now, let us wager on whether Lady Lu is the infiltrator from the Hahuan sect within the city lord's residence. The odds are 10 to 1. The proprietor of a nearby tea house inexplicably emerged, establishing a betting pool. I wager yes. Such a presence cannot deceive anyone. I too wager yes. Observe her charm techniques. They are undoubtedly the arts of the Hahuan sect. I have had the fortune of witnessing their practices. At this moment, a multitude of onlookers eagerly placed their bets. Amidst the chaos, Jiang Qingshua's expression darkened profoundly. She discreetly retreated into the crowd, her pride now utterly shattered by Lin Junche's revelations. For one as haughty as she, this humiliation felt akin to death itself. She could scarcely fathom that her future mother-in-law was affiliated with the Hahuan sect, let alone that Lin Junche was the son of its leader. How dramatically ironic. Where do you think you are going? Now you understand why Lin Junche concealed his ties to the Hahuan sect, don't you? Is it not more enjoyable to partake in this scandal together? Jun Huaiyun appeared at Jiang Qingshua's side, offering her a handful of sunflower seeds. Oh, host, I never envisioned you to be so wicked. You exhibit the quintessential traits of a villain, not only toying with their minds but compelling them to sense one another's malice. Truly formidable. You misunderstand me. I am not one to forget a grievance, for I harbor grudges deeply, Jun Huaiyun replied, rolling his eyes. Will you remember kindness? Depends on my mood. How utterly exasperating. Jun Huaiyun, are you the mastermind behind all this mischief? Jiang Qingxue, now fuming, swatted the seeds from his hand, tears welling in her eyes as she glared at him, wishing to rend him asunder. By heaven's grace, I merely unveiled the truth. Do you truly wish to spend your life wedded to the son of an infiltrator from the Hahuan sect? Jun Huaiyun shrugged nonchalantly. You scoundrel, I shall kill you. Jiang Qingxue, overwhelmed with rage, unleashed a cerulean-long sword that manifested in her grasp, lunging at Jun Huaiyun. Jiang Qingshue's defenses have reached 100, granting 50 editing points. Host, this has become futile. You may eliminate her. Slaying enemies yields modification points, equally as significant. Do not let her escape. I require no prompting. I shall deal with this. For those points are invaluable. Jun Huaiyun raised his hand, effortlessly unleashing a surge of chaotic power that rippled through the air. With a sickening crunch, Jiang Qingxue was obliterated into a mist of blood, unmistakably lifeless. You vile creature, you dare take my daughter's life before me. I shall make you pay. Jiang Yinshao, the patriarch of the Jiang clan, seethed with fury, his presence radiating an overwhelming oppressive force that rendered the onlookers pale with fear as they beheld his descent into madness. Die! Jiang Yunshao soared into the air, forming a golden hand in the atmosphere, imbued with the might to annihilate. As Jun Huaiyun beheld Jiang Yunshao's assault, a glimmer sparked in his eyes, and a mischievous smile graced his lips. System, transform Jiang Yunshao's abilities into a square dance routine. Modification complete, 50 modification points consumed. Remaining points, 95-50. In that instant, as the golden hand descended upon Jun Huaiyun, it inexplicably burst into a flurry of colorful balloons. Immediately, a cheerful melody resonated throughout the venue. You are her little chestnut. No matter how annoying, it's never too much. Jiang Yunshao's body began to move uncontrollably, his hands performing a series of absurd gestures. Patriarch Jiang, splendid performance. Jun Huaiyun applauded gleefully. Boy, what sorcery is this? Release me at once. Jiang Yunshao's face contorted with terror, unable to halt his comedic movements. How dare you steal my glory? Patriarch Jiang, your performance is commendable. Let us all show our support. Jun Huaiyun casually summoned a few crates of apples from the system and began to hurl them at Jiang Yunshao. You wretched brat. I will not let you escape. Jiang Yunxiao nearly spat blood in his rage. Jiang Yunxiao's defenses have reached 70, granting 1,000 editing points. The crowd of spectators initially stood in stunned silence before erupting into laughter, transforming the scene into a spectacle of absurdity. What kind of sorcery is this? What is wrong with this boy? Jun Jiuchong, the head of the Jun clan, was left agape, his teapot shattering upon the ground. Even the dimmest among them could perceive the connection to Jun Huaiyun. Could it be that he wields the power of spoken command? Lu Ruhuan, seeing all eyes fixated on Jiang Yunxiao, attempted to slip away, only to be intercepted by Jun Huaiyun. Elder Lu, do not be in such haste. The main event has only just begun. Jun Huaiyun wore a devilish grin, ensuring not a single one who dared to insult him would escape unscathed. System. Convert the Hahuan sex techniques into a circus performance. Modification complete. 400 modification points consumed. Remaining points, 9150. Elder Lu, let the show continue. Jun Huaiyun waved his hand, sending several crates of apples flying toward Lu Ruhuan. Some might argue that he was squandering valuable modification points, but why concern oneself with the opinions of the masses? The joy of the game was paramount, and points could always be regained through the elimination of foes. Child, you are courting death. Lu Ruhuan attempted to cast her charm, but suddenly found her hands uncontrollably catching the apples. Initially, just 1 or 2, the number of apples grew exponentially, culminating in a flurry of 30 or more airborne fruits. Wow, Elder Lu possesses such talent. The crowd gasped in astonishment, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. Lin Junche stood in shock, watching his mother behave like a jester, utterly dazed. Mother, when did you learn this skill? Lu Ruhuan was at a loss. I have no idea. I never learned this skill. I cannot control my body. The apples continued to rain down upon her, splattering juice across her face, ruining her makeup. Lu Ruhuan's defenses have reached 90, granting 800 editing points. Meanwhile, Jiang Yunxiao finally broke free from his dance-induced stupor, his face marred with shame and fury. Everyone, heed my command. Together, we shall slay this wretched child. Dozens of Jiang clan masters unleashed their abilities, their powers radiating with fury. Have you forgotten? Even Lin Jintian is no match for me. Do you truly believe you can overcome me with this rabble? Jun Huaiyun waved his sleeve dismissively, and a tremendous surge of chaotic energy engulfed the Jiang clan's elite, reducing them to mere dust. This farce must come to an end. In the distance, a disheveled figure tore through the air. It was Lin Jintian. Bloodied and battered from Lu Ruhuan's earlier lashings, his once regal visage now contorted like a demon. Jun Huaiyun stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a playful smile adorning his lips. City Lord Lin, you appear far more agreeable in this state than before. The execution ground fell into an oppressive silence. The raucous laughter of the crowd stifled in their throats. Wretched child, do you think to deceive this city lord with your devilish sorcery? Today, I shall extract each of your ribs and shatter your meridians. Lin Jintian wiped away the blood from his nose, his eyes gleaming with malice. Dear husband, he has slandered me and our son. Lu Ruyan's complexion was ashen, and she gasped for breath as she spoke. Lin Jintian gazed at Lin Junche, who was grinning foolishly on the ground, his eyes filled with murderous intent. In the face of Lin Jintian's overwhelming hostility, Jun Huaiyun remained unperturbed, even finding the situation rather amusing. Lord Lin, your timing is impeccable. I was just about to seek you out. Elder Lu not only placed a 20-year cap upon you, but also compelled you to rear the son of the Hatsuan sect's leader. Is this news not delightful, unexpected, and utterly explosive? Jun Huaiyun wore a mischievous grin. Such nonsense. Once I capture you, I shall uncover the sorcery you practice, Lin Jintian declared, unleashing a palm strike that summoned an immense spirit power, morphing into a 100-foot-long celestial dragon that surged towards Jun Huaiyun. System. Convert Lin Jintian's attack to heavenly justice descends. Jun Huaiyun's eyes glimmered momentarily. Modification successful, consuming 200 modification points. Remaining points, 8,950. The celestial dragon suddenly changed direction, snapping its jaws around the fleeing Lu Ruyan, just as the sky split open, and a massive tome titled 20 Years of the Lord's Manor plummeted down, striking Lin Jintian squarely on the head. The tome slowly opened, revealing in shimmering gold letters, Investigation Report on Lin Jintian's cap. Chapter 1. The True Identity of Lu Ruyan. Chapter 2. The Paternity Test of Lin Junche. Chapter 3. The Infiltration Plan of the Hatsuan Sect. Lin Jintian stared in bewilderment at the report in his hands, his face shifting from red to pale, then to green, as he trembled. Pointing a finger at Lu Ruyan, everything in here is true. Seeing the plan unravel, Lu Ruyan collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down her face. Husband, I was forced into this. The sect leader threatened to kill me if I disobeyed. Ha ha, how amusing. Lord Lin, are you not surprised, not shocked? The son you have painstakingly raised for 20 years is not even yours, but rather the progeny of the Hatsuan sect's leader. Lin Jintian's defenses shattered, gaining 1,500 editing points. Lu Ruyan's defenses shattered, gaining 1,000 editing points. Lin Junche's defenses shattered, gaining 200 editing points. At that moment, Lin Junche, upon hearing the news, crumbled entirely, kneeling on the ground murmuring, Who am I? Where do I come from? And where am I going? Jun Huaiyun, witnessing the surge of modification points on the system panel, could not contain his delight. Today is indeed a bountiful harvest. Husband, I was wrong. Please forgive me. I shall never dare again. Lu Ruyin cried, clinging to Lin Juntian's leg. You think there will be a next time? You treacherous woman, I shall slay you. Lin Juntian's eyes blazed crimson, his spirit power surging violently as he struck towards Lu Ruyan's crown. At that moment, a surge of chaotic energy flashed past. With a sickening sound, blood splattered as Lu Ruyan's head soared into the air, her expression frozen in terror and plea. Her headless body slowly crumpled. The blood-staining Lin Juntian's robe successfully killed Lu Ruyin, gaining 1,000 modification points, remaining points, 9,950. Jun Huaiyun retracted his finger, satisfied as he observed the system notification. He had long anticipated that killing Lu Ruyin would yield substantial modification points, and he could not allow Lin Juntian to claim the credit. You wretched creature, how dare you? Lin Juntian glared at the headless corpse on the ground, his fury palpable. Lord Lin, do not be so agitated. I see you are reluctant to act, so I have taken the liberty to assist you. It is better to eliminate such a treacherous woman sooner rather than later, would you not agree? Jun Huaiyun waved his hand dismissively, feigning helplessness. Lu Ruyan's repugnance was no less than that of Lin Junche, had she not conspired behind the scenes. The original would not have suffered so greatly, targeted by the Lord's manner. Lin Juntian trembled with rage, his fingers shaking violently as he pointed at Jun Huaiyun. What now? Surely, Lord Lin does not wish to thank me. There is no need for such formality. It was but a trifling matter. Jun Huaiyun blinked innocently. I want you dead. Chapter 9. The Emperor of the Jun family descends. Why must the Jun family bow to others? Today, unless I dismantle you limb from limb, I shall not be a human. Lin Juntian's golden lion avatar manifested behind him, swelling to a colossal size, yet the once majestic lion now sported a green halo, resembling a jade crown from a distance. System, you truly have a flair for theatrics. Jun Huaiyun chuckled at the sight of the halo upon the lion's head. Kikik, I learned it from you. Edit this, and give my chaotic power in effect specifically to counter Lin Juntian's lion. Editing complete, consuming 10 editing points. Old fool, brace yourself. Jun Huaiyun formed his fingers into a sword, condensing chaotic energy into the image of a husky at his fingertips, unleashing an overwhelming pressure that enveloped the arena. This was the divine canine of destruction, meticulously enhanced by the system, possessing the lethal ability to counter all canines and felines. What fearsome beast is that? I feel an overwhelming silliness approaching. Brother, it is not just you. Even the lion-tiger beast at my feet has been flattened by this pressure. Countless citizens, and even some formidable experts in attendance stood in awe, having never encountered a husky of such extraordinary nature. Wong Wong. The husky's phantom howled to the heavens, the sound waves creating visible ripples in the air, its striking blue eyes fixed upon the golden lion, its tail spinning like a propeller. Lin Juntian's face turned ashen. A mere canine beast dares to. The husky lunged with a ferocious bark, and for reasons unknown. The golden lion reflexively tucked its tail between its legs. With the system's power aiding it, Lin Juntian was horrified to see his golden lion avatar begin to weaken, its once brilliant golden glow now dimming significantly. Impossible. Lin Juntian frantically summoned his spirit power, yet the golden lion inexplicably turned and bit its own tail. The proud avatar of a king-level expert began to spin in circles under the husky's oppressive aura. Seizing the opportunity, Jun Huaiyun would not let this chance slip away. He stepped forward, vanishing behind Lin Juntian, transforming chaotic energy into a brick-shaped force, and struck down upon Lin Juntian's crown. Receive my chaotic brick. Bang! The chaotic brick landed squarely on the back of Lin Juntian's head, emitting a sound that was painfully resonant, sending him flying like a broken sack, carving a 20-foot-long trench in the execution platform. Silence enveloped the crowd, everyone instinctively touching the back of their heads, feeling a chill run from their hearts to the crown. The Lord had been struck down by a brick. One of the manor's guards stammered, voicing the collective astonishment. Lin Juntian trembled as he rose. His once resplendent golden robe now reduced to tatters, but the most pitiful aspect was his hair. The chaotic energy had sculpted it into a perfect Mediterranean style, with a few stubborn burnt strands defiantly sticking out. Lin Juntian touched his bald head, his face shifting from green to red, then to purple, before he violently spat out a mouthful of old blood, roaring, "Listen up, everyone. Whoever kills this little wretch will be handsomely rewarded. I promise the resources of the manor for 10 years, along with the unparalleled martial art, the Xiantian cannon." As this condition was announced, the crowd erupted in fervor, their eyes gleaming with greed. Is this for real? The head of the Bai family exclaimed, his eyes shining brightly. He was tempted. Lin Juntian had indeed made a grand offer. The manor's 10-year revenue would elevate their Bai family to the pinnacle of the 4 great clans. and the coveted Xintian canon was something all four families coveted deeply. This lord dares to guarantee it with my reputation. Lin Xintian gritted his teeth, fixing his glare upon Jun Huaiyun. Your reputation? The affairs of your lord's mansion have descended into such disgrace that how can we possibly trust your reputation? Do you take us for fools? Unless you pledge an oath to the heavens, risking your life as collateral for the lord's mansion, I shall not be swayed. Otherwise, all discussions are moot. Jun Jiuchong cast a derisive glance at Lin Junshe, who was sprawled on the ground playing with earthworms. In his current state, Lin Junshe could scarcely bear such a blow. He had become utterly daft. With a mother who was an elder of the Hehuan sect and a father who was the reviled leader of that very sect, coupled with the harrowing sight of Lu Ruyin perishing before his eyes, the multitude of tragedies he endured had driven him to the brink of madness. Who wouldn't he lose their sanity under such circumstances? Very well, if you choose not to assist, then be it so. Lin Jintian retrieved a blood-red pill from his sleeve and swallowed it. Instantly, his veins bulged grotesquely, as if countless insects writhed beneath his skin, creating a terrifying spectacle. With a sinister smile, he tore apart his tattered robes, revealing the bizarre demonic markings upon his chest. You, small birth, have compelled this lord to resort to blood magic. You may take pride in that. A torrent of demonic energy surged forth from Lin Jintian, coalescing in the air into a towering blood demonic visage with 1,000 arms. Upon its manifestation, countless commoners within 100 miles suddenly exploded into blood mist, rushing towards the blood demonic form. He practices demonic arts. The lord has indeed allied with the demonic sect. The heads of the four great families recoiled in horror, utterly unprepared for Lin Jintian's treachery. Witnessing the true nature of Lin Jintian, the crowd erupted in wrath, hurling curses at him. Oh, so it was the lord's mansion that maligned Jun Huaiyun as colluding with the demonic sect. We have all been deceived. How vile. And what of the youths and maidens who have gone missing over the years? Bah, the lord's mansion is but a hypocrite cloaked in false virtue. The voices of the enraged populace surged in intensity, with several burly men seizing benches to hurl at Lin Jintian. Though the truth had been unveiled, none amongst them offered an apology to Jun Huaiyun. Such is the nature of humanity. Blame the small birth. Had it not been for him, this lord would not have resorted to forbidden demonic arts. Lin Jintian laughed maniacally. Small birth, do you have any final words? His gaze bore down on Jun Huaiyun with a malevolent intensity. At last it has come. Jun Huaiyun ignored Lin Jintian, instead gazing into the void above. What is it that has come, small birth? Are you scheming still? Rest assured, I will not grant you a swift demise. I shall torment you slowly, rendering your existence a living hell. Lin Jintian had succumbed to madness. I declare, your end is nigh. Jun Huaiyun stood with arms crossed behind him, his expression one of indifference. Suddenly, the vast void of the Tsangmang realm split open, revealing a chasm of 1,000,000 zhang. Countless resplendent golden runes danced at the edges of the rift, and the aura of the great Dao cascaded like a collapsing star river, enveloping the entire realm. A figure, veiled in an endless light of imperial might, emerged slowly from the depths of the void. With each step taken, the very heavens and earth seemed to unravel. Even the celestial laws of the Tsangmang realm let out a mournful cry. Indeed, the Jun family has finally sent reinforcements. Jun Huaiyun smiled faintly. One must admit, the Jun family carries an impressive prestige. They have summoned a true emperor. It is worth noting that throughout the Tsangmang realm, no emperor existed, with the strongest merely a third tribulation quasi-emperor. This illustrates the terrifying foundation of a top-tier immortal family, based on his extensive experience with myriad fantasy novels. The emperor from the Jun family would not even rank among the notable figures of his clan. As Jun Huaiyun pondered, other powerful figures began to materialize from different directions within the Tsangmang realm, their expressions filled with dread as they gazed upon the suddenly appearing emperor. Utterly oblivious to the reasons behind such an extraordinary event. What is happening? Why has an emperor descended to our realm? Deep within the Tsangmang realm, a quasi-emperor, radiating with overwhelming laws of light, emerged, staring blankly at the suddenly manifested Jun family emperor. Esteemed senior, according to the imperial treaty of the immortal domain, emperors are forbidden from descending into the lower realms without permission, or they shall face retribution from the Taichu Divine Hall. I beseech you to return. The third tribulation quasi-emperor clasped his hands respectfully toward the Jun family emperor. No emperor, no matter how formidable, would dare offend the Taichu Divine Hall, a powerful dominion capable of contending with the heavenly court. Upon hearing this, the powerful beings of the Tsangmang realm gradually regained their composure, exhaling deeply. The imperial treaty, established by the Taichu Divine Hall, forbids those above the rank of emperor from descending into the lower realms without authorization, lest they provoke unnecessary repercussions for their clans. The imperial treaty? My Jun family need not heed the whims of the Taichu Divine Hall. The Jun family emperor scoffed. Esteemed senior, the Taichu Divine Hall. The third tribulation quasi-emperor was about to speak when the Jun family emperor unleashed an eruption of imperial radiance, akin to 1,000,000 stars exploding. A single breath shattered a vast expanse of the void. The third tribulation quasi-emperor could not even muster a cry of despair before his body disintegrated inch by inch amidst the overwhelming imperial light. Reduced to mere dust scattered across the cosmos. A quasi-emperor has fallen. Chapter 10. All have kneeling faces, the ugly countenance revealed. Terrifying indeed. Is this the might of an emperor? Quasi-emperors reduced to mere insects. The myriad beings of the Tsangmang realm simultaneously looked up, witnessing the third tribulation quasi-emperor perish without even the opportunity for resistance, turning to dust. An eerie silence enveloped the heavens and earth. No one dared utter a word. And even lifting their gaze required immense courage. This is the unstoppable wrath of an emperor. The head of the Bai family, his legs giving way, collapsed to the ground, his forehead striking the stone slab heavily, while the other members of the Bai family followed suit, kneeling in terror. Utterly bewildered as to why this emperor had descended and why he was so furious, Jun Huaiyun stood with his hands clasped behind his back, slowly ascending towards the Jun family emperor. So, do you now recognize the might of the system master? As long as you ally with the system brother, you shall feast on delicacies and enjoy the pleasures of life. The system's self-admiring voice resonated in Jun Huaiyun's mind. Small birth, what are you doing? This is an emperor. You must kneel at once. It's over, it's over. Jun Huaiyun, this wretch, dares to disrespect the emperor, daring to meet his gaze. Wretch. Kneel quickly. The head of the Bai family felt cold sweat bead upon his forehead. His voice twisted with fear as he admonished Jun Huaiyun sternly. Small birth. Are you intent on bringing ruin to us all by disrespecting the emperor? Your parents met their demise due to your irreverence, provoking the wrath of those powerful figures in the dynasty. Do you wish to follow in their footsteps? The head of the Jiang family, not to be outdone, berated Jun Huaiyun, pointing an accusatory finger at him. Jun Huaiyun paused slightly, a glint of icy fury and killing intent flashing in his eyes. Over the years, the Lord's mansion and the four great families had subjected his parents' former selves to relentless humiliation. And now Jiang Yunshao's insensitivity in bringing it up again unleashed a flood of murderous intent within him. You shall meet a most unpleasant end for great families. Jun Huaiyun's voice was chillingly devoid of emotion. Upon hearing this, the members of the four great families involuntarily trembled, but recalling Jun Huaiyun's lack of backing, alongside his disrespect towards the emperor, their fear dissipated. You dare threaten us, boy? Today, I shall teach you a lesson in place of your parents. Jiang Yunshao, with a flash of inspiration, surged forward, his spiritual energy swirling as he transformed into a crimson rainbow, hurtling towards Jun Huaiyun, his palm brimming with lethal intent. Shameless. This old schemer has truly moved first. How utterly despicable. Observing Jiang Yunshao's assault, Jun Jiuchong and the others muttered curses under their breath. Clearly understanding Jiang Yunshao's intentions, he sought to impress the Jun family emperor, for a mere word from the emperor could yield boundless opportunities, potentially allowing him to alter the very course of the Tsangmang realm. How could they not feel envy and jealousy? Freeze. The Jun family emperor uttered a single word, and the entire realm fell into a profound stillness, rendering all immobile, save for their eyes, which could still dart about. Jiang Yunshao's form hung, suspended in midair, his face contorted into a grotesque grin. Jun Huaiyun slowly turned around, his expression exceptionally indifferent. Fool. Those who insult the bloodline of the Jun family shall be severed from the cycle of reincarnation, cast into hell, and tormented by myriad demons. The gaze of the emperor of the Jun family shifted, and Jiang Yunshao's body began to disintegrate, first his robes, then his skin, muscles, and finally bones, all transforming into dust before the eyes of the crowd. The formidable patriarch of the Jiang family, a dominant force in Lingtian City, was reduced to mere particles of dust, leaving not even a trace of breath behind. Moments later, the flow of time in the vast realm returned to normal, and everyone gazed at their own hands, then at the astonishing scene before them, unable to comprehend the gravity of what had just transpired. The figure, shrouded in the brilliance of imperial might, finally revealed itself, a middle-aged man clad in a purple-gold imperial robe embroidered with the images of vanquished deities and the reverence of all spirits. With each step he took, golden lotuses of the great Dao bloomed beneath his feet, and wherever his gaze fell, the very laws of the universe trembled. This was the imperial robe of the Jun family. He was the emperor of the Jun family, the emperor of the celestial realm. Suddenly, an elder on the execution platform cried out in terror, his face a mask of fear. The emperor of the Jun family. The four characters resounded in the ears of the crowd like the thunder of annihilation, leaving them in disbelief that a Jun family emperor had descended to the mortal realm. Was Jun Huaiyun truly a member of the celestial Jun family? The four great clans and the city lord's residence turned pale as death. The Jun family was the most ancient and immortal lineage of the celestial realm, unparalleled in its legacy. Under the gaze of countless eyes, the Jun family emperor stepped forward, swiftly approaching Jun Huaiyun, and bowed deeply, saying, I, Jun Wandao, the great elder of the main lineage of the Jun family, pay my respects to the young master. The scene that ensued shattered the spirits of all present. The terrifying emperor, who had obliterated a quasi-emperor with a mere breath, was now bowing before Jun Huaiyun, honoring him as young master. Ha ha, I never expected this wretched spawn to be the young master of the Jun family. I actually aimed to kill the young master of the Jun family. Ha? Lin Jintian stared in disbelief at the unfolding events, suddenly emitting a chilling laugh. His demonic markings on his chest beginning to dissipate as his blood magic crumbled inch by inch. Filthy ant. Jun Huaiyun merely cast a faint glance, and Lin Jintian's body froze in place, then began to vanish, as though erased by an eraser, disintegrating from toe to head. This was not an explosion, but a true disappearance, the most complete obliteration. Isn't the young master one of those two wretched sons? How could he possibly be the young master of the Jun family from the celestial realm? Jun Jiucheng's pupils constricted suddenly, his countenance paling drastically. Esteemed elder, could it be that you are mistaken? He is merely one of those two wretched sons of our Jun family in the vast realm. The voice of Jun Jiucheng, the patriarch of the Jun family, abruptly ceased, his face flushing red in an instant as his body began to tremble uncontrollably, suspended in midair. His limbs thrashing about, bearing the weight of immense pressure. An insignificant ant dares to doubt the bloodline of my Jun family? Jun Huaiyun's gaze was indifferent, and Jun Jiucheng's body cracked like shattered porcelain, inch by inch. And no, great emperor, spare my life. Jun Jiucheng pleaded in terror, but it was too late. His body transformed into a cloud of blood mist before the eyes of the crowd. This scene sent shockwaves of fear through the members of the four great families, with some timid cultivators fainting outright. They finally realized that the youth they had once bullied so brazenly now stood at an unassailable height. To kill him so easily is truly unsatisfying. Jun Huaiyun felt a headache coming on. He had just intended to speak, urging Jun Huaiyun not to kill Jun Jiucheng, only for Jiucheng to explode on the spot at a mere glance. Wasn't that a bit too decisive? Young master, how shall we deal with these individuals? Jun Huaiyun turned to Jun Huaiyun, his tone exceedingly respectful. Though he was a revered emperor, Jun Huaiyun was a highly regarded junior among the elders. And how could he not show respect? Dear elder Jun Huaiyun, you flatter me. Simply call me Jun Huaiyun. Jun Huaiyun quickly waved his hand. Yes, young master Huaiyun. And how should we deal with these ants who have offended you? Jun Huaiyun inquired. As soon as he finished speaking, members of the Jun family crawled to Jun Huaiyun's feet, those who usually held themselves high in the vast realm bowing repeatedly, pleading for mercy. Huaiyun, no, young master. I was blind. It was the patriarch and the second elder's idea to expel you from the family. It has nothing to do with me. The great elder of the Jun family knelt, knocking his head against the ground. Nonsense. You were the one who said young master Huaiyun's bloodline was impure, fearing it would tarnish the family's reputation. The second elder of the Jun family exclaimed, interrupting. Be silent. The great elder of the Jun family retaliated with a slap that sent the second elder flying, then continued to knock his head against the ground. I beg the young master for mercy. I am willing to offer all my savings, just asking for the young master to spare us. Elder, you certainly did not say that back then. Jun Huaiyun observed the repulsive faces of these individuals, feeling utterly disgusted. Chapter 11. The Judgment of Karma, Jun Huaiyun's shock. We were wrong, please forgive us. The elders of the Jiang family repeatedly knocked their heads on the ground, their eyes filled with tears of remorse. They regretted not having killed Jun Huaiyun sooner, and they resented that he had such a formidable background without informing them. They attributed all their mistakes to Jun Huaiyun. I have said before, I will not allow you to die too easily. I want you to witness how your painstakingly developed family descends into ruin step by step. Jun Huaiyun's voice was soft, yet it sent shivers down everyone's spine, instilling them with profound dread. System, do you have any good methods to torment them? Jun Huaiyun inquired. Let me see. I have a method of tormenting people, though it requires a bit of editing points. Oh, what method? Do tell. You can consume 2,000 editing points to generate a special function, Judgment of Karma. Judgment of Karma. Jun Huaiyun pondered slightly. Nothing associated with karma was weak. Judgment of Karma. Within a certain range of the host, those who harbor malice towards the host will suffer backlash of their own sins multiplied by at least 10. The higher the cultivation level of the backlash recipient, the stronger the backlash they endure, with no upper limit. However, this function has a drawback. It consumes a lot of editing points, as each time an opponent suffers a backlash, it costs you corresponding editing points. In other words, the higher the cultivation level of the enemy, the greater the number of people, and the heavier the sins. The more editing points you will need to consume to make the enemy suffer the backlash of karma. For example, if there is only one person with no cultivation and no sins, you only need to consume 0.00001 editing points for them to receive the backlash of karma. But if the opponent is an emperor, you will need to consume a substantial amount of editing points for them to suffer the backlash of karma, as those at such a realm have already forged their own path, which cannot be easily influenced. You can activate this judgment of karma at any time and specify who will suffer the backlash of karma. All these decisions lie in your hands. I understand. Jun Huaiyun merely glanced, already comprehending. Then let us proceed with the editing. This will be quite advantageous for me. Without hesitation, Jun Huaiyun decided to proceed. As he could acquire editing points at any time. Ding. Consumed 2,000 editing points, generating the function of Judgment of Karma. Activate Judgment of Karma against all those who harbor malice towards me among the heads of the 4 families and the city lord's residence. Jun Huaiyun commanded. Activating Judgment of Karma. A total of 250 individuals harbor malice towards the host, consuming a total of 1,000 editing points. That's manageable. It's not too much. Jun Huaiyun nodded in satisfaction. 1,000 editing points was a trivial amount for him, easily attainable. Boom. The void suddenly trembled violently, and a pitch-black tribunal, towering to a height of 100,000 zhong, materialized from thin air. It was ensnared by blood-red chains, etched with ancient causal runes, with tendrils of causal power swirling within, exuding an aura of profound mystery. At the moment the tribunal emerged, the sky above Lingtian City darkened abruptly. Ominous clouds rolled in, and thunder roared, as terrifying auras began to permeate the atmosphere. This was indeed the law of causality. How could this be possible? Causality. Destiny. These were supreme laws that even the mightiest emperors could not grasp. How could the young master summon such an existence? The grand elder of the Jun family, Jun Huaiyun, gazed upwards at the black tribunal, his face a mask of astonishment. Having lived through several epochs and witnessed countless rare treasures and formidable techniques, he had never encountered anything so bizarre. A youth who had yet to reach the quasi-emperor realm could summon such a terrifying entity. The causal power entwining the black tribunal was something that even he regarded with trepidation. Though emperors were powerful, they still could not control their own causality, let alone that of all things. Jun Huaiyun looked at Jun Huaiyun, momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. System. Does this causal judgment come with a celestial phenomenon as a bonus? Not only Jun Huaiyun, but even Jun Huaiyun was taken aback. The sheer aura, the prestige, was simply overwhelming. In the future, when faced with those who displeased him, he could directly summon the judgment of causality to deal with them. How exhilarating. Oh, I almost forgot. If too many people are subjected to causal judgment at once, it will trigger a celestial phenomenon. Moreover, let me remind you, the higher the realm and the greater the number of people, the more terrifying the celestial phenomenon will be. How splendid. Jun Huaiyun nodded, growing increasingly satisfied with the function of the causal judgment. What is this? The head of the Bai family turned pale, gazing up at the colossal tribunal, his legs suddenly buckling beneath him uncontrollably. With a crash, 250 individuals found their legs giving way, collapsing to the ground as an overwhelming terror surged within them. The onlookers, however, remained undisturbed, their expressions a mixture of confusion as they beheld the unfolding spectacle. Why are the elders unaffected? The Bai family patriarch gritted his teeth, pointing at the onlookers and bellowing, knowing without a doubt that this terrifying spectacle was orchestrated by the Jun family's emperor. Even Jun Huaiyun could not conjure such horror. If Jun Huaiyun truly possessed such power, why had he endured their humiliation for so many years? Thus, the patriarch and others subconsciously believed it was the Jun family emperor behind this. Only he had such might. Are you regretting it? Are you afraid? Today, let you witness the retribution for the heinous sins you have committed. Jun Huaiyun stood atop the void, his eyes glinting with an icy light. This is impossible. You must be employing some vile sorcery. The Bai family patriarch's face contorted as he exerted all his might to channel spiritual energy in a futile attempt to resist the overwhelming pressure, only to find his cultivation utterly ineffective against the force of causality. Jun Huaiyun remained silent, stepping to the center of the tribunal where an imperial throne formed from the essence of causal law materialized before him. Excellent, system, you truly understand me. Of course, as my host, your prestige must be maximized. The strength can be discussed later, but your presence must be thoroughly arranged. As the astonished gazes of the crowd bore down upon him, he gradually seated himself upon the imperial throne, enveloped in a swirling, chaotic light, resembling a youthful emperor. Today, I shall eradicate the obstacles for all beings. Jun Huaiyun's voice was not loud, yet, amplified by the system, it resonated throughout the vast realm. The tribunal trembled violently, and the blood-colored chains shot forth at incredible speed, piercing through their flesh and binding their souls, dragging them to the tribunal. The chains tightened around each individual, while the power of causality manifested as blood-red lightning, striking them down. Even more horrifying, the agony was magnified several-fold. The Bai family patriarch and the others let out wretched cries, their flesh being crushed inch by inch. They wished to faint, but the influence of the causal power prevented immediate death or unconsciousness, forcing them to remain acutely aware. Kill me, in mere moments. The Bai family patriarch could no longer endure this inhuman torment, blood tears streaming from his eyes as he desperately pleaded with Jun Huaiyun for a swift end. This is just the beginning. It cannot conclude so swiftly, Jun Huaiyun replied indifferently. Chapter 12. 1,000-fold retribution for past grievances, 1,000-fold repayment for past kindness. System. Let them taste the sins they have committed. Jun Huaiyun commanded. Understood. In an instant, countless images of their transgressions appeared above the heads of those on the tribunal. Some had pushed their fellow disciples into a bottomless abyss, while others had personally strangled crying infants. These images transformed into luminous points, flooding into their minds. No, I don't want to see. Stop. I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Please, grant me a swift end. Ha ha. I never realized I was so depraved. I'm such a great evildoer, ha. The Bai family patriarch and the others howled in despair, struggling as many succumbed to madness, the blood-red chains piercing their flesh, forcing them to witness every sin they had committed. More terrifying still, they could feel the victim's pain reflected back on them tenfold. Jun Huaiyun reclined upon the imperial throne, coldly observing this spectacle. System, fetch me a millennium-old rice wine. The flavor must be top-notch. Ding. A millennium-grade rice wine has been generated, costing 10 modification points. Jun Huaiyun gestured, and a cup of wine coalesced upon the tribunal. He lowered his gaze, savoring the exquisite elixir in his hand. Excellent. The flavor is delightful, he remarked, smacking his lips. The cycle of causality, retribution is inevitable. The suffering you inflicted upon others shall be repaid tenfold today. I promised I would make you regret it, and I shall deliver. I aim to scatter your souls, ensuring you never attain rebirth. But first, let us witness how your family meets its demise. Jun Huaiyun set down his cup, his voice echoing across the land. System, can we also ensure that the members of the 4 great families, far away, face corresponding punishment? I want them to be unable to rise again for their entire lives. Yes, but it will cost 200 editing points. A mere trifle. Having just tormented them to the brink of collapse, I instantly gained over 10,000 points. Jun Huaiyun waved his hand slightly, and the structures of the 4 great families, and even the city lord's mansion began to crumble. In a distant realm, the members of the 4 great families found their spiritual energy rebounding uncontrollably. Those of lower cultivation exploded on the spot, while the more powerful fell into madness. No, my kin, they are innocent. Why are you doing this? You demon, come at me instead. I accept my fate in this life, but in the next, I shall personally slay you, this bane. The members of the 4 great families glared furiously at Jun Huaiyun, yet at that moment, they were powerless to even end their own lives, forced to watch helplessly as their family was reduced to ashes in an instant. Next life? How regrettable. You shall not have that opportunity. Jun Huaiyun leaned against the imperial throne with one hand, chuckling softly. System, ensure they can never rise again, forever sinking in hell. Ding, editing successful. A curse of eternal damnation has been placed upon all bloodlines of the 4 great families and the city lord's mansion, consuming a total of 500 editing points. A colossal blood-red rune materialized above the tribunal, which then fragmented into countless smaller runes that merged into the bodies of the members of the 4 great families and the city lord's mansion, condemning them to endure endless suffering across generations, eternally trapped in hell. It is finished. The audience has witnessed enough. Jun Huaiyun snapped his fingers lightly, and the sins erupted in full force. Those of elder status were instantly obliterated into a mist of blood, their souls consumed entirely by the infernal flames of hell, leaving them with no chance of rebirth. The remaining sinners perish in excruciating agony, their corpses dragged into the depths of the judgment platform by chains, a place that connects to the inferno, where hell shall become their eternal prison. The obsidian judgment platform gradually dissipates, the dark clouds part, and sunlight cascades upon the city of spirit heaven, as countless citizens gaze in bewilderment at the unfolding spectacle, as if it were merely an illusion moments before. Yet, the collapsed edifices within the city are undeniably real, and the air is thick with the pungent scent of blood. Jun Huaiyun descends from the sky, each step birthing a golden lotus of chaotic pathways beneath his feet. Elder Jun Wandao, I apologize for keeping you waiting. Jun Huaiyun offers a slight bow towards Jun Wandao. You have truly astonished me, Jun Wandao replies, his lips twitching slightly, at a loss for words. For the shock brought by the cause and effect judgment platform is scarcely less than that of the chaotic immortal body. After all, the power of causality is not inferior to that of chaos. Master, how shall we deal with these people? Jun Wandao's gaze drifts towards the throng of citizens. We are willing to follow young Master Jun to the death. The crowd exclaims, bowing repeatedly, their former arrogance vanquished. Jun Huaiyun, observing the citizens kneeling in abject fear, cannot help but smirk coldly. This is the nature of humanity. When one lacks the backing of the 4 great families, the Bai family dictates their every word, and the populace clamors for his demise. Yet when one's standing surpasses that of the 4 great families, their true, wretched faces are revealed, bowing in submission, indulging in utter humility. Elder Wandao, you may decide for yourself. I am weary and wish to return to the Jun family to see my father and mother. I harbor no other desires in this world. Jun Huaiyun's gaze sweeps over the prostrated citizens, his eyes betraying no emotion. Then I understand. Young master, I shall open the barrier to the upper realm for you. Jun Wandao nods slightly, comprehending Jun Huaiyun's intent. With a wave of his sleeve, a resplendent spatial tunnel forms instantaneously. Just as Jun Huaiyun is about to step forward, a thought strikes him. And he turns to point at an inconspicuous courtyard to the west of the city. That small clan, the Jin family, secretly cared for me and brought me medicine during my injuries. Now their family is weak and will be bullied in the city of spirit heaven. I implore the elder to take them along. Upon hearing this, Jun Huaiyun's eyes flash with appreciation. Young master is indeed a person of great loyalty and righteousness. I shall make arrangements at once. With a slight wave, a beam of golden light shoots towards the western part of the city, and moments later, it returns with over 10 individuals, the leader being a refined gentleman, followed by several young men and women, among whom a girl dressed in blue stands out strikingly. Are you still the same as before? The girl in blue suddenly speaks, her star-like eyes fixed upon Jun Huaiyun's face. She vaguely remembers the former Jun Huaiyun as kind, whereas the current Jun Huaiyun evokes a strangely unfamiliar sensation within her. If one were to articulate it, the present Jun Huaiyun resembles a cold-blooded emperor who commands the life and death of all beings. I sincerely apologize. He is no longer. I am me, and he is he. Everything you have done to him, I shall repay 100-fold. Jun Huaiyun glances at the girl in blue, a rare gentle smile gracing his features. He has accepted the memories of his predecessor, recalling how, during times of great humiliation inflicted by the 4 great families, this very girl risked herself to deliver him medicine. Though he may be merciless towards enemies, he has always treated his own with utmost kindness. Past grievances shall be repaid 100-fold. Past kindness shall be repaid 1,000-fold. This is my principle in life. What? You say Jun Huaiyun mentioned remembering kindness based on his mood. That was merely a jest. Chapter 13. The Trembling Nine Abyss Emperor. Now that the young master has concluded the matter of causality, this tainted world holds no further necessity for existence. Jun Huaiyun's expression is cold as he raises a palm towards the vast realm, the patterns upon his palm clear and visible, each line containing the ultimate principles of destruction, emanating an unparalleled aura that instills dread even in quasi-emperors. No, the myriad beings of the vast realm turn ashen, trembling under the imperial might. Mountains collapse, rivers run dry, and countless lives are extinguished before they can even scream. The vast realm shatters like fragile porcelain, and with a slight press of Jun Huaiyun's hand, it completely explodes. Countless lives vanishing in an instant. Jun Huaiyun, the girl in blue and others watch the brutal scene, their throats tightening, their bodies trembling slightly. Do not be concerned. It matters not if this lower realm is obliterated. Such is the cruel world. If our strength were inferior to theirs, our fate would not be much better. Jun Huaiyun's demeanor remains indifferent. The girl in blue grits her teeth, remaining silent. Haha, young master speaks the truth. When you reach my age, you will naturally understand. In the myriad realms, the weak are preyed upon by the strong. Had it not been for my Jun family's descent to the lower realm today, you would be the ones perishing. Jun Huaiyun laughs heartily, expressing profound admiration for Jun Huaiyun. The world of cultivation is inherently ruthless. It is either you die or I live. Hesitation and a heart full of compassion will only bring harm to oneself. Bold. Your Jun family has gone too far, repeatedly violating the imperial decree by descending to the lower realm to slay sentient beings. Do you truly believe we of the primordial divine hall are mere clay? A resounding voice pierces the endless void, sending Jun Huaiyun's blood surging. Had it not been for Jun Huaiyun beside him, he might have sustained grave injuries on the spot. As the voice fades, the void splits into 9 golden fissures, each revealing a towering figure, the foremost being a middle-aged man clad in a robe of stars and moons, exuding the essence of the sun and moon. Oh, it is merely the 9 Abyss Emperor. Since when do the gatekeepers of the primordial divine hall possess the audacity to question the actions of the Jun family? Jun Huaiyun retorts with a cold smirk. The 9 Abyss Emperor had once intervened in the struggles of the younger generation, attacking the Jun family's prodigies, which led to the Jun family's ancestors imprisoning him as a gatekeeper. Ultimately, the primordial divine hall expended considerable resources to redeem him. Jun Huaiyun. The imperial decree clearly states that emperors of the celestial realm are forbidden from descending to the lower realms. Now your Jun family not only descends, but also destroys an entire small world. What punishment shall your Jun family face? The 9 Abyss Emperor's anger flares as he hears Jun Huaiyun's insult, his starry robe trembling violently, the powerful beings behind him also radiating fury. The Jun family is truly infuriating and humiliating. Leave at once, or I shall no longer advise you to suppress you once again and imprison you within my Jun family. Jun Huaiyun speaks with indifference. Arrogant. I shall see how much strength you, the so-called strongest sword saint of the celestial realm, truly possess. The 9 Abyss Emperor raises his hand, summoning countless stars, which transform into ancient chains entwining around him, each chain reflecting a world of annihilation. Then let us battle. Jun Huaiyun's palm gathers into the chaos ancient sword, and with a single slash, he shatters myriad laws, severing the ancient chains one by one. The strands of his white hair flicker as they ignite with imperial flames. Do you know what my Jun family's ancestor proclaimed when the beings of the celestial realm signed the imperial decree? With one swing, The Nine Abyss Emperor and the powerful beings of the primordial divine hall behind him are reduced to a mist of blood. You cannot recall. I can remind you. The imperial decree is merely a convention for a great ant to restrain a small ant. Why should the true dragon of the nine heavens be bound by an imperial decree? Jun Huaiyun wields the chaos ancient sword once more, striking down to create a fissure spanning millions of lengths, as if the heavens and earth were cleaved in twain. Poof! The blood of emperors spills across the starry sky, staining the cosmos crimson. Curse you, Jun Huaiyun. Do not revel in your triumph. Heavenly punishment glaive, arise. The Nine Abyss Emperor bellows. And from the depths of the void comes the sound of chains dragging, as a golden halberd entwined with chaotic energy slowly materializes. The golden imperial blood staining the blade of the halberd suddenly boiled, emanating a terrifying aura of murderous intent that transformed the surrounding cosmos into a blood-red expanse. Oh, even the celestial punishment halberd, wielded by the Taichu Temple, which governs the laws of all beings, has been brought forth. It seems that after the Taichu Temple redeemed you, they imposed no punishment, but instead promoted you to the position of the Lord of the Hall of Punishment. A glint of mockery flickered in Jun Huaiyun's eyes. The celestial punishment halberd? The imperial weapon governing punishment at the Taichu Temple? Jun Huaiyun gazed intently at the golden halberd hovering in the void. The long halberd embodies a man's romance. I hold no regard for any longsword. Young master, if you desire it, I shall seize it from this watchdog immediately. Jun Huaiyun's peripheral vision caught the expression of his young master, a smirk curving his lips. Jiao Yuan, after 30,000 years, you have made no progress whatsoever. You can barely unleash a third of the halberd's power. The ancient sword of chaos in Jun Huaiyun's grasp trembled slightly, its sword aura sweeping across myriad realms, shredding the surrounding void to fragments. Jun Huaiyun, cease your arrogance. 9th month's celestial punishment. The Emperor of Jiao Yuan roared, 9 blood-red crescent moons materializing behind him, each containing an imperial figure entwined by chains, all of whom had been judged by the Taichu Temple. A mere trifle, Jun Huaiyun countered, manifesting myriad sword shadows from his ancient sword, each one cleaving through countless mini-worlds toward the Emperor of Jiao Yuan. The Emperor was forced to retreat, spitting blood. Indeed, Jun Huaiyun was right. He had not advanced in strength over the past several millennia, his thoughts consumed by refining the celestial punishment halberd, leaving little time for cultivation. Jun Huaiyun, how can your power be so formidable? The Emperor of Jiao Yuan was filled with both shock and rage, wielding the celestial punishment halberd to sweep through the void, the illusory image of an 18-layered purgatory faintly appearing. You are simply too weak. A single sword can shatter myriad laws. A dazzling white light illuminated the ancient world. The Emperor's protective imperial aura was shattered as easily as paper, and his arm was severed in the process. The Emperor of Jiao Yuan was forced to relinquish the halberd, his figure violently retreating. Indeed, this imperial weapon is remarkable. Jun Huaiyun scrutinized it closely before tossing it to Jun Huaiyun behind him. System, can you make this imperial weapon acknowledge me as its master? Jun Huaiyun inquired, examining the celestial punishment halberd. Certainly, but given your current realm, it will require 1 million modification points for the weapon to recognize you as its master. So expensive. Is there no other method? Jun Huaiyun furrowed his brow, reluctant to concede. He harbored a genuine affection for the halberd and was unwilling to abandon it so easily. There is another way, but it purely relies on luck. You may expend 1,000 modification points for the weapon to recognize you, but the success rate is exceedingly low, akin to winning the lottery in your Blue Stars vernacular. With your current modification points, you can attempt this only 8 times. Then let us proceed. The first attempt failed. The second attempt failed. The third attempt failed. Even if you seize my celestial punishment halberd, it would be futile. Only those of the Taichu Temple may wield it. The Emperor of Jiao Yuan sneered, clearly doubting Jun Huaiyun's ability to succeed in refining it. If you manage to refine the celestial punishment halberd, I shall bark like a dog at your family's doorstep until you are satisfied, having finally found an opportunity for mockery. The Emperor of Jiao Yuan could not let it slip away. What a joke. What capability does a mere fledgling in the Dao realm possess to refine an imperial weapon and make its spirit acknowledge him? Not even a novel would dare to write such a tale. Are you particularly fond of my Jun family's entrance? Jun Huaiyun remarked, casting a sidelong glance at the Emperor of Jiao Yuan. You. The Emperor of Jiao Yuan gnashed his teeth, staring daggers at Jun Huaiyun. It was bad enough to be unable to win, but now he could not even retort. The humiliation was unbearable. The 7th attempt failed, yet the 8th succeeded. Jun Huaiyun felt his blood surging, the once dim ancient runes on the halberd igniting one after another, ultimately forming 9 golden rings of light around him. At the center of the golden rings, a vague weapon spirit materialized, bowing slightly to Jun Huaiyun. Master, this is impossible. How could the celestial punishment halberd acknowledge you as its master? The Emperor of Jiao Yuan's eyes widened, his voice cracking with urgency. The Emperor of Jiao Yuan's defenses have been breached, granting you 2,000,000 editing points. This is quite the windfall. Well done, our Jun family's young master. Jun Huaiyun's face reflected astonishment, and he clapped in delight. To be honest, he had held no hope for Jun Huaiyun, surely. Even he could not truly refine an imperial weapon, especially one as extraordinary as the celestial punishment halberd. Yet, to their astonishment, it had succeeded. Emperor of Jiu Yuan. Do not forget your earlier words, Jun Huaiyun stated, his eyes sparkling with brilliance. This was, after all, a tangible source of editing points. The Taichu Temple was indeed benevolent, knowing he lacked editing points and sending him this opportunity. Upon witnessing the fervent gaze of Jun Huaiyun, the Emperor of Jiu Yuan instinctively trembled, an ominous premonition flooding his heart. Chapter 14. Return to bark like a dog. Do not forget what you just said, Jun Huaiyun teased, waving the celestial punishment halberd in front of the Emperor of Jiu Yuan. This scene made Jun Huaiyun's lips quiver. This is simply impossible. The celestial punishment halberd is an imperial weapon of the Taichu Temple. How could it acknowledge you, a mere junior, as its master? The Emperor of Jiu Yuan's eyes burned crimson, his severed arm rapidly regenerating. As the esteemed lord of the Hall of Punishment at the Taichu Temple, a renowned emperor of the celestial realm, it was unbearable to stumble before a junior. What was worse? He had just publicly promised that if Jun Huaiyun could refine the celestial punishment halberd, he would bark like a dog at the Jun family's doorstep. Was he not digging his own grave? Ding. The Emperor of Jiu Yuan's breach level has reached 30, granting you 1,000,000 editing points. You need not concern yourself with how I achieved this acknowledgement. You surely remember what you just said. If you're unclear, allow me to remind you. It was to bark like a dog at the Jun family's doorstep, correct? Jun Huaiyun elongated his tone, his eyes sparkling with mischief. It was no jest. This was a genuine opportunity for editing points, one he could not afford to miss. Apart from this reason, the Jun family had never maintained a cordial relationship with the Taichu Temple, particularly given that the Emperor of Jiu Yuan belonged to the extreme war faction within the temple and held an unfriendly attitude toward the Jun family. You, Junior. One must leave a line when dealing with others. It will make future encounters easier. Offending the Taichu Temple is not a wise course of action. The Emperor of Jiu Yuan trembled with rage, his imperial might erupting uncontrollably, fracturing the surrounding space. You need not worry about that. All I desire now is to hear a dog bark. A dignified emperor should not go back on his word, should he? Or is it that everyone in the Taichu Temple is as untrustworthy as you? Jun Huaiyun raised an eyebrow. Who would have thought I would witness such a bizarre spectacle today? An emperor barking like a dog. Keep your laughter down. If he strikes, we will have no place to cry. It was indeed quite humorous, and Jun Huaiyun chuckled. Faint sounds of laughter could be heard around them. Clearly, the confrontation between the Taichu Temple and the Jun family had attracted numerous powerful observers, yet they dared not reveal themselves due to the imposing might of the Taichu Temple. Impudent. I am the Lord of the Hall of Punishment at the Taichu Temple, representing its dignity. How dare you slap? The Emperor of Jiu Yuan's words were cut short as Jun Huaiyun's palm struck out, causing the void to collapse and revealing a massive black hole. The Emperor of Jiu Yuan's body was sent flying like a kite with its string cut, shattering dozens of stars before finally coming to a halt. Why drag your feet? Do you not understand the principle of betting and accepting your losses? My Jun family's young master commands you to bark, and you shall obey. Jun Huaiyun's expression was cold, his murderous intent palpable. The Jun family was indeed domineering. Such a family was one to cherish. Alas, that is the master of a temple in the primordial divine hall. And the Jun family dares to strike him? Such an affront to his dignity. I fear the repercussions of today shall be dire. Dire indeed? Have you forgotten about the formidable individual from the Jun family who single-handedly vanquished the celestial realm? The onlookers from various factions gasped in astonishment. The Jun family, indeed, lives up to its reputation as the most powerful clan in the celestial realm, exuding an air of dominance. You, Jun family, must not overstep your bounds. Forcing an emperor to bark like a dog could provoke the wrath of the primordial divine hall. The great emperor of the Nine Abyss roared vehemently, his imperial might surging and sweeping across the universe. Hearing the murmurs around him, the great emperor felt a deep humiliation, wishing he could self-destruct. He, the lord of the primordial divine hall, had never endured such indignity, yet he dared not confront the terrifying strength of Jun Huaiyun directly. Public indignation? When my ancestor of the Jun family stormed through your primordial divine hall, where was your outrage then? Jun Huaiyun suddenly erupted into laughter, his tone dripping with unabashed mockery. Friend Jun, I must apologize for my earlier indiscretion. Let us both take a step back. I possess 3 quasi-imperial artifacts and 10 immortal herbs, along with numerous rare treasures. Would you be amenable to nullifying this wager in exchange for these? The great emperor of the Nine Abyss forced a grimace onto his face, one that was more painful than tears. Jun Huaiyun narrowed her eyes slightly and shook her head, saying, to belittle an emperor by treating him like a beggar is an affront to our Jun family. Do you think we lack your trifling resources? By the conventions of fantasy literature, a prestigious family like the Jun family would never be in want of such paltry resources. Indeed, do you suppose our Jun family's young master would care for your meager offerings? Our treasury houses treasures more substantial than your entire existence. Jun Huaiyun scoffed. Then I shall add an imperial scripture to the mix, one I procured from ancient ruins, unknown even to the primordial divine hall. How does that sound? The face of the great emperor of the Nine Abyss turned ashen. He gritted his teeth and replied, the imperial scripture is a rarity even more valuable than imperial artifacts. You truly are generous. Gasps of astonishment echoed among the crowd, even drawing greedy glimmers from the eyes of some powerful immortal faction leaders. Yet, in the face of the great emperor's concession, Jun Huaiyun remained unmoved, her innocent smile unwavering. I'm afraid I have no interest in your imperial scripture. I simply wish to hear a dog barking. What a jest. Does the Jun family truly lack for imperial scriptures? If they were in need, they could easily request one from their clan or have the system generate a suitable one. Huh. Well said. Our Jun family has no need for your worthless scripture. Nine Abyss, you must accept your wager. Today you will bark, or I shall break your legs and make you crawl to do so. Jun Huaiyun replied with a calm smile. Damn it. I shall remember this humiliation from the Jun family. The great emperor of the Nine Abyss retreated swiftly, preparing to tear through the void to escape. Humph, you think you can flee? Upon witnessing the great emperor's attempt to escape, Jun Huaiyun let out a cold snort. He hurled the ancient chaotic sword, which transformed into countless sword shadows, weaving around the great emperor and forming a colossal sword net to ensnare him. Jun Huaiyun, I would rather die than endure such humiliation. The great emperor of the Nine Abyss struggled desperately, his body erupting with blinding imperial light. Elder, he intends to self-destruct. We must stop him. Jun Huaiyun exclaimed urgently, realizing that this was a matter of millions of editing points at stake, and they could not allow him to self-destruct before reaping their rewards. Another attempt at self-destruction? Jun Huaiyun opened his fingers slightly, and the sword net constricted, transforming into tangible divine chains that bound the great emperor tightly, leaving him hopeless. Most despairing of all was the fact that Jun Huaiyun had deliberately left a chain around the great emperor's neck, reducing him to the status of a dog. The great emperor's face turned ashen. He finally comprehended the nature of the existence he had provoked. The Jun family, a band of madmen, cared nothing for the imperial contract or the primordial divine hall. If one were to speak plainly, the Jun family represented the greatest anomaly across all realms. Come, let us return to the Jun family. There, the White Emperor will teach you how to be a proper watchdog. Jun Huaiyun tugged on the divine chain, rendering the great emperor of the Nine Abyss powerless, forced to follow submissively. A grand emperor, now dragged like a lifeless dog, was a sight that left a profound impact. Jun family, this humiliation shall be noted. I shall ensure the Jun family pays tenfold in the future. The great emperor of the Nine Abyss spat through gritted teeth, his eyes blazing with venomous resentment. And what of it? Jun Huaiyun remained unfazed. Had their Jun family ever feared anything? Young master, let us return. After reprimanding the unruly great emperor of the Nine Abyss, Jun Huaiyun turned to Jun Huaiyun with respect. The young girl in blue and her companions were utterly stunned. The lord of the primordial divine hall had been so publicly subdued and taken away. How dramatically theatrical. Though they hailed from an inconsequential family in the lower realms, they understood the might of the primordial divine hall. They had never anticipated that the Jun family would prove to be far more formidable, showing no signs of trepidation whatsoever. Will Jun Huaiyun really? The girl in blue hesitated, fearing that such enmity with the primordial divine hall would invite unnecessary troubles. Fear not. The primordial divine hall dares not act against our Jun family. Jun Huaiyun reassured her. Now, let us return, and I shall treat you to some dog meat. Oh no, rather. Let us enjoy the sound of a dog barking. In the void, those powerful figures who had been secretly observing exchanged incredulous glances. Surely, I did not just witness the great emperor of the Nine Abyss of the primordial divine hall being led around like a dog? Quick, relay this news back to our sect. The celestial realm is on the brink of a great upheaval. Chapter 15. The terrifying heritage of the Jun family. A spectacle for all to witness. The vast wilderness of the celestial realm is divided into 3,000 heavenly continents, with the Jun family residing at the heart of the celestial realm. Their ancestral land is among the most abundant in spiritual energy and resources, located within a heavenly continent known as the Dao continent. Jun Huaiyun led Jun Huaiyun and the others across the boundless cosmos, arriving at the Dao continent. As Jun Huaiyun gazed around, she found herself amidst a void, as though nothing existed. Elder, is the Jun family truly located here? It appears there is nothing at all. A timid voice broke the silence. It was Jean Ru, the girl in blue, her eyes filled with curiosity as she gradually acclimated to her interactions with Jun Huaiyun. The others from the Jean family shared her feelings, their expressions reflecting profound intrigue as they looked to Jun Huaiyun. Do not fret. My Jun family is concealed by numerous imperial formations, rendering it nearly impossible for ordinary individuals to locate. Jun Huaiyun chuckled lightly, waving his sleeve. The void rippled, revealing a golden token inscribed with the ancient character for Jun, emanating an aura of imperial might. Open. At his command, the token erupted with divine brilliance. illuminating the previously empty cosmos with countless celestial lights. Before them stood the 9 layers of imperial formations of the Jun family, each layer exuding a terrifying presence that could cause even emperors to tremble. The first layer was the fiery Heaven Imperial Formation, capable of scorching the earth, while the second layer was the Ice Heaven Imperial Formation, capable of freezing time and space itself. Surrounding these 9 layers was the Celestial Star Imperial Formation, composed of countless ancient stars, radiating a majestic starlight. Had Jun Huaiyun not been present, even a single beam of that starlight could obliterate them countless times over. Elder, this is the Jun family's grand formation, Jean Ru exclaimed, her voice trembling with awe. Merely some minor formations. They are of little consequence. My Jun family has stood strong in the celestial realm for countless epochs, not merely reliant on these formations. Jun Huaiyun waved his hand dismissively. With that, Jun Huaiyun once again led Jun Huaiyun and the others into the depths of the 9 layers of imperial formations. With each passage through a layer, the pressure upon Jean Ru and her companions multiplied several times. Fortunately, with Jun Huaiyun by their side, a simple wave of his hand alleviated their burdens, causing all discomfort to vanish instantly. Upon emerging from the 9 layers of imperial formations, the sight before them rendered everyone utterly speechless. Even Jun Huaiyun found herself momentarily stunned. What lay before them was an incomprehensibly vast and boundless sea of chaotic celestial waters, formed from the condensation of chaotic celestial water. Each drop of this celestial water, if placed in the outside world, would incite a frenzy among countless cultivators. In the heart of the chaotic sea, there floats an imperial palace of a magnitude surpassing that of the universe itself, constructed entirely from chaos stone and Taoist gold, exuding a terrifying aura that suppresses heaven and earth, sweeping away all in its path. Most astonishingly, above the palace, 9 suns and moons encircle it, with each resplendent sun faintly revealing the silhouette of a 3-legged golden crow, while the great moons beside them harbor the figure of an ancient phoenix. What a magnificent sight! Elder, Jun Huaiyun gazed in awe, his mouth watering in disbelief. It was no wonder he struggled to contain his excitement. Who would not be thrilled by such grandeur? Discreetly, these 9 suns and moons were merely pure-blood golden crows and ancient phoenixes casually captured by the 10 ancestors. The ancestors summoned them with the intent of refining them into celestial bodies. A decision prompted by the younger generation's complaints that the chaotic immortal sea was too vast and dark, making it difficult to find their way home, explained Jun Huaiyun with a smile. Jun Huaiyun, taken aback, could only shake his head in disbelief. So the reason pure-blood golden crows and ancient phoenixes had become extinct was due to the darkness of the chaotic immortal sea, where they were seized by the Jun family's ancestors. It could only be said that the Jun family was formidable. It is only by traversing the chaotic immortal sea that we can truly enter the Jun family's domain. Moreover, one must not recklessly refine this chaotic immortal sea beneath our feet. It has been relocated from the depths of the ancient chaotic realm by our forebear. Although the chaotic immortal sea contains the purest essence of chaos, it is not something that just anyone can meddle with. Those lacking sufficient cultivation should refrain from touching such entities. Of course, you are an exception, possessing the chaotic immortal body and chaotic immortal bones. Naturally attuned to the chaotic immortal sea, a slight refinement should pose no issue. We typically use these waters for bathing, Jun Huaiyun elucidated. Oh, Elder, what are those down below? Jun Huaiyun inquired curiously, pointing at the massive entities within the sea. Those are pure-blood true dragons, reared by our family as guardians. They also take care of the debris within the sea. Naturally, if any of the younger generation fancy one, they may take it as a steed, Jun Huaiyun replied nonchalantly. Does the dragon clan not object to this? Of course not. To be chosen by the Jun family and become our pet is a privilege for them. They would be overjoyed, Jun Huaiyun responded with a light smile. Jun Huaiyun was left speechless with astonishment. Any one of those creatures could effortlessly obliterate the vast realms. Truly, the Jun family is unparalleled. This is our Jun family's medicinal garden. You may partake freely. In addition to these, numerous divine islands float above the chaotic immortal sea, each brimming with rare, divine herbs seldom seen in the outside world. Those are our Jun family's 9 Heavens Tower imperial artifacts, brought here for display, Jun Huaiyun continued, leading Jun Huaiyun and the others through the various wonders of the Jun family. After traversing the chaotic immortal sea, they finally arrived at the entrance of the Jun family's imperial palace. The palace stretched for millions of miles, suffused with an incredibly dense aura of immortal spirit, manifesting as true dragons and phoenixes swirling in the air. Deep within the palace, countless powerful presences lay in wait. Welcome back, young master. At the entrance of the palace, 3,000 golden-armored guards lined up, each exuding a presence not inferior to that of the Saint Realm, and the commanding officers among them were even of quasi-emperor caliber. At this moment, they knelt on one knee, their expressions respectful. Rise, Jun Huaiyun waved his hand and turned to Jun Huaiyun, saying, these are family guards, primarily responsible for maintaining cleanliness and tending to the gardens. Feel free to assign them any tasks. Saint Realm experts doing housekeeping? Jun Huaiyun's lips twitched. He was at a loss for words. Humph. In contrast to the shock expressed by Jun Huaiyun and the others, the Jiyuan Emperor remained relatively calm. Having resided in the Jun family for several years. Elder Wandao, where do the ancestors reside? Jun Huaiyun inquired curiously. The ancestors exist in their own realm. I will take you to the celestial realm to meet them soon. Jun Wandao smiled. Humph, is that all you've got? When will you let me go? The Jiyuan Emperor's expression darkened. Do not be anxious. Your turn will come shortly. Those eager to witness the Emperor barking like a dog should hurry to the palace entrance. Jun Wandao's voice echoed throughout the Jun family. As soon as the words were spoken, the entire Jun family erupted with excitement, countless members soaring in from all directions. Eager to witness the spectacle. Elder Wandao has returned. Is that the young master beside Elder Wandao? How handsome. Look. The one with the chains around his neck must be the Emperor, right? Oh my, it really is the Emperor. But isn't that the Jiyuan Emperor from the Taichu Divine Palace? Why is he bound like this, and what is with the chains around his neck? Is he being treated like a dog? As the news spread, the Jun family became increasingly lively upon learning that the Jiyuan Emperor was to perform a dog bark at the entrance of the Jun family. Chapter 16. The White Sovereign's On-Site Guidance. Wong Wong. Make way. A white figure emerged, a colossal hound entirely snow-white with dragon horns adorning its head. Its size comparable to a small mountain, radiating an imperial aura. Lord White Sovereign has arrived. The members of the Jun family hastily paid their respects. This was the auspicious beast of the Jun family, an ancient creature that had lived for several epochs, its strength unfathomable. Little Wandao, I hear you want this Jiyuan brat to learn how to bark like a dog? The White Sovereign spoke with human speech. Its copper bell-sized eyes mischievously fixed on the Jiyuan Emperor. White Sovereign, please do not cause trouble. I am of Taichu. The Jiyuan Emperor trembled slightly, attempting to threaten, but was promptly swatted to the ground by the White Sovereign. Silence you. The Taichu Divine Palace cannot intimidate me, the White Sovereign scoffed. White Sovereign, after such a long retreat, what brings you out? Have you perhaps made a breakthrough in your cultivation? Jun Wandao cleared his throat, seeking to change the topic. I have not made a breakthrough. I merely found my seclusion too stifling and came out for some fresh air. Little did I expect to encounter the Emperor learning to bark like a dog upon my emergence. Ah, I sensed the aura of the chaotic immortal body. The White Sovereign's dragon horn symbols glimmered, its gaze turning towards Jun Huaiyun, nearly causing its eyes to bulge. Is this the young master you retrieved from outside? How can he be even more striking than Jun Wuwang in his youth? Has your Jun family's ancestral grave caught fire? Each generation is more handsome than the last. The White Sovereign circled Jun Huaiyun with keen interest. Jun Wuwang is the patriarch of the Jun family and also Jun Huaiyun's father. Hearing this, Jun Wandao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Junior Jun Huaiyun pays his respects to the White Sovereign. I have heard from Elder Wandao that the White Sovereign enjoys fine wine, so I specially prepared 100 jars of celestial brew on my way here as a gift. Jun Huaiyun smiled gently, waving a hand as a storage ring fell into the White Sovereign's grasp, all meticulously edited by the system, amounting to merely a few hundred editing points. Good lad, you know the way. From now on, I shall protect you in the Jun family. If anyone bullies you, you can inform me. The White Sovereign patted Jun Huaiyun on the shoulder, a look of appreciation in its eye, inexplicably finding Jun Huaiyun increasingly agreeable. Then I thank you. White Sovereign, Jun Huaiyun cupped his hands in gratitude. Though with his status, he did not require the White Sovereign's protection, yet the pleasantries must be observed. Ahem. We must get to business. I leave this Jun to you. White Sovereign, Jun Wandao coughed lightly, speaking up. Little Wandao, fear not. I am most skilled in teaching how to bark, the White Sovereign boasted confidently, thumping its chest. Jun brat, observe closely. This is how one barks. The White Sovereign suddenly stood upright, its front paws on its hips, and with a wide-open mouth, it let out a resounding bark towards the heavens. Wong wong wong. I cannot emulate that. The Jin Emperor lay prostrate on the ground, his face a deep shade of iron. How could a dignified emperor suffer such humiliation? Whether you can or not, you must learn. I have already promised them, and you must be taught. The White Sovereign swatted him back to the ground. White Sovereign, do not bully me too much. I am of Taichu. Jiyuan struggled to rise, but was pressed down by the White Sovereign's paw, unable to move. TSK. Your movements are all wrong. The first step to barking like a dog is to master the posture. First, raise your rear. Bai Huang shook his head and demonstrated by lifting his tail. Ha ha ha. I simply could not contain my laughter upon witnessing the expression of the sovereign of Jiyuan. I nearly choked on my dinner. TSK, if I were the sovereign of Jiyuan, I would likely contemplate ending my own life. A miracle, an unprecedented miracle. The emperor learning to bark like a dog. This comical scene elicited uncontrollable laughter from everyone present, causing the sovereign's complexion to shift from purple to green, then to red, until he could no longer restrain himself and spat out a mouthful of imperial blood. The sovereign of Jiyuan's defenses have been breached, reaching 50, earning 2 million editing points. Ahem, Bai Huang, perhaps you should consider a different approach. Jun Huaiyun nearly burst into laughter. Bai Huang truly knew how to stir the pot. A different approach. You say? That essay fine suggestion, Xiao Wandao. It would be a shame not to record such a splendid moment. Bai Huang had a sudden inspiration and turned to the onlooker, Jun Wandao. Fear not, it is being recorded. The recording stone in Jun Wandao's hand emitted a hazy glow. You dare insult me, thinking you can offend the Tai Chu Divine Hall. The sovereign of Jiyuan's eyes turned crimson. Smack. Bai Huang once more slapped him into the ground. Speaking nonchalantly, what pretense are you putting on? When you led the forces of the Tai Chu Divine Hall to hunt me down, I did not see you so high and mighty. Can't you bark a few words? In the previous epic, the Tai Chu Divine Hall had dispatched many powerful beings to hunt him, among them the sovereign of Jiyuan. Thus, Bai Huang harbored significant resentment towards him. Bai Huang seemed to recall something. Waving his paw, a bone appeared before the sovereign of Jin. You must be hungry. Bark once, and I shall feed you. The sovereign of Jiyuan's expression twisted into a grimace. This emperor would rather die. Smack. Another slap landed, knocking out several of his teeth. If you cannot learn, then you shall not leave. Do you wish to remain imprisoned in the Jun household forever? Do you truly believe this emperor lacks temper? Or do you wish to experience my unique heart-eating technique, which guarantees you will feel the sensation of being bitten by 1,000 dogs? Bai Huang's eyes narrowed, his demeanor turning icy, as imperial pressure radiated from him, momentarily stilling the surrounding space. Jun Huaiyun added fuel to the fire. Isn't it merely barking? Just bark a few times. Look how earnestly Bai Huang is teaching you. If this were outside, it would cost a fortune. A single dog barking lesson demands 100,000 immortal sources. He feigned concern for the sovereign of Jiyuan. I shall bark, I shall bark. The sovereign of Jiyuan trembled with rage, standing before the Jun family. He found himself utterly powerless, only able to curse his own foolishness for claiming he would learn to bark. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his fury, slowly squeezing out a few words through gritted teeth. Woof, woof. Are you satisfied now? His voice was so soft it resembled a mosquito's buzz. Few could hear it. What? I can't hear you. Speak louder. Have you not eaten? Bai Huang leaned in, and soon, everyone perked up to listen. Woof, woof, woof. The sovereign of Jiyuan nearly shouted, tears of blood streaming from the corners of his eyes, on the verge of weeping. The sovereign of Jiyuan's defenses have been breached, reaching 80, earning 3 million editing points. That's more like it, good doggy. Bai Huang expressed satisfaction, reaching out to pat the sovereign of Jiyuan's head. Ha ha, I have recorded all of this. A grand emperor learning to bark is an epic-defining event in the realm of immortals. The crowd erupted into uproarious laughter, with some of the young talents of the Jun family rolling on the ground, clutching their stomachs. Now are you satisfied? Will you not let this emperor go? The sovereign of Jiyuan closed his eyes, struggling to contain the murderous intent within. Indeed, the sovereign of Jiyuan kept his promise, but that was merely a few barks. He was far from fulfilling the requirement to bark until I am satisfied. You said you would bark until I was satisfied. Jun Huaiyun feigned seriousness, stifling his laughter. You dare to toy with this emperor? The sovereign of Jiyuan's eyes snapped open, bloodshot with intense rage, a formidable aura of killing intent emanating from him. Smack. Mind your words. How dare you speak to my brother in such a manner? Bai Huang slapped him again, causing one side of the sovereign's face to swell. The sovereign of Jiyuan's defenses have been breached, reaching 90, earning 1 million editing points. Chapter 17. The Oath of Heaven, Drunken Immortal Brew. Jun Huaiyun observed the editing points rapidly accumulating on the system panel, the corners of his mouth curling upward, in such a brief moment. He had extracted 9 million editing points from the sovereign of Jiyuan, an exhilarating sensation akin to overnight wealth. Elder Bai Huang, I believe the sovereign of Jiyuan has learned enough. Shall we not try a new approach? Jun Huaiyun suddenly suggested, a glint of cunning in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Bai Huang's eyes sparkled like copper bells. Oh, what new idea do you have, Xiao Yunzi? The onlookers were momentarily taken aback. The duo was indeed quite the tormentors. Anyone who crossed them would find it more painful than death. How about we have the sovereign of Jiyuan send greetings to his fellow disciples in the Tai Chu Divine Hall via this recording stone, telling them he is doing splendidly at the Jun household and is learning new divine abilities. Jun Huaiyun took the recording stone from Jun Wandao's hand, tossing it lightly in his palm, a playful glimmer dancing in his eyes. Ha ha, brilliant. I never realized you had so many tricks up your sleeve, Xiao Yunzi. You are even more adept at tormenting others than I. Bai Huang chuckled, slightly taken aback before bursting into laughter. Did you hear that, old brat? Hurry and reassure your fellow disciples, telling them you are thriving in the Jun household, and if they wish to learn new divine abilities, this emperor would be more than willing to teach them for free. Bai Huang guffawed, clutching his belly. Do not go too far. The sovereign of Jiyuan's eyes flickered with murderous intent. Oh, you dare accuse us of excess? Bai Huang's expression suddenly turned cold as he walked over to the sovereign of Jiyuan, looking down at him with an air of authority. How dare you speak to this emperor of excess? When your Tai Chu Divine Hall besieged me, did you think it was excessive? At that time, I merely took one of your immortal herbs, yet you relentlessly pursued me. Were it not for the Jun family intervening, I would have perished long ago. Furthermore, when your Tai Chu Divine Hall bullied the younger members of the Jun family, Did you think that was excessive? The sovereign of Jiyuan's pupils constricted. By Huang. What exactly does your Jun family desire? What we desire is none of your concern. What you must do now is to obediently comply with me. Or I shall replicate millions of copies of your recording stone, disseminating them throughout the entire realm of immortals. Bai Huang's eyes gleamed with a chilling light. I will record. The sovereign of Jiyuan took a deep breath, resignedly agreeing. That is more like it. The wise recognize the times. Bai Huang's face broke into a satisfied smile. Half an hour later, the laughter of the Jun family gradually subsided. At this moment, the sovereign of Jiyuan lay sprawled on the ground like a defeated dog, his eyes devoid of spirit, gazing blankly at Jun Huaiyun and the others, as if all his vitality had been drained. Speak, what must you do to let me go? The sovereign of Jiyuan's eyes were vacant, his demeanor dazed. It is simple. First, the Tai Chu Divine Hall must apologize to Bai Huang, admitting that you were in the wrong back then. Second, compensate the Jun family for emotional damages, air fees, barking lesson fees, and land pollution fees. I shall calculate it. Let us say 10 imperial weapons will suffice. Jun Huaiyun mused thoughtfully. 10 imperial weapons? Do you think imperial weapons grow on trees? The sovereign of Jiyuan exclaimed. You took my Tai Chu Divine Hall's heavenly punishment spear. Why didn't you mention that? The sovereign of Jiyuan nearly spat out another mouthful of old blood. Then how about 20 items? Jun Huaiyun replied with a smile. Impossible. Then 30 items. The sovereign of Jiyuan fell utterly silent. He finally understood that this young man, Jun Huaiyun, was toying with him, embodying the phrase small in stature, cunning in mind. The system, why hasn't he broken through yet? Jiyuan has already reached 90. Is it so difficult to overcome the last 10? Which emperor possesses a weak heart? To make an emperor completely vulnerable is no easy feat. You make a valid point. Jun Huaiyun turned his gaze towards the visibly frustrated Emperor Jiyuan and calmly remarked, forget it. Considering your earnest attempts at barking like a dog, I shall grant you 5 imperial weapons. Senior Bai Huang, Elder Wandao, what do you think? An imperial weapon, regardless of where it is placed, is a treasured possession of the clan and would not be easily handed over. Even the illustrious Tai Chu Divine Palace would feel a pang of regret after parting with 5 imperial weapons. Of course, adding the heavenly punishment spear would make it 6. Jun Wandao smiled and shook his head. I have no objections. Our Jun family even possesses celestial artifacts, so we are certainly not lacking in imperial weapons. Bai Wang tilted his head in contemplation and said, if you add 100 jars of drunken immortal brew, I have long coveted this. Deal. Jun Huaiyun clapped his hands in excitement. Wait a moment, I cannot agree. 5 imperial weapons would suffice, and while the Tai Chu Divine Palace could provide them, how would your Jun family manage to seize 100 jars of drunken immortal brew? Do you know how much time my Tai Chu Divine Palace spends crafting just 1 jar of this brew? 100 jars? You could sell me and still not gather that many. Emperor Jiyuan exclaimed loudly. Drunken immortal brew? What a remarkable item that even the Tai Chu Divine Palace struggles to accumulate 100 jars of. Jun Huaiyun raised an eyebrow, looking curiously at Bai Wang. Little Yun, you do not understand. Drunken immortal brew is the treasured possession of the Tai Chu Divine Palace. It is said that each jar requires a drop of celestial blood as a catalyst, supplemented by thousands of immortal herbs, and brewed in a time acceleration formation for an entire epoch to produce drunken immortal brew. Hiss, a drop of celestial blood and thousands of immortal herbs? Does that mean Jun Huaiyun gasped in astonishment? Not to mention the celestial blood, just a single immortal herb might be unattainable throughout the vast realms. No wonder Emperor Jiyuan reacted so intensely. Indeed, since the establishment of the Tai Chu Divine Palace, the accumulated quantity of drunken immortal brew is probably no more than 100 jars. A sip can allow a quasi-emperor to directly break through a minor realm. Although this effect is only once, it is still significant. If a peak quasi-emperor were to take a sip, it could even assist them in comprehending the laws of the imperial path, thus making it easier to attain the imperial throne. Unfortunately, the method for crafting drunken immortal brew is known only to a few of the ancient elders of the Tai Chu Divine Palace. Otherwise, with the resources of the Jun family, they could certainly produce it. Bai Wang grinned. The Jun family's crafting method. I have an idea. Jun Huaiyun's eyes sparkled with excitement as he turned to Emperor Jiyuan, his gaze ablaze with fervor. I do not require 100 jars of drunken immortal brew. I only need 10 jars and the method for its creation. This is our bottom line. If your Tai Chu Divine Palace agrees, then all is negotiable. If not, Jun Huaiyun left the implication unspoken. The meaning was clear. Emperor Jiyuan closed his eyes, his chest heaving violently. As an emperor of his generation, he had never endured such humiliation. Yet, the situation was dire, and he had no choice but to relent, prioritizing his own life. He did not believe the Jun family truly dared to kill him. I agree to your terms. 5 imperial weapons, 10 jars of drunken immortal brew, and the method for its creation. But you must swear a heavenly oath and destroy all recording stones. Emperor Jiyuan opened his eyes and stated, System, does the heavenly oath affect me? No. Your fate is void, and you are immune to the heavenly oath. Jun Huaiyun felt an overwhelming joy within, yet maintained a calm facade, nodding and smiling, of course. Elder Wandao, could you assist me in drafting a heavenly contract? Jun Wandao, seeing the smile on Jun Huaiyun's face, instantly understood, and with a wave of his hand. A golden contract appeared, filled with numerous clauses. He pointed, and the contract slowly floated before Emperor Jian. Take a look and see if there are any issues. Emperor Jiyuan's expression darkened as he meticulously examined the contract. After confirming its accuracy, he bit his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the contract. In an instant, the contract shimmered with golden light, transforming into two streams of light that entered the bodies of Jun Huaiyun and Emperor Jiyuan. The heavenly contract had been established. Any violators would face the wrath of heaven. Jun Wandao nodded in satisfaction. Only then did Jun Huaiyun wave to retrieve the recording stone. Indeed, Emperor Jiyuan is quite agreeable. Now, could I trouble you to write a personal letter so we may send someone to the Taichu Divine Palace to ransom you back? Emperor Jiyuan let out a cold snort. Accepting the jade slip handed to him by Jun Wandao, he closed his eyes in concentration, infusing a wisp of divine thought into it. Then opened his eyes and coldly said, "Take it." Jun Wandao received the jade slip and briefly scanned it with his divine sense, confirming its accuracy before nodding in acknowledgement to Jun Huaiyun. Elder Wandao, I would appreciate it if you could send someone to the Taichu Divine Palace regarding this matter. Jun Huaiyun clasped his hands in gratitude. A trivial matter, but the Taichu Divine Palace is quite far from our Jun family. Even with our speed, it will take 3 days for a round trip, so during these 3 days Jun Wandao began. Bai Wang will certainly take good care of Senior Jiyuan. Jun Huaiyun said with a smile, glancing at Bai Wang beside him. Rest assured, I will take splendid care of the old rascal Jiyuan. After all, he and I are old acquaintances. Bai Wang grinned widely, revealing his gleaming fangs. Hearing this, Emperor Jiyuan's expression grew even darker. Haha, the young master is formidable. This is simply delightful. Indeed, look at that old coot's expression. It's far worse than if he had eaten excrement. The clan members of the Jun family erupted into laughter. Even some elders couldn't help but chuckle at Jun Huaiyun's antics. Chapter 18, A Stunning Phenomenon. The Lotus of Chaos. All right, you've all had your fun. Return to your cultivation. Jun Wandao commanded. Yes, elder. The members of the Jun family bowed respectfully and returned to their respective places to begin their cultivation. Remember to save me a jar of that drunken immortal brew. Don't let those old ancestors discover it, or I'll be banned from drinking again. Bai Wang leaned closer to Jun Huaiyun and whispered. Naturally. Jun Huaiyun replied with a smile. After the Jun family members dispersed, Jun Wandao approached Jun Huaiyun and jested, Young master, your handling of matters bears quite the resemblance to the family head of your. Jun Huaiyun awkwardly chuckled. Elder, you flatter me. I'm merely relying on the family's influence. Although it feels somewhat like borrowing a tiger's power, it is undeniably exhilarating. Moreover, having a background and not utilizing it would be foolish. The Jun family is certainly lively now. Jun Wandao shook his head in amusement. Haha, this kid Huaiyun is to my liking. I appreciate talents like you. Handsome and eloquent. Bai Wang exclaimed, patting Jun Huaiyun on the shoulder with a hearty laugh. Wait, Bai Wang. The family head is still waiting for the young master. Jun Wandao quickly interjected. Oh, right, I almost forgot the important matter. We shall drink another day. Little Yun, do not forget my drunken immortal brew. Bai Wang scratched his head. Rest assured, senior, I will remember it well. Jun Huaiyun replied with a bow. That is splendid. Jiyuan, let us depart. Bai Wang, in high spirits, playfully tugged at the gloomy Emperor Jin, skipping away, utterly devoid of his imperial gravitas. One can only imagine how miserable Emperor Jiyuan would fare in Bai Wang's hands. Young master, please follow me, Jun Wandao said. I would be grateful for your guidance, elder. Jun Huaiyun replied, his heart fluttering with anticipation. Finally, he would meet them. He couldn't help but feel a sense of nervousness and unease. Although he had come from the identity of a system editor, facing the true powerhouses of the Jun family, his own father, was bound to invoke feelings of anxiety and fear of being discovered. System. My identity as an editor won't be exposed, will it? It will not be. Is that true? Don't scare me. All right, I won't deceive you. You can rest assured, this system will handle matters properly. As Jun Huaiyun and Jun Wandao traversed through the numerous palaces, members of the Jun family greeted them with utmost reverence, each breath resonating with a power rivaling that of the sacred realm, with some even approaching the stature of quasi-emperors. According to Elder Wandao, those residing within were the direct descendants of the Jun family, while the outer circles comprised the collateral branches. The Jun family was divided into a main lineage and countless branches, with only the main lineage being the unequivocal core. Moreover, Jun Huaiyun noticed that the concentration of celestial spiritual energy within this realm was exponentially denser than in the outside world, almost on the verge of liquefaction. It is noteworthy that celestial spiritual energy is a far superior essence compared to ordinary spiritual energy. Elder, what is this? Jun Huaiyun inquired. Observing countless secret realms floating in the air, occasionally emanating formidable auras. Those are the secluded cultivation sanctuaries of the family elders or the family army. Jun Huaiyun elucidated. Our Jun family possesses an abundance of secret realms, each connecting to different minor worlds, filled with various sacred medicines and immortal elixirs, as well as some domesticated magical beasts. These serve to temper the younger generation. As they conversed, a magnificent bridge of laws spanning the heavens appeared before them, radiating waves of unsettling energy. System, what is this? Jun Huaiyun asked. This is a bridge formed from pure law power. It can also be used to test the purity of one's bloodline. Just as Jun Huaiyun was about to pose another question, Jun Huaiyun interjected. This is the bridge of laws, constructed from the most unadulterated power of laws. Only those with the Jun family's direct bloodline or beings of emperor rank and above can traverse it, lest they be annihilated by the law's force. Jun Huaiyun understood now. As he approached the bridge of laws, his bloodline instinctively began to resonate, creating a harmonious echo with the bridge. Young master, this bridge of laws not only tests bloodline purity, but can also manifest different phenomena based on that purity, Jun Huaiyun explained while leading the way. As he stepped onto the bridge, resplendent golden lotuses blossomed at its edges, their petals woven from pure law energy, exuding a mysterious aura. Typically, only members of the main lineage can activate silver heavenly lotuses, while core elders like myself can activate golden heavenly lotuses. Only prodigies with bloodline purity exceeding 90% can awaken the 9-colored heavenly lotus. However, such individuals are scarce in our Jun family, mostly among the elder generation. Including the clan leader, Jun Huaiyun elucidated. System, what is the purity of my bloodline? Jun Huaiyun inquired. Rest assured, host, the identity edited by this system is authentic. Your bloodline purity exceeds 90%. That suffices. The moment Jun Huaiyun set foot on the bridge, it trembled violently, and 9 brilliant beams of light soared into the sky, intertwining in the void to form a colossal 9-colored heavenly lotus. As the 9-colored heavenly lotus blossomed, its radiant glow illuminated the entire Jun family like an ethereal realm, even stirring the secluded elders. What is this? The 9-colored heavenly lotus. Jun Huaiyun exclaimed, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Not only Jun Huaiyun, but even Jun Huaiyun was astounded. He saw that the bridge of laws had vanished, replaced by layers of 9-colored heavenly lotuses, their hues intertwining and enveloping him. Good heavens, with the chaotic immortal body alongside such a profound Jun family bloodline. This is truly extraordinary. The clan leader, Jun Huaiyun, may not even compare. Why does it feel as if I surpass him? Indeed, look. The bridge beneath this child has vanished. The clan leader never exhibited such phenomena. The elders of the Jun family appeared, all rendered speechless by the spectacle. What do you think, host? This system's products are of the highest quality. Stick with me, and you shall savor the finest of delights, free from worries for your daily meals. You certainly have some prowess, little system. Suddenly, an even more astonishing scene unfolded as the 9-colored heavenly lotuses began to merge, gradually transforming into a hue of chaos, emanating an ancient and profound aura that shook the entirety of the Jun family. A chaotic birth lotus? Could it be that the young master's bloodline purity has reached over 95%? Jun Huaiyun was left utterly dazed. Before Jun Huaiyun could voice a complaint, he heard the sound of the void shattering from all directions, as figures began to emerge from various secret realms of the Jun family, some flying on swords, others riding gourds. A myriad of appearances. Which fellow Taoist is undergoing tribulation here, causing my alchemy furnace to explode? An elderly man, standing atop a cauldron that was still emitting black smoke, suddenly appeared. Tribulation, my foot. This is a bloodline phenomenon. You should refrain from embarrassing yourself in your old age, an elderly woman with a cane scolded, smacking him on the back of the head. So it is a bloodline phenomenon. Could this be the legendary chaotic lotus? It is said that only those with a bloodline concentration nearing that of the progenitor can trigger such a phenomenon. The elders began to murmur among themselves, their eyes gleaming with brilliance. Old one, whose child is this? The elder on the cauldron floated over to Jun Huaiyun, his eyes wide with disbelief. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Jun Huaiyun replied, Elder Dan, this is young Master Jun Huaiyun, the son of the clan leader. What? Jun Huaiyun's child? How can he possibly be more handsome than me? Why do I not have a son? The old man exclaimed, prompting disdainful glances from the surrounding elders. Oh my, what a commotion. Young Yun, how did you create such a stir? I could feel it from afar. A voice called from a distance, revealing Bai Huang, dragging the battered Jiu Yuan emperor, who swayed as he approached. Upon witnessing the scene, he could not help but drop Jiu Yuan to the ground. By the heavens, the chaotic lotus. Young Yun, what on earth have you been consuming? Bai Huang's fur bristled in astonishment. Keep it low-key, keep it low-key. Jun Huaiyun maintained a poised demeanor. Young Yun, no, brother Yun, from now on, I shall follow you. Bai Huang rubbed his hands together, his gaze fixated on Jun Huaiyun. Jun Huaiyun cast a sidelong glance at the Jiu Yuan emperor, who was ready to make a hasty retreat, but Bai Huang seized him, exclaiming, where do you think you're going? Today is a grand occasion. You must express your sentiments. All right, let us depart swiftly. They surely wish to meet the clan leader, and we should not intrude. The The elderly woman who had previously slapped the old man approached, taking Elder Dan by the ear as she left, while the other elders exchanged knowing smiles and bowed their farewells. You, young Yun, I have believed in you since you were little. Remember to think of me for any future good fortune, Bai Huang said, his excitement palpable. Rest assured, I shall take care of you. Jun Huaiyun replied with a gentle smile. That is splendid. Jiu Yuan, let us go. Have you mastered the dog crawl I taught you earlier? Bai Huang eagerly dragged Jiu Yuan away. Young master, you truly astonish me. I believe the clan leader will be overjoyed upon learning of this. Jun Wandao finally regained his composure, gazing at Jun Huaiyun with a complex expression. This is indeed the chaotic lotus. There are but few in our Jun family who have reached such heights. Chapter 19. The distinction between innate and acquired, officially becoming the young master of the Jun family. At the end of the Bridge of Laws stood a colossal palace suspended among the clouds, crafted entirely from chaotic celestial gold. In front of the palace doors stood two elders, each exuding an aura of formidable strength, comparable to that of Jun Wandao. I pay my respects to the two guardian elders. Jun Wandao approached and bowed. If I am not mistaken, he is the young man who just awakened the phenomenon of the chaotic lotus, is he not? Indeed, he surpasses me by leaps and bounds compared to my youth, remarked the elder with red hair, his eyes fixated on Jun Huaiyun. Old flamehead, how dare you speak? Back in your day, you could barely traverse the Bridge of Laws without stumbling. I felt embarrassed for you, retorted the blue-haired elder with a cold snort, dismissing the red-haired elder's words. You wish to test me? Let's settle this with a match. The red-haired elder's beard bristled in indignation. I shall fight. Do you truly think I fear you? The blue-haired elder rolled up his sleeves, ready to brawl, but Jun Wandao hurriedly intervened. All right, esteemed elders, please do not quarrel. The clan leader is awaiting us, he said with exasperation. You ought to express your gratitude to the clan leader. Otherwise, you would undoubtedly find yourself on the receiving end of my wrath. Come at me, you blue-haired scoundrel. Who's afraid? The two elders, under the persuasion of Jun Wandao, begrudgingly cleared the path. As the palace doors swung open, a vast and boundless universe unfolded before their eyes, countless stars swirling above, and beneath their feet lay the magnificent river of stars. In the depths of the cosmos stood a figure, cloaked in golden garments, with hair as white as snow, exuding an aura of profound mystery. Clan leader Jun Wuwang. The young master has arrived, Jun Wandao announced respectfully. The figure slowly turned, and upon seeing him, Jun Huaiyun felt an overwhelming sense of suffocation. It was a face of unparalleled beauty, with brows like swords and eyes like stars, adorned with a gentle smile. Yet, what astonished Jun Huaiyun the most was the boundless aura of the great Dao emanating from Jun Wuwang, as he effortlessly manifested the vast universe with a mere gesture. His strength was undoubtedly far superior to that of any emperor. Yuner, Jun Wuwang softly called, his voice tinged with unmistakable excitement upon recognizing the familiar countenance. Father. Jun Huaiyun felt an unexpected warmth in his eyes, although it was their first meeting and the circumstances were contrived. There was an innate sense of kinship that resonated deeply within him. Perhaps it was the absence of genuine paternal love he had never experienced in either his past or present life, making this moment all the more profound. With that thought, Jun Huaiyun stepped forward and bowed solemnly. Father, your son has returned. Good. You have endured much hardship these past years, Jun Wuwang exclaimed, repeating the word thrice as he assisted Jun Huaiyun to his feet. I am well, father, Jun Huaiyun replied, shaking his head. Jun Wuwang scrutinized his son closely, increasingly pleased. A chaos immortal body, chaos immortal bones, and your cultivation has reached the Dao entry stage. With a solid foundation. Remarkable, truly remarkable, far stronger than I was in my youth. Jun Wandao chimed in with a chuckle, clan leader. The young master today made the Juan Emperor bark like a dog at our doorstep, leaving the Taichu Divine Palace utterly humiliated. Indeed, it was a well-deserved lesson for those old fools at the Taichu Divine Palace, whom I have long found displeasing, Jun Wuwang agreed, his expression turning serious. However, the Taichu Divine Palace is vengeful. Having endured such humiliation, they will not let it go lightly. While they may not dare to declare war on our clan, we can expect a flurry of subversive actions from them. Jun Huaiyun patted his chest with confidence. Father, rest assured, your son knows how to handle this. Should those old geezers dare to come, I shall teach them a lesson in no time. He relished the prospect of the Taichu Divine Palace seeking him out. After all, without their interference, how could he accumulate editing points and modification points? Haha, my son indeed. Fear not, should they attempt to bully you. I would not mind revisiting the Taichu Divine Palace to settle old scores. Jun Wuwang laughed heartily. Clan leader, we could obliterate the Taichu Divine Palace entirely. Jun Wandao suddenly suggested. Ahem. Jun Wuwang's laughter abruptly ceased as he fixed a profound gaze upon Jun Wandao. Elder Wandao, while the Taichu Divine Palace may not rival our Jun clan, it remains a top-tier power with an unbroken legacy spanning millennia, possessing an incredibly deep foundation. Moreover, our ancient ancestors are not present in the immortal realm. Furthermore, the myriad realms will soon face a cataclysmic end. Now is not the time to engage in full-scale war with the Taichu Divine Palace. One action can trigger a cascade of consequences. If we engage in battle with the Taichu Divine Palace, the entire immortal realm would descend into chaos, Jun Huaiyun spoke gravely. While the Jun clan indeed held the power to annihilate the Taichu Divine Palace, such an action would disrupt the balance of the immortal realm and jeopardize the clan's plans across the worlds, an outcome they wished to avoid. As the clan leader, he was bound to consider the perspective of the Jun clan. Yet, should the Taichu Divine Palace overstep its bounds, they must not blame the Jun clan for their response. Father, what is this impending disaster? Jun Huaiyun inquired, his gaze flickering with curiosity. At your current level, it is still too early to discuss such matters. You will come to understand in due time, Jun Huaiyun replied, shaking his head. By the way, let me ascertain the extent to which your chaos immortal body has awakened. Jun Huaiyun placed his hand gently on Jun Huaiyun's forehead, a warm energy flowing into his being. Jun Huaiyun did not resist. He trusted in the system's abilities, confident that Jun Huaiyun would not sense anything amiss. Ah, such a powerful chaos immortal body, truly unprecedented. Could it be that your chaos immortal body is not acquired through postnatal means, but rather is congenital? Jun Huaiyun marveled, his expression conveying astonishment. The distinction between congenital and postnatal is slight in wording, yet the disparity is monumental. Indeed, it is a congenital chaos immortal body. Truly, the heavens have favored our Jun clan. Jun Huaiyun exclaimed, his excitement rendering him nearly speechless as he extended his consciousness to probe further. Each exploration ignited a fresh wave of exhilaration. Father, is there a difference between congenital and postnatal? Jun Huaiyun asked, bewildered. Although he had read numerous fantasy novels in his previous life, none had delineated the differences between the two, leaving him feeling that they were not significantly different. Look closely. Yuner, Jun Huaiyun urged, regaining his composure as he took a deep breath and waved his hand, conjuring a celestial star map in the void. On the star map, two ethereal images of chaos blue lotuses emerged, one rooted in the void, and the other floating above. The postnatal chaos immortal body resembles this floating chaos blue lotus. Although it can absorb chaotic energy for cultivation, it requires considerable effort and external guidance, with limited potential. Jun Huaiyun explained, flicking his finger to send a beam of golden light into the floating chaos blue lotus. Jun Huaiyun observed as the lotus began to slowly absorb the surrounding celestial spiritual energy. Now, regarding the congenital chaos immortal body, he continued. As the lotus rooted in the void suddenly erupted in a blaze of light, its petals adorned with countless chaotic runes, autonomously and swiftly absorbing the surrounding celestial spiritual energy at a rate vastly superior to that of the previous lotus, an entirely different caliber. The congenital chaos immortal body, birthed from chaos and nurtured within it, resonates with the myriad paths of the universe, possessing boundless potential. It can autonomously absorb surrounding spiritual energy, accelerating cultivation, and even undergo limitless evolution, surpassing all. Historical records indicate that a congenital chaos immortal body, if cultivated to its zenith, holds the potential for transformation, achieving mastery over the chaos great Dao, a realm revered even by powerful immortal Dao beings. Jun Huaiyun's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Jun Huaiyun, probing within himself, discovered his meridians continuously inhaling and exhaling vast amounts of chaotic energy, indicating that even without active cultivation, his power was steadily increasing, a characteristic distinct to the congenital chaos immortal body. This system produces only the finest quality. This is the highest tier congenital chaos immortal body. Truly one of a kind. How remarkable is this system? At this moment, the system couldn't resist indulging in a bit of self-adulation. Heaven bless our Jun clan. With such a prodigious child, what do we have to fear in achieving great endeavors? Jun Huaiyun exclaimed with palpable excitement, as if struck by a sudden realization. He retrieved a jade pendant from his robes. This is the Jun clan's jade pendant, the token of the young master. Today, it is passed on to you. No one is more suited to be the young master of the Jun clan than you. Jun Huaiyun accepted the pendant, instantly feeling an overwhelming surge of information flood his mind, insights into the Jun clan's secret realms and divine arts. Thank you, father. After digesting the information, Jun Huaiyun bowed in gratitude. This is your due, and your identity as the young master of the Jun clan cannot rely solely on me. It is a decision made by the ancestors together. You are now officially the young master of the Jun clan. You may freely access the clan's resources, including the military and more. Jun Huaiyun gestured dismissively. Father, do you know anything about my mother? Jun Huaiyun hesitated briefly before asking. She is not currently in the immortal realm. Once you reach the emperor realm, I will naturally reveal everything to you, Jun Huaiyun replied, a flicker of complexity passing through his eyes. Jun Huaiyun took a deep breath, hoping that the unfolding events would not devolve into some cliché melodrama, such as a tragic childbirth or an unforeseen sealing or any other nonsensical occurrences. He refrained from further inquiring about his mother, sensing that whenever the subject arose, Jun Wuang's emotions fluctuated significantly, indicating deeper, undisclosed matters at play. Very well, let us conclude for today. Elder Jun Wandao, I entrust you with familiarizing Huaiyun with the Jun family. Jun Wuang instructed his companion, Jun Wandao, who responded with a respectful nod. Yes, clan leader. Father. If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave for now, Jun Huaiyun stated, preparing to depart. Just as he was about to exit, Jun Wuang called out to him. In the future, pursue your endeavors without hesitation. Do not hold back. The Jun family will always be your unwavering support. Not only within this immortal realm, but across the vast expanse of the myriad worlds, the Jun family has never feared anyone, let alone been intimidated. Thank you for your concern, Father. I take my leave now, Jun Huaiyun acknowledged with a nod. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside the hall. White Emperor, the young master and clan leader are inside. Do not intrude recklessly. No, I am here to find little Yun. I have news for him, came the voice. Hearing this, Jun Wuang furrowed his brow slightly and gestured to open the hall doors. In walked the White Emperor, a piece of recording stone clenched in his mouth. What is it? White Emperor? Jun Wuang inquired. The White Emperor spat out the recording stone, excitement evident in his voice. The footage of that old fool Jiu Yuan barking has circulated. And now the entire immortal realm is abuzz with the news. Jun Wandao's expression shifted slightly. Impossible. The recording stone was clearly with me. No, where's my recording stone? Jun Wandao's hand moved to his sleeve, his expression suddenly stiffening. The White Emperor grinned. Hee, I took it while you weren't looking. Such a splendid item deserves to be shared with the immortal realm. You have stolen my belongings again. Jun Wandao fumed. Yet, Jun Wuang laughed heartily. No matter. Let it circulate. Let the immortal realm witness the consequences of provoking the Jun family. Observing this scene, Jun Huaiyun couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. The Taichu Divine Hall would surely be driven to madness by this. However, this was advantageous. The more enraged they became, the more irrational they would act, leading to a continuous stream of opportunities for him to gather editing points. By the way, where is Jiu Yuan? Jun Huaiyun suddenly noticed Jiu Yuan was not beside the White Emperor. That old fool is in the dungeon. When I relayed this news to him, he fainted in anger again. The White Emperor nonchalantly replied. Little Yun, are you missing him? The White Emperor teased. Not particularly, Jun Huaiyun shrugged. How about this? I can project a view for you. With a wave of his paw, the White Emperor conjured an image of the dungeon, revealing the Emperor Jiu Yuan lying in a most pitiful state on the ground, appearing utterly despondent. You again, get lost. Upon seeing the White Emperor, Jiu Yuan jolted awake, retreating in panic. What have you done to him? Why is he so afraid of you? Jun Wuang couldn't help but laugh at the sheer terror etched on Jiu Yuan's face. Oh, it's nothing. I've merely taught him a few tricks, such as the dog crawl and the dog squat. Surprisingly, he picked them up quite quickly. Don't you think it's due to my excellent teaching? The White Emperor crossed his paws, brimming with pride. Speaking of the recording stone, I almost forgot. We have signed a heavenly Dao oath with that old fool Jiu Yuan. Suddenly, the White Emperor's demeanor changed dramatically, his fur standing on end. The hall fell silent in an instant. The heavenly Dao oath states that the recording stone cannot be disseminated. Now, not only will the Taichu Divine Hall refrain from delivering the imperial weapon and the drunken immortal brew, but our Jun family shall also face the backlash from the heavenly Dao. Those are secondary concerns. The primary issue is that my fur is not resistant to lightning. I could be struck and charred. The White Emperor clutched his head, his face a mask of despair. Haha, you deserve it for daring to violate the heavenly Dao pact. I truly wish to see the heavenly Dao strike down every member of your Jun family. Jiu Yuan suddenly burst into laughter. Jun Wandao chuckled. Oh, little bai, you are still too young. What? I am too young. The White Emperor's eyes widened in disbelief. Jun Wandao slowly extended his left hand from his sleeve and waved at Jun Huaiyun, causing a scroll of shimmering golden contract to emerge from within Jun Huaiyun's body. Jun Wandao unfurled the contract, pointing at a line of text so small it was nearly illegible. Do you see this? The aforementioned terms do not apply to the Jun family. Leaning in for a closer look, Jun Huang nearly burst into laughter. The text was so tiny it resembled ants, deliberately rendered in a pale golden hue that blended with the background color, making it almost impossible to discern without a magnifying glass. It was evident that Jiu Yuan had been duped. So, we not only do not need to adhere to the heavenly Dao oath, but the Taichu Divine Hall will still deliver the imperial weapon and the drunken immortal brew, Jun Wandao said, raising an eyebrow in triumph. The White Emperor stood in stunned silence, slowly regaining his senses, before erupting into laughter. Ha ha ha, Jun Wandao, you truly are remarkable. I am utterly convinced. I thought the drunken immortal brew was lost. That foolish Jiu Yuan has been completely outsmarted by us. Suddenly, a near hysterical roar echoed in their ears. Jun Wandao, how dare you tamper with the contract? I shall never rest until I exact revenge. Jun Wandao casually cleared his ears and replied to Jiu Yuan, Brother Jiu Yuan, you personally signed the contract. If you wish to blame someone, blame your own poor eyesight for not noticing the minuscule text. You better hope that your Taichu Divine Hall operates swiftly, Otherwise, the heavenly Dao may personally come to pay you a visit. Jiu Yuan fainted once more in frustration. At that moment, an elder of the Jun family entered, bowing to Jun Huaiyun. Clan leader, the immortal realm is in chaos. Everyone is discussing the new talent of Emperor Jiu Yuan. Let them hear it. Let them witness my magnificent creation, the White Emperor exclaimed with glee. The elder promptly opened the jade slip in his hand, and images began to manifest before everyone. Have you heard? The Emperor Jiu Yuan of the Taichu Divine Hall is actually a canine transformed into a human, with the recording stone as proof. Woof woof woof. Is that how it's done? He sounds more like this dog king than I do. Truly, the people of the Taichu Divine Hall are quick learners. It was rumored that the Taichu Divine Hall was offering to buy back all recording stones at a high price, one recording stone for a bottle of second-tier golden elixir. Is that true? I must hurry to make more copies. This is a chance to get rich. Brother, don't even think about it. Someone already tried that and was discovered by the Taichu Divine Hall, who, in a fit of rage, annihilated his entire clan, Jun Huaiyun said with a chuckle. Now the Taichu Divine Hall will truly be driven to madness. Not only have they lost the Imperial Weapon and the Drunken Immortal Brew, but they will also be plagued by this recording stone. By the way, what did you just say about the Drunken Immortal Brew? Jun Huaiyun suddenly seized the White Emperor by the scruff of his neck. I said nothing, the White Emperor protested vigorously. It's not that I'm withholding it from you. Have you forgotten the last time you drank the Drunken Immortal Brew and danced at the entrance of the Jun family? Jun Huaiyun sighed in exasperation. Jun Huaiyun's eyes widened in astonishment. Father, the White Emperor did that? Jun Huaiyun rubbed his forehead, helplessly saying, don't even mention it. The scene was too vivid for me to bear. Because of that incident, I was scolded by the ancestor for several days. Which is why the White Emperor has been forbidden from drinking alcohol since then. The White Emperor struggled to defend himself. That was the drink's fault. I am usually composed and dignified. The crowd collectively shot him incredulous looks. Enough. Go about your own affairs. Elder, please take Huaiyun to familiarize him with the Jun family. Jun Huaiyun instructed, releasing the White Emperor. I'll handle it. The White Emperor eagerly declared, his ears perked up. This feels rather unreliable, Jun Huaiyun thought, watching the overly eager White Emperor with a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 21. The exaggerated young master of the Imperial Palace. Playing by his own rules. Come, little Yun. I shall show you what constitutes the pinnacle of luxury in the immortal realm. The White Emperor exclaimed excitedly, wagging his tail, as a spatial tunnel materialized before them. Wait, I'm not ready. As Jun Huaiyun was still processing the situation, he was abruptly thrust into a spatial tunnel by Bai Huang. Subsequently, the tunnel sealed shut. The young lad had just returned home, and Bai Huang's exuberance was quite unprecedented. Such occurrences had never transpired before. I must concede that Huaiyun is indeed rather handsome, rivaling my own looks. Yet Bai Huang is not one to be swayed by mere appearances. Jun Huaiyun stroked his chin and inquired of the grinning Jun Huaiyun beside him, tribe leader. Are you unaware of the events that transpired at the Jun family's entrance? Bai Huang, slow down. I feel dizzy. Jun Huaiyun exclaimed, feeling the world spin around him. Before plummeting to the ground, his head spinning with visions of crows. Here we are, welcome to the exclusive imperial palace of the Jun family's young master. A singular marvel within the entire celestial realm. Jun Huaiyun gazed in the direction of Bai Huang's paw, where a magnificent imperial palace loomed amidst the clouds, resplendent with ethereal spirit energy swirling above it like a myriad of celestial dragons. That is indeed the imperial palace. Jun Huaiyun's pupils constricted slightly, even from this distance. He could sense an overwhelming celestial might, akin to standing before an unparalleled celestial emperor. Indeed, the imperial palace of the Jun family's young master is a labor of immense dedication and craftsmanship. I must tell you, it was constructed collaboratively by numerous ancestors of the Jun family, utilizing 500 varieties of celestial metals and materials, with the construction alone taking centuries, Bai Huang proclaimed proudly, leading Jun Huaiyun towards the imperial palace, with each step causing lotus-like patterns to bloom beneath their feet. Observing this spectacle, Jun Huaiyun could not help but comment. Does the path truly have special effects? Isn't that a bit ostentatious? Ostentatious? Youngsters simply do not comprehend fashion. Do you grasp the significance of the young master of the Jun family? Bai Huang retorted, his eyes wide with indignation. As they approached, the full grandeur of the imperial palace gradually revealed itself. Its exterior shimmered in shades of purple and gold, while 12 ancient divine beast statues of varying forms stood sentinel before its entrance, each emanating an aura of immense imperial authority. Moreover, the palace's interior was adorned with the legendary Dao Comprehension stones. Do you see this? A stone of such caliber could incite an immortal battle if placed in a common setting, yet here in the Jun family, it is merely used as flooring. You can tread upon it freely without consequence, Bai Huang explained. Is that so? Let me see how it feels. Jun Huaiyun said with curiosity as he knelt to touch the ground. Instantly, the sound of profound truths resonated in his mind, with various insights flooding into his consciousness. Startled, he withdrew his hand in astonishment, exclaiming, "This is extravagance beyond belief. The Dao Comprehension Stone, a rarity in any fantasy narrative, was merely used as flooring in the Jun family, epitomizing opulence at its zenith. That is but the beginning. The walls of the palace are crafted from heavenly heart gold, and even the lavatory is sculpted from 9-turned celestial jade, Bai Huang whispered conspiratorially. Wait, I can understand the flooring and walls, but why emphasize the lavatory? Jun Huaiyun interjected. Bemused. Hee, you are unaware, but even sitting there can lead to enlightenment. When your father, Jun Wuwang, was the young master, he had a sudden epiphany while using the restroom, resulting in the creation of the renowned Xian Huang Jinshi Ju. Bai Huang leaned in closer, imparting this secret in hushed tones. Jun Huaiyun added, moreover, the interior of the imperial palace is a microcosm, where time flows at 1/10 the speed of the outside world. Thus, 10 days of cultivation inside equates to just 1 day in the external realm, a coveted feature among the Jun family's many prodigies. As Bai Huang guided Jun Huaiyun through the palace, he elaborated on its marvels. This is practically a cultivation cheat. Jun Huaiyun's eyes gleamed with excitement. What he initially assumed to be mere residence turned out to be replete with such functionalities. Dao Comprehension Stones, time dilation. It was truly formidable. Little Yunzi, before you concern yourself with cultivation, I recommend familiarizing yourself with the defensive formations. You shall soon find yourself quite busy, Bai Huang said with a mischievous grin. What does that mean, Senior Bai Huang? Jun Huaiyun raised an eyebrow. It means the new young master of the Jun family has taken residence in the imperial palace. Don't miss this opportunity, Bai Huang suddenly bellowed, his voice echoing throughout the Jun family estate. As his words faded, the sky above the palace erupted in a myriad of radiant lights, and hundreds of youthful figures appeared outside, each radiating formidable auras. Is that the Jun family's young master? When was the position of the young master decided? I have just emerged from seclusion, one exclaimed. My father mentioned it was a collective decision among the ancestors. Naturally, they were merely curious and engaged in speculation, never intending to provoke. Such foolish scenarios were improbable. Oh, this will be entertaining. Over the years, several youngsters have fought tooth and nail for the position of the Jun family's young master, only for you to swoop in unexpectedly. Bai Huang remarked with glee. Jun Huaiyun's lips twitched slightly. I get the impression you are rather pleased. How could I not be? I adore watching the spectacle. Especially when those arrogant little brats experience setbacks. Bai Huang's tail wagged with delight. Will they harbor resentment towards me? Jun Huaiyun asked. They might not hate you, but they certainly won't be fond of you. However, do not worry. According to Jun family customs, once the position of young master is confirmed, it cannot be altered unless you willingly relinquish it. They may seek an opportunity to vent their frustrations, but they would never dare to truly harm you. The Jun family encourages healthy competition but discourages malicious harm. Otherwise, one would be expelled from the family, Bai Huang replied, filled with excitement. Do not worry. Jun Huaiyun observed the surrounding Jun family's younger disciples, all of whom were prodigious talents with auras surpassing the sacred realm. Meanwhile, he had only recently begun his cultivation journey, having barely reached the entry realm, not yet attaining the monarch realm, to say nothing of the prodigies vying for the position of the young master. Their strengths likely far surpassed the sacred realm, especially considering the Jun family's status as an immortal lineage. These young talents surely possessed formidable combat abilities, making the challenge exceedingly daunting. Each of these prodigies far surpasses me, Bai Huang, Jun Huaiyun lamented. Fear not, fear not. With me by your side, I guarantee your posture will remain elegant when you inevitably receive a beating, and your cries will be melodious, Bai Huang assured him. Jun Huaiyun thought. If it weren't for the fact that I couldn't contend with Bai Huang, I would genuinely consider giving him a thrashing. He's the epitome of a troublesome friend. Just as the banter between the two continued, a streak of light shot toward them from the distance, arriving swiftly at the palace entrance. The newcomer was a youth clad in white, his demeanor stern, with 9 flying swords hovering behind him, exuding an imposing sword aura. It is Jun Jiujian, one of the candidates for the Jun family's young master, our family's swordsmanship prodigy, who once single-handedly challenged countless geniuses within the celestial realm, renowned for his unparalleled prowess with 9 swords. The presence of Jun Jiujian sent ripples of astonishment throughout the Jun family. Is Jun Jiujian truly that formidable? Jun Huaiyun asked, intrigued. Little Yunzi, how could you question that? Anyone who can become one of the 9 saints is not weak. Bai Huang rolled his eyes before elaborating. In the Jun family's younger generation, there exists the concept of the 9 saints and 3 emperors. The 9 saints are the most powerful prodigies of our time, each capable of overwhelming countless forces in the outside world, with no record of defeat. Above the 9 saints lie the 3 young emperors, whose powers are even more terrifying, each having a significant potential to become the next young master of the Jun family, endowed with extraordinarily powerful physiques, destined for greatness as at least an emperor. Were it not for Jun Huaiyun's sudden return, the position of young master would likely have fallen to one of the 12 candidates. With the news of Jun Huaiyun's ascension to young master spreading, it instantly captured the attention of Jun Jiujian, one of the 9 saints. Certainly, those who aspire to be the prodigies of the Jun family are far from foolish. They would not dare to provoke Jun Huaiyun mindlessly or utter words suggesting he is unworthy of being the young master. Upon hearing Bai Huang's explanation, Jun Huaiyun nodded slightly. This implies that Jun Jiujian is indeed a remarkable individual. However, what astonished Jun Huaiyun the most was that Jun Jiujian did not brazenly storm into the imperial palace, but instead chose to stand outside and perform a respectful salute. I, Jun Jiujian, have come to pay my respects to the young master. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly within the palace walls. Jun Huaiyun exchanged glances with Bai Huang, who displayed a flicker of surprise in his canine eyes. Oh, this young man truly understands the importance of decorum. He did not barge in unannounced. Not just Bai Huang. Even Jun Huaiyun felt a twinge of astonishment. According to the tropes found in those fantastical novels, Jun Jiujian should have foolishly provoked him, thereby inciting the elders of the Jun family to intervene and reprimand him. This was utterly unconventional. After all, as a scion of the illustrious Jun family and one of the 9 saints, how could he engage in such impolite behavior? Jun Huaiyun considered it entirely reasonable. This is the essence of being from a prestigious family, the absence of senseless provocations. Perhaps it was merely that he had grown too accustomed to narratives filled with mindless confrontations, leaving him somewhat disoriented by the unexpected civility. Since Jun Jiujian has come to visit, let us invite him in for a discussion. Chapter 22. A deceptive encounter with the sword enthusiast, Jun Jiujian. Then I shall humbly comply, Jun Jiujian said, straightening his attire as he stepped into the imperial palace amidst the envious gazes of the onlookers, 9 flying swords orbiting gracefully around him. Wow, with such an imposing demeanor. One might mistake him for intending to cause a ruckus. Bai Huang whispered behind his paw, though his words were soft enough to be overheard by Jun Jiujian. Jun Jiujian momentarily paused, his lips twitching, but he quickly regained his composure. He approached Jun Huaiyun earnestly, clasping his fists in salute. I am Jun Jiujian, and it is an honor to meet the young master for the first time. Jun Huaiyun, wishing to show respect, promptly returned the gesture. There's no need for such formalities. Brother, we are all members of the Jun family. Let us address each other as brothers in private. Jun Jiujian acknowledged this courtesy, and in turn, Jun Huaiyun reciprocated. Such was his character. If Jun Jiujian had been unreasonable, then he would have had no qualms about being unyielding. His gentler demeanor was reserved for those within his circle. That is not permissible. One must not forsake etiquette. Since the ancestors have appointed you as the young master, proper decorum must be upheld, Jun Jiujian stated with utmost seriousness. Indeed. Little Yunzi, you are now the young master of the Jun family, the greatest representation of our clan. How could you allow others to address you so casually? Bai Huang chimed in enthusiastically, nodding vigorously and exchanging knowing glances with Jun Jiujian. Senior Bai Huang, my name is Jun Jiujian, not Little Jian. Jun Jiujian replied, exasperated. Oh, why bother with such trivialities? Names are merely titles. You see, I am called Bai Huang, yet privately, Little Yunzi refers to me as Dogzi. Bai Huang waved dismissively. Senior Bai Huang, when did I ever? Jun Huaiyun attempted to interject, but Bai Huang swiftly covered his mouth. Witnessing the playful banter between the man and the dog, Jun Jiujian took a deep breath. Young master, to be candid, I have come today to seek your guidance. The atmosphere suddenly grew heavy with anticipation. A familiar plot unfolding with an unexpected twist. Indeed, this was the essence of the fantastical realm. Jun Huaiyun blinked and turned to Bai Huang. What did you just say? Ensure that my posture is graceful when I am struck. Yes. It is finally beginning. I have awaited this moment for so long. Bai Huang exclaimed, spinning in excitement. He even produced a small notebook from seemingly nowhere, flipping it open with practiced ease to take notes. Go for it, Little Jian. Show Little Yunzi what it means to possess the strength of the Jun family's 9 saints. Jun Jiujian looked at the exuberant Bai Huang with a mix of resignation and amusement. Senior Bai Huang, I did not come here to spar with the young master. Then what is your purpose? Surely, you are not here for tea. Bai Huang retorted, disappointment evident on his face. It is for a friendly exchange. I have heard that the young master has returned, possessing the chaos immortal body. As such, I wish to witness the power of this body firsthand. Please do not misconstrue my intentions. I merely wish to engage in a friendly contest, Jun Jiujian clarified earnestly, turning to Jun Huaiyun with sincerity, his eyes devoid of any disdain. Well, Jun Huaiyun scratched his head, momentarily at a loss for words. This was entirely different from the confrontation he had anticipated. The young man's attitude was so humble, merely seeking to spar. However, the reality was that his current cultivation level was far too low, rendering him no match for Jun Jiujian. As for battling within the same realm, he felt a degree of reluctance. How about this, dear brother? You see, I have only just entered the Dao realm. While you are at the pinnacle of the Saint realm, the disparity is rather significant, is it not? Jun Jiujian was momentarily taken aback. Then, after a moment of reflection, he understood. My sincerest apologies, young master. It seems I did not consider this properly. After a brief contemplation, Jun Jiujian suggested, why not? Then, If I were to suppress my cultivation to match yours, that would render our contest fair. Absolutely not. Bai Huang interjected vehemently, little Jian. That would be blatant bullying. Even if you suppress your realm, your battle experience and insight still far surpass little Yunzi's, who has scarcely handled a sword. Moreover, little Yunzi has only just returned to the Jun family, and has yet to cultivate the family's techniques. Bai Huang jumped up, calling out loudly. Oh, Senior Bai Huang. Do you have a clever idea? Jun Jian's interest was piqued. Jun Huaiyun cast a grateful glance at Bai Huang, surprised that he could be so considerate at a critical moment. While he was unafraid of anyone at the same level, Bai Huang's willingness to consider his perspective moved him deeply. Bai Huang, I misjudged you. I did not realize you could be so thoughtful. Jun Huaiyun was about to express his gratitude when, in the next moment, Bai Huang exclaimed, we should let little Yunzi fight with one hand. No, with a single finger. The chaos immortal body is immensely powerful and invincible among equals. We must limit little Yunzi's capabilities to ensure fairness and excitement. Jun Huaiyun. So I was merely feeling touched for nothing? Truly, you are the best of friends. Yet what tested his composure the most was the fact that Jun Jian was genuinely contemplating this suggestion. Senior Bai Huang makes a valid point. I wholeheartedly agree. Jun Jian nodded earnestly. Wait, I am not yet strong enough to engage with just a single finger. Jun Huaiyun quickly waved his hands. I have only just returned to the Jun family, and I am still unfamiliar with the family's techniques. Moreover, I have only recently awakened the chaos immortal body, and my cultivation time has been brief. How about this? Grant me some time to cultivate, and we can spar later. Jun Huaiyun proposed. Given the system's editing of techniques and spells, coupled with the unique time flow within the Imperial Palace, 1 day of training there would equate to 10 days outside. And 10 days would equal 100 days. He estimated that a week of training would suffice. This, Jun Jian's expression revealed hesitation. Oh, little Jian. There is no need to rush. A friendly exchange is not urgent, and besides, little Yunzi is not going anywhere. Furthermore, do you know what the most formidable aspect of the Imperial Palace is? Bai Huang suddenly jumped between the two, exclaiming loudly. Oh, what is it? Please enlighten us. Senior Bai Huang, Jun Jian inquired, successfully diverted by Bai Huang's attention. It is none other than the 9-turn celestial jade toilet. Sitting upon it, one can relieve oneself. Bai Huang whispered mischievously, but before he could finish, Jun Huaiyun swiftly covered the dog's mouth. Brother, do not listen to his nonsense. How about I show you around the Imperial Palace instead? I hear you have quite an interest in the sword path, and conveniently, our palace houses the sword pavilion, which contains numerous sword manuals from our ancestors. Jun Huaiyun chuckled awkwardly. He had realized that Jun Jian was indeed a sword enthusiast, and such individuals were often easier to handle. Thankfully, Bai Huang had just introduced him to the Imperial Palace. Oh, there is a sword pavilion within the Imperial Palace? Is that true? Jun Jian's eyes brightened with interest. Indeed, not only are there sword manuals, but also insights and impressions of the sword path left by generations of Jun family ancestors. Perhaps Brother Jian of the Nine Swords clan may comprehend some new divine abilities. Jun Huaiyun secretly breathed a sigh of relief and released Bai Huang, feeling embarrassed about the humiliating 9-transformation immortal jade toilet that needed to be hidden away at the earliest opportunity. Bai Huang, having freed herself from her constraints, muttered in dissatisfaction. How dull. I was looking forward to the spectacle. Jun Jian, brimming with anticipation, clasped his fists and said, Then I shall trouble the young master to lead the way. Jun Huaiyun guided Jun Jian to the Imperial Palace's sword pavilion, whereupon entering, Jun Jian was immediately captivated by the sword manuals adorning the walls and the central sword steel of the pavilion. Such treasures. He quickly immersed himself in observation, entirely forgetting the purpose of his visit. See, this is the power of wisdom, the art of distraction. Care to learn? Jun Huaiyun smugly whispered to Bai Huang. Bai Huang scoffed. Mere opportunism. Do you think this is the end? Just wait. The other 8 of the 9 saints and the 3 young emperors will soon come knocking. Surely not. Jun Huaiyun's smile froze on his face. At that moment, Jun Jian suddenly trembled, his entire being radiating a powerful aura of annihilation, exuding an overwhelming sword intent. Wow, this lad has achieved enlightenment so swiftly. This is indeed the annihilation sword intent of the Jun family's ancient ancestor. His talent is remarkable, Bai Huang observed, her expression a mixture of surprise and admiration. Jun Huaiyun quickly pulled Bai Huang away from the sword pavilion, stating, Let us not disturb him. Upon returning to the Imperial Palace, Jun Huaiyun let out a long sigh. At least I managed to navigate through this one. Lacking strength is quite inconvenient. It seems I must seize the opportunity to cultivate and enhance my abilities. Despite his extraordinary talent, he still required considerable time for training, and he was quite reluctant to let Jun Jian lower his cultivation level for a duel. Lowering one's realm would only hinder Jun Jian's true potential. Even if Jun Huaiyun were to win, it would hold little meaning. Either we do not fight, or we engage at the same level for a fair contest. Forcing the opponent to lower their realm only results in a lackluster battle. Deceiving, little Yunzi, he genuinely seeks to learn from you, Bai Huang retorted with a sidelong glance. I know, but you see the gap between us. Accepting a challenge now would be nothing short of self-degradation. Plus, I am unaccustomed to having others lower their realm to fight me, Jun Huaiyun said helplessly. True, but do you think this is the end? I recall that besides Jun Jiujian, several other saints are still within the Jun family. Bai Huang mused, her expression suddenly turning cunning. Chapter 23, one after another. Enlightenment Artifacts. As Jun Huaiyun was about to speak, a clear voice rang out from outside the imperial palace. Jun Wuqing has come to pay respects to the young master. Hearing this voice, Jun Huaiyun's face fell. Another one. At this moment, Bai Huang was already bouncing with excitement. Quick, quick, quick. This time it's not about swordplay. It's about fire. Be careful not to set the imperial palace ablaze. Jun Huaiyun face-bombed. Can I apply for a closed-door policy? That will not do. As the young master, how can you neglect your kin? Quickly, open the door. Bai Huang declared with righteous indignation. Fine. Jun Huaiyun sighed and opened the grand doors of the imperial palace to reveal a red-haired youth surrounded by faint divine flames. His pupils ignited a fiery crimson. One of the 9 saints of the Jun family, Jun Wuqing, has come to humbly seek guidance from the young master, he said, bowing respectfully. His eyes glimmering with threads of combat intent. Before Jun Huaiyun could respond, Bai Huang interjected, Little chum, your young master says he cannot best you right now. Come back in a few days. Jun Wuqing was momentarily taken aback. Why must I wait a few days? Because he has just entered the Dao realm, and you, a peak Saint realm fire cultivator, would be remiss to bully a novice in the Dao. Bai Huang explained matter-of-factly. Upon hearing this, Jun Wuqing's expression turned awkward. I see. I hadn't considered that. How about this? I will refrain from using flames, and we shall compare our martial skills instead. Jun Huaiyun quickly waved his hands. No need. No need. Since you've come from afar, why not take a tour of the imperial palace first? I have everything here. Swordplay, fire arts, alchemical recipes, you name it. Bai Huang rolled her eyes in disdain. Here we go again. Yet, surprisingly, it worked. Jun Wuqing's eyes brightened. Really? Do you have the recipe for the burning heaven pill used by the ancient flame emperor? After all, it was the young master's imperial palace. And few in the Jun family knew what lay within. Only a handful of ancestors were privy to some details. Jun Huaiyun was momentarily at a loss for words. He had no knowledge of alchemy and was uncertain about the existence of such recipes. Of course, not only do we possess the recipe, but we also have the alchemical furnace used by the Flame Emperor himself. Bai Huang interjected. The Flame Emperor once discussed Dao with the Jun family's alchemical ancestor and left behind the furnace he used. Then please, lead the way. Jun Wuqing became instantly intrigued. Thus, under Jun Huaiyun's persuasive charm, another visitor was secured. Watching Jun Wuqing gleefully clutching the Flame Emperor's recipe, Jun Huaiyun couldn't help but reflect. Why are all these talented scions so easy to appease? Bai Huang, overhearing this, couldn't help but chuckle. Do you think everyone is as brainless as they are portrayed in novels? Anyone who can become a scion of the Jun family is undoubtedly a genius with exceptional temperament and talent. Jun Huaiyun furrowed his brows. Novels? Bai Huang, what novels are you referring to? Is there such a thing as novels in this fantastical world? Are you unaware? Many novels circulate in the immortal domain of all kinds. However, those novels are beneath my notice. They are far too simplistic and an affront to my intelligence, Bai Huang explained. Is that so? Jun Huaiyun nodded slightly. After interacting with them, he felt they were quite easy to converse with. I sense they are not entirely opposed to my role as young master, he mused thoughtfully. Hold on. There will undoubtedly be some opposition, but more than that, there is curiosity. You must understand, genius begets curiosity about another genius. After all, you suddenly became the young master of the Jun family. They are bound to wonder what extraordinary capabilities led the Jun ancestors to recognize you as such. If it were you, wouldn't you feel curious? Bai Huang said, shaking her head. As the man and his dog were deep in discussion, a sudden surge of sword energy erupted from the direction of the sword pavilion, and Jun Jiujian emerged, his aura now even more potent, subtly enveloped by a sense of annihilation. Thank you, young master. Observing the sword intent of the annihilation ancestor has allowed me to break through the bottleneck that has plagued me for years, Jun Jiujian exclaimed excitedly. Bowing deeply before Jun Huaiyun. There is no need for such formality. This is your own achievement. Jun Huaiyun helped him to his feet. This favor would be etched in Jun Jiujian's heart. For now, their sparring would be set aside, and he would return to seek guidance once more when the young master's cultivation had advanced. I hope you will not decline, Jun Jiujian said earnestly before taking his leave. Meanwhile, Jun Wuqing emerged from the alchemical chamber, his face brimming with joy. Young master, this recipe will greatly assist me. I am immensely grateful. We shall discuss sparring another day. I must return to study the recipe. Watching the two depart, Jun Huaiyun finally felt a sense of relief. Don't rejoice too soon. That is only 2 down. Let me count. There are still 7 more, plus 3 young emperors, Bai Huang said with a mischievous grin, beginning to tally them up. At that moment, a bright female voice echoed from outside the imperial palace. I am Jun Xingya, here to pay my respects to the young master. Upon hearing this voice, Bai Huang perked up. Wow, That little Yaya's voice. She won't be so easily deceived. She specializes in illusions. Jun Huaiyun's expression shifted slightly. Can I pretend I'm not home? Dream on. Little Yaya, come in. The young master has been waiting for you. Bai Huang called out. The white sovereign forcefully pushed open the grand door, his face alight with excitement. Outside stood a maiden clad in a delicate green gown, her countenance pure and ethereal, skin as radiant as jade, and her long tresses cascading down, exuding an enchanting fragrance. Upon catching sight of the white sovereign and Jun Huaiyun, she beamed. Greetings, young master. I am Qingya, here to seek your guidance. Why not first take a tour of the imperial palace? I've heard you possess considerable knowledge of illusions, Jun Huaiyun interjected, his quick response a testament to his practice. Qingya blinked playfully, her smile brightening. Young master, why would you think I am here to seek your guidance? At this, the white sovereign smirked. Because 2 others have already come before you, and little Yunzi has honed his reflexes. Ah, I see. But rest assured, I am not here for instruction, Qingya replied. Stifling a giggle. Then what is your purpose? Jun Huaiyun asked, momentarily taken aback, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks as he realized she was not there for enlightenment. I merely came to witness the spectacle. I heard that brother Jiujian and brother Wuchen had also come to seek counsel, Qingya explained with a smile. Alas, you arrived too late. Those 2 were already sent off by little Yunzi under the pretense of touring the imperial palace. The white sovereign laughed heartily. Indeed. No wonder you are the young master. Your talents are truly exceptional, Qingya remarked with a soft chuckle. Jun Huaiyun awkwardly touched his nose. You flatter me. Since they have taken their leave, I shall excuse myself, so as not to disturb the young master, Qingya said, her mirth fading as she bowed slightly. Just as she was about to depart, the white sovereign suddenly called out. Since you are here, why not step inside and take a look at the 9-turn celestial jade toilet? Jun Huaiyun sighed. Here we go again. It seems we cannot escape this toilet. At the mention, Qingya paused, turning with curiosity. Senior Bai, what is the 9-turn celestial jade toilet? Oh, it's nothing. Do not heed his nonsense, Jun Huaiyun interjected hastily. A sheepish grin on his face. It's simply a place to relieve oneself, the white sovereign replied, only to be silenced again by Jun Huaiyun's intervention. Dear cousin, you should really get back to your tasks. We can talk another day. I've just returned from outside and am a bit weary, Jun Huaiyun said, attempting to deflect the conversation. Then I shall not disturb your rest any longer. Senior Bai, I bid you farewell. Qingya bowed slightly before turning to leave. As she departed, Jun Huaiyun released the white sovereign, exclaiming in exasperation, Senior, must you propagate tales of that toilet? It is truly embarrassing. With his paws crossed, the white sovereign asserted. That is a unique feature of the Jun lineage. Your father attained enlightenment through it. That does not mean we should discuss it. Tell me, if I were to cultivate while seated upon it, could I also gain enlightenment? Jun Huaiyun mused, a hint of realization dawning upon him, a faint smile gracing his lips. Suddenly, the white sovereign's eyes sparkled with intrigue. At last, you've grasped the concept. Come. I shall personally guide you on how to utilize the Jun family's ancestral enlightenment artifact. Your father confided in me after his own enlightenment. I possess experience. Reluctantly, Jun Huaiyun followed the white sovereign to the 9-turn celestial jade toilet, his skepticism palpable. It did look quite exquisite. The toilet, crafted from various crystals with the primary material being enlightenment stone, radiated a gentle celestial glow. Its appearance was indeed impressive. However, if it were not a toilet, it might be more readily accepted. Is it truly effective? It seems rather dubious. Jun Huaiyun hesitated. Absolutely. I witnessed your father's enlightenment firsthand. However, there is a minor issue. The white sovereign declared confidently. What issue? Jun Huaiyun furrowed his brow. It must be genuine. Only then can the enlightenment effect be triggered. Pretending will not suffice. Your father explicitly stated this to me, the white sovereign said with unexpected gravity. Jun Huaiyun could hardly contain himself, his frustration mounting. If not for the white sovereign's overwhelming strength, he would have been tempted to retaliate. With a deep breath, he resolved to leave. I shall focus on testing the temporal flow of the imperial palace instead. The immediate priority is to elevate my realm swiftly. Do not depart. This is an artifact of immense value, far superior to the enlightenment stones outside. You can find ease while simultaneously attaining enlightenment. The white sovereign shouted after him. Chapter 24. The Chaotic Creation Technique. Unveiling the Eye of Chaos. What a jest. To attain enlightenment while seated upon a toilet, how did father manage it? The image of Jun Wuwang in such a position caused Jun Huaiyun's lips to twitch involuntarily. The absurdity of the scene was overwhelming. After bidding farewell to the white sovereign, Jun Huaiyun returned to his dedicated imperial palace. With a deep sigh, he sat cross-legged in the air. During his cultivation, the palace would automatically activate formations to shield him from external disturbances. Moreover, he could feel the surrounding temporal flow beginning to slow, indicating the presence of a formation capable of altering the passage of time. Curious, he pondered the contents of the jade pendant. He had not examined it closely while with his father. Jun Huaiyun retrieved the young master's jade pendant, probing it with strands of his consciousness. In an instant, A surge of myriad techniques and abilities from the Jun lineage flooded his mind, including insights from ancient ancestors. The 9-turn Celestial Emperor technique, the Primordial Earth-subduing technique, the Righteous Chi Emperor technique. Though these techniques were formidable, they were ill-suited for the Chaos Immortal body. Jun Huaiyun scrutinized them, his frown deepening. None of them were appropriate. While there was no shortage of divine abilities, none were tailored for the cultivation of the Chaos Immortal body. After a thorough search, Jun Huaiyun opened his eyes, shaking his head in disappointment. The difficulty in cultivating the Chaos Immortal body stemmed from its all-encompassing nature. Unlike conventional techniques, which specialized along singular paths, one must create techniques that cater to one's own unique needs. Otherwise, forced cultivation would yield little reward for great effort. In light of this, he resolved to utilize the system to craft a technique tailored to his needs. System, assist me in editing the most cost-effective technique, ensuring it is suitable for the Chaos Immortal body and maximizes my physical potential. Oh, and don't forget to include the physical body. I aim to achieve unparalleled invincibility, overpowering all celestial prodigies. Ding, editing technique according to host specifications. Host, the most cost-effective technique has been identified, titled the Chaotic Creation Technique, Part 1. The Chaotic Creation Technique, a name that exudes dominance. Jun Huaiyun's eyebrows arched slightly. However, why is there only a Part 1? System, have you purposely withheld Part 2? Jun Huaiyun inquired skeptically. Host, am I that type of system? The complete Chaotic Creation Technique is an invincible technique that transcends the very essence of the Dao and requires a vast amount of editing points. How many editing points are required? Part 1 requires 9 million editing points, while Part 2 requires 900 million. Why is Part 2 so exorbitant? You're not trying to swindle me, are you? Part 1 serves as an introductory chapter to the Chaotic Creation Technique. Naturally, it is cheaper and allows you to cultivate to the Semi-Emperor realm. To progress to the Emperor realm, you will need Part 2 of the Chaotic Creation Technique. That does seem reasonable. A flicker of understanding passed through Jun Huaiyun's eyes. He was merely at the Dao realm, and the Emperor realm was still far beyond his reach. Part 1 would suffice for quite some time. Yet, the thought of spending 9 million editing points made him wince. There aren't many treasure-giving prodigies like Jiu Yuan. Is the Chaotic Creation Technique truly worth such a price? Jun Huaiyun reiterated his concerns. Rest assured, host, when have I ever deceived you? This truly is the most suitable cultivation method for you, custom-tailored by me. Fine, let us begin editing the Chaos Creation Technique's first volume. Jun Huaiyun gritted his teeth in agreement. Ding. 9 million editing points have been consumed, and the editing is successful. Please pay attention, host, as the technique is being input. In an instant, a vast torrent of information surged into Jun Huaiyun's mind. Had it not been for his previous life experiences and his exceptionally strong soul, coupled with the bloodline of the Jun family and the Chaos Immortal body, he would have been obliterated by the sheer force of it. Nevertheless, even so, Jun Huaiyun could not suppress a muffled groan, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Fortunately, his willpower was extraordinary, allowing him to endure. As chaos began to unfold, primordial chaos had yet to descend. The great Dao, unified, gave rise to all things. I am chaos. Chaos is me. The chaotic energy surrounding Jun Huaiyun began to swirl and intertwine autonomously, a formidable aura expanding outward. Suddenly, the space above him split open, and a grayish mist of chaos poured forth, enveloping Jun Huaiyun entirely. Outside the Imperial Palace, the White Emperor also sensed an overwhelmingly vast chaotic aura, prompting him to look up towards Jun Huaiyun's direction. The chaotic energy, rolling and intertwining in the sky above the Imperial Palace, formed an immensely profound chaotic vortex that absorbed the surrounding celestial and spiritual energies, transforming them into even more potent chaotic energy, which then flowed back to Jun Huaiyun. I have lived for so many years, yet this is the first time I have witnessed such a terrifying phenomenon of cultivation. What method is this child practicing from the Jun family? The White Emperor could not help but gasp in awe. At this moment, deep within the Imperial Palace, Jun Huaiyun was experiencing an unprecedented sensation, every pore of his body frantically absorbing chaotic energy. To describe this feeling, it was akin to being forcibly stuffed into a high-powered washing machine. This technique was indeed overwhelmingly powerful. As Jun Huaiyun delved deeper into the Chaos Creation Technique, he increasingly recognized its terrifying nature. So that's how it is. It seems I had been naive before. The difficulty in cultivating the Chaos Immortal body lies in the need to simultaneously cultivate the 720 heavenly cavities within, unlike ordinary cultivators who only focus on their dantian. However, to cultivate 720 heavenly cavities is no easy feat. Perhaps there is not a single technique in the entire immortal realm that can accomplish this. Yet the Chaos Creation Technique can alter this predicament. Based on the 720 heavenly cavities, rooted in chaos, it constructs a universe within the body, Jun Huaiyun murmured. The Chaos Creation Technique is divided into 9 levels, each breakthrough granting astonishing abilities. The first level, Eye of Chaos. capable of piercing through nothingness and gazing directly at the source. The second level, Hand of Chaos, able to pluck stars and shatter the earth, fracturing the 9 netherworlds. The 8th level, Heart of Chaos, sensing the profound mysteries of the universe and peering into fate. The 9th level, Unity of Chaos, transforming into chaos itself. I am the great Dao. The great Dao is me. Heaven cannot extinguish, earth cannot bury. In addition to these, Jun Huaiyun was astounded to find that the technique contained numerous accompanying divine abilities, each requiring the chaos immortal body for cultivation. However, given his current realm, even the most basic Chaos Emperor finger was beyond his reach, as it required the chaos creation technique to advance to the second level to awaken the Hand of Chaos. With a single finger, all worlds perish, heaven and earth mourn. First, let me see if I can break through to the first level of the chaos creation technique and awaken the Eye of Chaos. Jun Huaiyun suppressed his excitement and began to circulate the technique. He formed a strange hand seal with his hands, gray patterns emerging densely across his skin. These patterns coalesced within his body into a miniature cosmic diagram, with chaos swirling behind him, and the sun, moon, and stars rotating around him. These patterns connected to the 720 heavenly cavities within the human body, and with each passing moment, his body underwent constant transformation. One of the heavenly cavities gradually grew brighter, while the other 720 remained dim. Only by illuminating 80 of the heavenly cavities could he officially break through to the first level and awaken the Eye of Chaos. To progress to the second level, he needed to illuminate 160 heavenly cavities. The subsequent levels would only grow more difficult. Days passed, 2 full days went by. Jun Huaiyun had illuminated 79 heavenly cavities. Just one more to go, and the process was increasingly painful. Beads of sweat covered his forehead, his robes soaked through. The process of illuminating the heavenly cavities was far more arduous than he had anticipated. Each activation required an immense amount of chaotic energy to wash over it, akin to having a red-hot iron needle inscribed upon his very marrow. Were it not for his steadfast willpower, he would have fainted long ago. Host, you must hold on. That sounds nice, but can you edit a function for me that makes me immune to pain? That is possible, but it would require several million editing points. After all, that function is rather extraordinary. Never mind, I must rely on myself. Jun Huaiyun gritted his teeth and directed the chaotic energy within him to surge towards the final heavenly cavities. Open. In that moment, it felt as though his head was about to split in two. The intense pain caused his entire body to convulse, even drawing blood from the corners of his mouth. Fortunately, the outcome was favorable. He successfully opened the 80th heavenly cavity. Finally, it is done. This was truly tormenting. I would rather sit on a 9-transformation immortal toilet to comprehend the Tao than endure this agony again. It is simply unbearable. Before Jun Huaiyun could relax, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The chaotic vortex above the imperial palace suddenly expanded 100-fold, nearly engulfing the entire Jun family. Outside the imperial palace, countless young prodigies and elders of the Jun family were roused. What technique is this child practicing? It seems to be beyond the scope of our Jun family. Jun Wuwang stood in the void, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze penetrating as he observed the chaotic vortex obscuring the heavens. Wuwang, are you not astonished? I have believed in this child since he was young. The White Emperor appeared beside Jun Wuwang, a cheeky grin on his face. You've believed in him since childhood? How long have you known him? Jun Wuwang responded, utterly speechless. By the way, did you ever tell Huaiyun about my Dao comprehension on the toilet? I consider you a brother. You wouldn't betray me, would you? Jun Wuwang suddenly turned to the White Emperor, sensing something was amiss. Rest assured, you can trust my loyalty. How could I betray you? We are brothers. The White Emperor patted his chest confidently. Boom. At that moment, the chaotic vortex above the imperial palace began to tremble violently. Torrents of chaotic energy poured into Jun Huaiyun's body like the Milky Way turned upside down. It hurts. Jun Huaiyun closed his eyes, covering them with his hands, as waves of terrifying gray light erupted from his eyes. Unable to resist, he stood up, a surging aura emanating from him, causing the entire imperial palace's formation to shake violently. The Eye of Chaos fully awakened, releasing brilliant gray light that pierced through layers of formations and shot straight into the sky. The Eye of Chaos had finally succeeded. Jun Huaiyun slowly opened his eyes, and within the depths of his pupils, tiny chaotic symbols began to emerge. Through the Eye of Chaos, he could see the flow of chaotic energy in the air, and even penetrate through layers of formations to witness the scenes outside. This was the power of the Eye of Chaos, seeing through the illusory and directly grasping the source. In addition to this, he felt as though the flow of time around him had also begun to slow down. Jun Huaiyun was taken aback to discover that whenever he concentrated his attention, the flow of time around him seemed to slow down. However, what astonished him even more was his own blood. Through the Eye of Chaos, he could perceive the lifeblood coursing beneath his skin, imbued with a faint aura of chaos. It appeared that after practicing the chaos creation technique, even his blood had begun to transform towards chaos. Moreover, although he had illuminated 80 celestial acupoints, His chaos creation technique was still in its nascent stage. Within the 80 activated celestial acupoints, countless tiny specks of light swirled, resembling a miniature world. Only when these acupoints were cultivated to the highest level of the endless universe could they be considered perfected. The thought of cultivating the acupoints to such a level was no trivial feat. Jun Huaiyun could not help but smile wryly. Each celestial acupoint equated to another's dantian. And he possessed a staggering 720 acupoints, having already activated 80, which was akin to having 80 dantians. The most significant advantage was that these acupoints could continually evolve, progressing from the dust world to the small thousand world, middle thousand world, great thousand world, individual universe, multiverse, and ultimately, the endless universe. Though he was still far from perfection, he was immensely stronger than before. Jun Huaiyun had now reached the Saint Realm, and moreover, all 80 of his activated acupoints were at the dust world level. Defeating Saint Kings was now well within his capability, and the Saint Realm was even less of a challenge. Feeling the boundless chaotic power within him, Jun Huaiyun could not help but smile with confidence. Although he was merely a one-star saint, and still a bit short of the Saint King level, his overall strength was not inferior to that of a Saint King. If he wielded the heavenly punishment spear, even the peak of the Saint King could be vanquished. It is known that ascending beyond one's rank in the Saint Realm is exceedingly difficult, let alone against the Saint King. This was a qualitative transformation born of the union between an extraordinary technique and a top-tier physique. Just as Jun Huaiyun was reveling in his delight, an unexpected wave of energy rippled around him. "Young master, what cultivation technique are you practicing that has awakened me, an old servant?" A venerable voice echoed in Jun Huaiyun's ear. "Who are you?" Jun Huaiyun's heart raced, and he cautiously surveyed his surroundings. A spectral figure materialized before him, bowing respectfully. "Do not be alarmed, young master. I am Xianjiu, the spirit of this imperial palace. You may simply refer to me as Xianlao." Upon hearing this name, Jun Huaiyun recalled that indeed, the young master's jade pendant contained records regarding the spirits of the imperial palace, though he had not paid it much heed at the time, being preoccupied with his technique. "So it's Xianlao." Jun Huaiyun nodded in understanding. "Might I inquire about the name of the technique you are cultivating, young master?" Xianlao asked, slightly inclining his hands. "System, is it permissible to share the name of the technique with him?" To be prudent, Jun Huaiyun decided to first seek the system's counsel, for the chaos creation technique was no ordinary cultivation method, and he dared not divulge it to others, even if they were from the Jun family. "Do as you wish. It doesn't even matter if you share the entire cultivation essentials. This technique was specifically customized for you by me. No one else can practice it, even if they obtain it." "Is that so? What if another chaos immortal body were to acquire this technique? If it were a technique edited by another inferior system, then perhaps. But this technique was crafted by this system, and no one aside from you can cultivate it, even if they possess a chaos immortal body." That is reassuring. With the system's affirmation, Jun Huaiyun felt a weight lift from his shoulders. "Xianlao, the technique I am cultivating is one I stumbled upon in the relic of a great emperor outside. The name is not recorded. I simply deemed it suitable for my cultivation and took it." Jun Huaiyun fabricated a casual excuse to obfuscate the truth. "Very well, I shall not intrude further. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call for me." Xianlao, seeing the situation, ceased his inquiries, his figure gradually transforming into specks of light and vanishing. "It is time to emerge." Jun Huaiyun withdrew the Eye of Chaos, preparing to meet Jun Wuwang and Bai Huang. Given the passage of time, the Taichu Divine Hall should have sent someone to redeem Ji Yuan by now. He was still awaiting the harvest of editing points. Outside the Imperial Palace, numerous high-ranking members of the Jun family stood in the void, all intently gazing at the palace, not daring to breathe. Creak. As the crowd held their breath in anticipation, the Imperial Palace slowly opened. There stood Jun Huaiyun, hands clasped behind his back, emerging slowly in a robe of dark hues, enveloped in a hazy, chaotic glow, with strands of white hair swirling around him, embodying the essence of boundless chaos. At that moment, incredulous expressions adorned the faces of all present, as though they had witnessed a specter. "What is it, everyone?" Jun Huaiyun inquired, scratching his nose, feeling somewhat awkward as he stepped out of the palace. "Yuner, your aura." Jun Wuwang's voice trembled as he hastily approached Jun Huaiyun, seizing his arm for a closer inspection. "Indeed, you have reached the Saint Realm. How did you cultivate?" Jun Wuwang's expression morphed into one of sheer astonishment. "Goodness, the Saint Realm? I recall the first time I met you. You were merely at the Dao Realm. How have you achieved this? Quickly tell me, did you consume an immortal pill in there? It has only been 20 days outside. Yet you've only spent 2 days inside." Bai Huang exclaimed, his mouth agape in disbelief. "Fortuitous circumstances, the technique is in harmony with me. It was merely luck." Jun Huaiyun replied with a humble smile. "Nonsense. Do you take me for a fool? This is not luck. The chaotic aura emanating from you is palpable. You haven't consumed the essence of chaos, have you? Moreover, your Saint Realm aura feels even stronger than that of an average Saint King." Bai Huang leapt up, circling Jun Huaiyun, his nose twitching incessantly. It can only be said that this young master is a natural prodigy in cultivation. Jun Huaiyun beamed with pride. Xiao Yunzi, I must say, your retreat this time has created a greater stir than your father's epiphany on the 9-turn Immortal Jade Toilet. Just as Jun Wuwang was about to speak, Bai Huang abruptly interjected. 9-turn Immortal Jade Toilet? What is that? The onlookers from the Jun family were left baffled by this statement. Upon hearing the words 9-turn Immortal Jade Toilet, Jun Wuwang's face instantly flushed crimson, glaring at Bai Huang with gritted teeth. Ahem. Thank you all for your concern regarding my cultivation. I have now emerged from my seclusion. You may all return to your matters. Jun Huaiyun hastily redirected the conversation, fearing that if it continued on this trajectory, Bai Huang and Jun Wuwang might soon come to blows. Yes, indeed. You all should attend to your affairs. Jun Wuwang echoed to the Jun family members. As commanded by the young master and clan leader, we shall take our leave for now. The members of the Jun family bowed and departed. Yunner, what level of strength do you currently possess? Jun Wuwang pressed, suppressing his excitement. I am currently at the 1-star saint level. If relying solely on physical strength, I can easily crush a typical saint. However, with divine abilities or the heavenly punishment spear, even an average Saint King would not be my match. Jun Huaiyun pondered briefly, aware that the exact measure of his combat prowess would require a spar to ascertain. Excellent. My son possesses the potential of an immortal emperor. Jun Wuwang exclaimed, repeating the word excellent thrice, his expression filled with exhilaration. Upon hearing the phrase potential of an immortal emperor, Jun Huaiyun trembled, an image of a beleaguered figure surfacing in his mind. Enough already, Wuwang. You said the same thing during your epiphany on the toilet, Bai Huang scoffed, rolling his eyes. Toilet again? Bai Huang, do you have a vendetta against toilets? I see you are deliberately provoking me. Jun Wuwang fumed, raising his foot, ready to deliver a kick. Father, Bai Huang, please, cease this bickering. By the way, were there any significant events while I was in seclusion? And what of the Taichu Divine Hall? Have they sent someone to redeem Zhu Yuan? Jun Huaiyun quickly interjected, attempting to stave off any further conflict. Upon hearing this, the White Sovereign displayed an expression of malicious glee. Of course, they have sent someone from the primordial temple again. Those ancient relics, claiming they wish to redeem that old rascal, Jiao Yuan. Humph, our Jun family has already imprisoned Jiao Yuan twice. How brazen of them to send envoys. Jun Wuwang snorted coldly. Where are they now? At our Jun estate. Jun Huaiyun suddenly inquired. Oh dear, I almost forgot. Those old geezers from the primordial temple have been left hanging outside our grand formation for several hours. The White Sovereign exclaimed. Ah, they arrived quite swiftly. I recall today is merely the second day. Jun Huaiyun raised an eyebrow slightly. They're in such a hurry because they seek to negotiate with us. The recording stone depicting the Jiao Yuan's barking has been circulating widely, leading them to suspect our involvement. Hence, they rushed over to confront our Jun family. As for why they've been kept waiting for hours, that's a question for the White Sovereign. Jun Wuwang shrugged nonchalantly. Haha, they deserve it. Who told them to insist on hunting me down? I relish witnessing their impotent fury. The White Sovereign crossed his arms defiantly. By the way, little Yun, let me share something amusing. A few hours ago, those from the primordial temple came strutting in, demanding accountability, only to find themselves utterly powerless. They barged into our 9-fold imperial array and were repelled by our 5th imperial formation, the chaotic tortoise array. They can't even enter now, nearly driving themselves to despair. The White Sovereign chuckled mischievously. The chaotic tortoise array? Jun Huaiyun nearly choked on his own saliva. That is the chaotic Xuanwu Great Array. If you keep misnaming it, I shall boil you for dinner tonight. Jun Wuwang's face flushed, and he gave a light slap to the White Sovereign's head. It does resemble a tortoise. Can I say it? The White Sovereign pouted, retreating behind Jun Huaiyun and muttering softly. Father, will such humiliation provoke the primordial temple into reckless defiance? Jun Huaiyun pondered. Rest assured, the primordial temple is currently in disarray, especially after the recording stone of Jiao Yuan's barking circulated. Their internal conflicts have intensified, and under these circumstances, they wouldn't dare to declare war on our Jun family. Even if they do choose to throw caution to the wind, we are unfazed. If they cannot contend, we shall eradicate them. Jun Wuwang waved dismissively, showing little regard for the primordial temple. The only entity in the celestial domain that warranted their concern was the heavenly court. The rest were mere trifles not worth fearing. Very well. Let us not keep them waiting too long. Jun Huaiyun's lips curled into a faint smile. Should I accompany you? Jun Wuwang offered. No, that won't be necessary. I will go with the White Sovereign and Elder Wan Dao. Jun Huaiyun quickly waved his hand. It was preposterous to bring Jun Wuwang along. He needed to harvest editing points, and bringing his father would likely frighten the primordial temple's envoy into a panic. How could he enjoy his harvest then? Fine. Since you've made your request, let it be as you say. Jun Wuwang acquiesced, not overthinking it. After all, they were on Jun family territory, and the primordial temple would not dare to act excessively. Little Yun, about the time your father attained enlightenment while on the toilet, the White Sovereign suddenly poked his head out from behind Jun Huaiyun. Silence. Both Jun Wuwang and Jun Huaiyun exclaimed in unison. In the vast expanse of the universe, the 9-fold imperial array of the Jun family slowly opened a fissure, revealing Jun Dao stepping forth with Jun Huaiyun, the White Sovereign, and several young disciples of the Jun family. Opposite them, the envoy from the primordial temple had been waiting for a considerable time, led by the grim-faced Emperor Xianming, clad in a purple robe. Were it not for Jiu Yuan's backing by a certain esteemed figure from the primordial temple, he would hardly deign to involve himself in this matter. Accompanying him were two equally formidable experts from the primordial temple and several hundred young prodigies. Such arrogance from the Jun family. To keep us waiting here for 3 hours, this is your hospitality? Emperor Xianming's tone was frigid. My sincerest apologies. We have been so preoccupied that we nearly forgot about you, the White Sovereign retorted with a sarcastic tone. White Sovereign, our purpose today is not to engage in trivial banter with you. We seek to resolve the matter concerning Emperor Jiu Yuan. Emperor Xianming struggled to suppress his fury. Have you brought the imperial weapons and the drunken immortal brew? Jun Huaiyun stepped forward, speaking coolly. How dare you speak so impertinently, Junior? We are addressing your elders. Where do you get the audacity to interrupt? A fiery-tempered expert named Emperor Qi Yin on the left side of Emperor Xianming rebuked angrily. Seeking death. A mere lackey of the primordial temple dares to raise his voice against my Jun family's young master? Jun Dao's eyes flashed with cold light, stepping forward, causing the very cosmos to tremble. With a subtle lift of his right hand, a massive palm rapidly enlarged in the universe, transforming into an immense imperial hand that bore down upon Emperor Qi Yin with the terrifying aura of suppressing the ages. Jun Dao. Emperor Qi Yin's countenance changed drastically as the imperial light surged around him. Smack! Jun Dao's palm struck him down as easily as swatting a fly, sending Emperor Qi Yin flying, bloodied and battered. This blow serves to teach you the meaning of respect, should you dare to disrespect my Jun family's young master again. Next time, it will not be mere injury. Jun Dao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor icy. The envoy from the primordial temple fell silent. Even Emperor Xianming's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. He had not anticipated Jun Dao's strength had surged so dramatically. What shocked him most was the emergence of a young master in the Jun family. Haha, this is utterly hilarious. Is this move called swatting flies, or whack-a-mole? The White Sovereign laughed uncontrollably at the side. Jun Dao, is this how your Jun family treats guests? Emperor Xianming struggled to contain his anger. Guests? You arrive with 2 emperors and hundreds of young disciples, blockading my Jun family's grand formation, and your first words are accusations. Is this your definition of hospitality? Jun Dao retorted coldly. And who is that old relic to speak to my Jun family's young master in such a tone? If my patriarch were here, not a single one of you would leave alive today. You truly overstep your bounds. Emperor Xianming's face darkened, and in the face of Jun Dao's might, he dared not act recklessly. The young prodigies of the primordial temple were trembling in fear, some so frightened they nearly lost control of their bladders. They had never witnessed their own emperor being treated like a fly. What do you think you can do? Can we converse properly now? Jun Dao casually scratched his ear, his demeanor nonchalant. Though your Jun family is powerful, my primordial temple is not weak either. Do you truly wish to pursue a vendetta against us? Emperor Xianming was seething, unable to find an outlet for his rage. Just based on you? Do you believe I want to go and break that old rascal Jiu Yuan's third leg right now? After all, he has already learned to bark quite proficiently from the recording stone. Another addition to his repertoire wouldn't he hurt. The White Sovereign grinned, revealing his sharp fangs. White Sovereign. Emperor Xianming trembled with rage, but faced with the Jun family's dominance, he felt powerless. He alone could not dictate the course of the primordial temple. Furthermore, the Jun family's foundation was profound. If war were to break out, the primordial temple would gain no advantage. Our Jun family maintains the same terms. 5 imperial weapons, 10 jars of drunken immortal brew, and a recipe for its creation, Jun Huaiyun stated calmly. Your Jun family's demands are excessive. We can only agree to a single imperial weapon and 1 jar of drunken immortal brew. This is our final offer, Emperor Xianming replied coldly. That is unacceptable. Should there be even 1 less imperial weapon or 1 less jar of brew, I shall have Jiu Yuan learn to mimic another animal-esque call in the recording stone. I believe many in the celestial domain are eagerly awaiting the sequel, Jun Huaiyun declared. Jun Huaiyun displayed unwavering determination, offering no opportunity for negotiation. Had the Taichu Divine Hall initially approached with sincerity, he might have relaxed his demands slightly. He was one to yield to softness rather than hardness. The members of the Taichu Divine Hall found themselves momentarily blinded by despair. It was already embarrassing enough for their hall master of the punishment hall to bark like a dog, but if he were to mimic cats or pigs, their reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Chapter 27. All Actors, Taichu Divine Mirror. Why must your Jun family be so aggressive? As members of the immortal domain, can we not retreat a step for mutual benefit? Furthermore, it was your Jun family that breached the contract first by disseminating the recording stone. The expression on Emperor Xianming's face turned a deep shade of anger, veins pulsating on his forehead, as he struggled to contain the fury boiling within him. Aggressive? I beg your pardon, but if you are truly dissatisfied, you may leave. I will not detain you, Jun Huaiyun replied nonchalantly, hands raised in indifference. Leave. The Jiyuan Emperor is still in your custody. How could we possibly depart? Emperor Xianming retorted coldly. Then let us not waste words. Do you not understand the principle of payment upon delivery? 5 pieces of imperial weapons, 10 jars of drunken immortal brew, and the method of production. Otherwise, tomorrow's headlines in the Immortal Domain will read, shocking. The latest disgraceful work of the Hall Master of the Punishment Hall at Taichu Divine Hall. A mixed performance of pigs and dogs. Jun Huaiyun smiled sweetly. Young Master Jun, since neither of us is willing to yield, why not consider an alternative method of resolution? Emperor Xianming suggested, suppressing his anger. Oh, what kind of resolution do you propose? Jun Huaiyun replied, his smile enigmatic. Why don't we have the younger generation spar? If the Taichu Divine Hall wins, we shall proceed, as I suggested earlier. If we lose, we will redeem the Jiyuan Emperor at the original price. We will each send 3 representatives, and the victor will be determined by a best of 3 rounds. Should we triumph, we will adhere to my previous demands. Should we lose, the conditions remain unchanged. But you must participate. Emperor Xianming inhaled deeply. He had brought only the finest talents of the younger generation from the Taichu Divine Hall, especially the recently discovered prodigy, Chu Yundao, renowned as the youngest Holy Realm genius, who had single-handedly subdued 3 rivals of the same level, regardless of the Jun family's strength. It was impossible for every young member to be a prodigy. After careful observation, he noted that the geniuses presented by the Jun family this time had not reached high realms, most hovering around the Holy Realm, while those from the Taichu Divine Hall were all at least at the Holy Realm level. The formidable Jun family's prodigies were conspicuously absent. The advantage is mine. I ask you, how could you possibly lose? Little did he know, the Taichu Divine Hall's approach played directly into Jun Huaiyun's hands. A glimmer of excitement ignited in Jun Huaiyun's eyes. This was precisely the opportunity he had been waiting for. His prolonged dialogue was a trap to lure them in, and his aim was to accumulate editing points. Jun Huaiyun intentionally revealed his cultivation level, inviting the Taichu Divine Hall to take the bait. However, he could not immediately agree. Otherwise, they might detect his intentions. He glanced back at the Jun family's prodigies behind him, feigning indecision, as if contemplating whether to comply. In that fleeting moment, he exchanged glances with Jun Wandao and Bai Huang, who immediately understood the cue. It seems promising. The young master of the Jun family is afraid. The members of the Taichu Divine Hall exchanged knowing looks, recognizing the hesitation etched on Jun Huaiyun's face. What? Does the young master of the Jun family dare not accept? Is it true that the younger generation of the Jun family relies solely on their predecessors' legacies? They taunted. Indeed, you are right. Just look at the young master's expression. It clearly reflects his lack of trust in his own generation. With such a demeanor, I could easily take the position of young master of the Jun family. The Taichu Divine Hall's prodigies continued their mockery, eager to vent their frustrations. As they took the bait, Jun Huaiyun reveled inwardly, though he deliberately flushed his face, as if struck by a sensitive nerve. Who says I am afraid? Then by all means accept. What kind of man dilly-dallies? Haha. It seems the young master of the Jun family has no one left to rely on. Young master of the Jun family, if you are afraid, simply concede. We at the Taichu Divine Hall are magnanimous and would not mock you. At most, we would record a stone to showcase the young master's prowess to the powers of the Immortal Domain. The Taichu Divine Hall erupted into laughter, each member cackling madly. Jun Huaiyun forced himself to stand tall, deliberately coughing a few times, his complexion pale. Who says I am afraid? I alone can take on the 3 of you. Does it seem like this lad is merely putting on an act? Emperor Xianming and the others narrowed their eyes, sensing something amiss. The young master of the Jun family had suddenly become so impulsive. Could it be a trap? Host, they have detected something. Then let us temporarily reduce the IQ of Emperor Xianming and his companions by 50. Ding, 20,000 editing points expended to activate the intelligence reduction aura. Target IQ has decreased, lasting for the duration of an incense stick. These editing points were recently acquired and were perfectly timed for use. Suddenly, Emperor Xianming and the others felt their minds growing foggy, their previous doubts evaporating in an instant. They looked at Jun Huaiyun's frail appearance and quickly grasped that the young master was merely putting on a brave front. Haha, I, Emperor Xianming, am indeed clever. A mere junior thinks to outwit me? Does he take me for that useless Jiyuan? With this thought, Emperor Xianming felt a surge of joy, maintaining an air of composure as he spoke with a feigned indifference. Young master of the Jun family, are you truly serious? You intend to take on 3? You represent the dignity of the Jun family. I suggest you refrain from overexerting yourself. Rest assured, I never deceive. The Jun family does not retreat, Jun Huaiyun declared defiantly. Purposefully paler than before, Jun Wandao and Bai Huang exchanged glances, and with the timing ripe, they rushed to surround Jun Huaiyun. Young master, think twice. Your injuries from before have yet to heal. Should anything happen, the clan leader will not spare me. The members of the Taichu Divine Hall are cunning. You will undoubtedly be ambushed. Bai Huang exaggeratedly clung to Jun Huaiyun's leg, tears streaming down his face as he implored, Little Yun, do not act recklessly. I would rather watch you wash algae than witness your injury. Let me take your place, young master. The Jun family shall never be turtles hiding their heads. The Jun family's prodigies understood the cue and desperately attempted to dissuade him, the scene resembling a march to death. It seemed that this young master of the Jun family was not all that impressive after all. The performance of the Jun family members was of an unprecedented caliber, thoroughly captivating the prodigies of the Taichu Divine Hall. They firmly believed that Jun Huaiyun was a pampered scion, lacking in true strength, elevated solely by his background, now puffing himself up for the sake of face. Silence, all of you. I, Jun Huaiyun, speak with authority. If I say 3, then 3 it shall be. Jun Huaiyun suddenly roared, his face flushed with fervor, suppressing coughs. With that, he pushed through the crowd, teetering forward, one hand clutching his chest as he coughed violently. Blood seeping between his fingers, his breath growing erratic. Had Jun Wandao and the others not been aware of his act, they would have almost been convinced. Young master, your injuries have yet to heal. Do not act on impulse. This is the indestructible battle armor left by our ancestors. You must wear it. Jun Wandao rushed forward in alarm, retrieving a gleaming golden armor from his robes. Wait, little Yun, put this on. It is a life-saving talisman I crafted over several years. When danger approaches, it will automatically extend warm greetings to the opponent's family, buying you time to escape. Jun Huaiyun's lips twitched as he regarded the talisman Bai Huang handed over, which was crudely inscribed with the words your grandfather, accompanied by a drawing of a dog with its tongue out. Seeing this, Emperor Xuanming's eyes flashed with confusion, but under the influence of the intelligence reduction aura, that confusion swiftly faded. Indeed, the young master of the Jun family displays remarkable courage, knowing he is outmatched yet still willing to engage. How about we sweeten the deal? A glimmer of cunning flashed in the eyes of Emperor Xianming. What embellishments shall we add? Murmured Jun Huaiyun in a feeble voice, while secretly commanding the system. Ensconce them with the intelligence-diminishing halo, trick them into surrendering their undergarments. Ding dong, 60,000 editing points consumed. Target's intelligence has been reduced to a critical threshold, lasting for half a stick of incense. Suddenly, Emperor Xianming exuded an air of unrestrained confidence, waving his hand as he declared, should we lose, the ransom shall double, 10 imperial weapons, 20 jars of drunken immortal brew, and furthermore, we shall wager our esteemed treasure of the Taichu Temple, the Taichu Divine Mirror. As his words echoed, an eerie silence enveloped the arena. They had witnessed extravagance before, but nothing quite like this. Is it appealing or not? Please provide feedback. This piece primarily leans towards lighthearted humor, albeit with a backdrop of grandeur. Chapter 28, The Revelation, I am merely acting. Emperor Xianming, this is unwise. We cannot raise the stakes. Beware of falling into the trap set by the Jun family. The members of the Taichu Temple exclaimed in alarm, bewildered by Emperor Xuanming's sudden confidence in wagering the Taichu Divine Mirror. If they were to win, splendid, but should they lose, the members of the Taichu Temple would surely flay them alive. Silence. Do you truly believe I could lose? Can you not see? That young scion of the Jun family is merely posturing. Emperor Xianming asserted confidently. How could our Taichu Temple possibly lose to a frail wretch? Look closely at that Jun family heir. I doubt he can even wield a sword properly. With a slight wave of his hand, a spark of wisdom flickered in Emperor Xuanming's eyes. Meanwhile, the Jun family members were utterly baffled, unable to comprehend what madness had overtaken Emperor Xianming, suddenly escalating the stakes. Has this old fool reached his wit's end? How could his intelligence have diminished so drastically? Is it you pulling the strings, Xiao Yunzi? Bai Huang's eyes widened in disbelief as he transmitted a thought to Jun Huaiyun. This is a secret. Even Bai Huang, let alone Jun Huaiyun, struggled to suppress laughter. System. Have you overdone it with the intelligence-diminishing halo? He has wagered the Taichu Temple's treasure. Rest assured, host, this system guarantees excellence. Currently, Emperor Xuanming's intelligence is akin to that of a 7-year-old child. I suggest you seize the moment and trick him once more. While the Taichu Temple members continued their fervent objections, urging Emperor Xianming to reconsider, they reiterated the significance of the Taichu Divine Mirror, which could pierce through illusions, reflect all realms, and even reverse the flow of time. It was the artifact of the primordial ancestors of the Taichu Temple. How could you wager such a treasure? If you insist on gambling, choose something else. One elder exclaimed anxiously. If your father learned of your audacity to gamble the Taichu Divine Mirror, he would not spare you. Another elder of the Taichu Temple stamped his foot in frustration. Emperor Xuanming's father was the supreme leader of the Taichu Temple, the Taichu sovereign. The thought of the sovereign's wrath made Emperor Xianming hesitate. Observing his indecision, Jun Huaiyun decided to stoke the flames further, continuing to feign weakness. Alas, this wager is too great. You cannot possibly offer it. Let us change it. Stimulated by Jun Huaiyun's taunts and the effects of the intelligence-diminishing halo, Emperor Xianming became increasingly agitated, his face flushed with unnatural color. No need. Let us wager the Taichu Divine Mirror. I am a man of my word, he proclaimed grandly. Xianming, as the son of the emperor, you ought to consider the interests of the Taichu Temple, not act on impulse. The Taichu Divine Mirror is of paramount importance. It cannot be gambled. The Emperor Qi Yan, who had been sent flying by Jun Huaiyun, stepped forward to intervene. Step aside. I need not explain myself. Today, I shall show the Jun family what regret truly means. With a swift kick, he sent Qi Yan flying. The members of the Taichu temple exchanged glances. Retreating a few steps, no longer daring to intervene. By the heavens, this intelligence-diminishing halo is formidable. Even the emperor has been kicked aside. The Jun family members could hardly believe their eyes. Young man, I have raised the stakes. Where are yours? Emperor Xianming puffed out his chest, regarding Jun Huaiyun with an air of sagacity. Very well, since Emperor Xianming is so magnanimous, our Jun family shall not be stingy either. If we lose, not only will we immediately release Jiu Yuan, but we shall also bestow 10 imperial weapons along with a celestial artifact. Jun Huaiyun pretended to ponder, then addressed Emperor Xianming. Young master, let's forego the imperial weapons. How can we wager a celestial artifact? Jun Huaiyun interjected at an opportune moment. You need not persuade me. The Jun family is not one to cower. Jun Huaiyun retorted angrily, spitting blood as he staggered back, supported by Jun Huaiyun. Young master, your old injuries have resurfaced. You cannot continue. No matter. The Jun family would rather bend than break. We shall perish on the battlefield, not let the Taichu temple belittle us. Jun Huaiyun waved his hand weakly, secretly signaling Bai Huang. Bai Huang immediately understood, leaping forth to exclaim, unfair. You Taichu temple are taking advantage of a crisis. Have the courage to wait until our young master has recovered. Before he could finish, his left foot was accidentally stepped on by Jun Huaiyun. Seeing this, Emperor Xianming became even more convinced of his own thoughts, laughing heartily. If the Jun family is afraid, it is not too late to concede now. Who said we are afraid? I fear you reneging. We require a heavenly oath. Jun Huaiyun insisted, forcing himself to stand tall. That suits me. However, a heavenly oath is trivial. Let us invoke the great Dao oath. Fearing that Jun Huaiyun might retract his words, Emperor Xianming bit his finger, and a drop of brilliant blood floated in the air. I, Xianming, swear by the great Dao, should we lose this battle, the Taichu temple shall offer 10 imperial weapons, 20 jars of drunken immortal brew along with its formula, and the Taichu divine mirror. Should I violate this oath, my heart shall shatter, and I shall never attain rebirth. As the oath was spoken, a golden thunderbolt descended from the heavens, striking Emperor Xuanming's brow, a contract of the highest order in the immortal realm, effective immediately upon violation. Jun Huaiyun followed suit, and the pact was sealed. Xiao Yunzi, if you perish, I shall avenge you by thrashing Jiu Yuan. Bai Huang's eyes glimmered as he suddenly pounced at Jun Huaiyun's feet, wailing. Jun Huaiyun's lips twitched at the sight. Bai Huang was stealing the spotlight. Silence. Since the agreement has been made, let the contest commence. Emperor Xianming bellowed, and the arena fell silent. Fearing that Jun Huaiyun might backtrack, he promptly dispatched the first prodigy, Mo Xian. Go and experience the prowess of the Jun family's heir. Remember, be gentle, do not let him lose face. His tone dripped with sarcasm, eliciting disdain from Bai Huang. Xiao Yunzi, make sure to give them a good thrashing. Bai Huang transmitted to Jun Huaiyun. Rest assured, I shall exercise due caution. Jun Huaiyun responded. I cannot fathom why the Jun family chose a frail wretch as their heir. Today, I shall shatter their invincible myth and ensure the Jun family's name is etched into eternity. From the Taichu temple, a youth clad in white emerged, bearing a long sword and exuding an overwhelming aura of sword chi. 7 arcs of sword energy coalesced behind him, his eyes brimming with disdain. Mo, take it easy. Don't make him cry. Came the jest from the Taichu temple, eliciting laughter. Such humiliation, to insult my Xiao Yunzi, Bai Huang exclaimed, feigning tears with his paw. Upon witnessing this, Mo Xian's expression turned increasingly contemptuous, and with a flick of his sword, he declared, Frail wretch, do not say I bully you. I shall grant you 3 moves. No need. My Jun family scions would rather stand and live than kneel and die. Jun Huaiyun's voice was frail, but resolute. Mo Xian furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Forget it, frail wretch, behold my sword. The instant the sword was unsheathed, a flash of sword light illuminated the heavens, unleashing the overwhelming pressure of a 5-star saint, cascading upon them. The first style of the Taichu 9 swords. The sword light surged forth like a celestial river, bearing the force to obliterate all in its path, cleaving towards Jun Huaiyun. Young master, be careful. The Jun family members cried out in alarm. Jun Huaiyun stood frozen, seemingly petrified, until the sword light was nearly upon him, when he clumsily attempted to evade. Frail wretch, if you struggle so with merely 30% of my strength, how do you intend to contend with the Taichu temple? Mo Xian sneered, sheathing his sword. The Taichu temple was already in fits of laughter. Even the Xianming emperor was smiling with a wave of his sleeve. It seems the outcome is decided. A second round is unnecessary. Is this all? It appears that the swordsmanship of the Taichu temple is, cough cough, rather unremarkable. Jun Huaiyun gasped for breath, a mocking smile gracing his face. Mo Xian's defenses reached 60, earning 20,000 editing points. The others from the Taichu Temple collectively earned 123,000 editing points from breaking defenses. Seeking death. How dare you insult the swordsmanship of the Taichu Temple? Mo Xian's expression darkened, no longer holding back. His long sword erupted in a sudden display of might. The sword energy transforming into a vast river. Bang! A sword strike unexpectedly hit Jun Huaiyun squarely in the chest, sending him flying, and he coughed up blood mid-air, crashing heavily beside the White Emperor. Young master. The Jun family members gasped in unison, their faces filled with profound sorrow, with several dramatic souls already kneeling and weeping. The White Emperor wasted no time, rushing to Jun Huaiyun's side, wailing, "Little Yunzi, why have you left us so soon? You haven't even seen this emperor marry yet." Jun Huaiyun, struggling to prop himself up, coughed blood once more and weakly replied, "I'm not dead yet." The White Emperor's expression immediately changed, a paw thumping down on his back. "Why didn't you say so earlier? If you're not dead, why act like a corpse and scare this emperor?" Although he had coughed blood moments before, the White Emperor's paw nearly forced it out of him, lest one forget that the White Emperor was indeed a genuine monarch. "Stop pretending, concede, sickly one. It wouldn't be shameful to lose to me, Mo Xian." Mo Xian scoffed dismissively. "You can't even muster the strength to fight a sickly opponent and still dare to call yourself a prodigy." Jun Huaiyun swayed, but managed to rise. Mo Xian's defenses reached 95, earning 12,000 editing points. "Then go die?" Taichu's ninth sword, second form. Mo Xian finally unleashed his true fury, pointing his sword to the heavens as a towering sword energy shadow coalesced behind him, slashing fiercely towards Jun Huaiyun. "Enough games, this must end." Jun Huaiyun slowly extended his right index finger to meet the sword energy in a clash, but instead of the anticipated cataclysmic explosion, the towering sword energy silently disintegrated before him. "This is impossible. You are merely a sickly wretch. How could you possess such power?" Mo Xian's face blanched in disbelief. Just moments ago, he had seemed frail, and now he appeared vibrant with life. "The truth is, I was merely feigning weakness. I must admit this syrupy taste is rather pleasant." Jun Huaiyun casually wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, revealing a triumphant smile. Chapter 29. The Phenomenon of the Chaotic Immortal Body. A mouthful of old blood spat out. "What is happening?" The smiles on the faces of those at the Taichu Temple froze instantaneously, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. The weak aura surrounding Jun Huaiyun receded like a tide, replaced by a menacing pressure gradually being released. "You were deceiving me. You were pretending all along." Mo Xian's complexion shifted dramatically, the sword in his hand vibrating with a low hum, as he was less affected by the intelligence-diminishing aura and could discern the truth. "Deceive?" Such harsh words. "This is merely a strategy of war." Jun Huaiyun chuckled lightly, suddenly erupting in dazzling chaotic divine light, the vast chaotic principles surging around him. Bathed in this chaotic radiance, 3,000 strands of white hair cascaded down, embodying boundless chaotic essence. His pupils transformed into pure chaotic hues, distorting the void and subjugating the laws within his gaze. An overwhelming pressure, surpassing all beings, swiftly spread forth, rendering the prodigies of the Taichu Temple breathless. Such a dense aura of chaos. Could this be the legendary chaotic immortal body? The Qi and Emperor of the Taichu Temple exclaimed in shock, even his voice trembling. "Impossible. How could the chaotic immortal body manifest?" The wise glimmer in Xiaming Emperor's eyes was swiftly replaced by astonishment. "Young master is magnificent." The Jun family members shouted in unison, their eyes brimming with admiration. "Little Yunzi, don't hold back on my account. Beat them to a pulp." The White Emperor was so excited that he stood upright, his paws flailing in the air. "Impossible. I refuse to believe it." Mo Xian was forced to retreat under the weight of this pressure, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. "Even if you are the chaotic immortal body, so what? I am a 5-star saint while you are merely a 1-star saint. The 4-star gap is not something the chaotic immortal body can bridge." Mo Xian gritted his teeth and roared. "Is that so? Then I shall personally shatter your delusions." Jun Huaiyun slowly descended through the air, each step blossoming a chaotic blue lotus beneath his feet, each petal inscribed with ancient chaotic runes. Waves of heart-stopping chaotic pressure gradually spreading forth. Extending his left hand toward Mo Xian, he pressed down lightly, the surrounding void shattered in layers. And Mo Xian felt as though he had been struck by countless bolts of lightning, collapsing to his knees before Jun Huaiyun. Taichu's ninth sword, third form. All realms returning to ruins. Mo Xian's face contorted with rage, channeling all his spiritual energy. The 7 sword energies behind him converging instantaneously into a colossal golden sword that pierced through heaven and earth. The sword was enveloped in an overwhelming aura of destruction, as if it could truly cleave through all realms and annihilate all beings. Too weak. Jun Huaiyun's eyes glimmered with chaotic light, transforming into the universe itself. Terrifying chaotic radiance shot forth from his eyes. Where it passed, the void succumbed, and all spirits trembled in fear. Jun Huaiyun wished to test the power of the Eye of Chaos. Amidst the astonished gazes of all, Imo Xian's golden giant sword was pierced through by the chaotic light, shattering in an instant. The relentless chaotic light continued unabated, crashing into Imo Xian and sending him hurtling away. I cough. Imo Xian spat out blood, his eyes wide with horror. He had never anticipated his defeat at the hands of a one-star saint, and so cleanly at that. What terrified him most was the bone-deep wound on his chest, faintly swirling with chaotic energy, inhibiting its healing. Imo Xian, my senior brother, has actually been defeated. How is this possible? No, I refuse to believe it. The prodigies of the Taichu Temple exchanged glances, none daring to accept the scene before them. This was inconceivable. Imo Xian was one of the most formidable sword prodigies of our young generation at the Taichu Temple. How could he fail to withstand a single strike? The Xianming Emperor exclaimed in disbelief, his wise gaze filled with shifting doubt. Haha, it is your prodigies who are utterly useless. Little Yunzi, you did splendidly. I have long been displeased with that little brat for his arrogance. Wouldn't you agree, little Wandao? The White Emperor clapped his paws together excitedly. The chaotic immortal body is, after all, a taboo physique. Even a single strand of chaotic power can dominate at the same level. And should the physical body be stronger or possess formidable divine abilities, surpassing a great realm is merely a trivial matter. Jun Wandao looked on with a heart full of pride. At this moment, however, Jun Huaiyun chose not to pursue the advantage but instead gazed indifferently at Imo Xian, who was laboriously rising. The words you spoke to me earlier, I return them to you verbatim. It is not too late for you to concede now. Never. I am a prodigy of the Taichu Temple. How could I ever lose to you? Taichu's ninth sword, fourth form, sword shattering the universe. Imo Xian's eyes blazed red, a wild frenzy overtaking him. He could not afford to fail, for if he did, according to Xianming Emperor's character, he would certainly not be let off easily. Imo Xian bit his finger, offering blood to the sword, an endless stream of blood energy surging into his long sword. Buzz. As the blood energy continued to pour in, Imo Xian's complexion grew increasingly pale, and the long sword began to crack under the immense strain of the blood energy. But at that moment, Imo Xian cared not for the consequences. He could not fail. Die. A surge of blood-colored sword energy, far more powerful than before, shot skyward, within which the sun, moon, and stars were faintly visible, seemingly carrying the rhythm of shattering the heavens and obliterating all realms. Faced with Imo Xian's desperate strike, Jun Huaiyun merely sighed softly, a mantis trying to stop a chariot. The chaotic light surrounding him surged, transforming into a chaotic universe, within which numerous grand worlds endlessly emerged and perished. Attempting the first manifestation of the chaotic immortal body, the chaotic sky-blocking hand, Jun Huaiyun raised his right hand, and a colossal hand of chaos materialized from the depths of the chaotic universe. This hand appeared as though it belonged to the heavens themselves, imbued with a sense of desolation and the essence of chaos. He had comprehended this technique during his breakthrough into the Saint Realm, and now he sought to test its efficacy. Boom! The immense hand of chaos collided violently with the blood-red sword energy. Despite Imo Xian's desperate strike, it proved futile. The blood-red sword energy was crushed and devoured inch by the chaotic hand, ultimately transforming into a sky full of crimson light. The hand, carrying an overwhelming might, descended upon Imo Xian. No, I surrender. Imo Xian screamed in despair, his eyes filled with terror and regret, lamenting that he should have surrendered earlier. It is too late. Jun Huaiyun replied indifferently, his expression devoid of emotion. Stop this, Junior. Emperor Xianming could no longer maintain his composure and was about to intervene. Xianming, is it appropriate for you to interfere in a contest between juniors? Surely, the Taichu Divine Hall wouldn't wish to repeat past mistakes. Allow me to remind you. Young Master Jun Huaiyun is a prodigy highly valued by our esteemed ancestors. No, not just one, but all of them. Should you wish to intervene, feel free to try. But I cannot guarantee your survival. Do not expect your father to save you. Jun Wandao had already positioned himself before Emperor Xianming, regarding him with a smirk as he prepared to act. You. Emperor Xianming trembled, his body shaking as he confronted Jun Wandao's blatant threat, feeling genuine fear. Bang! The chaotic hand ultimately descended, enveloping Imo Xian's figure within its grasp. As the chaotic hand dissipated, Imo Xian's silhouette was no longer visible, evidently dead beyond any doubt. Silence, an oppressive stillness engulfed the area, as all stood frozen in shock, unable to utter a word. Imo Xian was a well-known prodigy within the Taichu Divine Hall. Although not the strongest, he was still a formidable presence, only to be dispatched as if swatted like a fly. How dramatically ironic. If Jun Huaiyun had been of a higher realm than Imo Xian, they might have accepted it, but he was, in fact, 4 stars lower. Surpassing a saint was no simple feat, and even surpassing a single star was exceedingly difficult. This, Emperor Xuanming's face turned ashen, his fingers trembling as he suddenly realized he might have fallen into a meticulously crafted trap by Jun Huaiyun. Though his intelligence had been dulled, it did not mean he lacked wit entirely. Kill the 5-star Saint Imo Xian and earn 20,000 modification points. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Jun Huaiyun slightly nodded, retracting his chaotic aura, stepping forward toward the onlookers of the Taichu Divine Hall. With each step he took, the hearts of the hall's young prodigies quaked in fear. The pressure emanating from Jun Huaiyun was immense, equaling that of a formidable being. No, in fact, he seemed even more terrifying. My sincerest apologies, I have won the first round. According to the rules, the Taichu Divine Hall has one last chance, Jun Huaiyun stated blandly, fixing his gaze upon Emperor Xianming. Are you pretending to be weak to lure me in, you junior? As the aura of intelligence faded, Emperor Xianming's expression transformed from one of wisdom to clarity, replaced by anger and realization. Preposterous. It was you who insisted on raising the stakes. I did not compel you. In fact, I advised you against recklessness, yet you insisted on wagering the Taichu Divine Mirror. What could I do? Jun Huaiyun feigned innocence. Uffed. Emperor Xianming spat out a mouthful of old blood, his face drained of color. Emperor Xianming's defenses have been breached by 60, gaining 900,000 editing points. The entirety of the Taichu Divine Hall has collectively breached defenses, earning a total of 425,000 editing points. The system's notifications reverberated in Jun Huaiyun's mind, deepening the smile upon his lips. Do not be so hasty to spit blood, elder, reclaim it. This is merely the first round, and you still have one last chance. Will you concede now, or shall you continue to send forth challengers? Jun Huaiyun kindly reminded. Chapter 30, Exceeding the White Emperor in Pretense, a Single Slipper, and Comfort. Old Xianming, your spitting of blood possesses a certain artistry. I never anticipated you had such a talent. The White Emperor remarked with a gleeful glimmer in his eyes. You mongrel, I genuinely wish to slay you. Emperor Xianming's face turned a dark shade, his chest heaving with rage. He longed to swat this insolent creature dead. Yet the realization that they were on Jun's territory restrained him. Old Xianming, if you wish to renege, simply say so. No need for obfuscation, Jun Huaiyun interjected, his eyes glinting with icy intent. Jun Huaiyun, I was under unusual duress, influenced by some external force, leading me to make such an absurd wager. Therefore, this wager is null and void, Emperor Xianming declared coldly. He had indeed been affected by some strange force that clouded his judgment. Now that the influence had dissipated, clarity returned, and he regretted the ill-conceived bet. The Taichu Divine Mirror was far too significant to relinquish. If given another chance, he would gladly strangle his past self. This old fool truly intends to renege. Jun Huaiyun, did you see? This is the character of the Taichu Divine Hall. They refuse to honor their losses. Akin to a beggar on the street, the White Emperor exclaimed. Brother Xianming, while the White Emperor may express himself harshly, his words carry truth. This was a wager you initiated, and you even swore an oath. Should this matter become public, it would only serve to amplify your disgrace, Jun Huaiyun stated calmly. Nonsense. Had you not feigned weakness to bait me, I would never have made such a wager, Emperor Xianming shouted, pointing an accusatory finger at Jun Huaiyun. His face a mask of fury. That is your problem, not young Master Jun's. Did he plead with you? The White Emperor taunted, a smirk plastered across his canine visage. Jun Huaiyun stepped forward, a smile of mockery gracing his face. Xianming, we have known each other for years. I advise you to think carefully. While the Taichu Divine Mirror is precious, the consequences of your oath and the reputation of the Taichu Divine Hall weigh far heavier. Moreover, this is my Jun family's territory. Are you certain you wish to go back on your word? A glint of danger flickered in Jun Huaiyun's eyes. Emperor Xianming surveyed his surroundings, realizing that numerous formidable figures from the Jun family had encircled them, effectively sealing their escape routes. What alarmed him even more were the faint yet menacing presences in the void. If he was not mistaken, they belonged to the ancestors of the Jun family. Contemplating the strength of the Jun ancestors, Emperor Xianming's imposing aura diminished. Very well, this is merely the first round. You still have one last opportunity. Hurry and send someone forth, Jun Huaiyun urged, his impatience evident. Upon hearing this, the members of the Taichu Divine Hall retreated in unison, fearful of being called upon to fight. After all, if even Imo Xian had been defeated in an instant, would they not just be offering themselves up as fodder? Emperor Xianming, witnessing his young prodigy's fearful demeanor, felt a surge of fury boiling within him. The oath had been sworn, and there was no recourse unless the Jun family consented to collaborate with the Taichu Divine Hall to nullify the vow. Otherwise, should he retract, the shattering of his Dao heart would be a mere trifle. After all, he had wagered everything he had. If the Taichu Emperor were present, he would likely wish to strangle Emperor Xianming alive, for he was even more reckless than those in the Nine Abyss. Truly a collection of wastrels. The Taichu Divine Hall has wasted its resources on you all. Chu Yundao, I must entrust this battle to you. Should you emerge victorious, I shall certainly report to my father and ensure you are handsomely rewarded. The gaze of the Emperor Xianming swept across the crowd, ultimately resting upon a young man clad in white, who was meditating with his eyes closed. The throng parted, revealing the white-clad youth slowly opening his eyes. His countenance strikingly handsome, almost eerily so. As he stepped forward, each footfall blossomed into a golden Dao lotus, enveloped in a hazy aura of primordial energy. exuding an air of transcendent elegance. Senior brother Chu is making his move. Surely, he will redeem our previous disgrace. He is the latest and most formidable prodigy of the primordial temple, possessing the primordial sacred body. Witnessing Chu Yundao's actions, the spirits of the primordial temple's members soared, reflecting his esteemed status among the younger generation. Alas, I intended to maintain a low profile, but my prowess does not allow for such discretion. Chu Yundao sighed, his voice resonant enough to induce a sense of dizziness, as he brushed aside a lock of golden hair that had fallen over his forehead. What an impressive display of bravado, far surpassing even my own, thought the White Emperor, his eyes wide with astonishment. I am Chu Yundao, the most formidable prodigy of the primordial temple, a paragon of talent, wisdom, beauty, and confidence all embodied in one extraordinary being. Ordinarily, I would not deign to participate in a contest of this caliber, yet since Senior Xianming has spoken, I shall reluctantly take part. Chu Yundao's voice, though not loud, carried clearly to every ear. Finished already? Do your parents know how ostentatious you are? Jun Huaiyun remarked, digging at his ear. Chu Yundao responded not with anger, but with a smile, his expression one of condescension. You wouldn't understand. It's not mere ostentation. A person of my caliber invariably draws attention wherever I go, making it difficult to remain inconspicuous. He chuckled lightly. Too glaring. This pretense is blinding me. The White Emperor had crouched down, covering his eyes with his paws. Not only he, but even the members of the Jun family and those from the primordial temple wore expressions of disdain. Despite his strength, Chu Yundao's propensity for showmanship was excessive. Jun, you appear quite distinguished yourself. Why not surrender graciously? To be my follower is a privilege many prodigies covet. A resounding slap interrupted Chu Yundao's display, drawing the attention of all present, leaving them momentarily stunned. A bright red imprint of a slipper now adorned his handsome left cheek. My apologies, I slipped, Jun Huaiyun said, shaking the slipper he had conjured using chaotic energy. The smile on Chu Yundao's face froze as he slowly raised his hand to touch his stinging cheek. Disbelief etched across his features. You dared to strike my handsome face. Another sharp sound echoed as the imprint of a slipper appeared upon his right cheek, this time crafted from a different hue by the system. Now it is symmetrical. Much more comfortable, Jun Huaiyun remarked, gazing with satisfaction at his handiwork. This is my first time refining a face, specifically targeting those who flaunt their superiority, Chu Yundao exclaimed, indignation filling his voice. You dared to ambush me and mar my visage? Do you not know that my looks have even been praised by the Emperor of Primordial for being a rare beauty? The White Emperor erupted in laughter. Oh my. Little Yunzi, how could you strike so mercilessly? We agreed to avoid the face. With a countenance like that, I doubt even his parents would recognize him. Is his strength truly commensurate? Spare me the grandiloquence. If he lacks strength, I shall surely die laughing. Faced with the unusual gazes of those around him, Chu Yundao suppressed his fury and feigned profundity. Esteemed white dog, I understand your insecurities. After all, not everyone possesses my exceptional qualities. As I am indeed the chosen one among many. The chosen one? I cannot contain my laughter. You must be referring to your own delusions. The White Emperor clutched his belly, rolling with mirth, tears streaming down his cheeks. Even the Jun family members struggled to stifle their laughter. And the usually stern Jun Huaiyun could not suppress a twitch at the corners of his mouth, finding the spectacle utterly ridiculous. The members of the primordial temple were also nearing their breaking point, particularly Emperor Xianming, whose expression had grown increasingly awkward, wishing for nothing more than to vanish into the ground, unfazed by the peculiar glances directed at him. Chu Yundao casually brushed his golden locks aside. Jealousy is something I comprehend well. Individuals of my caliber, who embody strength, beauty, and talent, inevitably attract envy. How about this? Young Master Jun, let us establish a wager between us, one that concerns only ourselves and excludes outsiders. Chu Yundao's gaze fixed upon Jun Huaiyun, his eyes glimmering with an enigmatic light. Oh, do elaborate, Jun Huaiyun replied, cleaning his ears. Simple. If I defeat you, you shall acknowledge me as your master and become my follower. What say you? Chu Yundao declared, standing with arms crossed, surrounded by a radiant aura of primordial light, despite the swelling on his face. And if you were to lose? Jun Huaiyun asked, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Lose. Chu Yundao's expression faltered momentarily, as if he had heard the most ludicrous jest. I, Chu Yundao, have never known defeat since my training began. How could I possibly lose? However, since you inquire, I shall indulge you. If I were to lose, I would acknowledge you as my master. How about that? He chuckled lightly. You jest. This child is not as simple as you imagine. He possesses a chaotic celestial body and wields the heavenly punishment spear. How can you even consider gambling with him? Emperor Xianming admonished sternly. Fear not, Senior Xianming. I am well aware of what I am doing. Chu Yundao replied nonchalantly. Ha ha ha. I can hardly contain my laughter. This child's pretentiousness surpasses my own peak. The White Emperor was in stitches. Little Yunzi, you must take him under your wing. I wish to learn the art of pretense from him. Jun Huaiyun nodded slightly. Very well. Since you are so eager to court punishment, I shall reluctantly educate you. Humph. Young Master Jun, you shall learn the consequences of striking the face of one destined to unify the immortal realms. Chu Yundao formed a seal with his hands. A resplendent halo of primordial light manifesting behind him, illuminating the void with its brilliance, bathing all present in a sacred glow. Chu Yundao's true level was now revealed. A staggering 8-star saint, yet his aura rivaled that of many saint kings. As expected of Senior Brother Chu, go for it. You must defeat young Master Jun. Senior Brother Chu is so dashing, I would gladly bear your children. The disciples of the primordial temple expressed their admiration. Even the typically aloof female disciples could not help but cheer, their faces flushed. Indeed, while Yundao's personality may be peculiar, his strength and talent rank among the finest in our lineage of prodigies. Even Emperor Xianming and Emperor Qian nodded in tacit agreement. Primordial divine light, cleansing the ages. Chu Yundao bellowed, as from the divine halo, a blinding beam shot forth, hurtling toward Jun Huaiyun. Wherever it passed, the very fabric of space shattered, revealing gaping voids of darkness. System, can you provide me with some tools specifically designed to counter pretentious individuals? This brat is insufferable. Host, not just you. I wish to strike him as well. Editing tools specifically designed to combat pretentious individuals. Editing complete. Chaos Grand Slam, trait, ignores defense, moderate damage. Specifically targets pretentious individuals, requires 5,000 editing points. Then this shall suffice. Ding. Consumed 5,000 editing points, successfully edited Chaos Grand Slam. Please ensure to receive it. Suddenly, Jun Huaiyun's right hand was enveloped by a swirling mass of chaotic light, which in an instant transformed into an illusory hand the size of a basketball. The intricate patterns upon its palm radiated an ominous aura that instilled fear even in the bravest of souls. Chu Yundao's gaze fell upon this ethereal hand, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. Arrogant fool, away with you. Jun Huaiyun wielded the chaotic great bag, shattering the primordial divine light with a single strike. Amidst the horrified gazes of the onlookers, the chaotic great bag landed squarely upon Chu Yundao's face, eliciting a spray of fresh blood. The unparalleled genius of the primordial divine palace flew backward, spinning through the air in a scene that was nothing short of spectacular. Another slap to my face. This is it, my visage is ruined. It's already asymmetrical. Chu Yundao cried out in despair, hastily retrieving a copper mirror as he plummeted from the sky. Fear not, for I shall restore your symmetry. Jun Huaiyun chuckled, darting towards Chu Yundao, and once again the chaotic great bag struck his face. Smack. My apologies. That was not executed properly. I struck the wrong side. Let me rectify it. You smack. Oh dear, I've miscalculated again. Truly sorry. This is my first attempt at facial restoration, and I lack experience. Allow me to try once more. Smack. Alas, this side is still too heavy. I shall make amends. Rest assured, I will ensure your restoration. With a series of resounding slaps, Chu Yundao's face swelled like dough left to rise, ultimately achieving a symmetrical appearance. Ha ha. Little Yunzi, I never imagined you possessed such talent. You are even more skilled than this emperor at grooming a dog. Bai Huang could hardly contain his laughter. Could it be that Brother Chu is not a match for the Jun family's young master? The crowd from the primordial divine palace watched in disbelief. Their esteemed Brother Chu, who was always poised and unparalleled in beauty, now sporting a visage akin to that of a pig, with speech barely intelligible. You have gone too far. Chu Yundao covered his swollen cheeks, tears of frustration welling in his eyes. I shall show you the true power of the primordial sacred body. With these words, ancient primordial runes appeared upon Chu Yundao's skin, and as they manifested, his aura surged, rapidly ascending to the peak of the saintly realm. Nearing the level of a saint king. Boom. A terrifying golden wave of energy emanated from Chu Yundao, distorting the space around him. His entire being enveloped in an immortal radiance, resembling a youthful deity. Go for it, Brother Chu. The previously despondent crowd of the primordial divine palace reignited with hope, believing that victory was within reach, rendering the process insignificant. Prepare to meet your doom. Primordial Emperor Fist. Chu Yundao fully activated the primordial sacred body and charged fiercely towards Jun Huaiyun. His fist, clenched with intent, swung towards Jun Huaiyun's face, releasing an overwhelming aura of primordial might. System, what other amusing tools do I possess aside from the chaotic great bag? You may edit the chaotic brick, specifically designed to strike arrogant fools, with a 100 hit rate to the back of the head, inducing a stunning effect, requiring 5,000 editing points. Then I shall edit a chaotic brick. A pitch-black brick, exuding a faint chaotic glow, materialized in Jun Huaiyun's hand. Excellent. Jun Huaiyun weighed it thoughtfully, nodding in satisfaction. Haha, little brat, do you still wish to deceive me? Do you think the same trick would work on Chu Yundao? Upon seeing the dark brick radiating chaotic energy, Chu Yundao instinctively recoiled, retracting his fist and swiftly distancing himself. This handsome face of mine is far too rare for your shabby brick to touch, Chu Yundao proclaimed, standing majestically in the void, his golden hair billowing in the wind, maintaining an air of elegance despite his comical pumpkin face. Who said I intended to strike your face? With that visage, I find no suitable target, Jun Huaiyun replied, staring incredulously at Chu Yundao's unfortunate appearance. Enough of your pretense. That trick may fool a 3-year-old, but you cannot trick me. That brick is clearly aimed at my handsome face, Chu Yundao retorted, hands on his hips, eyes gleaming with shrewdness. Alas, little Daozi, your face has achieved perfect symmetry. There is no further need for little Yunzi to make any alterations, Bai Huang remarked, tears of laughter streaming down his face. Silence, you balding mutt. If you disagree, let us settle this in battle, Chu Yundao exclaimed, flaring with indignation. Are you serious? I am a great emperor. Bai Huang released a hint of imperial might, causing Chu Yundao to take a step back. Brat, if you possess the ability, let us confront each other without that brick in your hand, Chu Yundao challenged, gazing provocatively at Jun Huaiyun. Very well, since you insist, I shall discard this brick. Jun Huaiyun sighed, casually tossing the chaotic brick behind him. Chapter 32, Chu Yundao surrenders. The clash of two supreme beings. Haha, little brat, you've fallen for my provocation. Chu Yundao's eyes sparkled with realization. Believing Jun Huaiyun had relinquished the use of that peculiar chaotic brick, his aura surging dramatically. Surrounded by a dense array of primordial runes, he shone radiantly like a miniature sun. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The chaotic brick that Jun Huaiyun had carelessly discarded reappeared behind Chu Yundao. Then, to the astonishment of all, the chaotic brick struck Chu Yundao's head with a precise angle. You treacherous scoundrel! Chu Yundao's eyes widened in shock. But before he could utter another word, he collapsed limply into the void, his legs twitching involuntarily. Chu Yundao's defense has reached 90, earning 50,000 editing points. The arena fell into a profound silence. The cheers of the primordial divine palace abruptly ceased, and the female disciples who had fervently rallied for Chu Yundao stood frozen, unable to comprehend the scene before them. This cannot be right. How could Chu Yundao be defeated by a mere brick? Emperor Xianming's face turned ashen, struggling to articulate a coherent thought. Haha, this emperor has lived through several epochs and has never witnessed such an absurd spectacle. Little Yunzi, you truly excel at pranking. Bai Huang quickly regained his composure, rushing to Jun Huaiyun's side, his eyes wide with astonishment. Just a trivial matter, not worth mentioning, Jun Huaiyun replied with a smile, leisurely approaching Chu Yundao. So this is it. This arrogant fool is nothing extraordinary. Bai Huang playfully nudged Chu Yundao. Jun Huaiyun, expressionless, used his toe to turn Chu Yundao onto his back. The once unparalleled genius of the primordial divine palace lay with white eyes, drooling, a sizable bump on the back of his head resembling the very brick that had struck him. Enough, stop feigning death. If you continue this charade, believe me, I shall slap you with both my hand and that brick. Jun Huaiyun crouched down, patting Chu Yundao's swollen face. I concede. Please, no more slaps to my face. I admit defeat, I admit defeat, Chu Yundao exclaimed, suddenly dropping to his knees before Jun Huaiyun, tears streaming down his face. Chu Yundao, what on earth are you doing? Counterattack. Emperor Xianming could no longer contain himself, spewing a mouthful of old blood. This time, Bai Huang was prepared, catching the blood in a basin and grinning widely. Thank you, old Xianming, for your generous donation of imperial blood. This emperor graciously accepts. Emperor Xianming rolled his eyes, his body collapsing backward, truly fainting from exasperation. Are you genuinely submitting, or is this a ruse? As for Chu Yundao, Jun Huaiyun gazed down at him with a playful expression. Brother Jun, I am truly impressed. Allow me to present a treasure from my humble self. This is the culmination of my life's work. I beseech you to accept it with grace. Chu Yundao knelt reverently before Jun Huaiyun, offering a golden tome with both hands. The 108 methods of elegant pretense, he proclaimed. You have truly taken pretense to the highest realm. My goodness, how to effortlessly attract the ladies, and the 36 methods of hair flipping. Your prowess in pretense is beyond comparison. Jun Huaiyun stifled a laugh as he casually flipped through a few pages, unable to resist voicing his critique. Brother Jun, you flatter me. These are but superficial insights. Chu Yundao lowered his head in modesty. Meanwhile, Emperor Xianming had also regained his senses, trembling as he pointed at Chu Yundao. Traitor. A traitor of the Taichu Divine Hall. He had not anticipated such an outcome, nor could he have imagined it would conclude in such a comical manner. Senior Xianming, you fail to understand. I have forsaken the darkness for the light. Brother Jun has shown me through this brick what it truly means to embody the essence of a strong warrior. Chu Yundao proclaimed with righteous fervor, casting an admiring glance at the chaotic brick in Jun Huaiyun's hand. Look at these lines, these curves. The impact is simply unparalleled. Jun Huaiyun was now convinced that this fellow's mind had surely been affected by the chaotic brick. Little Yunzi, this younger brother is indeed worth keeping. In the future, let him stride ahead to flaunt and take the blows, while you follow behind with the brick. You two can cooperate in a professional face-slapping duo, unmatched in the world. Bai Huang whispered, inching closer. Is this really worth keeping? I feel like I've acquired a nuisance, Jun Huaiyun replied, utterly speechless. I concede defeat this time. Take this traitor away, but do not even think about the Taichu Divine Mirror. At most, I will offer an extra Emperor weapon and a bottle of drunken immortal brew. Emperor Xianming said, clutching his chest, his finger trembling as he pointed at Chu Yundao. Had I known you would renege, I would have been better prepared. Jun Huaiyun raised an eyebrow, leisurely retrieving a recording stone from his robe, causing the image of Emperor Xianming swearing an oath to manifest in the void. Xianming, you wouldn't dare to breach your oath, would you? This device is specifically designed to address all forms of disobedience. Would you care for Bai Huang to test it? With a smile, Jun Huaiyun toyed with the chaotic brick in his hand. You, a mere junior, dare to threaten this emperor? Today, let me demonstrate what true power is. Emperor Xianming suddenly sneered, and before he could finish his sentence, Chu Yundao leapt up from the ground, ingratiatingly sidling up to Jun Huaiyun. Brother Jun, this old fellow is definitely trying to rally support. I know him too well. I suggest we strike first and resolve this with a single blow. The crowd erupted in astonishment, the members of the Taichu Divine Hall nearly spitting blood, while another emperor lamented, what a calamity. The prodigy we so highly valued in the Taichu Divine Hall has become someone else's lackey. Chu Yundao, you traitor. Emperor Xianming seemed to sense a sudden shift in the atmosphere, his expression transforming to one of ecstatic joy. Boom. At that moment, the entire universe trembled violently. As a colossal golden hand, obscuring the heavens, forcefully tore through the void, reaching toward Emperor Xianming and the others. Countless symbols of the great Dao spiraled around that hand, each capable of collapsing the very fabric of reality, as the terrifying imperial might surged forth, sweeping across the 8 desolations, reducing ancient stars to mere dust. It is my father's aura, the Taichu Emperor. Tears of excitement streamed down Emperor Xianming's face. It is indeed the Emperor. The members of the Taichu Divine Hall immediately perked up, kneeling in reverence. Just as the golden hand prepared to grasp Emperor Xianming and the others, a voice echoed softly, resonating in every ear. Heh, you struck down the young, and now the elder arrives. You Taichu Divine Hall truly lacks ambition. A green light surged from the direction of the Jun family's heavenly realm, as countless chaotic green lotuses bloomed across the myriad universes, within which stars slowly revolved. As if encompassing the ultimate truths of the cosmos, the green light arrived just in time, severing the golden giant hand. Such formidable chaotic principles, could it be you? Jun Disher, the furious voice of the Taichu Emperor reverberated through the void. It is indeed I, you old turtle, your reach is quite extensive. A magnificent figure materialized amidst the celestial blue light, clad in simple azure robes, with strands of hair entwined with chaotic mysteries. Stepping through the river of time at a leisurely pace. What was most terrifying was the 9 imperial wheels that floated behind his head, each representing an invincible fruit of the Dao from an era. When the 10 epical fruits coalesce, it heralds the day of ascension. Yet, the Taichu Emperor had only condensed 7 epical fruits, rendering his strength somewhat inferior to that of the ancestor Jun Disher lightly waved his sleeve, freezing the entire expanse of time and space, thereby restricting the movements of Emperor Xianming and his companions. Is this truly the ancestor of the Jun family? What immense power! Jun Huaiyun watched in awe, witnessing for the first time the might of the Jun family's ancestor, who could freeze time and suppress emperors. Indeed, Ancestor Jun Disher is our esteemed ancestor, who has mastered the chaotic path, possessing an innate chaotic celestial body. An invincible being who has condensed 9 epical fruits across 9 lifetimes. And there are 4 more ancestors preceding Ancestor Disher, along with ancient ancestors above them. And true ancestors beyond that. These are merely the visible ancestors of the main lineage. I haven't even accounted for the hidden ancestors or those of the collateral branches. I can assure you, our main and collateral ancestors outnumber the elders of the Taichu Divine Hall by a significant margin, Jun Huaiyun explained with a gentle smile. Upon hearing this, Jun Huaiyun gasped in astonishment. He had known the Jun family was formidable, yet he had not anticipated such overwhelming strength. System. Are all the ancestors of the Jun family this powerful in this world? Why would I deceive you? This is the immortal imperial lineage of all heavens. Do you think I jest? Each ancestor of the Jun family possesses strength on par with an emperor, let me put it this way. But I read a novel in my previous life. Consume more enriching content. Refrain from indulging in those mind-numbing tales. Jun Disher. There is no need for our 2 factions to be so absolute. We can each take a step back and negotiate amicably. The ultimate calamity approaches. And our celestial domain factions should unite to weather this storm rather than continue our internal strife. The Taichu Emperor's voice resonated once more, as the severed golden hand transformed into a cascade of golden light rain, rushing towards the imposing figure of the Emperor. Adorned with a purple gold imperial crown and draped in the robes of the myriad emperors, the 7 resplendent imperial wheels rotated slowly behind him, exuding an overwhelming aura. Old turtle, this is the oath of the great Dao set forth by your son. Do not forget the consequences of breaching such an oath, for he wagered everything on it. Hearing this, Jun Disher could not help but chuckle softly, as a chaotic green lotus blossomed from his fingertips, causing the entire cosmic laws to wail beneath its presence. The oppressive aura of the two strongest beings of the celestial domain compelled all present to kneel in submission, with only Jun Huaiyun remaining unfazed. Chapter 33. With a gesture. Annihilate 2 emperors, and capture the Taichu divine mirror. Jun Di sure, your Jun family must not overreach. The myriad heavens do not bend to your will. The Taichu Emperor's 7 imperial wheels erupted in blinding imperial light, causing the entire cosmic Dao to shatter, raining down countless golden beams. Apologies, but the myriad realms indeed fall under the dominion of our Jun family. Jun Di sure stood with hands clasped behind his back, gently stamping his foot, causing the shattered ancient stars of the universe to seemingly reverse time and reconstitute, as if nothing had transpired. Old turtle, this was initiated by your Taichu Divine Hall. Now that you have lost, do you wish to renege? Is the face of the Taichu Divine Hall truly so worthless? Jun Di sure remarked with a half-smile, as the chaotic green lotus at his fingertips slowly blossomed, emanating an unmatched essence of chaos. The expression on the face of the Supreme Emperor of Taichu was a tempest of emotions, and after a moment of silence, he spoke. Lord Emperor Jiushi, shall we abandon this matter? My Taichu Divine Hall is willing to adhere to the compensation previously mentioned, but as per our wager, I demand the Taichu Divine Mirror. 20 jars of drunken immortal brew along with its formula, and 10 imperial weapons. Without granting the Supreme Emperor any semblance of respect, Jiushi directly interrupted him. Your demands are unreasonable. The Supreme Emperor's countenance darkened further as his gaze swept over the trembling figures of Emperor Xianming and others kneeling before him, then landed on the sycophantic Chu Yundao, who was hiding behind Jun Huaiyun, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Father, it was this young scion of the Jun family who lured me into this trap with despicable means. I do not know what strange power ensnared me, compelling me to place a bet on this absurd wager. I was completely unaware of the events that transpired. Emperor Xianming cried, clutching at the Supreme Emperor's leg. Silence. You worthless fool, incapable of achieving anything. The Supreme Emperor roared, causing Emperor Xianming to spit blood. Lord Jiushi, as the 5th ancestor of the Jun family, you must understand the significance of the Taichu Divine Mirror to my Taichu Divine Hall. I can offer something else in place of the mirror, after all. It is not solely my decision to make. There is no need for us to let our relationship deteriorate to such a point. However, before the Supreme Emperor could finish, his expression abruptly shifted. Jiushi suddenly raised his hand, and the chaotic azure lotus at his fingertips erupted with an overwhelming light. A sword aura that cleaved through the heavens directly aimed at Emperor Chili and another emperor of the Taichu Divine Hall. Jiushi, you dare? The Supreme Emperor bellowed. And 7 imperial wheels materialized behind him, forming golden barriers that shielded those in front, infused with the vast power of Taichu. Crack. The 7 golden barriers were effortlessly pierced through by the chaotic sword aura as though they were mere paper. Emperor, save me. Emperor Chili exclaimed in terror, only to be cleaved in 2 along with his innate imperial weapon as he summoned it. The other emperor from the Taichu Divine Hall fared even worse. He did not utter a single word throughout, not even a cry of anguish, as his entire corporeal form was obliterated, reduced to a mist of blood. With even his imperial spirit shattered by the chaotic sword aura, either surrender the mirror, or I shall personally retrieve it. Jiushi's voice remained eerily calm, yet it sent shivers down the spines of all present. Goodness, Brother Jun, your ancestor is truly formidable. Chu Yundao, hiding behind Jun Huaiyun, exclaimed in awe as his eyes sparkled. The 5th ancestor has always been this way. He speaks and acts without hesitation, Jun Wandao remarked. A twitch at the corner of his mouth. You Jun family members are too excessive. To think you would kill 2 emperors of my Taichu Divine Hall. Do you truly regard emperors as mere cabbages? The Supreme Emperor's eyes were filled with frigid disdain, acutely aware of the vast resources required to cultivate a single emperor. Not to mention the uncertainty of success. What he found most intolerable, however, was Jiushi's complete disregard for any rebuttal, swiftly eliminating his 2 generals. Let me reiterate, if you do not comply, I shall strike down another until your Taichu Divine Hall is devoid of emperors. The Jun family has always believed in governing with virtue. However, should you refuse, we shall be left with no choice but to resort to force. Jiushi proclaimed with a smile. Esteemed Taichu, we are all individuals of integrity. Let us discuss this amicably and avoid creating such a tense situation, Jun Huaiyun interjected, playfully handling the chaotic grand cup in his hand. Youngster, very well. I shall remember today's humiliation. The Supreme Emperor suppressed the killing intent in his heart, waving his hand as 20 crystalline jade jars materialized from the void, each inscribed with intricate Taoist symbols, faintly resonating with the sounds of the great Tao. Haha. The drunken immortal brew, a treasure I have long coveted. The White Emperor's eyes gleamed as he rushed forward to embrace one of the jars. Subsequently, 10 imperial weapons of various forms shattered the void, including a crimson spear wreathed in undying divine flames, an ancient bronze bell, and a black longsword, each radiating an overwhelming imperial might capable of shattering countless realms. Yet, The focal point of everyone's attention was the last to appear, an ancient bronze mirror. Its back was etched with archaic Taoist patterns, and its surface rippled like water, reflecting scenes from myriad worlds, with 9 sacred beast phantoms circling its edges, exuding an aura of profound mystery. Little Yunzi, this is the Taichu Divine Mirror, a genuine artifact, the White Emperor exclaimed in astonishment. Jun Huaiyun gazed closely, observing the mirror suspended in the void as its surface suddenly erupted with myriad ripples, countless starry realms flowing within. Even glimpses of the river of time could be seen. Host, there is something within that mirror. This system detects the presence of Taichu light. Taichu light? What is that? Jun Huaiyun inquired within his mind. Taichu light is the first ray of light from the creation of the universe, containing the secrets of cosmic genesis. This mirror undoubtedly harbors great secrets, and the host must subdue it. However, subduing it will require 20 million editing points. I just checked your recently acquired editing points, and it is exactly enough. 20 million? Why don't you just steal it? Jun Huaiyun gasped in disbelief. Do not panic, host. You just earned approximately 20 million editing points from Emperor Xianming and the others. Combined with those from the minor calamities, it is precisely sufficient. Trust me, it is absolutely worth it. At that moment, the Supreme Emperor of Taichu gazed at the Taichu Divine Mirror with a pained expression, gritting his teeth. Lord Jiushi, the items are all here. Can we be allowed to leave now? Jiushi did not respond, but turned to Jun Huaiyun, his face beaming with a smile. Little one, what do you think? Stepping forward, Jun Huaiyun clasped his hands. Ancestor, I wish to inspect the goods first. Jiushi's brow furrowed slightly, unsure of Jun Huaiyun's intentions. What could possibly require inspection of the Taichu Divine Mirror? Though perplexed, he did not voice his doubts or hinder Jun Huaiyun. Younger generation, what do you intend to do? Do you think this emperor would forge a fake? This is the authentic Taichu Divine Mirror. The Supreme Emperor's expression grew increasingly grim. Disregarding the Supreme Emperor, Jun Huaiyun approached the Taichu Divine Mirror. The mirror's surface suddenly surged with tumultuous waves, reflecting Jun Huaiyun's image, and to his surprise, that image winked at him. Interesting. System. Subdue it now. 20 million points it is. Congratulations, host, for making the most astute decision. Consuming 20 million editing points, commencing the subjugation of the Taichu Divine Mirror. Chapter 34. The Silver-Haired Maiden, the Taichu Chaos Body. As the system's notification faded, the surface of the Taichu Divine Mirror began to boil. What have you done to the Taichu Divine Mirror, young one? The Supreme Emperor's aura surged ominously. Jun Huaiyun, even if he wished to speak, found himself unable, for his consciousness was drawn into a mysterious space by the Taichu Divine Mirror. In this realm devoid of matter, countless rivers of time flowed, each reflecting scenes from different eras, and at the convergence of these rivers floated a curled-up, silver-haired maiden. As if sensing something, the maiden slowly lifted her gaze toward Jun Huaiyun. Her silver hair flowed like a galaxy, radiating a hazy Taichu light, and her pale eyes contained the visions of the universe's dawn. Could this figure be? Jun Huaiyun suddenly contemplated a possibility. Indeed, host. She is the spirit of the Taichu Divine Mirror, the first ray of light from the creation of the heavens and the earth, known as Taichu Light. To think, after 10,000 epochs, someone could enter the Taichu Divine Mirror and awaken me. This is something even the progenitor of the Taichu Divine Hall could not accomplish. The silver-haired maiden spoke softly, her voice resonating like the harmony of countless galaxies. In the external realm, the entire universe quaked violently, with Jun Huaiyun at its center. A brilliant beam of Taichu light ascending towards the heavens, piercing the firmament. This is the essence of Taichu light. Could it be the Taichu Divine Mirror? The treasured artifact of the Taichu Divine Hall? Countless ancient beings from the slumbering immortal realms opened their eyes simultaneously, gazing in astonishment towards the direction of the Jun family. How could this be? This is something that even the founder of the primordial god temple could not achieve. How is it that this young one, upon merely touching the primordial divine mirror, could evoke such an extraordinary phenomenon? The spirit of the artifact, which my ancestor could not awaken after expending thousands of epochs. How could it be roused by a mere descendant of the Jun family? The primordial emperor's pupils constricted violently, and an uncontrollable imperial might erupted from his entire being, shattering the cosmos within a billion-star radius. His gaze was fixed intently upon the beam of primordial light that pierced the heavens, his voice trembling with disbelief. As the overseer of the primordial god temple, he was aware of certain secrets regarding the primordial divine mirror. In truth, the mirror was discovered by their ancestor from a shattered universe, and it was not the ancestral emperor's innate artifact. How intriguing. I never expected that the young master of the Jun family could awaken the spirit of the primordial divine mirror. The brilliance in Jun Disher's eyes surged as he gazed upon the primordial light, which seemed poised to reshape the universe. A profound smile curling at the corners of his lips. Meanwhile, within the primordial divine mirror, turmoil was also afoot. You bear the essence of that individual, yet it feels different. The voice of the silver-haired maiden echoed through the river of time, as she slowly unfurled her body, her silver locks cascading like a galaxy. radiating ripples of primordial light around her. Jun Huaiyun felt his blood boil, an inexplicable resonance from the depths of his soul compelling him to step forward. The river of time beneath his feet sensed his presence and parted, granting him passage. Might I inquire, esteemed elder, who that individual is? Jun Huaiyun approached the silver-haired maiden, clasping his hands in reverence. That individual sealed me here 10,000 epochs ago, she replied, her pale eyes fixated on Jun Huaiyun. What? 10,000 epochs ago? Wasn't that around the time the immortal domain was just forming? Jun Huaiyun responded in astonishment, taken aback by the vastness of time. My name is Chu, a name given to me by that individual who also revealed my identity to me. I am the first ray of light that opened the heavens and the earth. It was he who sealed me here 10,000 epochs ago. You indeed possess his essence, yet it feels somewhat different. The silver-haired maiden gently raised her hand, countless fragments of time swirling within her palm. Do you know who he is? Jun Huaiyun pondered briefly before speaking. I cannot elucidate, nor can I articulate. The silver-haired maiden shook her head. Did he leave behind any words? Jun Huaiyun contemplated for a moment before inquiring. When the primordial light reappears in the world, the fated one shall awaken the slumbering spirit, and the laws of heaven and earth shall be rewritten. That fated one shall be the master of Chu. The silver-haired maiden extended her delicate finger, lightly touching Jun Huaiyun's forehead. At the moment her fingertip made contact, an indescribable vast power surged into Jun Huaiyun's body, his eyes reflecting countless shattered visions of the cosmos. Ding! The spirit of the primordial divine mirror is recognizing its master, 15. Almost simultaneously, the beam of primordial light that pierced the heavens expanded dramatically, forming a colossal pillar of light with a diameter of 1 billion miles, within which countless ancient runes emerged, each representing a law of heaven and earth. This is the primordial divine script. The primordial divine mirror truly acknowledges this young one as its master. The members of the primordial god temple hastily retreated. The primordial emperor's expression drastically changed, raising his hand to summon a golden light that swiftly swept the members of the primordial god temple back. The entire immortal domain descended into chaos. Beings of lesser cultivation could not withstand the brilliance of that light, their eyes bleeding profusely. It is indeed the primordial light. Could it be that the primordial divine mirror has truly recognized a master? Even the long-secluded ancestors of the Jun family emerged, gazing in horror at the towering column of light. Fifth ancestor, what is happening? Jun Wuwang descended from the void beside Jun Dishe, his expression one of confusion. Huaiyun is absorbing the power of the primordial source. Even Jun Dishe was taken aback, his hands trembling slightly. What? Absorbing the primordial source? Jun Wuwang's expression turned exceedingly vivid. The beam of primordial light expanded to an unimaginable scale, enveloping the entire immortal domain in silver-white radiance, as countless ancient runes flowed within the pillar. So this is the true visage of the primordial light, silver-white, which means my primordial sacred body is not pure. Chu Yundao retracted his playful demeanor, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Initially, he had believed the primordial light to be golden, only to discover it was silver-white. Little Daozi, you've suddenly become so serious. I'm rather unaccustomed to it, Bai Huang remarked suddenly. Is that so? Perhaps it's because of my good looks. Chu Yundao reverted to his usual boastful self. This is preposterous. My primordial divine mirror is a treasured artifact of the primordial god temple. How could it acknowledge a mere descendant of the Jun family as its master? The primordial emperor's face contorted with rage, jealousy flickering in his eyes. While numerous emperors of the primordial god temple appeared, all gazing in astonishment at the resplendent primordial light. Witnessing the formidable presence of the primordial god temple, Jun Dishe maintained a stoic expression, positioning himself before the emperors, esteemed members of the primordial god temple. Fate is predetermined. It cannot be coerced. I advise you against any underhanded maneuvers, lest my Jun family be compelled to ensure your complete annihilation. As his words fell, the other ancestors of the Jun family stepped forward in unison, their overwhelming imperial might radiating. The members of the primordial god temple wore grim expressions, their eyes flashing with deep-seated apprehension. Primordial Emperor, what exactly is happening? Isn't the primordial divine mirror in your possession? How could it fall into the hands of a Jun family descendant and acknowledge them as its master? A supreme emperor of the primordial god temple stepped forward, perplexity evident in his voice. It's all this ungrateful wretch's fault. He wagered against that Jun family young master, and not only did he wager, but he also staked the primordial divine mirror, only to lose. The primordial emperor could no longer contain his fury, slapping down the terrified and despondent Xianming emperor behind him with a single blow. Seeing this, the members of the primordial god temple collectively took a step back, astonished that the primordial emperor could be so ruthless, even towards his own son. Within the primordial divine mirror, Jun Huaiyun floated in the void, vast waves of primordial source power continuously pouring into his being. Is this the innate chaotic immortal body? No wonder you can withstand my power. Jun Huaiyun found himself unable to speak. His flesh was undergoing reconstruction and evolution, every drop of blood boiling. as silver-white primordial light intertwined with murky chaotic light. An unprecedented power manifesting. Ding. Detecting that the host is merging with the primordial source, the innate chaotic immortal body is beginning to evolve. You are capable of simultaneously accommodating both chaotic and primordial source powers. You are quite extraordinary. Chu's pale eyes gazed intently at Jun Huaiyun. As time passed, amidst the tense atmosphere in the outside world, Jun Huaiyun's body suddenly erupted with a silver-gray radiance 1,000 times more potent than before. Within that brilliance, the shadows of chaotic light and primordial light could be faintly discerned. The chaotic power can actually merge with the primordial power. This young lad truly brings significant surprises to my Jun family. Jun Disher's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Ding. Congratulations, host. The evolution of the innate chaotic body is complete. The host physique is now the primordial chaotic body. Inside the primordial divine mirror, Jun Huaiyun had completed his final evolution. His eyes snapped open, the left revealing a swirling vortex of chaos, while the right shimmered with primordial light. His cultivation had also broken through to a one-star holy king. Not only that, but the 80 celestial apertures within him had evolved from the microcosmic world to the great thousand world. He had also opened an additional 50 celestial apertures. Although they remained in the weakest microcosmic world, they were still significantly more powerful than before. Jun Huaiyun felt the overwhelming power coursing within him and couldn't help but feel exhilarated. At present, his physical strength is sufficiently formidable to effortlessly crush those at the pinnacle of the Saint King realm. Even those with supreme physical prowess, surpassing the Saint King level, cannot compare to him. He estimates that to inflict any harm upon him, one would at least need to possess the might of a great celestial, and wield a weapon at that. Greetings, master. The figure of Chu manifested before Jun Huaiyun, bowing respectfully. At this moment, Chu's aura seemed significantly weakened compared to before. Chapter 35. The resentment of the primordial emperor, ascending to the heavenly realm. The space within the primordial divine mirror gradually stabilized. As the river of time receded swiftly like a tide, Chu's form became increasingly ethereal, his silvery hair losing some of its luster, and his eyes dimming considerably. Chu, what has befallen you? Jun Huaiyun, upon witnessing Chu's condition, felt an inexplicable pang of sorrow. He hurried forward, wishing to support Chu's swaying form, only to find his hand passing through Chu's body. I have exhausted far too much of my primordial power, and I require a period of slumber within the divine mirror to recuperate. The primordial divine mirror has acknowledged you as its master, and you may summon it at any time. However, I implore you not to overuse its powers until I have fully recovered. Chu managed to force a smile. Rest assured, take your time to recuperate. Should anything arise, do not hesitate to inform me. Jun Huaiyun exhaled in relief, nodding in agreement. Chu understood. His form transformed into countless specks of starlight, dissipating into the ether, while Jun Huaiyun felt a wave of repulsion wash over him, causing the scenery before him to blur rapidly. Outside, the primordial light that pierced through heaven and earth suddenly contracted, ultimately condensing into a point of light that vanished within Jun Huaiyun's brow. Esteemed guests, I apologize for the wait. Jun Huaiyun slowly opened his eyes, the primordial chaotic light emanating from them piercing through the boundless void. Yin, are you unharmed? Jun Wuwang approached Jun Huaiyun, his voice filled with concern. Father, I have fulfilled my duty. Jun Huaiyun responded, a glimmer of celestial light dancing in his hand as an ancient mirror floated above it. Excellent, excellent. Jun Wuwang looked upon Jun Huaiyun with immense satisfaction. Little Yunzi, I never anticipated that you would truly tame the primordial divine mirror. At the time, I thought you were merely boasting, but you indeed possess the capability to command this artifact. Bai Huang flashed into view before Jun Huaiyun, his eyes brimming with astonishment. Just as Jun Huaiyun was about to respond, a figure adorned with a pumpkin-like visage suddenly squeezed in, collapsing to the ground with a thud. Brother Jun, you have finally emerged. Little brother has awaited your return with great anticipation. From now on, you are my true brother, for you have even managed to tame this artifact. Jun Huaiyun looked down and nearly burst into laughter at the sight of Chu Yun struggling to maintain a sycophantic grin, which was quite difficult to uphold. I recall you were quite arrogant earlier, claiming you would make me your follower, Jun Huaiyun teased. That was my folly, failing to recognize your greatness. This encounter has truly awakened me to the truth that there are realms beyond realms and people beyond people. Only by following Brother Jun can one hope for a prosperous future. What is the primordial divine palace in comparison to you? Chu Yun exclaimed, slapping his own face multiple times in self-reproach. Huh, how embarrassing. I am ashamed to be associated with you. Bai Huang looked at Chu Yun with disdain. Old mutt, how dare you speak? Who was it that cowered behind me when the primordial light appeared? Chu Yun retorted, igniting a playful counterattack. Nonsense. That was me protecting you. You worthless fool. Bai Huang, flustered and angry, swatted Chu Yun on the backside, causing him to yelp and leap up. Jun Huaiyun watched this comical duo, unable to suppress a sigh while shaking his head. Indeed, they were quite the pair. Enough, enough. I shall ask you one last time. Chu Yun, Are you certain you wish to leave the primordial divine palace and become my follower? You must understand that our agreement is merely verbal. No heavenly oaths have been established, and you are not obligated to adhere to it. Jun Huaiyun spoke earnestly. Absolutely. There is no future without following Brother Jun. I am even willing to make a heavenly oath. Chu Yin nodded vigorously, promptly vowing before them. Though he enjoyed boasting, he was not foolish. He had discerned that fate was destined to favor the Jun family in this life, and compared to the primordial divine palace, the Jun family was indeed far superior. From Bai Huang, he learned that the Jun family was exceptionally protective, fostering healthy competition. As long as one possessed sufficient strength and talent, respect would be granted. However, the primordial divine palace was fraught with treachery, where a single misstep could lead to demise. This illustrated the stark contrast between factions and families. Most importantly, the primordial divine palace had repeatedly suffered at the hands of Jun Huaiyun, and he feared that remaining there would ultimately lead to his downfall. Noticing this, Jun Huaiyun refrained from further discussion, casting his gaze toward the distance, where the expressions of the primordial divine palace members were dark and brooding, particularly that of the primordial emperor, whose imperial might surged uncontrollably outward. Let us depart. The primordial emperor issued the command, squeezing out 2 words through gritted teeth. His eyes filled with a murderous intent that seemed palpable. However, upon seeing Jun Dishi step forward, he ultimately suppressed his urge to strike. Imperial Lord. The primordial divine mirror, a disgruntled emperor from the primordial divine palace, began, but was swiftly silenced. Silence. Are you not ashamed? The primordial emperor bellowed, sending the emperor flying with a single slap. The members of the primordial divine palace could only retreat in shame, and as they departed, the primordial emperor cast a lingering glance at Jun Huaiyun, his gaze akin to that of a predator assessing its prey. Jun family, the days ahead are long. We shall engage in this game with you, the primordial emperor declared, leaving without a backward glance, fearing that further delay would lead to a loss of composure. Humph. We await your return. Jun Dishi scoffed, dismissing the primordial emperor's threat with indifference. Yinner, did you experience any discomfort while taming the primordial divine mirror? Jun Wuwang gently placed his broad hand upon Jun Huaiyun's shoulder, his eyes filled with concern. Do not worry, father. I merely exhausted some energy. A brief rest will suffice. Jun Huaiyun shook his head, revealing a hint of fatigue on his face, as the process of merging with the primordial essence had indeed drained him. In that case, I shall take my leave. There are matters within the clan that require my attention. Please rest well, and do not rush your training. Jun Wuwang stated, turning to the 5 ancestors and offering a slight bow. I take my leave now. Jun Dishi nodded slightly, and Jun Wuwang turned to depart. Taking a deep breath, Jun Huaiyun approached the 5 ancestors. Disciple Jun Huaiyun pays respects to the 5 ancestors. I extend my gratitude for your protection against the primordial divine palace. Jun Huaiyun bowed respectfully. Do not stand on ceremony. As a descendant of the Jun family, it is our duty. However, I must say, you have truly brought honor to our family today. The ancestor has not felt such elation in ages. Witnessing the discomfiture of those from the primordial divine palace was nothing short of delightful, especially the primordial emperor, whose face was as dark as coal. Jun Dishi remarked with a broad smile. The disciple does not deserve such praise. It was merely a stroke of good fortune. Jun Huaiyun blushed modestly, responding humbly. Fortune? That ancient primordial ancestor attempted for thousands of epochs and failed to tame the primordial divine mirror, and you attribute your success to mere luck? To successfully merge with the primordial essence, and even compel the spirit of the divine mirror to willingly expend its essence to aid you in achieving the primordial chaotic body, if that is luck, then all the prodigies of the myriad realms might as well collide with tofu to their demise. Jun Dishi said with a bemused smile. Hearing this, Jun Huaiyun's heart skipped a beat, unsure how to respond. He could hardly confess that it was due to the system. Haha, there is no need to be anxious. Each individual possesses their own opportunities and secrets. With the bloodline of the Jun family coursing through your veins, your fortunes are inherently intertwined with those of the family. We, the old-timers, are not so petty as to covet the secrets of the younger generation. On the contrary, the family will do everything in its power to ensure your growth. When the descendants grow strong, the family itself becomes truly powerful. The 5 ancestor laughed heartily, fully aware of the source of Jun Huaiyun's anxiety. These words warmed Jun Huaiyun's heart. He understood that the 5th ancestor was indirectly assuring him that the family would not pry into the secrets surrounding him. On the contrary, anyone who dared to investigate Jun Huaiyun's mysteries would face the wrath of the Jun family. Thank you for your understanding, 5th ancestor. Jun Huaiyun expressed earnestly. Let us return to the heavenly realm with our ancestor. Now that you have become the young master of the Jun family, it is time for you to witness the true depth of our lineage. Moreover, your successful acquisition of the primordial divine mirror has brought honor to the Jun family. And according to our family customs, you are entitled to a territory of your own in the heavenly realm. With a flourish of his sleeve, Jun Dishi unveiled a resplendent spatial tunnel before them. Jun Huaiyun's eyes sparkled with excitement. The Jun family's heavenly realm was a sacred site. one that even the 9 saints and 3 emperors of the Jun family seldom entered. It housed the secluded abodes of the family's ancient sages, who had become living relics through their long meditative retreats. Access to this realm was reserved for those who had made significant contributions or reached certain cultivation levels within the family. Chapter 36, Meeting the Ancestors, the Ancestral Land Unveiled. Fifth Ancestor, about this heavenly realm. Jun Huaiyun began, but was abruptly interrupted by an exaggerated wail from behind. Brother Jun, take your little brother along. Chu Yundao exclaimed, wrapping himself around Jun Huaiyun's leg, his pumpkin-like face squeezing out a couple of non-existent tears. I am willing to serve Brother Jun. Whether it be climbing mountains or descending into the flames of hell, just to glimpse the splendor of the Jun family's heavenly realm. My eyes are about to go blind. How can such shamelessness exist in this world? Bai Huang exclaimed, covering his eyes with a paw. Enough. You go with Bai Huang to the Jun family. The heavenly realm is the core of our family. It is not a place for an outsider like you. Jun Huaiyun chuckled. Did you hear that, pumpkin face? Come along, and I shall teach you some skills for self-preservation, lest you embarrass me by getting beaten up while trying to show off. Bai Huang raised his head with pride. Chu Yundao's eyes flickered as he suddenly leaned in to whisper something into Bai Huang's ear. Are you serious? You actually possess the secret techniques for showing off? Bai Huang's eyes widened in disbelief. Absolutely true, Chu Yundao said mysteriously, producing a yellowed ancient tome from his bosom. The cover inscribed with the words "The Art of Showing Off" in a crooked scrawl. It's actually the art of showing off. I have searched for it for so many years, yet it turns out to be in your hands. Bai Huang's drool nearly spilled forth. Jun Huaiyun could only shake his head in exasperation. These two clowns together were bound to create a grand farce. What an interesting little fellow. Huaiyun. Though your follower's cultivation may be lacking, his qualities and talents are commendable. He is indeed a talent. Jun Dishi smiled, waving his sleeve. Forgive me for the embarrassment. Jun Huaiyun replied, feeling somewhat awkward. Not at all. Let us depart. They can entertain themselves. With another wave of his sleeve, Jun Dishi led the group into the spatial tunnel, vanishing from sight. In the distance, Bai Huang and Chu Yundao, one man and one dog, had begun to delve deeply into the study of the art of showing off. The first technique, entrance must be accompanied by wind. Bai Huang recited earnestly. The key here is to utilize spiritual power to create an imposing aura, allowing your garments to billow naturally and your hair to dance in the breeze, thereby cultivating an ethereal presence. Come, let me demonstrate, Chu Yundao said, channeling a strand of primordial energy, which instantly whipped up a gust of wind that made his clothes rustle dramatically. However, with a sudden rip, his already tattered robe was torn into shreds by the force of the wind. Cough, cough, cough. You didn't control the strength well. Let us try again. Chu Yundao awkwardly covered his vital areas. Such uselessness. Watch me. Bai Huang stood tall, with a gentle breeze swirling around him, causing his white fur to dance in the wind, exuding an air of celestial beast. Lord Bai Huang is truly remarkable. I am in awe. Chu Yundao continued to flatter him. Naturally, my talent is unmatched, even by little Yunzi. Bai Huang puffed up with pride, and together, they continued their exploration of the art of showing off. The Jun family's heavenly realm was the foundation of their lineage, home to countless powerful beings. Most of the family's ancestors were deeply engaged in meditation within its depths. The heavenly realm was suffused with ethereal energy, giving rise to numerous awe-inspiring phenomena. Phoenixes taking flight, Cheelants treading upon clouds, each marvel intertwining and manifesting. Among these, countless palaces emerged from the void, each radiating an extraordinarily potent aura. However, what astonished Jun Huaiyun the most was the colossal world tree that pierced through the heavens and the earth at the center of the heavenly realm. Its branches and leaves cascading down, while countless cosmic anomalies revolved around it. Jun Huaiyun's eyes sparkled with brilliance. This is the world tree. Our esteemed ancestors have transplanted it to the Jun family's heavenly realm using supreme divine abilities. Jun Dishi remarked with a faint smile. The world tree. Jun Huaiyun's brow arched slightly. The world tree stood alongside the primordial tree as one of the two divine trees of the heavens, its value beyond measure. He never anticipated that the Jun family possessed such a treasure. Subsequently, Jun Huaiyun, along with Jun Dishi and several other ancestors, ventured deeper into the heavenly realm, where a dozen figures sat cross-legged at its farthest reaches, each enveloped in boundless celestial mist, exuding an imperial might capable of collapsing the very fabric of the universe. Even a mere trace of their aura was sufficient to obliterate the souls of ordinary quasi-emperors. Ah, Huaiyun has arrived. The leading ancestor smiled gently at Jun Huaiyun, his eyes reflecting a terrifying vision of annihilation and the recreation of the cosmos. This is the 12 ancestors, masters of divining the heavenly secrets. Jun Dishi explained nearby. Though the 12 ancestors were of medium strength among the Jun family's elders, their expertise in heavenly secrets granted them a superior status, one that even the 5th ancestor would respect. They had established numerous military achievements for the Jun family through their insights into heavenly secrets, which solidified their standing. Junior Jun Huaiyun pays his respects to all esteemed ancestors. Jun Huaiyun bowed respectfully, neither servile nor arrogant. You are courteous. The primordial chaos body. Coupled with such a rich lineage of the Jun family, it appears that our generation is destined to produce a prodigious dragon. The 12 ancestors regarded Jun Huaiyun with keen eyes, their expressions filled with delight. As their words fell, the other 10 ancestors simultaneously opened their eyes, all directing their gaze at Jun Huaiyun. In an instant, the entire realm was suffused with an overwhelming imperial pressure. Jun Huaiyun felt a surge within him, the power of primordial chaos involuntarily emanating, shielding him from the oppressive might. My apologies, we have lost our composure. We did not expect to encounter one with a primordial chaos body. The elders of the Jun family dispelled their oppressive aura, their faces marked with contrition, primarily due to their overwhelming excitement at the discovery of such a rare physique. The 12 ancestors began to calculate with their fingers, their eyes shimmering with the flow of the stars. Moments later, they revealed expressions of astonishment. I am unable to fathom the fate and karma of this child Huaiyun. At this proclamation, the elders were further astounded. The 12 ancestors were renowned for their unparalleled divination skills, and for even them to be unable to discern Jun Huaiyun's fate was truly a staggering revelation. Huaiyun, do you have any other requests? You may take that territory in the heavenly realm whenever you wish, and you may cultivate there for as long as you desire. The 12 ancestors inhaled deeply, speaking slowly, as they harbored a strong premonition that the Jun family's future hinged upon Jun Huaiyun. None for now. As for the training ground, I would prefer to stay in the young master's imperial palace, Jun Huaiyun replied thoughtfully. Haha, just as I expected, you are truly the offspring of Jun Wuwang. A perfect replica. The 12 ancestors chuckled. Indeed, in certain respects, the young master's imperial palace is not inferior to this side of the heavenly realm. Since you wish to remain in the imperial palace, then let it be as you desire. Should you encounter any difficulties in your cultivation, feel free to seek us out. If anyone dares to bully you, you may also come to us, even if it is your father who mistreats you. We will gladly assist you in teaching him a lesson. The 7th ancestor laughed heartily. All right, now that we have had our pleasantries, I came to discuss something of great importance. Jun Huaiyun declared. The ancestral grounds of the Jun family are poised to unveil an opportunity that arises but once in a millennium. Within the depths of these sacred lands lie numerous legacies and opportunities bestowed by our ancient forebears, including the revered progenitor. This represents an exceptional chance for you. Should you manage to resonate with the progenitor's essence, unexpected rewards may await. Especially considering you are the sole prodigy of the Jun lineage in modern times to possess a bloodline purity exceeding 95. Your father's lineage pales in comparison. The 12th ancestor solemnly declared. Chapter 37. Two Oddities, the Timorous White Sovereign. The Jun Ancestral Grounds. Jun Huaiyun felt a slight tremor in his heart. If there exists a place in the mystical realm that captivates the younger generation, it is undoubtedly the ancestral grounds, particularly that of an immortal imperial clan such as the Jun family. Within, countless opportunities and legacies left by the Jun ancestors await. The ancestral grounds shall open in 3 days, and during that time, many of the Jun family's youth will venture forth to compete for these inheritances. Originally, the opening was scheduled for the following year, but after deliberation among the elder ancestors, it has been decided to commence earlier. Huaiyun, although you are the young master of the Jun family, within the ancestral grounds, merit shall dictate your fate. This time, several of the 9 saints, who rank among the foremost in the Jun family, will also participate, presenting you with a formidable challenge. Do not underestimate the 9 saints. While you possess the innate ability of the primordial chaos body, enabling you to challenge those of higher ranks, those ahead of you are equally capable of rising to the occasion, not to mention they have cultivated their skills for decades. Possessing a far more robust foundation, do not let your guard down. Another elder of the Jun family spoke gravely, fearful that Huaiyun's pride might lead to his downfall at the hands of the 9 saints, shattering his resolve. Thank you for your guidance, esteemed ancestor. I shall remain prudent. Jun Huaiyun replied respectfully. Through this period of interaction, he has come to grasp the nature of the Jun family. Their prodigies are generally formidable, and the 9 saints are the embodiment of the family's prestige, their prowess not to be underestimated. They are not the kind to be easily overpowered by other factions, nor are they vulnerable to the whims of lesser forces. This is not the mindless fantasy he once encountered in his past life. Thus, regardless of the circumstances, he would not be complacent, especially not towards entities of the 9 saints caliber. By the way, will the 3 young emperors be entering the ancestral grounds? An epiphany struck Jun Huaiyun, prompting this sudden inquiry. The 3 young emperors? Rest assured, they have already acquired the legacies they sought within the ancestral grounds. They will not return to vie for opportunities with you. They have their dignity to uphold. The 12th ancestor responded with a slight pause before bursting into laughter. I understand now. Jun Huaiyun replied with an awkward smile. Go, prepare yourself well. The ancestral grounds are fraught with peril, inhabited by numerous ancient beasts, remnants of our ancestors' will. While they may not pose fatal threats, injuries are still likely. so ensure you are thoroughly prepared. Moreover, that follower you brought back possesses considerable talent. Should his character prove commendable, he could be cultivated. He may freely roam the periphery of the ancestral grounds. But entry into the inner sanctum is reserved for core members of the Jun family. Another elder interjected. Huaiyun, do you have any other inquiries? The 12th ancestor inquired with a slight smile. At present, none. After some contemplation, Jun Huaiyun shook his head. Since there are no further questions, let us take our leave. I shall escort you back to the imperial palace. Jun Disher patted Jun Huaiyun on the shoulder, and with a wave of his hand, the scenery shifted dramatically. And in the blink of an eye, Jun Huaiyun found himself back in the familiar surroundings of the young master's imperial palace. What vexed him most was the immediate cacophony that greeted him upon landing, a raucous display that he needn't even identify to know it belonged to the two oddities. Behold my first pose of grandeur, a celestial breeze. Chu Yundao's voice echoed from within the palace, accompanied by powerful fluctuations of aura. No. Is your pumpkin face even capable? Your wind is far too contrived. It must be more natural. White Sovereign-s dog-like yelps followed closely behind Chu Yundao's proclamation. Regret washed over Jun Huaiyun for having chosen Chu Yundao as a follower. A bead of sweat formed on his forehead, as the first follower he had recruited was nothing short of ridiculous, perpetually lost in a cycle of ostentation. I am curious to see what they are concocting. Jun Huaiyun thought to himself, stealthily approaching the source of the commotion, eager to witness what mischief these two had devised. By the heavens! Upon turning a corner, the sight before him nearly caused him to spit blood. There stood Chu Yundao, draped in a golden cloak of unknown origin, perched atop a rooftop with arms crossed, his robe billowing in the fierce wind. The issue lay in the gale being so forceful that it caused his golden hair to stand on end, resembling a frizzy golden cat from a distance. Most absurdly, Chu Yundao had smeared his face with white powder and painted his lips a vivid red, making him appear as though he were preparing for a theatrical performance. Shifting his gaze, he beheld White Sovereign standing upright, one paw resting behind him, while the other paw stroked a beard of dubious origin, presenting an expression reminiscent of a wise sage. A gentle breeze flowed around him, causing his white fur to dance, indeed exuding a semblance of a celestial beast, yet oddly adorned with a butterfly bow on his rear. It was utterly disgraceful. Can one even fathom such a scene? It was incongruous beyond measure. Brother Jun has returned. I missed you dearly. Chu Yundao, with keen eyes, was the first to spot Jun Huaiyun, leaping from the rooftop in excitement only to trip over something, crashing to the ground and rendering his freshly donned attire into an unsightly pair of shorts. White Sovereign maintained his lofty demeanor, turning slowly with an expression of indifference. Ah, little Yundao has returned. Truly a lack of proper reception. For I was just instructing this pumpkin face in the art of ostentation. I was gone but a moment. Jun Huaiyun exclaimed, utterly speechless. Little Yundao, you fail to grasp the art of flamboyance. 3 parts skill, 7 parts performance. This is an essential technique for survival in the cultivation world, White Sovereign retorted, a mischievous glint in his eye. So your endeavor together was merely to master the art of windswept hairstyles? Jun Huaiyun could not help but scoff. Not just that. Over this period, we have delved into a multitude of ostentation techniques, such as the gaze of dominance, cool indifference, elegance, natural flamboyance, and many others. Chu Yundao exclaimed, leaping for joy, completely oblivious to the fact that his pants had been torn. Stop. I have something important to discuss. Jun Huaiyun hastily interrupted, fearing that Chu Yundao might perform yet another ridiculous display. Important? Could it be that the ancestral grounds are about to open? White Sovereign's ears perked up, intrigued. You are aware of this? Jun Huaiyun was taken aback, astonished that the typically unreliable White Sovereign had knowledge of such matters. I calculated the time and knew that the ancient ones of the Jun family could not remain idle. After all, the ancestral grounds trial of inheritance occurs but once every millennium. And the time is indeed drawing nigh, White Sovereign declared, pride swelling as he flicked his tail. What are the ancestral grounds? Can they be used for ostentation? Chu Yundao inquired, a perplexed expression adorning his face. Ostentation? Nonsense. They are the sacred realm left by the ancestors of the Jun family, brimming with treasures, diverse ancestral legacies, and countless elixirs of immortality. White Sovereign chastised, slapping his paw against Chu Yundao's forehead. What White Sovereign said was not without merit. Indeed, the ancestral grounds would open in 3 days, and I had intended to inform you of this matter. I shall lead you both into the ancestral grounds. Though Chu Yundao may only roam the periphery, Jun Huaiyun affirmed. What, 3 days? Was it not supposed to be next year? White Sovereign began to calculate with his front paws, his expression suddenly turning grave. White Sovereign, what troubles you? Jun Huaiyun inquired, noticing the seriousness etched upon White Sovereign's face, his own brow furrowing in concern. The training for the pumpkin-faced fellow's pretentiousness has barely reached its first stage. This buffoon, despite possessing the secrets of pretense, fails to utilize them, and I am left with the burden of teaching him. I fear that when he enters the ancestral grounds, he may bring disgrace upon us. Jun Huaiyun remarked. Chu Yundao, did you just say that I too, can enter the Jun family's ancestral lands? How splendid. I shall put on a grand display. It took Chu Yundao a moment to grasp the implication, placing his hands on his hips with an air of pride. Bai Huang cast a sidelong glance at him, then turned to Jun Huaiyun, his expression suddenly becoming serious. Xiao Yunzi, the ancestral grounds are not to be trifled with. Within, there lie not only opportunities and legacies, but also ancient beasts transformed by the will of our ancestors. A moment's carelessness could lead to injury. You seem quite concerned for me, Jun Huaiyun observed, noticing Bai Huang's abrupt change in demeanor. Isn't it true that you enjoy watching me get beaten? I recall just a few days ago, when Jun Jian and his companions sought me out for a spar, you were eager for me to take a beating. Jun Huaiyun looked at Bai Huang, astonished. Ahem, you misunderstand. This is not concern for you. I am merely worried that your defeat would reflect poorly on me. Bai Huang cleared his throat, his eyes darting around, betraying his unease. Jun Huaiyun merely smiled in silence. Senior Bai Huang, you are deceiving yourself. Your aura reeks of lies. You might fool Jungo, but not me. Do not forget, my sense of smell is quite keen. You are indeed worried about Jun Ji's safety. Suddenly, Chu Yundao leaned closer to Bai Huang, his nose twitching slightly, bearing an expression that conveyed understanding. Nonsense. Do not slander this emperor. With his ruse uncovered, Bai Huang's canine visage flushed crimson, and he leapt up, delivering a swift kick that sent Chu Yundao flying. Chapter 38. Adjusting one's state. Practicing the 7 styles of heavenly execution. Well then, regardless of the circumstances, you both must prepare. I shall take my leave. Jun Huaiyun clapped his hands and declared, Wait, my pants are torn. Chu Yundao suddenly realized that his lower half was quite chilly, and with a startled cry, he fled, covering himself. I shall also take my leave. Xiao Yunzi. Bai Huang's eyes twinkled mischievously as he finished speaking and dashed after Chu Yundao. After bidding farewell to Bai Huang, Jun Huaiyun ventured deep into the imperial palace alone. He needed to calm his mind and prepare. For the journey to the ancestral grounds was of great significance and allowed for no carelessness. Additionally, he needed to solidify his foundation. As his recent breakthroughs had come too swiftly, 3 days' time, which equated to a month in the outside world, should suffice. Upon reaching the depths of the imperial palace, Jun Huaiyun waved his hand lightly, causing countless profound temporal runes to illuminate the surroundings, and waves of law resonated outward. Jun Huaiyun sat cross-legged, first examining his own condition. He had absorbed an excess of primordial essence within the primordial divine mirror, although he had evolved from the chaotic immortal body to the primordial chaotic body. This transformation had also burdened him. To illustrate, it was akin to a small cup suddenly being filled with the waters of an ocean, while his naturally powerful physique, bolstered by the initial assistance, allowed him to barely withstand the force of the primordial essence. His level remained insufficiently low, leaving him feeling a degree of fatigue both physically and mentally. He needed to retreat and adjust his state. Otherwise, as time progressed, his condition would deteriorate. Akin to a person who stays up late without rest, the longer it persisted, the worse the state became. He currently felt just that way. First, to adjust his state, Jun Huaiyun closed his eyes and began to circulate the chaotic creation technique, allowing the primordial chaotic energy to flow gently within him. Gradually, he entered a marvelous state, his consciousness floating amidst a sea of chaos. What? You say it is too mundane to comprehend? In simpler terms, I am asleep. A long sigh of relief escaped him as he felt the tension in his waist and back dissipate. After an indeterminate amount of time, Jun Huaiyun opened his eyes, the brilliance within them surging forth. The weariness that had clouded his vision vanished, leaving him invigorated. His state had been sufficiently adjusted. Next, he would turn to the heavenly execution spear. A magnificent golden spear appeared before him, measuring approximately 9 feet in length. Its shaft was entwined with strands of golden lightning, exuding an overwhelming imperial might that compressed the very void. Ever since he had subdued the heavenly execution spear, he had scarcely had time to attend to it. The moment Jun Huaiyun grasped the spear's shaft, an intensely chilling aura of slaughter surged through his arm toward the crown of his head. Were it not for his extraordinary will, he might have been reduced to a mere instrument of carnage. Truly, this was a divine weapon of execution presiding over the laws of the primordial divine hall. Such murderous intent was not something an ordinary individual could withstand. To fully unleash the weapon's power, he would need to procure a few compatible divine abilities. Surely the Jun family possessed such techniques. Ah yes, this one, the supreme slaughter divine ability, the 7 styles of heavenly execution. Indeed, the Jun family lacks for nothing in this regard. The strength of the family affords such conveniences. Jun Huaiyun closed his eyes and immersed himself in the 7 styles of heavenly execution. First style, shatter the heavens, ruin the earth. After some time, Jun Huaiyun suddenly rose, eyes wide open, and with the heavenly execution spear in hand, he struck fiercely at the void ahead. The golden lightning shattered all before it, and the vast expanse of emptiness fractured, creating the illusion that heaven and earth had been rent asunder. Impressive power. This spear could not be resisted even by a saint king. Even a supreme might fall if carelessly faced with it. Jun Huaiyun nodded in satisfaction. pleased with the might of this divine ability. Upon completing the first style, he began to practice the second. Jun Huaiyun regulated his breathing, holding the spear horizontally. The previously agitated golden lightning calmed, flowing gently along the spear's body. Second style, void and silence. With the heavenly execution spear, he executed a horizontal strike backward. The golden spear rays spread out like ripples, and to Jun Huaiyun's astonishment, where the spear rays passed, instead of the domineering destruction of the first style, it was a cascading wave of golden energy that radiated outward. Where the golden waves flowed, space transformed into a void, the spatial cross-section remarkably smooth, exuding an eerie artistic beauty, as though it had been wiped clean. If one were to compare the two, the first style was brutally violent, with a single strike. The enemy would be left in disarray. The second style, in stark contrast, was a manifestation of elegance. The third style, however, posed a challenge. It likely required a breakthrough to the supreme level for proper cultivation. Jun Huaiyun scratched his head, deciding to temporarily set it aside. Cultivation requires a balance of tension and relaxation. One cannot rush. Continuing further might lead to a form of madness. His few days of seclusion had yielded substantial gains. Aside from mastering the spear techniques, his realm had also advanced from a 1-star Saint King to a 2-star. Additionally, he had familiarized himself with the powers of the primordial chaotic body. It was time to emerge and see how those two lively characters were faring. Hopefully, they hadn't caused any trouble. Jun Huaiyun stretched languidly. After all, he had traversed worlds, and in his past life, he had merely been a teenager. His temperament was still immature, with a penchant for play rather than cultivation. The notion that a teenager could seamlessly mature upon entering a different world is pure folly. Without the tempering of time, significant change is implausible. As he stepped out, two figures rushed toward him at breakneck speed. "Jungo, I've missed you terribly," Chu Yundao exclaimed, arms wide open, tears of excitement glimmering in his eyes. "Woof woof, Xiao Yunzi, I am here too." Bai Huang was not to be outdone, sprinting on his short legs. Seeing the comical sight of one person and one dog, Jun Huaiyun couldn't help but twitch his lips, elegantly sidestepping their enthusiastic welcome. "Ah, a woo." The two collided with a thud, rolling together on the ground in a tangle. "Have you two caused any trouble these past few days?" Jun Huaiyun said, arms crossed, his expression exuding exasperation. "Jungo, you are so heartless. We have been waiting here day and night for your return. Not even a hug." Chu Yundao climbed to his feet, holding his nose. "If you were a woman, I might consider it." Jun Huaiyun replied earnestly. "Woof woof. Exactly. Wait, no. It was I who stood vigil here day and night. Where have you been, pumpkin face? Just wait till I get my teeth on you." With a fierce glare from the white sovereign dog, it prepared to pounce and bite. "Baldy, you dare!" exclaimed its companion. "Oh dear, don't bite my trousers. They're newly purchased, and I still have to marry and have children." Observing the playful chase between the man and the dog, Jun Huaiyun felt a slight smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. These two lively treasures always managed to ease his tensions. Just as their frolic ensued, Elder Jun Wandao made his grand entrance into the imperial palace. Chapter 39. The cultivation of Jun family's prodigies. There exists no mindless provocation. Wishing to join the Jun family, we welcome the young master's emergence from seclusion. A chorus of robust voices resonated in the skies above the palace, revealing Elder Jun Wandao accompanied by numerous exceptional youths of the Jun family, each radiating at least the aura of the saint realm. Truly, the Jun family prodigies were remarkable, each one a paragon of excellence. Jun Huaiyun narrowed his eyes slightly. These individuals were evidently the elite of the younger generation within the Jun family, each embodying unparalleled talent. What astonished him the most was the genuine admiration reflected in their gazes towards him, devoid of the jealousy and provocation often found in mindless novels of his past life. There is no need for excessive formality. Jun Huaiyun raised his hand to address them. Etiquette must not be neglected. Since the young master has emerged from seclusion, let us set forth for the ancestral grounds. The other 6 saints have already departed, Elder Jun Wandao cheerfully replied. "I appreciate your efforts, Elder. By the way, you mentioned that 6 saints have already headed to the ancestral grounds. Which 3 are absent?" Jun Huaiyun inquired, nodding thoughtfully. "The top 3 among the 9 saints are not present in the Jun family. The great saint is honing his skills in the outside world. The second saint is in a secluded realm for cultivation, and the whereabouts of the third saint remain unclear. They have always been a mystery, even to the clan leader." Elder Jun Wandao explained, shaking his head. "This emperor knows. That rascal must be sneaking off to the Yaoxi Holy Land to spy on the celestial maidens bathing again. He used to drag me into such mischief daily." The white sovereign dog crossed its forepaws over its chest, wearing an expression of understanding. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere fell silent. "Brother Jun, what a grand spectacle this is. Over the past month, I've encountered many of them, and they are certainly no pushovers. I never imagined they would show you such deference. In the Taichu Divine Palace, I never received such respect. This stature is simply unbeatable, Brother Jun." Chu Yundao leaned closer to Jun Huaiyun, whispering with envy. "Woof. Naturally, little Yunzi is under this emperor's protection within the Jun family. Anyone who dares to defy will be swiftly subdued. The white sovereign dog, having transformed into a small canine form, perched proudly on Jun Huaiyun's shoulder, casting a triumphant glance at Chu Yundao. Both of you ought to speak less outside. Don't embarrass me. Jun Huaiyun sighed helplessly. Ahem, in any case. Regarding the opening of the ancestral grounds, only those 3 saints have pressing matters and cannot attend. The other 6 saints have all set out. However, young master, rest assured that while they may harbor doubts about your sudden rise to prominence within the Jun family, they adhere to clan rules and will not overstep their bounds. Elder Jun Huaiyun assured him. Jun Huaiyun nodded. It seemed the Jun family's upbringing was much better than he had anticipated. The youthful exchanges were conducted discreetly, never brought into the open. The mindless antagonists typical of the novels from his previous life would hardly survive 3 episodes in reality. Those capable of becoming saints were far too mature to behave like children. Let us not delay. We shall depart at once. Elder Jun Huaiyun waved his sleeve, and a massive black void warship materialized above the imperial palace, its hull adorned with intricate runes, each exuding an air of mystery. My goodness. This must be the Jun family's void warship. This is my first time seeing one. How many spirit stones would it take to construct such a vessel? Chu Yundao exclaimed, his eyes wide with wonder, drool nearly escaping his lips. You country bumpkin, this is crafted from heavenly meteorite gold and ancient stellar cores. It cannot be measured in spirit stones. It's a commodity without a price on the market, and you wouldn't be able to purchase it even if you wished. The white sovereign dog looked upon Chu Yundao with disdain. Of course, this warship pales in comparison to the invincible vessel that Wu Wang gifted me, which I regrettably damaged in my exploits. The white sovereign dog's face flushed slightly as it recalled the memory. Baldy, you're exaggerating again. Last time you claimed to be a reincarnated celestial emperor, only to be exposed by me when you attempted to strike me, Chu Yundao remarked, tugging at the white sovereign dog's tail. Woof, I never said that. Do not wrongfully accuse a good dog. The white sovereign dog retorted anxiously. Both of you behave yourselves. Jun Huaiyun shook his head in exasperation, amidst the suppressed laughter from the Jun family members. He grasped Chu Yundao by the scruff of his neck with one hand, and the white sovereign dog by the nape with the other, striding toward the warship. I apologize for the commotion. Jun Huaiyun's face turned crimson with embarrassment. The new followers you've gathered are quite lively, not at all a match for Lord White Sovereign. Elder Jun Huaiyun stifled a laugh. Once aboard the warship, Jun Huaiyun truly experienced the formidable foundation of the Jun family. The internal space of the vessel was magnitudes larger than it appeared, filled with everything one could imagine, including training rooms and alchemical chambers, truly a treasure trove of resources. Elder Jun Huaiyun briefed Jun Huaiyun and the other Jun family prodigies on the ancestral grounds as they traveled. The ancestral grounds did not reside in the heavenly realm. Rather, it was located within a universe established by the ancient ancestors of the Jun family. Elder Jun Huaiyun emphasized that the higher-ups of the Jun family would not interfere with matters within the ancestral grounds. Should any life-threatening situations arise, they could retreat at any time. However, they would not meddle in the conflicts among the younger generation, as such disputes were inevitable. As long as they did not endanger lives or engage in outrageous behavior, the elders would turn a blind eye. A vast imperial clan devoid of healthy competition would lack ambition, leading inevitably to decline. Therefore, the Jun family maintained a balanced approach to the competitions among their youth, neither too strict nor too lenient. Within the Jun family, everything was determined by strength. Background held little significance. As long as one possessed talent and ability, they would be valued and treated equally within the clan. Listening attentively, Jun Huaiyun displayed little emotion. This reality was within his expectations. Brother Jun, your Jun family is truly remarkable. Unlike the Taichu Divine Palace, where one must constantly live in fear of unjust treatment, the Taichu Divine Palace relies solely on connections for respect. Even I, as a Taichu saint body, would be at their mercy without my background, Chu Yundao remarked, filled with envy. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he spoke earnestly. Brother Jun, may I join your Jun family? As soon as the words escaped his lips, Jun Huaiyun nearly choked on his own saliva. The warship fell eerily silent as countless eyes turned toward Chu Yundao. Even the white sovereign dog, previously dozing on Jun Huaiyun's shoulder, perked up with newfound alertness. Jun Huaiyun raised an eyebrow, and before he could respond, Elder Jun Huaiyun burst into laughter. Dear young friend, the Jun family does not allow just anyone to join. While we welcome prodigies from all paths, there are considerable thresholds to meet. Threshold? What kind of threshold? Chu Yundao's eyes brightened as he leaned forward eagerly. Is there a fee or an examination to pass? Although I, Chu Yundao, have left the Taichu Divine Palace and am without a single coin, I am nonetheless a Taichu saint body, ranked among the top 30 in the 3,000 physiques, with boundless potential, Chu Yundao declared proudly. The white sovereign dog seized the opportunity to mock him, crossing its forepaws and regarding Chu Yundao with disdain. Woof, you pumpkin-faced fool. Do you think the Jun family is a marketplace where anyone can just waltz in? Baldy, cease looking down on others. I am a rare saint body from the Taichu Divine Palace. If it weren't for those old disciples relying on their backgrounds to bully me, I would have long. Chu Yundao retorted defiantly, raising his chin. Long what? Is it true that the temple has been drained of its resources? This emperor observes that apart from your penchant for showing off and your insatiable appetite, you possess no remarkable talents. The white sovereign grinned widely, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. Can you two perhaps quiet down for a moment? Jun Huaiyun, with a sigh of exasperation, rubbed his temples and turned to Jun Huaiyun, inquiring, Elder, what are the requirements for joining the Jun family? According to clan regulations, those without Jun blood must achieve great merits for the family to be accepted, and Jun Huaiyun hesitated. And what else? Chu Yundao pressed anxiously. Chapter 40. The Six Saints of the Jun Family, the Primal Sacred Body. Moreover, one must endure the trials of the 88 difficulties, traverse through the 9 hells, and survive 3,000 thunder calamities. The white sovereign interjected with a grave expression. Wait a moment. When did the Jun family adopt such rules? Jun Huaiyun furrowed his brows. Little Yunzi, you are unaware. This is the latest decree of the Jun family. In addition to what I just mentioned, there is one final trial. One must consume 1,000 pounds of Hell's spicy peppers within a single day to prove one's unwavering loyalty to the Jun family. The white sovereign stated earnestly, a facade of nonsense written all over his canine features. 1,000 pounds of Hell's spicy peppers in a single day? Are you trying to kill me? Chu Yundao's face paled rapidly upon hearing the news. Not only that, but you must also memorize 3,000 volumes of the Jun family's ancestral teachings, soak in the thunder calamity pool for 49 days, and create a painting with your backside. The white sovereign continued, growing more animated, waving a paw to conjure a stack of thick tomes from thin air. You need to stop this. Jun Huaiyun could no longer bear it, grabbing the white sovereign by the scruff of his neck. Woof. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Little Yunzi, release me. I'm merely testing his loyalty to the Jun family. The white sovereign protested, looking quite aggrieved as he hopped onto Jun Huaiyun's shoulder. The members of the Jun family gazed at this peculiar sight, astonished expressions gracing their faces. Apart from the family patriarch and the ancestral elder, no one had dared to so brazenly tug at the white sovereign's scruff. All right. Besides achieving great merits for the family, one must also take a solemn oath to never betray the Jun family and to never act against its interests. Jun Huaiyun clarified. That is simple. Chu Yundao's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. Boom. Just as the white sovereign was about to speak again, the warship suddenly shook violently. There is no need for alarm. We have arrived at the ancestral realm. We are currently traversing the barriers of worlds. Jun Huaiyun declared with a wave of his hand. Through the window, Jun Huaiyun could clearly see the surrounding void twisting and contorting. Boom. Accompanied by a series of thunderous roars, the entire vessel trembled fiercely. Chu Yundao clung tightly to Jun Huaiyun, his face turning green. Jungo, I feel nauseous. Woof. Pumpkin face, hold it together. If you must vomit, do so on little Yunzi. Just don't let it land on this emperor, as my white fur is rather difficult to clean. The white sovereign exclaimed in terror, leaping atop Jun Huaiyun's head. At last, they had reached the ancestral realm. After a duration akin to burning incense, the tumult gradually subsided, and everyone rose to peer outside. Even the collapsed Chu Yundao struggled to stand. The scenery beyond the window had transformed dramatically. It was no longer the pitch-black cosmos, but a vast starry expanse in the distance. This is the ancestral land of our Jun family, an independent universe established by numerous ancient ancestors. Jun Huaiyun boasted with grandeur, stating that no other power in the entire immortal domain could achieve such a feat, not even the Taichu Divine Temple. At this moment, many figures awaited their arrival in the ancestral land, all renowned prodigies of the Jun family. The void warship came to a halt, and Jun Huaiyun and the others stepped out, standing amidst the emptiness. Looking up beneath the boundless starry sky, they beheld an ancient altar rising over a primordial realm, encircled by 81 towering jade pillars, each adorned with intricate carvings of figures. The altar was already crowded with figures. A brief scan by Jun Huaiyun revealed at least several thousand individuals, each radiating an exceptionally powerful aura, the weakest among them being a one-star saint. Any one of them, if brought to the outside world, would be regarded as a top-tier prodigy, yet here, they barely stood out. However, what captured Jun Huaiyun's attention were the 6 figures standing at the forefront, their auras significantly more potent than the others, the weakest among them being a 3-star saint king. They were none other than the 6 saints of the Jun family. Even Jun Jujian and Jun Wuxian had made considerable progress during this time, successfully breaking through to the Saint King realm and ascending several stars consecutively. Of course, aside from the younger generation of the Jun family, many elders also stood in the depths of the void, including the 2nd and 3rd elders. We welcome the young master. The Jun family members clasped their hands respectfully towards Jun Huaiyun, their expressions filled with reverence. Are those the other 3 saints of the Jun family? Jun Huaiyun observed, internally admiring them. These 3 were new to him. They appeared to be of similar age to Jun Jujian and the others. Yet their talents seemed to surpass those of Jun Jujian and Jun Wuxian. Prodigies at the 6-star Saint King level would be considered the pinnacle in any power. Even among the colossal forces such as the Taichu Divine Temple and the Heavenly Court, few could rival the three saints, as each was a forbidden genius from various factions. Junge, those 6 individuals seemed formidable, Chu Yundao whispered, inching closer to Jun Huaiyun. Jun Huaiyun remained silent. His gaze focused as 3 of them began to approach. Leading the way was a young man clad in white, with 9 long swords levitating behind him, an aura of profound sword intent enveloping him, exuding a terrifying presence. This individual was none other than Jun Huaiyun, who had comprehended the sword intent of oblivion in the Imperial Palace Sword Pavilion and subsequently broke through to the Saint King realm. Had it not been for Jun Huaiyun, his breakthrough would not have been so smooth. Young master, you have finally arrived. We have eagerly awaited your presence. Jun Huaiyun greeted Jun Huaiyun with a respectful bow. I have met the young master before. Thank you for the pill formula you bestowed upon me, which enabled me to successfully break through to the Saint King realm. Another young man followed closely behind, bowing slightly towards Jun Huaiyun. Lastly, a stunning young lady in a light green gown approached gracefully, her skin as smooth as jade. Her long hair shimmering like crystals under the starlight. She was Jun Qingya. She stepped lightly before Jun Huaiyun, performing a graceful bow. Jun Qingya greets the young master. I have been eagerly awaiting your return during your seclusion. Her voice was melodious, and her eyes sparkled with an enigmatic light. There is no need for such formalities. I am but a newcomer and am still unfamiliar with the affairs of the Jun family. I will rely on all of you for guidance in the future. Jun Huaiyun smiled warmly, his every gesture exuding the demeanor of a young master, devoid of any arrogance or disdain. Young master, you are too courteous. Had it not been for the opportunities you granted us back then, we would not have so easily broken through to the Saint King realm. We will forever be grateful and will do our utmost to assist you. Jun Huaiyun replied with a hearty laugh. Just as the 4 engaged in pleasantries, Jun Huaiyun keenly sensed 3 other gazes directed his way. Maintaining his composure, he followed the gaze to the other 3 saints of the Jun family. One was clad in crimson battle armor, his demeanor calm and exuding an overwhelming martial spirit. Another wore black, wielding a folding fan, his expression amiable, appearing cultured and refined, devoid of any discernible aura, like an amiable neighbor boy. The last figure was shrouded in a black cloak, enveloped in shadows, emanating an air of profound mystery. These were the other 3 saints. The one in battle armor was Jun Xiuling, the one in the black cloak was Jun Anqing, and the one in black was Jun Xiaoyao. All 3 possessed strength exceeding theirs, being at least at the 6-star Saint King level, especially Jun Xiaoyao, whose movements were rather peculiar. He had originally only been slightly stronger than the 3 of them. However, for reasons unbeknownst to me, it felt as though he had suddenly transformed into an entirely different person, with his prowess advancing by leaps and bounds, far surpassing us in an instant. Just a few days prior, he even awakened the ancient sacred body, shattering the shackles of his sacred physique, which sent ripples of astonishment through the elders. Had it not been for your unexpected appearance, young master, it is conceivable that the position of young master in this lifetime might have been claimed by him. Moreover, Jun Xiaoyao's personality has undergone a remarkable transformation. He often relishes solitude in secluded places, and upon his return a few days later, he invariably brings back peculiar items, be they divine abilities or some form of treasured relics. Jun Qingyao remarked softly as she followed Jun Huaiyun's gaze. Jun Huaiyun nodded slightly. System. Could he have been possessed by some ancient being? No, all is normal. Chapter 41. This is the pattern. The ancestral land opens. Jun Gu. Why are you standing there motionless? Chu Yundao inquired, nudging Jun Huaiyun's robe with a look of suspicion. I was merely contemplating a matter. Come, let us go greet them. Jun Huaiyun replied as he exited the system space, a serene smile gracing his lips as he stepped toward the trio. As he drew nearer, Jun Huaiyun could distinctly sense the formidable aura emanating from the 3. A 6-star Saint King would suffice to establish a sect in the outside world. Yet here within the Jun family, they were merely the elite of the younger generation, a testament to the family's profound heritage. Greetings, young master. Upon noticing Jun Huaiyun approaching, the 3 clasped their fists in a gesture of respect. No need for such formalities, esteemed ones. I have long heard of your illustrious names, and indeed, seeing you today does not disappoint. Jun Huaiyun waved his hand slightly, casting a sweeping glance over them. You flatter us, young master. We are but beneficiaries of our family's legacy and not worthy of such praise. However, it is truly enviable that you, at such a tender age, have been recognized by the ancestor as the young master. Jun Xiaoyao remarked with a gentle shake of his folding fan, a smile adorning his face. Though his words appeared courteous, they concealed an edge, revealing their lingering dissatisfaction. Unfazed, Jun Huaiyun replied with a smile. It is merely good fortune that has garnered the ancestor's attention. The previously silent Jun Anqing suddenly interjected. Fortune is indeed a facet of strength, young master. Do not be overly modest. The atmosphere shifted subtly. The Grand Elder and others observed with keen interest, choosing to remain uninvolved as long as no lives were at stake. A true and worthy Wolf King must conquer his pack through his own strength, rather than relying on external forces. Jun Huaiyun sensed the faint yet palpable pressure radiating from the trio, causing the surrounding space to distort slightly, a clear indication of their attempt to gauge his strength. A smirk played at the corners of his mouth, a glimmer of amusement dancing in his eyes, as the chaotic creation technique within him quietly stirred. An aura more formidable than the combined might of the three surged forth from his being. In the background, a vague semblance of the primordial chaos began to manifest. A colossal figure wielding a long axe cleaved downward, dividing heaven and earth in twain. Several of the less formidable Jun family disciples were abruptly staggered back a few steps, their chests heaving with turbulent blood and energy. The combined aura of the three was instantly eclipsed by Jun Huaiyun, causing Jun Xiaoling and Jun Anqing to retreat several paces. What? Our combined might is insufficient to match his. Jun Xiaoling's pupils contracted slightly, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. They had anticipated a stalemate but instead faced a resounding defeat. This was still with Jun Huaiyun holding back. Had he unleashed the power of the primordial, the outcome would have been even more decisive. Crack! A sound echoed as all eyes turned to see Jun Xiaoyao's folding fan suddenly snap in half. The smile that had perpetually graced his face now exhibited a trace of twitching. Though he remained standing firm, his hands trembled slightly within his sleeves. A profound silence enveloped the scene, as the thousands of Jun family prodigies present gaped in disbelief. Unable to fathom the sight before them, a one-star Saint King had subdued 3 6 to 7-star Saint Kings merely through sheer aura, shattering their preconceived notions. What astonished them further was Jun Xiaoyao. Since awakening the ancient sacred body, no one, aside from the 3 saints and 3 young emperors, had managed to gain the upper hand against him in direct confrontation. More significantly, Jun Xiaoyao at this moment was not a 6-star Saint King, but an 8-star Saint King. Haha, splendidly done, little Yunzi. Pumpkin face, did you see that? This is the strength of my little brother. Bai Huang exclaimed, proudly flicking his tail and playfully patting Chu Yundao on the head. Featherless dog, what does my brother's prowess concern you? Chu Yundao, lost in thought, nearly stumbled when Bai Huang's paw struck him. Even the trio of Jun Jiujian exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting shock. While they were aware of Jun Huaiyun's exceptional talent, possessing the chaos immortal body, they had not anticipated such an exponential growth in mere days. The young master's strength has magnified so significantly since our first encounter at the Imperial Palace. Jun Xingyao's beautiful eyes sparkled with awe. Jun Xiaoyao took a deep breath. Quickly regaining his composure, discarding the now broken fan, he clasped his hands and said, I greatly admire the young master's formidable strength. The other two followed suit, bowing and expressing their respect for the young master's prowess. Jun Huaiyun responded with a tranquil smile, retracting his aura as if nothing had transpired. Haha, how about it? Are you three convinced now? A hearty voice resonated from above, drawing everyone's gaze skyward, where Jun Wandao and other elders emerged from the depths of the void. An imperial presence causing all the young disciples to involuntarily hold their breath. Standing aside, Jun Xiaoyao had fully abandoned any pretense of testing, meticulously straightening his disheveled robes. He stepped forward, deeply bowing to Jun Huaiyun. Your extraordinary talents compel my utmost respect, young master. I humbly seek your forgiveness for any previous offenses. Jun Anqing and Jun Xiaoling exchanged glances, also bowing deeply and saying, we humbly apologize for our prior transgressions. We beseech your forgiveness, young master. The elders, exchanging glances filled with deep satisfaction, had not anticipated that Jun Huaiyun would so effortlessly win over these three unruly individuals. Please rise. We are of the same blood. There is no need for such formalities. From this day forth, I, Jun Huaiyun, shall require your assistance. Jun Huaiyun gestured for them to rise, his gaze sweeping over their expressions. Witnessing Jun Huaiyun's magnanimity, Jun Xiaoyao and the others displayed expressions of embarrassment. See, this is called grace, pumpkin face. Take notes. Bai Huang, having inexplicably positioned himself atop Chu Yundao's head, gave a gentle pat to his cranium. Featherless dog, come down. If you strike my head again, I swear I will stew you and serve you as dog meat. Chu Yundao exclaimed, exasperatedly tugging at Bai Huang's tail. Woof, you dare? Do you know my identity? I am a primordial divine beast. Bai Huang swiped at Chu Yundao's face, leaving a red mark behind. My face is marred again. Don't you know to avoid striking faces? I shall contest you. Chu Yundao lunged at Bai Huang, and the two tumbled into a heap, eliciting laughter from the surrounding Jun family disciples. The previously solemn atmosphere lightening considerably. All right. Since you have all acknowledged each other, I shall dispense with further ado. Today marks the opening of the ancestral land, lasting for 7 days. Remember, opportunity and danger coexist. Proceed within your means. What suits you best is what you should pursue. Jun Wandao and the other elders of the Jun family joined hands, an ancient resonance enveloping the air. The intricate patterns on the stone pillars surrounding the altar began to illuminate one by one, and beams of resplendent light shot skyward, intertwining in the void, gradually forming a colossal, shimmering vortex. Within the depths of the vortex, ancient mountains, towering trees, and cosmic stars could be faintly discerned, accompanied by the distant roars of ferocious beasts. Although these fierce beasts are but remnants of our ancestors' will, they have been tempered through countless epochs, and their strength is no longer at its zenith. Nevertheless, the ancestral grounds still harbor considerable dangers. Moreover, a potent bloodline pressure emanates from the depths of the vortex, causing many of the esteemed members of the Jun family present to turn pale as they feel its weight. With a bloodline purity of only around 60 to 70%, they naturally struggle to withstand this oppressive force. However, a select few, such as the 6 saints of the Jun family, are less affected. While their bloodline purity may not rival that of Jun Huaiyun, it is still close to 90%. If Jun Huaiyun is the cornerstone of the Jun family, then the 9 saints and 3 young emperors serve as its pillars. Chapter 42. The reasons behind the Jun family's prosperity, the ancestral legacy. At that moment, as Chu Yundao wrestled with the White Emperor, he was suddenly overwhelmed by the bloodline pressure and fell to the ground. Could it be that one cannot be gentle when opening the ancestral grounds? Chu Yundao lamented. What do you know, pumpkin face? This is the Jun family's ancestral altar, said to be crafted from supreme immortal materials, stained with the blood of immortals. The White Emperor swatted him on the back of the head, grumbling. As the vortex began to calm, the bloodline pressure diminished, gradually transforming into a magnificent and resplendent gateway of light. Esteemed guests, the ancestral grounds are now fully open for entry. Remember to act within your capabilities, do not overreach. Take what inheritance you can obtain without being overly ambitious. If your strength is insufficient, it is advisable to form teams to seize opportunities together. With Jun Wandao's command, tens of thousands of Jun family prodigies surged toward the light gate like a tide. And what about you? Do you wish to form a team or venture alone? Jun Huaiyun inquired, casting his gaze toward Jun Xiaoyao and the others. Jun Xiaoyao elegantly adjusted the newly unfurled fan, clasping his hands toward Jun Huaiyun. Master, the ancestral grounds hold various opportunities for inheritance. We shall proceed first. While teamwork is beneficial, it does little for personal growth. With that, he shook his head and stepped into the light gate. Jun Huaiyun was momentarily taken aback, pondering why Jun Xiaoyao placed such importance on the fan. I feel the same. While forming a team may ensure safety, it offers no assistance in honing one's abilities. Jun Anqing appeared beside Jun Huaiyun, his tone still cold. Jun Xiuling remained silent. Merely standing beside Jun Anqing, his intentions unmistakable, they evidently wished to undergo their own trials. Jun Huaiyun could only chuckle wryly and nod in understanding. He had anticipated such a scenario. Though outwardly subdued by his strength, their pride remained unyielding, and they were determined to prove themselves within the ancestral grounds. After all, as fellow prodigies of the Jun family, they believed themselves not inferior to others, their pride ever present. The two of them stepped into the light gate simultaneously, vanishing from sight. TSK, these 3 youngsters possess some spirit. However, they pale in comparison to when I, the Emperor, stealthily took the 18 Ancestor Water Immortal Golden Fruits back in the day. Back then, I would rather die than admit it. So what do you think, Pumpkinhead? Are you in awe of me? The White Emperor swished his tail, grinning. How could I not doubt it? Perhaps they haven't found you, and you mistakenly confessed. Chu Yundao rolled his eyes, regarding the White Emperor with an expression of disbelief. At that moment, Jun Zhujian, Jun Xingya, and Jun Wuchan approached. Master. They offered a slight bow, their eyes revealing a complex mixture of emotions. Are you here to seek my assistance in forming a team? No need, just stay behind me, and I shall ensure your safety. Jun Huaiyun instinctively assumed they sought to join forces, for although their strength was commendable, they fell short compared to Jun Xiaoyao and the others. Master, you misunderstand. We have already discussed this and have decided to proceed separately to seize our own opportunities. We do not wish to be a burden to you. Jun Zhujian clasped his hands earnestly. Burden? Why would you think that? Jun Huaiyun furrowed his brow slightly. Master, we understand your good intentions, but if we remain sheltered under your protection, we will never grow. Jun Wuchan scratched his head, smiling sheepishly. Jun Huaiyun fell silent. At that moment, he grasped why Jun Xiaoyao and the others had always been reluctant to submit to him. It was the spirit of the Jun family, an unwavering resilience. A refusal to concede, even in the face of the Jun family's own master. They aspired to compete, to prove their worth to the world. Very well. Since this is your decision, I shall not insist. Remember to act within your limits. Jun Huaiyun took a deep breath and spoke solemnly. We understand. The 3 nodded earnestly before stepping into the light gate. The Jun family truly deserves its reputation as an imperial lineage across the realms. Blessed with such a remarkable young generation, how could they not continue to thrive? Jun Huaiyun murmured to himself, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. He finally comprehended why certain immortal families had suddenly waned. It was due to their descendants lacking the spirit of defiance, perseverance, and an unwillingness to accept defeat. How do you find it, host? Have you recognized the true value of the Jun family? Surely you do not believe that the Jun family prodigies are akin to those mindless characters from the novels you've read, where the protagonist's mere presence commands submission from the other prodigies. I now understand why the Jun family can stand tall among the heavens. Jun Huaiyun sighed deeply. These individuals are indeed the future of the Jun family. Hey, little Yunzi, stop with the sentimental musings and hurry inside. Though I cannot venture deep into the ancestral grounds, roaming the periphery can still yield some treasures, the White Emperor urged. Chu Yundao patted his chest, declaring, rest assured. Brother Jun, I will keep a close watch on this bald mutt and ensure it doesn't wander off. Woof. Pumpkin face, you're courting death. As another altercation loomed between the duo, Jun Huaiyun shook his head helplessly. All right, both of you, be cautious on the outskirts and refrain from causing any trouble. With that, he turned toward the light gate. As he passed by Elder Jun Wandao, the elder grasped his arm. Jun Huaiyun turned to look, his expression filled with curiosity. Elder, what is it? Elder Jun Wandao's gaze was profound as he raised his hand to cast a soundproof barrier, ensuring no one could overhear their conversation. Huaiyun, deep within the ancestral grounds lies the legacy of our progenitor. Upon hearing this, Jun Huaiyun's pupils constricted slightly. The progenitor's legacy. Is it true that no one has yet succeeded in obtaining it? Jun Wandao shook his head with rare solemnity, sighing, throughout countless epochs. Our Jun family prodigies have been exceptionally powerful, including several extraordinary individuals who have touched upon the progenitor's legacy, yet they ultimately failed. At this point, Elder Jun Wandao's gaze fell upon Jun Huaiyun, filled with fervent hope. But this time, the ancestors see potential in you. Me? Jun Huaiyun was momentarily taken aback. Indeed. Elder Jun Wandao nodded. Your bloodline power surpasses that of those ancient ancestors. You are the Jun family's most promising prodigy, with bloodline purity closest to that of the progenitor in recent history. Coupled with your primal chaos body, such talent is rarely found across the realms. The ancestors believe you are the most likely candidate to inherit the progenitor's legacy. Upon hearing this, Jun Huaiyun finally understood. The primal chaos body was indeed more formidable than the chaos immortal body. With the enhancement of his bloodline, he was, without a doubt, the most hopeful candidate for inheriting the progenitor's legacy. I understand, and I will do my utmost to try. Jun Huaiyun took a deep breath and nodded earnestly. Act within your limits. If it proves impossible, it is acceptable to withdraw. Safeguarding your life is paramount. The future of the Jun family cannot afford to lose you. Jun Wandao gently patted Jun Huaiyun on the shoulder and spoke. Jun Huaiyun offered a faint smile, saying little more than a courteous bow before turning to walk towards the luminous portal. The assembly of elders from the Jun family watched as Jun Huaiyun's figure gradually faded from sight, their expressions reflecting hopeful anticipation. This child may indeed create a miracle and inherit the legacy of our ancestors. One elder murmured. Our Jun family has languished in silence for far too long. It is time for the world to understand who truly holds dominion over this realm. Another elder's eyes sparkled with brilliant fervor. Chapter 43. Testing the physical body. Jun Jiujin breaks through. The ancestral grounds of the Jun family were shrouded in a pall of gray mist, permeated by an ancient aura, interspersed with countless fragments of shattered continents and stars. Is this truly the ancestral land of the Jun family? Jun Huaiyun surveyed his surroundings. A glimmer of awe flashing in his eyes. He could feel the bloodline of the Jun family within him beginning to stir, resonating with this sacred land. Suddenly, the entire expanse of void began to tremble violently, revealing dozens of translucent phantoms of ancient beasts, including a dark flying tiger with wings, a celestial qilin stepping upon clouds, and a blazing phoenix incinerating the heavens. Each of these entities emitted a presence formidable enough to rival that of the sacred realm, with several even approaching the rank of sacred kings. Is this what the ancestors spoke of? The remnants of our forebears will manifested as these ancient beasts? How exuberant! A faint smile crept upon Jun Huaiyun's lips. The foremost blazing phoenix let out a long cry, its wings slicing through the void as torrents of divine flames surged towards Jun Huaiyun. The other ancient beasts roared in unison, rushing madly towards him. Jun Huaiyun's expression remained unchanged. A tempest of primordial chaos energy erupted from within him, instantly dispersing the enveloping gray mist of the ancestral grounds and forming a vast silver-gray vortex. Annihilate. Jun Huaiyun pressed down lightly with his palm, and a colossal hand emerged from the depths of the silver-gray vortex, its palm etched with patterns reminiscent of the cosmic veins of the universe, imbued with the profound essence of primordial chaos. Wherever the massive hand passed, the void shattered in layers, and the phantoms of the attacking ancient beasts were promptly extinguished before they even had the chance to scream. In a single strike, nearly all were obliterated, leaving only the three most powerful ancient beasts, the blazing phoenix, the celestial qilin, and the dark flying tiger. These creatures, bolstered by the will of the ancestors, barely withstood the might of Jun Huaiyun's blow, but their already ephemeral forms grew even fainter, clearly suffering grievous injuries. Oh, three remain alive. Jun Huaiyun raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. Though this was merely a casual strike, it was reasonable to expect that even 5- or 6-star sacred kings would struggle to endure it, let alone ancient beasts of the 4-star sacred king realm that relied on residual will to survive. Clearly, the augmentation of the ancestral grounds allowed these 4-star ancient beasts to unleash power surpassing that of ordinary 5- or 6-star sacred kings. Very well. It is an opportune moment to test the strength of my physical body. A glint of determination sparked in Jun Huaiyun's eyes. With this thought, he withdrew the primordial chaos energy, relying solely on his physical prowess to contend against the 3 4-star ancient beasts. The blazing phoenix launched the first attack, its wings flapping to unleash countless crimson feathers that transformed into a barrage of fiery spears raining down upon Jun Huaiyun. Each fiery spear was capable of easily piercing the body of a sacred realm warrior, and now, thousands converged upon him, the sheer force unimaginable. Jun Huaiyun remained steadfast, arms outstretched, allowing the fiery spears to strike him. Boom. The instant the myriad fiery spears collided with Jun Huaiyun's body, they all shattered into nothingness, not even piercing his skin. How feeble. Is this the might of a powerful ancient beast? It is nothing extraordinary. Jun Huaiyun shook his head in disappointment, having expected something far more formidable. Roar. The celestial Qilin, stepping through the void, was enveloped in swirling violet energy, its Qilin horn glowing with runes as radiant purple light shot forth. Now this is more like it. A spark of interest flickered in Jun Huaiyun's eyes as he slightly raised his hand, forming a fist to shatter the purple light. He quickly shifted in front of the celestial Qilin and delivered a punch towards its horn. Bang. The moment their fists collided, a visible shockwave radiated outward from Jun Huaiyun, sweeping across the surroundings and pulverizing the floating fragments of ancient stars into dust. Crack. Countless fissures appeared on the Qilin's horn, rapidly spreading outward. With a resounding crack, the horn shattered into powder, and the celestial Qilin let out a pained roar, staggering back, shock evident in its eyes. Your horn lacks fortitude, Jun Huaiyun remarked. Buzz. The dark flying tiger melded into the shadows, its speed reaching an apex, its sharp claws slicing through the void aimed directly at Jun Huaiyun's neck. Not bad. Jun Huaiyun slightly tilted his head, effortlessly blocking the dark flying tiger's claws with a single palm, then swiftly grasping it. But alas, not fast enough. With a slight exertion, Jun Huaiyun lifted the dark flying tiger and slammed it forcefully into the ground. Boom. A thunderous sound erupted as the fractured continent shattered, the dark flying tiger letting out a cry of agony, its form becoming increasingly insubstantial. The 3 ancient beasts gazed at Jun Huaiyun, their eyes filled with boundless dread. They had encountered ruthless opponents, but none as merciless as this. That will suffice. The test is complete, and it is time to send you on your way. Jun Huaiyun cracked his neck, his right fist clenching slightly as an aura that instilled profound terror in them began to surge forth. A tempest of primordial chaos energy converging at his fist. With a single punch, devoid of extravagant techniques or mystical arts, only the purest physical strength was unleashed. Where the punch's radiance passed, the void collapsed and shattered in an instant, dissolving into endless nothingness. The 3 ancient beasts, locked in Jun Huaiyun's aura, found themselves unable to evade. Even ancient beasts of the sacred king realm, who could dominate in the outside world, were instantly obliterated by this single punch, scattering into luminous particles that merged into the ancestral land. Jun Huaiyun stood with his fist withdrawn, gazing upon his handiwork with satisfaction. Not bad. The strength of my physical body is sufficient to crush ordinary sacred kings. I wonder what level I could achieve if I fully unleashed the primordial chaos body. Jun Huaiyun mused. I hope there are even more formidable ancient beasts deeper within, ideally ones that can engage me in a few exchanges. He lifted his gaze towards the depths of the ancestral land, excitement shimmering in his eyes. With this thought, Jun Huaiyun continued onward, casually dispatching a few heedless ancient beasts along the way. After advancing for half an hour, a surge of overwhelming energy fluctuations suddenly emanated ahead. Jun Huaiyun turned his gaze to find Jun Jian wielding a purple long sword, besieged by hundreds of ancient beasts, including a 4-star sacred king beast. Heavenly Tidal Sword Technique, Annihilating Sword Universe. Jun Jian cried out fiercely, sweeping his long sword, unleashing a wave of dark sword energy that expanded in a fan shape, slicing through the space into countless fragments. Those ancient beasts, unable to dodge, were swept by the sword energy, vanishing into specks of dark light. However, after executing the sword technique, Jun Wandao's complexion began to pale. The sheer number of ancient beasts was overwhelming. Just as he cleared one area, more would immediately swarm in. Even Jun Jian found it taxing to manage alone. His hands gripping the sword began to tremble slightly, clearly indicating that facing these ancient beasts single-handedly was too much for him. Just as Jun Huaiyun prepared to intervene, he noticed Jun Jian suddenly close his eyes, a unique rhythm of Dao flowing around him as the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged towards him, flooding into his body. Is he about to break through? A hint of astonishment flickered in Jun Huaiyun's eyes. Chapter 44. The emergence of Supreme Realm Ancient Beasts. No one escapes the law of true fragrance. Jun Jian stood firm in the void, his eyes slightly closed, sword intent surging like a vast ocean of sword energy. As strands of sword energy obliterated the ancient beasts below the Sacred King realm surrounding him. Even the 4-star Sacred King 9 Demons Ancient Serpent dared not approach. Circling around Jun Jian with wary crimson eyes. To think that Brother Jian possesses such a talent. Able to grasp the opportunity for breakthrough in the face of life and death. Jun Huaiyun crossed his arms, a glimmer of admiration flickering in his eyes. Jun Jian's aura grew increasingly tumultuous, each breath resonating with the very fabric of this realm, the runes on his violet longsword radiating with resplendent brilliance. So this is the essence of the sword path. The sword is me, and I am the sword. Opening his eyes, Jun Jian murmured, his form gradually becoming translucent until he fused with the sword in his grasp. The blade surged to 100 feet, pulsating with boundless sword intent. A force so potent it could make even a 6-star Saint King pale. Boom. The massive violet sword, imbued with an overwhelming sword energy, cleaved mercilessly towards the 9 demonic ancient serpent, annihilating several ancient beasts of the 1-star Saint King level in its wake. The 4-star Saint King 9 demonic ancient serpent, sensing the impending doom, attempted to tear through the void to escape, only to be caught by the violet giant sword, cleaved in twain from head to tail. The sword's momentum unabated, shattering a distant floating continent as well. Buzzing. After vanquishing the 9 demonic ancient serpent, Jun Jian's figure rematerialized. His complexion even more pallid than before, clearly indicating that this strike had drained a significant portion of his spiritual energy. Applause rang out from behind. As Jun Huaiyun materialized from the void, a smile of appreciation gracing his face. Congratulations, Brother Jian, on your newfound understanding of the sword path. To single-handedly confront hundreds of ancient beasts and slay a 4-star Saint King with a single sword strike, such prowess could likely contend with even a 7-star Saint King. Jun Jian turned to see Jun Huaiyun, a rare smile breaking through his typically austere demeanor. You flatter me, young master. Compared to your strength, my sword path is but trivial. He was acutely aware of Jun Huaiyun's nearly insurmountable power. A 1-star Saint King could easily overpower Jun Xiaoyao and the others. And he had not grown arrogant enough to believe that this modest breakthrough could rival Jun Huaiyun. Jun Huaiyun chuckled, remaining silent. By the way, young master, what brings you here? Jun Jian sheathed his longsword. Jun Huaiyun shrugged. I happened to pass by. I intended to lend you a hand. But I was surprised to see you break through and slay a 4-star Saint King. Ah, I see. Young master, what are your plans next? Jun Jian nodded. I plan to delve deeper into the ancestral land to seek the legacy of the progenitor. Jun Huaiyun gazed into the depths of the ancestral land, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes. The legacy of the progenitor is no trivial matter. Upon hearing this, Jun Jian's brow furrowed slightly. As a core prodigy of the Jun family, he was privy to certain secrets. Indeed, deep within the Jun family's ancestral land lay the legacy of the progenitor. But that legacy was beyond the reach of even the 9 saints, let alone the 3 young emperors. Fear not, I have my methods. What do you intend to do next? Will you accompany me deeper into the ancestral land to seize the legacy, or remain here to hone your sword path? Jun Huaiyun placed a reassuring hand on Jun Jian's shoulder. Thank you for your kind offer, young master, but having just broken through, I need to remain here to solidify my realm and comprehend the true essence of the sword path I grasped in the recent battle. Jun Jian replied with a fist salute. Very well, then take care. The ancient beasts within the ancestral land are not only powerful, but also elusive, making them difficult to guard against. Jun Huaiyun pondered for a moment before producing a healing elixir from his robe, handing it to Jun Jian. This is the 9-turn Saint Pill, which has remarkable effects for healing injuries and consolidating realms. Take it and use it. This pill was found in the young master's palace pharmacy and currently held little use for him. It would be better served to another. Young master, I cannot accept this elixir. Jun Jian's eyes widened, about to decline, but Jun Huaiyun firmly pressed the pill into his hands, smiling warmly. We are brothers of the same clan. There is no need for such formality. Jun Jian clutched the 9-turn Saint Pill tightly, a flicker of gratitude in his eyes. He took a deep breath and bowed deeply to Jun Huaiyun. Young master's great kindness will be etched in my heart. Should you ever require my assistance, I shall not hesitate to venture through fire and water. Jun Huaiyun waved his hand dismissively. We are brothers, no need for such formalities. Now, I must continue my journey. Young master, the depths of the ancestral land are fraught with peril. It is said that ancient beasts of the supreme realm roam there. Jun Xiaoyao and the others have already gone to assess the situation. Upon hearing this, Jun Huaiyun's eyes brightened, a spark of excitement igniting within them. Supreme realm? At last, a worthy adversary. With that, Jun Huaiyun transformed into a streak of light, darting deeper into the Jun family's ancestral land. A worthy adversary at last. What prodigious beings have emerged from our Jun family? Jun Jian murmured, watching Jun Huaiyun depart. I've seen the extraordinary, but never anything quite like this. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the ancestral land, woof, woof, pumpkin face, it's right ahead. Bai Huang squatted on Chu Yundao's shoulder, sniffing with his canine nose, seemingly sensing something. His paw reaching forward. Really? You aren't mistaken again, are you? Chu Yundao wiped the sweat from his brow, his appearance reminiscent of a miner emerging from a coal mine. Covered in grime. Having trailed after Bai Huang in a whirlwind, his clothes were tattered like a fishing net, utterly unpresentable. Woof woof. When have I ever been wrong? There's definitely something good ahead. Bai Huang crossed his forelegs, proudly raising his doggy head. Chu Yundao halted, continuously wiping the sweat from his forehead. You mangy dog. Last time you said there were treasures in a cave, and it turned out to be a pile of filth. The time before that, you promised a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. And I almost fell into a void crack. Woof woof. What do you know? I was merely testing your resolve. If you can't endure these minor hardships, how will you follow your Jun brother in the future? Everything depends on strength. Bai Huang slapped his paw against Chu Yundao's head, his eyes wide with intensity. Chu Yundao clutched his head in agony, then explained why a dignified emperor can't even tear through the void. This entire journey relies on my legs. Bai Huang's doggy face flushed, stammering. Ahem. Well, you see, the Jun family's ancestral land is protected by ancient formations. Those above the emperor realm will have their powers suppressed and cannot exert their full strength. How can I trust that? Are you not playing tricks on me? Chu Yundao said with a skeptical expression. Let us not dwell on that now. There's definitely something good ahead. Trust me. I am the fated beast recognized by the Jun family. Bai Huang quickly shifted the topic. Fated beast? More like a nuisance beast. Chu Yundao muttered under his breath. Yet under Bai Huang's insistence, he begrudgingly continued forward. After a while, Bai Huang's nose twitched excitedly. We've arrived, pumpkin face. Bai Huang leaped off Chu Yundao's shoulder, his short legs sprinting eagerly ahead. Hey, mangy dog, wait for me. Chu Yundao hurriedly followed suit. As they traversed a haze of gray mist, the sight that greeted them left both man and dog wide-eyed. A hot spring exuding rich, celestial energy lay before them, the surface shimmering with a rainbow of colors, surrounded by various rare sacred herbs. See, I told you there was something good. The concentration of spiritual energy here is at least hundreds of times greater than outside. Soaking in it will make breaking through a breeze. Bai Huang spun in excitement. This strange place has a hot spring? Could it be a private spring of one of the Jun family's ancestors? Should we enter without permission? Chu Yundao swallowed hard. What is there to fear? Heaven and earth's treasures belong to those fated to find them. Bai Huang could hardly contain himself, diving headfirst into the hot spring. Ah, this feels incredible. Pumpkin face. Come down. This water nourishes the meridians and has unexpected benefits for the skin. Bai Huang flipped over in the water, paddling happily. You mangy dog, maintain some decorum. Chu Yundao wiped the sweat from his face, casting a disdainful glance at Bai Huang thrashing about in the water. This creature hardly resembled the fated beast of the Jun family. He was more akin to a common mutt. This is delightful. Pumpkin face, you really should join me. The water temperature is just right, and it feels splendid. The white sovereign floated serenely upon the water's surface, its belly exposed to the sky. A look of sheer delight adorning its canine visage. Humph. I, Chu Yundao, would rather perish than plunge into this hot spring like you, devoid of dignity. Chu Yundao remarked, adjusting his disheveled golden hair with a disdainful snort. TCH, what pretense of superiority? Look at your robe, it is filthy beyond measure. And you have leaves tangled in your hair. The white sovereign rolled over, a hint of scorn evident on its canine face. Upon hearing this, Chu Yundao's expression darkened. And as he furtively touched his golden locks, he indeed found several leaves entangled within. Stealing a glance at the blissful white sovereign, he felt an involuntary swallow in his throat. 5 minutes later, a tattered set of garments lay neatly arranged by the hot spring, with Chu Yundao submerged within, revealing only his head above the water, his face alight with unadulterated joy. This is truly delightful. I never anticipated that this hot spring could adjust its temperature automatically. Chapter 45. The Nine-Colored Celestial Essence, Converging in the Transcendence Palace. Ah, this is heavenly. It has been ages since I have indulged in such a luxurious hot spring. Chu Yundao's face radiated satisfaction, having previously vowed to never enter a hot spring. Baldy, this time you have truly delivered. This spring is simply unparalleled. I feel as though every meridian in my body has been rejuvenated. Chu Yundao squinted his eyes, a blissful expression gracing his features. The white sovereign, belly up, floated leisurely on the water, resting its paws behind its head, exuding pride as it proclaimed, when have I ever erred? This divine spring is extraordinary, capable of purging impurities from within the body and enhancing one's innate qualities. Just as Chu Yundao was about to retort, an unusual sensation surged within him. He hastily looked down, astonished to find black impurities oozing from the surface of his skin, which, upon contact with the spring water, were swiftly decomposed and absorbed, vanishing without a trace. It truly can cleanse impurities. Chu Yundao felt considerably lighter, the primordial energy within him circulating with unprecedented fluidity. while his meridians appeared to have expanded several-fold. Let me see if there are any treasures beneath. Chu Yun Dao submerged himself and spotted a fist-sized stone at the bottom of the pool, emanating a radiant 9-colored glow. Baldy, there seems to be a genuine treasure down there, a luminous stone. Chu Yun Dao exclaimed excitedly. It's merely a stone. The White Sovereign dismissed it nonchalantly. But as it peered closer, its eyes widened in shock. 9-colored radiance? A stone? Could it be Pumpkin Face? Haul it up quickly. This might be the 9-colored celestial essence. Chu Yun Dao nodded eagerly, and when he unearthed several fist-sized stones, the White Sovereign was beside itself with excitement. By the heavens, this is indeed the 9-colored celestial essence. And such a substantial piece at that. If this were to be revealed to the outside world, it would undoubtedly incite a bloody storm. Countless factions would vie for this stone. The White Sovereign exclaimed, brimming with exhilaration. Is it truly that formidable? Chu Yun Dao questioned, skepticism evident on his face. Your ignorance knows no bounds. To transcend from the sacred king realm to the supreme requires an understanding of laws. And this 9-colored celestial essence contains fragments of 3,000 laws. Cultivating with it would yield unparalleled results. You must understand that it is exceedingly rare for even 100 peak sacred kings to give rise to a supreme, as comprehending the laws is an arduous task. The White Sovereign chastised him, exuding exasperation. Truly remarkable. Does this mean I could catch up to Jungo? Chu Yun Dao's eyes sparkled with excitement, his hands trembling fervently. Dream on. That freak, Xiao Yunzi, possesses the primordial chaos body. Grasping laws comes effortlessly to him. Even if you embrace the 9-colored celestial essence daily, it would be of no use. The White Sovereign smacked him on the head, with a glint in its eye. The White Sovereign added, however, with this 9-colored celestial essence, you could at least save yourself several centuries of effort. What are you waiting for? There are plenty more below. So hasten to excavate. Just as Chu Yun Dao prepared to dig, a series of footsteps echoed from afar. Ahead lies the Xianyan Hot Spring, where soaking can refine your sinews and bones, making breakthroughs in realms a trivial matter. It is said that this hot spring was discovered by Elder Seven in his youth when he entered the ancestral land. Upon hearing this commotion, the White Sovereign dashed to the shore and began to frantically dig with its paws. This is bad. The disciples of the Jun family are arriving. Pumpkin Face, stop dawdling. We must hide the 9-colored celestial essence. If they were to discover it, numerous disciples from the Jun family would inevitably gather, and the spoils would be divided among them, leaving us with little to claim. Good things should naturally be concealed and shared with Xiao Yunzi first. It is not selfish to say so. Anyone in our position would act similarly. The entirety of the Jun family maintains a good rapport with the White Sovereign. The only ones it can truly interact with being Jun Huaiyun and Jun Wuwang. Perhaps it is a case of kindred spirits. Of course, this does not imply that the other members of the Jun family harbor ill feelings toward the White Sovereign. They simply have minimal interactions and no conflict exists. Thus, it is only reasonable for the White Sovereign to prioritize sharing such treasures with its brother before considering others. By the heavens, our storage rings are missing. We have no choice but to resort to this. Chu Yun Dao discovered the absence of their storage rings and hastily stuffed the celestial essence into his trousers, shoving a smaller piece into his mouth, resembling a hamster hoarding food. When several young disciples of the Jun family arrived at the hot spring, they were instantly petrified by the sight before them. A golden-haired youth was basking naked in the hot spring, cheeks puffed up with a large bulge, while on the shore. A white dog was frantically digging. This tableau was simply too bizarre. What are you staring at? Have you never seen a handsome dog before? The White Sovereign declared, standing proudly with its front paws on its hips. Ah, it is Senior White Sovereign. We did not realize you were here. That golden-haired youth's mouth, the leading disciple of the Jun family, immediately recognized the White Sovereign and bowed respectfully, his gaze inadvertently drifting toward Chu Yun Dao. Woo woo woo. Chu Yun Dao, unable to speak due to the celestial essence in his mouth, could only awkwardly wave. He is a follower of Xiao Yunzi. As you are aware, the particularly narcissistic one. Additionally, his mouth was accidentally bitten by a venomous snake. I brought him here to detoxify, the White Sovereign explained, its canine eyes darting. All right, you may leave now. Do not delay my practice of the dog paddle. Be warned that I will inform Jun Huaiyun and have you all scrub the latrines. The White Sovereign crossed its paws defiantly. However, Senior White Sovereign, Elder Seven stated that this hot spring is a communal area of our Jun family and cannot be monopolized, so several disciples exchanged glances, and the leading disciple spoke hesitantly. Communal my foot. This is now commandeered by this sovereign. If you disagree, go seek Jun Wuwang for a debate. The White Sovereign bellowed. Upon hearing the name Jun Wuwang, all disciples turned pale and hurriedly bowed, saying, We dare not. We dare not. Please enjoy, Senior White Sovereign. Once the group of disciples departed, Chu Yun Dao spat out the celestial essence, gasping for air. I nearly choked to death. Baldy, who did you say was bitten by a venomous snake? The White Sovereign scoffed. If you hadn't lost the storage rings, we wouldn't be in this predicament. Baldy, do you think we were foolish just now? Chu Yun Dao inquired, rubbing his aching mouth. Need I say? When have you ever been clever? The White Sovereign replied with disdain. As Chu Yun Dao wiped the droplets from his face, he mused, "That's not what I meant. I was pondering why we went through such lengths to hide the celestial essence, when we could have simply tossed it back into the spring. After all, those Jun family disciples have no idea what treasures lie within the water." Upon hearing this, the White Sovereign's body suddenly stiffened, its eyes bulging wide. The atmosphere fell silent. By the heavens, how did I not think of that? The White Sovereign suddenly let out a thunderous wail, startling Chu Yun Dao to the point of nearly choking again. The two exchanged glances, the tension palpable. This must remain a secret. We cannot let Jun go learn of it, or he will undoubtedly die laughing. Chu Yun Dao chuckled awkwardly. Hopelessly foolish. The White Sovereign finally managed to articulate after a lengthy pause. Deep within the ancestral land of the Jun family, an exceedingly majestic golden, celestial palace hovers in the void, emanating an aura of antiquity, eternity, and immortality. Surrounding it, the light of the great Tao surges, myriad phenomena manifest, and one can vaguely discern the sight of countless immortals in reverence. At long last, it has arrived. Clad in black, Jun Xiaoyao stands before the celestial palace, his hands clasped behind him, accompanied by dozens of Jun family's prodigies. Jun Xiaoyao, you certainly arrived swiftly. Jun Wuxian and the others also traversed the void to stand behind him, all Jun family's 6 saints present, except for Jun Jujian. Your speed is commendable as well. Jun Xiaoyao's gaze shifts, surprised by the rapidity with which Jun Wuxian and the others have arrived. This must be the inheritance celestial palace. The legacy of my Jun family's ancestors lies within. Jun Xingya gazes at the vast and resplendent celestial palace before her, a smile of joy gracing her features. Just then, Jun Xiaoling seems to sense something, his brow slightly furrowing as he speaks. Something is approaching. Chapter 46. The battle commences. The Jun prodigies also possess the power to overcome. As soon as the words leave his lips, the previously tranquil void begins to tremble violently. Massive dark shadows emerge from the depths of the void, swiftly surrounding the Jun family's prodigies. Each emanates a sacred aura, with hundreds of them at the Sacred King realm. Below the 4-star Sacred King, there are as many as 300 ancient beasts, while those above 4-star Sacred King number in the dozens. Looks like we have some playmates. Jun Xiaoyao surveys his surroundings, his expression remarkably calm. These ancient beasts differ from the illusory beasts encountered previously. All of these are corporeal forms. In the face of such a formidable assembly, no one from the Jun family shows any sign of trepidation. Those who have made it this far are all exceptional talents, having fought through countless hard battles. Boom. At that moment, the void trembles once more as a presence far more terrifying than that of a Sacred King steadily approaches. It's a supreme ancient beast. The intelligence was incorrect. There is not one but 3, and one has even reached the pinnacle of the supreme. Jun Xiaoling's brow tightens as his words resonate. The atmosphere grows heavy instantly. Even the 5 saints of the Jun family find this terrifying array troublesome. This is the supreme realm. There is a saying in the celestial domain, below the supreme, all are but ants. This is not mere rhetoric. Those who can contend against the supreme realm from the Sacred King realm are exceedingly rare throughout the celestial domain, let alone the appearance of 3 supreme ancient beasts, including one at the supreme pinnacle, an utterly overwhelming lineup. The strongest among them is Jun Xiaoyao, who stands at the 8-star Sacred King level, having only recently broken through. His foundation still unsteady. Crack. The void before the Jun family shatters like glass, revealing a colossal steel tail that sweeps through, instantly tearing the space apart and exposing an endless void. A terrifying giant crocodile, measuring thousands of feet in length, strides through the void, its scaled body adorned with deep blue flames. As it steps forward, the surrounding starry skies within tens of thousands of miles disintegrate in an instant. It is the Xianming royal crocodile, a fearsome beast said to dwell in the depths of hell, born to control the eerie ghost flames, with an immensely powerful physique. Jun Xingya's gaze darkens upon sighting it. Following the Xianming royal crocodile is a scarlet-red demon ape, its towering form engulfed in purple-black demonic flames. A vertical eye opening on its forehead, devoid of a pupil, only a swirling vortex of darkness. The scarlet-red demon ape and the Xianming royal crocodile part to create a path, as a dark giant wolf, merely hundreds of feet in size, strides forward, exuding an aura of pure darkness. With each movement of its fur, countless celestial bodies seem to fade from existence. It is the dark celestial wolf, at the supreme pinnacle, whose dark powers are formidable, but its most terrifying aspect lies in its ability to transform into the shadow of any person at will, executing stealth attacks from behind. Jun Xiaoling takes a deep breath, his voice laden with gravity. With each step the dark celestial wolf takes, the surrounding darkness thickens, even light being devoured within. Where are those 3? Are they perhaps afraid to show themselves? The dark celestial wolf's eyes sweep over the Jun family, a mocking grin curling at its lips. Those 3 refer to the top 3 saints of the Jun family, who had suffered grave losses at the hands of these 3 supreme ancient beasts. Had they not fled swiftly, they would have perished long ago. As for the 3 young emperors of the Jun family, They lack even the courage to mention them. Jun Huaiyun remains unfazed, his left hand slowly lifting, a silver-white spear manifesting from the void, radiating boundless sacred light that dispels the surrounding darkness. Those three are not worthy of mention. They are merely defeated foes. To deal with you three, we need not call upon them. We few are sufficient. The spear's tip tilts slightly, aimed directly at the dark celestial wolf, his expression devoid of fear, instead brimming with indomitable fighting spirit. Arrogance. A mere sacred king dares to speak so boldly before the Supremes? I could crush you with a single finger. The scarlet-red demon ape bellows, its roar shattering the void for miles, as purple-black divine flames surge upward, enveloping the Jun family. The younger generation of the Jun family is indeed tenacious in spirit. But now that you have arrived, do not expect to leave unscathed. I will tear you apart before you can shatter your space, Jade, to escape. The Xianming royal crocodile coldly asserts. Arrogance. Such hubris requires competence, and we have just that. Jun Huaiyun's silver spear trembles slightly, unleashing an endless divine light that forces the surrounding purple-black flames back by 100 feet. Never have the Jun family's prodigies feared formidable foes. Today, let us show you once more what it means to battle across realms. As his words echo, a myriad of golden lights erupt around Jun Huaiyun. Ancient golden patterns appearing on his skin, a horrifying and sacred aura sweeping forth, purging the 8 directions. His blood surges violently, transforming into a golden halo that stands behind him. Feeling this aura, the 3 supreme ancient beasts' expressions shift dramatically. It is indeed the ancient sacred body. The dark celestial wolf's face reflects astonishment, as it faintly senses a threat emanating from Jun Huaiyun. Qingya, Xiaoling, I leave the Xianming royal crocodile to you. Its primordial spirit is feeble, perfectly countered by Qingya's illusions, while Xiaoling's 100 battles emperor body can withstand the Xianming royal crocodile's physique, creating an opportunity for Qingya to strike. Jun Huaiyun's gaze ignores the Xianming royal crocodile, fixating intently on the dark celestial wolf. Understood. Jun Qingya nods slightly. I have no objections. Impervious to 100 battles. Imperishable through 1,000 tribulations. Jun Xiaoling steps forward, ancient imperial patterns covering his form, a thunderous sound emanating from within as he activates his battle emperor armor. A terrifying might erupting from his being. Though the 100 battles emperor body may not surpass the ancient sacred body, it ranks among the top 100 of the 3,000 physiques, making it an incredibly powerful one in terms of physical prowess. It is hardly inferior to the ancient sacred body. Anstar, Wuxian, I entrust the scarlet-red demon ape to you. Its most troublesome aspect is the purple-black flames. As long as you can neutralize those flames and wear it down, defeating it will be straightforward. Moreover, Wuxian's burning emperor sacred flames can counter the purple-black flames on the scarlet-red demon ape, and Anstar's devouring sacred body can absorb the flames to replenish itself, making you two ideally suited to confront it. Jun Huaiyun continues to assign opponents. No problem. I've long wished to face this beast. Jun Wuxian ignites golden sacred flames in both hands, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Jun Anstar merely stretches, not uttering a word. As for those sacred king realm ancient beasts, Jun Huaiyun's gaze sweeps over the dense throng of ancient beasts, his tone momentarily pausing. Leave them to us. We will ensure they do not hinder you. Indeed, as long as we draw breath, we shall not allow them to pass. The remaining elite members of the Jun family shouted in unison, their spirits ablaze with fervor and determination. How amusing. A mere Saint King dares to assign a supreme opponent. I shall see how long you can withstand this onslaught. The dark sky wolf scoffed, a chilling glint flickering in its eyes. Kill. The first stance of the ancient war technique, earth-shattering prison. Jun Huaiyun ceased his prattle, stepping forward with alacrity, swiftly positioning himself above the dark sky wolf. The silver-white spear, imbued with overwhelming divine radiance, plunged downward. Wherever the spear tip traversed, darkness recoiled and all existence was obliterated. The dark sky wolf's pupils constricted slightly, surprised by the swiftness of this 8-star Saint King. In a flurry, it raised its front paw, channeling the dark laws into a formidable black light shield. Boom. The spear and shield collided violently, the terrifying divine radiance rippling across the vast expanse, sending ancient beasts within a 1,000-mile radius flying. Huh, I told you. How could a mere Saint King accomplish anything? Just as the dark sky wolf began to taunt, it suddenly heard a cracking sound. It turned its gaze to see the black shield covered in fissures, rapidly spreading outward. Break. Jun Huaiyun struck the spear with great force, unleashing a torrent of divine brilliance from the spear tip, shattering the dark shield in an instant. The silver-white spear continued its relentless advance, piercing through the dark sky wolf's front paw, purple-black blood gushing forth, corroding the surrounding void into a black hole. Roar. The dark sky wolf howled in pain, retreating 1,000 miles in disbelief as it stared at its blood-soaked paw. It had never imagined that a mere 8-star Saint King could inflict harm upon a peak supreme being. The ancient sacred body indeed lives up to its name. It appears you are quite a formidable adversary. However, your current realm is far too low. The chasm between us cannot be bridged merely by physical prowess. I shall exert my utmost strength to crush you here. 10,000 wolves devour blood. The dark sky wolf howled to the heavens, its body enveloped in a surge of dark laws, transforming into countless colossal dark wolves that lunged at Jun Huaiyun. Each spectral wolf harbored enough terrifying power to severely injure a peak Saint King, the force far surpassing what the Saint King realm could muster. Underestimating the Jun family's elite. You shall pay an unimaginable price, and that price shall be death. Jun Huaiyun, facing the deluge of dark wolf shadows, curled his lips into a cold smile, planting the spear before him. With both hands forming seals, golden vitality surged from within, coalescing behind him into a towering golden imperial figure, 1,000 feet high. This golden figure bore an uncanny resemblance to Jun Huaiyun, exuding an overwhelming aura that seemed capable of suppressing the heavens and annihilating all realms. Witness the true power of the ancient sacred body. The first manifestation of the ancient sacred body, the immortal emperor, shatters the heavens. Rest assured, the Jun family's elites possess formidable combat prowess and innate talent, ensuring no mindless plot where they are casually dispatched by inferior forces. Nor will they engage in trivial skirmishes with mere passers-by. Chapter 47. A brutal blood battle. No ancient beasts remain in this realm. Boom. The golden imperial figure opened its eyes, two beams of divine light piercing through the boundless void, instantly erasing dozens of dark wolf shadows at the forefront. The imperial figure slowly raised a hand, fingers splayed, revealing an ancient imperial seal in its palm. In that moment, the flow of time across the battlefield seemed to slow. All ancient beast speeds were curtailed, even the dark wolf shadows spawned by the dark sky wolf slowed considerably. Shatter. The golden imperial figure's palm descended with tremendous force. Crack. The void within a 10,000-mile radius shattered in an instant, the roaring dark wolf shadows unable to emit a single cry as they were ground into a mist of black. Waves of splendid residual divine light swept across the vast expanse, sending distant ancient beasts of the Saint King realm flying, their bodies erupting and staining the void with blood. How is this possible? How can this junior shatter my divine ability? The dark sky wolf's pupils constricted sharply, incredulous that its supreme-level divine technique could be shattered by a mere Saint King. The second stance of the ancient war technique: exterminate immortals and slay gods. Before the dark sky wolf could react, Jun Huaiyun had already traversed the void to appear before it, the silver-white spear entwined with golden divine light, piercing toward the dark sky wolf's brow, accompanied by the fall of myriad immortals and the manifestation of a scene where deities were extinguished. Damn you, Jun family brat. The dark sky wolf could only hastily dodge, but the spear's radiance rent half of its visage, taking away a swath of flesh. Seeking death. You have successfully provoked my wrath, insect. Shadow Godslayer technique. The dark sky wolf, now utterly enraged, split into 9 shadowy forms, each radiating the aura of a supreme being. The 9 shadows lunged simultaneously, tearing apart the space surrounding Jun Huaiyun with their claws. Meanwhile, the situation on another battlefield was equally dire. As the Xianming sovereign crocodile swept its massive tail, sending Jun Huaiyun flying 1,000 miles. At this moment, Jun Huaiyun's armor lay in tatters, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yet, despite the intensity of the battle, he showed no sign of retreat or fear. Huh, this is exhilarating, come again. You wretched crocodile. Jun Huaiyun laughed maniacally, raising his middle finger in provocation at the Xianming sovereign crocodile. Junior, do you truly seek death? Although the Xianming sovereign crocodile did not comprehend the meaning of the middle finger, it felt an inexplicable surge of anger, a primal urge to bite it off. A fleeting dream, 1,000 autumns as but a dream. Seizing the opportunity while the Xianming sovereign crocodile lost its composure, Jun Huaiyun hastily invoked her illusionary arts. An emblem of the 9th moon manifesting on her brow, her eyes reflecting endless dreamlike illusions. Damn it, illusions. The Xianming sovereign crocodile found its surroundings shifting abruptly, plunging into an endless dreamscape, momentarily frozen in place as its overwhelming killing intent waned. Now's the time. Jun Huaiyun surged to a height of 1,000 feet. Myriad battle emperor runes swirling around him, divine radiance pouring forth as an immense aura erupted. He delivered a thunderous punch toward the Xianming sovereign crocodile's brow. A blow potent enough to shatter the Saint King realm. Boom. The scales on the Xianming sovereign crocodile's brow exploded, and it suddenly grinned malevolently. Foolish one. Daring to approach me so closely, I may fail 100 times, but you cannot fail even once, for your failure means death. Xianming Death Light. 2 beams of eerie blue light shot forth from its pupils, instantly piercing through Jun Huaiyun's chest. Blood spewed forth as he pressed his hands firmly against the Xianming sovereign crocodile's head, shouting hoarsely to Jun Huaiyun. Huaiyun, hurry. Jun Huaiyun's delicate face radiated an overwhelming chill as she summoned a drop of her essence blood. With my blood, I offer a sacrifice to the illusionary divine moon. Plop. The Xianming sovereign crocodile's primordial spirit was struck heavily, as if being sliced by 1,000 knives, blood gushing from its 7 orifices. The third battlefield was shrouded in a sea of flames. Myriad fire lotuses. Countless golden fire lotuses suddenly appeared around the crimson demon ape, continuously bombarding its body. The crimson demon ape was reduced to a bloodied pulp, roaring in agony. I will restrain it. Dark brother, you consumed the demonic flames from its body. Jun Huaiyun formed seals with his hands, the golden sea of flames surging beneath him, transforming into golden flame chains that tightly bound the crimson demon ape. Jun Huaiyun nodded, swiftly appearing behind the demon ape, pressing his hands against its back and activating the devouring sacred body with all his might. The crimson demon ape, in terror, realized its cultivation was rapidly being siphoned away by Jun Huaiyun, and was further enraged by Jun Huaiyun's flames, which constrained it mercilessly. Damn it, Jun family brat. Taste this. Annihilation demonic light. The demon ape went completely berserk, the dark whirlpool in its vertical pupils spinning frantically, unleashing countless beams of dark light. Plop. This terrifying force pierced through both their bodies, scalding blood raining down upon the void. Huaiyun, put in more effort, subdue it here. Jun Huaiyun's eyes were bloodshot, accelerating the devouring process. Die for me. Feeling the rapid depletion of its power, the demon ape finally displayed a look of fear, frantically clawing at the golden flame chains binding it. Aside from these 3 battlefields, the other elites of the Jun family were also engaged in intense combat with the ancient beasts. Form the formation, 9 Heavens Thunderblade Formation. One particularly powerful Jun family elite shouted. Dozens of the Jun family's prodigies took their positions, simultaneously forming seals that etched endless arrays of runes into the depths of the void. They summoned divine thunder from the 9 heavens, transforming it into a colossal thunder dragon that rampaged through the beast horde. Meanwhile, the remaining members of the Jun family continuously unleashed their divine abilities to shield those who were casting the formations. The ancient beasts were simply too numerous to eliminate, and soon, a Jun prodigy found themselves besieged and gravely injured, collapsing to the ground. Quick, protect the wounded. Someone intervened, shielding the injured in the center. Their backs pressed together as they fought valiantly, weapons raised, refusing to retreat. Boom. 9 shadowy avatars of the dark sky wolf surrounded Jun Huaiyun, detonating in unison, their power akin to that of 9 sovereigns exploding together. Jun Huaiyun raised his spear to block, a torrent of golden vitality surging forth. Yet he was still knocked back, spitting blood from the sheer force of the explosion. Cough. A mouthful of blood, mixed with fragments of internal organs, sprayed from Jun Huaiyun's lips, his body drenched in crimson. For a holy king to withstand such a fierce onslaught from a peak sovereign was indeed remarkable. Youngster, you have managed to injure me to this extent. You have every right to feel proud. The dark sky wolf appeared before Jun Huaiyun, its left claw severed and bloodied, its aura considerably weakened from when it first appeared. It had to concede that Jun Huaiyun was indeed formidable. Should Jun Huaiyun break through to the sovereign realm, he would not be its match. But alas, you remain an 8-star holy king. If you kneel and beg for mercy, I might spare your lives. What say you? The dark sky wolf's right paw crackled with potent dark laws as its wolfish gaze bore into Jun Huaiyun, a mocking smirk gracing its lips. Jun Huaiyun thrust his spear into the void, barely maintaining his stance. Even in such dire straits, he felt no fear. Kneeling to beg for mercy was out of the question. He wiped the blood from his mouth and surveyed his surroundings. Jun Huaiyun. Jun Huaiyun attempted to rush to his aid, only to be ensnared by the Xianming royal crocodile, which spewed ghostly flames, transforming the area into a hell of blue flames. Thwarting her assistance. On the other side, Jun Xiaoling's armor lay in tatters, and he was unable to free himself, holding onto the crocodile's body with all his strength. The situation was even worse for the crimson demon ape, which was trading injuries blow for blow. Jun Huaiyun had absorbed too much demonic flame, causing his body to crack, and his absorption speed had slowed significantly. Seizing the opportunity, the demon ape snapped the golden flame chains binding it, and struck the unsuspecting Jun Huaiyun into the ground with a single blow. How about it? Can you bear to watch them suffer? The dark sky wolf's smirk grew more pronounced. A creature born in this world dares to plead for mercy from the Jun family? Do you think you are worthy? Jun Huaiyun's lips curled into a slight smile. Seeking death. Enraged, the dark sky wolf clawed at the space, aiming for Jun Huaiyun's crown. At that moment, the entire void fell into an eerie silence. What is happening? The dark sky wolf broke into a cold sweat, its body trembling slightly. Those who dare to harm the Jun family truly possess immense audacity. At the edge of the heavens, a colossal hand, shrouded in the primordial chaos, tore through the void and slowly reached out. When this giant palm fully unfurled, countless cosmic stars flickered in its palm. The primordial chaos hand. Before the dark sky wolf could comprehend, it was struck in the chest by the hand, its body, capable of tearing apart stars, instantly crumbling. The creature let out a wretched scream as it was blasted away, shattering countless stars along its path. Primordial power and chaotic force. The dark sky wolf struggled to rise from the remnants of ancient stars, fear flashing in its eyes for the first time. From the rift in the void, A tall figure emerged, hands clasped behind his back, clad in dark robes, with cascading white hair, radiating an aura of primordial chaos that instilled trepidation in the three sovereign ancient beasts. With each step, chaotic purple lotuses appeared beneath his feet. It is the young master. The members of the Jun family erupted with joy. Jun Huaiyun's gaze swept over the bloody Jun Xiaoyao, his murderous intent surging. Xiaoyao, you've worked hard. Leave the rest to me. A mere one-star holy king dares to boast? Were it not for your sudden ambush, I would not be in this predicament. The dark sky wolf began, but Jun Huaiyun merely cast a cold glance, devoid of emotion, akin to the eye of a deity, causing it to tremble involuntarily. Those who harm the Jun family shall perish. After today, this realm shall no longer harbor ancient beasts. Jun Huaiyun's voice, though not loud, resonated throughout the entire void. Chapter 48. Instantaneous annihilation of sovereign ancient beasts, the Jun family stunned. Young master, Jun Xiaoyao and the others hesitated to speak, their expressions tinged with shame. Take this. Jun Huaiyun said little more, raising his right hand slightly, and a white jade vial fell into the hands of Jun Xiaoyao and the others. Jun Xiaoyao caught the vial and poured out several dragon eye-sized pills, their surfaces adorned with 9 golden lines, exuding an exquisitely pleasant fragrance. Could it be the 9 gold dragon pills? Jun Xiaoyao's pupils contracted slightly. This was an exceptionally powerful healing elixir. Thank you, young master. Jun Xiaoyao solemnly clasped his fists and led Jun Xiuling and the others backward, while the remaining Jun prodigies also retreated slowly, backs pressed against one another. With the Jun family no longer restraining them, the horde of ancient beasts began to converge upon Jun Huaiyun, surrounding him, their crimson eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty gleam. The 3 sovereign ancient beasts gathered as well. Boss, this fellow is not right. Something is off about him. The crimson demon ape growled, its demonic flames surging. Though its aura was not as potent as before, it was still far stronger than an ordinary holy king. Indeed, his aura is unlike that of ordinary holy kings. This child is far too strange, the shimming royal crocodile said, its voice hoarse as it glared at Jun Huaiyun. The dark sky wolf remained silent, fixating on Jun Huaiyun's emotionless eyes, a peculiar fear rising within it. Taking a deep breath to suppress its unease, the dark sky wolf spoke solemnly, esteemed one. Today's events are merely a misunderstanding. We are willing to retreat and no longer be your foes. Too late. Jun Huaiyun's gaze was indifferent as he slowly shook his head. What do you mean? Though you are powerful, we are not to be trifled with. The dark sky wolf's expression darkened, its tone icy. You wish to leave unscathed after harming my Jun family? Jun Huaiyun's voice turned frigid. And you 3 overestimate yourselves. You are but sovereigns, not emperors. A mere one-star holy king dares to be so arrogant? Come at me. The crimson demon ape roared, unable to contain its murderous intent any longer. Its demonic flames surged, transforming into a blazing light as it charged at Jun Huaiyun. Demon ape fist. With a punch, the demonic flames coalesced into a colossal fist, shattering the void for miles around. Young master, be careful. Jun Xingya's face paled, and the other Jun prodigies also changed expressions. Knowing that Jun Huaiyun was the most crucial figure in the Jun family, he must not be harmed. I will assist the young master. Jun Wuqing struggled to rise, but Jun Xiaoyao pressed him back down. Trust the young master. He will be fine. Jun Xiaoyao's gaze remained calm. He understood Jun Huaiyun's strength well enough to know he could easily swat the dark sky wolf away, his power far exceeding that of a sovereign. Too weak. Jun Huaiyun did not even raise an eyebrow. He merely extended his hand, the primordial chaotic energy surging forth as he effortlessly intercepted the punch. Your physique, how can this be? I am a sovereign adept in physical strength. The demon ape's pupils constricted, fear flooding its eyes. Compare your physique to mine? Not even the ancient emperor ape would dare to match wits with me. Jun Huaiyun clenched his fingers, reversing the hold on the demon ape's arm. The primordial chaotic power erupting violently, crushing its entire arm. Ah, brother, save me. The demon ape let out a chilling scream, retreating as blood spewed forth, staining the cosmos. Damn it, everyone, attack. The dark celestial wolf, upon witnessing the circumstances, cast aside all other considerations. If an agreement could not be reached, then negotiation was futile. Shadows of the god-slaying technique, 9-fold annihilation of the world's darkness. The dark celestial wolf became engulfed in black flames. As the ultimate black light of 9 layers tore through the void, carrying with it the infinite laws of darkness, crashing towards Jun Huaiyun. The abyssal hell. The heavenly burial of all. The mighty tail of the abyssal emperor crocodile swept through, and the eerie blue deathlight transformed into a corrosive abyss that threatened to consume heaven and earth. Jun Huaiyun's expression remained aloof. His left hand reached into the spatial rift, his entire arm entwined with golden lightning. A golden spear gradually materialized, its shaft erupting with boundless golden electricity, a vast imperial might sweeping forth like a cataclysmic tide, causing the originally ferocious ancient beasts to tremble and prostrate themselves in fear. It was indeed an imperial weapon. The dark celestial wolf gasped in disbelief. its pupils wide with incredulity. This must come to an end. Jun Huaiyun's fingers curled tightly around the spear of celestial punishment, and in that moment, billions of golden lightning bolts erupted from within him, a terrifying murderous intent permeating the atmosphere. The 7 techniques to slay the heavens, shattering the sky and earth. A calm voice reverberated through the starry expanse, imbued with a killing intent that made all things tremble. Wherever the spear blade passed, space itself shattered. This is bad. Retreat quickly. The imperial weapon is unstoppable. The dark celestial wolf's fur stood on end, the shadow of death looming over its heart. Alas, it was too late. A bolt of golden lightning, 10,000 zhang long, erupted from the spear of celestial punishment, instantly piercing through the entire horde of ancient beasts, where the lightning struck. Tens of thousands of ancient beasts perished without even a cry, reduced to nothingness amidst the blinding golden light, leaving not even ashes behind. The entire starry sky was torn asunder, revealing a pitch-black rift stretching for 100,000 miles, creating the illusion that heaven and earth had indeed been cleaved in twain. Even the abyssal emperor crocodile, with scales akin to divine iron or celestial gold, was utterly shattered. Half of its body was cleaved by the spear of celestial punishment, its blue blood raining down like a torrential storm. Although the dark celestial wolf was swift and managed to flee beyond the range of the golden lightning, it still suffered damage, its eye exploding, blood streaming down its wolfish face. Yet, the most unfortunate was the crimson demon ape, having already lost an arm. And with too much demonic fire absorbed from Jun Huaiyun, its strength had long since waned. Under the might of this near-apocalyptic strike, it could not even resist and was obliterated in an instant. Jun Huaiyun, wielding the spear of celestial punishment, slowly descended through the air, looking down upon the dark celestial wolf with an air of chilling indifference. Let us fight it out. Shadow devouring the heavens. The dark celestial wolf went utterly mad, igniting all its blood essence, its form swelling once more. Realm of the abyss. The abyssal emperor crocodile gritted its teeth against the pain, unleashing all its power. Descend into hell and repent. Jun Huaiyun raised the spear, striking downward. All things succumb, the universe annihilates, and the heavens and earth are overturned. A golden spear light sliced through the cosmos, cleaving through the heavens, crashing violently upon the dark celestial wolf and the abyssal emperor crocodile. The body of the abyssal emperor crocodile was instantaneously torn apart, its pleas for mercy silenced before the spear of celestial punishment shattered it into fragments. No. The dark celestial wolf let out a desperate howl, cleaved in two by the spear, its body shredded by golden lightning. Silence reigned. A profound stillness enveloped the scene. The members of the Jun family stood in stunned disbelief at this spectacle. Jun Xingya's lips parted slightly, her exquisite face a portrait of shock. Is this truly the extent of the young master's power? Jun Xiuling's voice trembled. Yet this cannot possibly be the young master's full strength. Jun Xiaoyao inhaled deeply and spoke slowly. Jun Huaiyun had not even utilized his physical prowess. How could this be considered full power? Merely with 2 strikes. The once dense horde of ancient beasts had been completely eradicated, leaving countless severed limbs and blood flooding the entire expanse. Roar. Some ancient beasts that had narrowly survived howled in despair as they fled into the distance, vowing never to confront this terrifying demon again. Young master, they. Jun Xingyao rushed to Jun Huaiyun's side. Fear not, they shall not escape. Jun Huaiyun's expression remained cold as he raised his hand, tightening his grip in the direction of the fleeing ancient beasts, his voice icy. Space execution. Upon reaching the Holy King realm, one can initially traverse the void, wielding some fundamental spatial powers. As Jun Huaiyun's frigid words fell, vast swathes of the starry sky twisted violently, invisible lines of spatial energy ensnaring the fleeing ancient beasts in an instant. Roar. The anguished cries of the beasts echoed throughout the cosmos, their bodies torn asunder by the spatial force, blood and flesh scattering, ultimately transforming into a mist of blood that dissipated within the universe. The young master is simply magnificent, effortlessly annihilating ancient beasts. The members of the Jun family stared in awe, particularly the female prodigies whose eyes sparkled with admiration. The age-old truth of beauty-loving heroes remained unchanged across all worlds, especially for someone like Jun Huaiyun, whose allure was irresistible to any woman. Dominant, protective, powerful, and so forth. Is this really not captivating? It's both humorous and exhilarating, with an unbeatable backdrop, not to mention it doesn't exploit readers. Yet it seems to have so few viewers compared to those who do exploit. For those who enjoy exploitation and those who do not, please leave your comments. I'd like to hear your opinions. Chapter 49. 100,000 Circles of Law. Akin to a massage. Jun Huaiyun sheathed the spear of celestial punishment, his gaze still indifferent. Exterminating these 3 supreme ancient beasts posed no challenge for him. It was akin to a mere sprinkle of water. As a transmigrator, equipped with such abundant top-tier resources and configurations, it would be shameful if he could not easily surpass realms. He did not relish bullying those of lower realms, nor did he favor fishing for easy gains. Instead, he delighted in overcoming formidable foes across greater realms. That exhilarating sensation was something other fantasy protagonists could not comprehend. Should one indulge too long in exploitation, they would inevitably become the exploited themselves. System, did these ancient beasts yield modification points? Jun Huaiyun suddenly recalled, directing his inquiry to the system. Indeed, you have slain a total of 514 ancient beasts of the Holy Realm, 250 of the Holy King Realm, and 3 supreme ancient beasts, earning a total of 5 million modification points. Please continue your efforts, host. Hiss. Wealth has come flooding in, inadvertently. I have amassed such a bounty of modification points. It is simply exhilarating. With this thought, a smile tugged at the corners of Jun Huaiyun's mouth. Young master, had you not intervened in time to save us, we would surely have met a grim fate. Thank you for your rescue. Jun Xiaoyao stepped forward, bowing respectfully. You are my kin of the Jun family. Naturally, I would not stand idly by. Jun Huaiyun exited the system space, gesturing slightly. By the way, how are your injuries? Are you able to enter and receive the inheritance? He surveyed them. Although they had taken the 9 golden dragon pills, their injuries were still substantial, and they were not quite at their peak yet. In particular, Jun Xiuling and Jun Anxing bore the heaviest injuries, one from battling the abyssal emperor crocodile, the other from desperately absorbing the demonic flames of the demon ape. Jun Xiaoyao and the others remained silent. Then let us rest for an hour. Once you have recovered sufficiently, we shall enter the immortal palace together to seize the ancestral legacy. Jun Huaiyun pondered for a moment and said, this would also afford him time to cultivate other Jun family techniques, as he currently possessed too few divine abilities. Aside from the 7 techniques to slay the heavens and the primordial chaos body manifestation, he lacked any formidable techniques. Should challenges arise within the immortal palace, lacking suitable divine abilities would be quite awkward. We shall adhere to the young master's orders. They replied in unison. Meanwhile, outside the ancestral grounds of the Jun family, dozens of vast presences were observing everything within the secret realm through projections. Haha, excellent. To slay 3 supreme ancient beasts at the Holy King 1-star realm with just 2 strikes is truly unprecedented. Such strength is a testament to the unparalleled demeanor befitting our Jun family's young master. An elder of the Jun family clapped his hands in joyous laughter, his tone filled with satisfaction. Another silver-haired elder, with a broad smile, remarked, this child, Huaiyun, has cultivated the 7 techniques of celestial extermination to such an extraordinary level. His innate talent and comprehension far surpass those of our clan leader. Truly, the new waves of the Yaoxi River pushed the former waves aside. Great elder, were you not concerned that Jun Xiaoyao and the others might encounter life-threatening dangers? Another elder voiced his apprehension. Each young one entering the secret realm carries a spatial jade slip exclusive to the Jun family. Should they face any perilous crisis, they will naturally shatter the slip to be teleported out. However, this would imply the forfeiture of their eligibility to inherit the ancestral legacy. A flower nurtured in a greenhouse can never grow into a towering tree. One must push themselves to discover their limits. A profound glimmer flickered in Jun Huaiyun's eyes. Indeed, the great elder speaks wisely. The gathered elders nodded in agreement. Within the ancestral grounds of the Jun family, an hour swiftly passed. Jun Huaiyun approached the assembly and inquired, how are your injuries recovering? Thanks to the young master's medicinal aid, we are all well. Jun Xiuling promptly stood and clasped his fists in gratitude towards Jun Huaiyun. In that case, let us prepare to enter the celestial palace. Remember, the inheritance from our ancestors is a matter of fate. It cannot be forcibly sought. If something does not suit you, there is no need to pursue it. Jun Huaiyun nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the assembly as he spoke solemnly. Yes. The Jun family's prodigies responded in unison. Jun Huaiyun led Jun Xiaoyao and the others to the entrance of the inheritance celestial palace. This is what the elders referred to as the Jun family's inheritance celestial palace. Jun Xingya gazed up at the palace, her delicate face radiating anticipation mixed with a hint of anxiety, for this place harbored the legacies of their illustrious ancestors. Standing at the forefront, Jun Huaiyun lightly touched the grand door, and in an instant, a golden light enveloped the bodies of all present. Bloodline assessment complete. Jun family bloodline. Access granted. A mechanical voice resonated within their minds. With a creaking sound, the door to the celestial palace slowly opened, and a torrent of cosmic light cascaded forth. Jun Huaiyun squinted, for beyond the door lay not the palatial scenery they had envisioned, but an immeasurable expanse of the universe, where countless stellar worlds operated in accordance with some profound trajectory. A flicker of astonishment crossed Jun Huaiyun's eyes. This universe was no mere figment of imagination, but a tangible reality. It was no wonder that the Jun ancestors could refine an entire cosmos into a realm of inheritance, a feat beyond the capabilities of an emperor. Could it be the work of celestial beings? Keep up. Jun Huaiyun took the lead and stepped inside, with Jun Xiaoyao and the others following closely behind. As they entered, the grand doors swiftly closed behind them, and an invisible pressure enveloped the hearts of all the Jun family's prodigies. Buzz. Suddenly, from the depths of the cosmos, Rings of law condensed from powers of the universe descended, each one precisely landing upon every individual. Jun Huaiyun was surrounded by hundreds of these rings, causing his body to bend involuntarily. The rest were similarly ensnared by dozens or even hundreds of rings. Jun Xiaoyao was encompassed by thousands. Despite this, he managed to maintain his stance, though he trembled slightly. Otherwise, Jun Huaiyun might have suspected he was using some sort of cheat. These rings could restrict physical bodies, laws, powers, and more. The stronger the talent, the greater the number of rings, and thus the more profound the restrictions. Jun Xiaoyao gritted his teeth. Upon hearing this, the others instinctively looked towards Jun Huaiyun, for he possessed the greatest strength and talent among them, eager to see how many rings encircled him. Strangely enough, Jun Huaiyun noticed the absence of rings upon himself. Why are there no rings on me? Why am I not being restricted? He pondered, glancing at the layers of law rings enveloping the others, his brow furrowing slightly. Just as he spoke, a brilliant burst of light erupted from the depths of the universe, and countless rings surged towards him, enveloping him entirely. In an instant, he was surrounded by tens of thousands of different colored law rings, cocooning him tightly. From a distance, he resembled a vibrant zongzi, wrapped in a myriad of colorful strings. Of course, these rings were illusory, not corporeal. Otherwise, any movement would become exceedingly arduous. Young master. Jun Xingya struggled to lift her head, her eyes wide with astonishment at the sight. She could scarcely move with only 500 rings upon her, while Jun Huaiyun was encircled by a staggering number, over 20 times that amount. Wow, I can barely handle 1,000. I never expected the young master to be surrounded by tens of thousands of law rings. Even the usually composed Jun Xiaoyao could not help but exclaim in shock, his face reflecting the same astonishment as the others. The other Jun family prodigies stood agape, having witnessed extraordinary feats before, yet none could compare to this. They were eager to inquire whether Jun Huaiyun had activated some sort of cheat. I feel no pressure at all. Could these law rings be counterfeit? Jun Huaiyun mused, examining the rings around him, feeling quite unbothered. He attempted to take a step forward and felt nothing, even jumping a few times and performing push-ups, frog leaps, and walking on his hands. Wow, I truly feel nothing. Is this for real? You're not playing tricks on me, are you? Jun Huaiyun turned to Jun Xiaoyao and the others, a look of genuine confusion on his face. He truly felt no discomfort, aside from a slight itch on his scalp. Young master, we can barely manage to speak. Does this seem fake to you? Jun Xiaoling replied with a wry smile, shaking his head. Jun Huaiyun rubbed his brow, observing the dense array of rings surrounding him, then glanced at the other prodigies who were swaying unsteadily. But I genuinely feel nothing. It's just a bit itchy on my scalp. Boom. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from the depths of the universe. The group looked up to see countless law rings surging towards them like a cataclysmic tsunami. Whoa, this is going to kill us. Jun Xiaoyao's complexion turned pale. The 1,000 law rings he bore already made it hard for him to breathe, and an additional few hundred would surely result in his immediate explosion. However, all the rings bypassed them and surged directly towards Jun Huaiyun. 10,000, 20,000, 30,000. The number of rings escalated wildly, swiftly surpassing 100,000. Hiss. Now I feel something. It's like someone is stepping on my back. That kind of soreness is simply irresistible. It's akin to a massage. Jun Huaiyun closed his eyes, a look of pure enjoyment on his face. The Jun family members were taken aback. You call this a mere sensation, a massage? What do we call our hundreds of rings then? Chapter 50. The meaning of cultivation, the ancestral will awakens. The assembly gradually acclimated to the pressure exerted by the law rings, at least no longer feeling as overwhelmed as before. Having adapted, let us proceed. The inheritance should lie deep within the cosmos. Jun Huaiyun waved his hand, enveloping everyone in chaotic energy to alleviate their burdens. As they advanced, the surrounding starry sky began to shift, and amidst the flowing stars, a radiant path paved with brilliant starlight emerged beneath their feet, extending into the depths of the universe. At that moment, a dazzling golden light appeared from the cosmos, revealing a towering golden giant tower that pierced the heavens, entwined with 9 dragons and 9 phoenixes, shimmering with the brilliance of the great Dao. This is the trial tower of the Jun family's ancestral inheritance, where the legacies of many generations of ancestors are stored. There are even rumors that the legacy of the founding ancestor resides within. Jun Xiaoyao exclaimed, his face alight with excitement as he gazed at the golden tower before him. Upon hearing this, the others hastened their steps to approach the tower, eager to witness it up close and feel the profound impact it imparted. Standing several thousand zhang tall, it shot into the starry sky, its body swirling with temporal powers, as if this colossal tower transcended the confines of past, present, and future. Buzz. At that moment, a beam of golden light descended from the pinnacle of the tower, transforming into the figure of an elderly man clad in black robes, his eyes reflecting the myriad transformations of existence and the phenomena of the heavens and earth. I am the spirit of the trial tower, known as Black Elder. I have awaited the descendants of the Jun family for a considerable time. Your arrival here signifies that you have preliminarily passed the trial. Your ability to break through the encirclement of the three supreme ancient beasts and tens of thousands of sacred realm beasts attests to your strength and talent. The voice of Black Elder resonated through the starry sky. Upon hearing Black Elder's words, an expression of incredulity washed over the faces of all present. It was not merely a matter of escaping. They had obliterated those ancient beasts. I am Jun Huaiyun, the young master of the Jun family, and I pay my respects to the esteemed Black Elder, he said, stepping forward with a bow of reverence. Black Elder's gaze fell upon Jun Huaiyun, and a flicker of surprise danced in his eyes. With the aura of 100,000 laws surrounding you, yet you remain unimpeded. Young man, you are indeed remarkable. After a moment, he surveyed the assembly and proclaimed, the inheritance is straightforward. Within the tower lie the battle imprints left by the ancestors of the Jun family in their youth. You may choose any ancestor to challenge. Upon defeating the ancestor, you must then confront your own perfect doppelganger, which possesses all your abilities and can replicate your prowess to its utmost. Is this truly simple? Jun Wuchen nearly choked on his own words. The expressions of the crowd shifted to one of grave concern. Merely confronting the ancestor while bearing the weight of the laws was already daunting enough, and now they had to face their own doppelgangers. This seemed designed to thwart any chance of obtaining the inheritance. True strength never shies away from adversity. One must first conquer their foes, then challenge oneself, and surpass their limits to ascend to greatness. Now, choose your inheritance wisely. Remember, this opportunity is singular. Should you fail, no further chances shall remain. A faint smile graced Black Elder's lips. It was only natural for the talented scions of the Jun family to react thus. Were it not for the severity of the challenge, anyone would feel disheartened. The difficulty was akin to that faced by protagonists in epic tales. With a wave of his hand, countless luminous screens materialized before the tower, each displaying the image and brief history of a Jun ancestor. Among them were the unparalleled Sword Emperor Jun Jianshao, who specialized in the sword path, the Invincible Emperor Jun Patian, who excelled in physical prowess, Jun Shikong, a master of the temporal path, and Jun Luanhui, a specialist in the cycle of reincarnation. The Jun scions approached to scrutinize the screens carefully. This decision would significantly impact their futures, and thus required earnest contemplation. This one suits me. The path of reincarnation aligns with my ancient sacred body, granting me a unique advantage, Jun Xiao declared, selecting Jun Luanhui. Jun Xiaoling chose Jun Patian, while Jun Wuchen opted for Jun Finchen. One by one, the Jun family's prodigies selected the inheritance most fitting for them, gradually entering the tower to accept their challenges. Under the expanse of stars, only Jun Huaiyun remained. Black Elder's gaze had not wavered from him. An inexplicable aura of mystery surrounded Jun Huaiyun. Young man, what do you hesitate over? With your talents, any ancestor would be a fitting choice. Black Elder finally spoke. Jun Huaiyun merely smiled faintly, his eyes drifting over the luminous screens before finally resting on the uppermost one, where a dim area lingered. Black Elder, it seems one ancestor is absent from these screens, he remarked lightly. Are you certain you wish to choose him? He is the progenitor of your Jun family. Over countless epochs, no fewer than 100 of your family's scions have attempted to challenge him, yet none have triumphed. Black Elder's expression turned grave. He paused before continuing. Moreover, the challenge of the progenitor's inheritance differs significantly from that of the other ancestors. Oh, in what way does it differ? Jun Huaiyun inquired, his gaze shifting. Not only must you confront the battle imprint of the progenitor in his youth, but you must also face an ultimate doppelganger, which is no ordinary replica. It exists at a realm above that of the challenger, an entity of terrifying perfection. Now you comprehend the difficulty, do you not? To challenge an opponent of the same realm is already a formidable feat, let alone a doppelganger of a higher realm. It is, in truth, an impossible task. Black Elder sighed, acknowledging the enormity of the challenge. To defeat a replica of a higher realm is an insurmountable challenge. Jun Huaiyun's eyes sparkled with determination. Indeed, and the doppelganger's strength will adjust according to the challenger's cultivation level. Should you advance your cultivation within, the doppelganger will likewise elevate its own. Historically, many Jun scions have attempted to suppress their realms to gain an advantage, only to meet with utter defeat. Thus, I advise you to select another ancestor's inheritance, Black Elder suggested with a nod. Jun Huaiyun paused for a moment, then suddenly smiled. In that case, I choose the progenitor's inheritance. What? You still opt for the progenitor's inheritance? Do you grasp the implications of this choice? Black Elder exclaimed, his body swaying in astonishment. He had made the stakes abundantly clear, yet this youth remained resolute in his choice. I understand, but I wish to try, Jun Huaiyun replied calmly. Are you certain? Once the bow is drawn, there is no turning back. Black Elder's eyes, which had witnessed the ages, glimmered with incredulity. Jun Huaiyun stood poised, surrounded by the aura of 100,000 laws. He lifted his gaze toward the perpetually dim area, a faint smile gracing his lips. Black Elder, you mentioned that throughout countless epochs, no Jun scion has succeeded in challenging the progenitor? Indeed. The inheritance left by the progenitor is fundamentally distinct from those of the other ancestors. The latter test talent and strength, while the progenitor's inheritance tests. Black Elder's expression turned exceedingly solemn. The potential to transcend limits. Jun Huaiyun spoke softly, his eyes shimmering with an unusual brilliance. To transcend limits. Black Elder trembled, murmuring to himself, Black Elder, do you comprehend why no one has ever attained the progenitor's inheritance to this day? Jun Huaiyun gazed into the endless expanse of stars, his tone pensive. Naturally, it is due to the insurmountable difficulty. A perfect doppelganger of a higher realm is a challenge that is simply unattainable, Black Elder replied, shaking his head. No, the true limit lies not in realm, but in self-awareness. Jun Huaiyun's voice deepened, resonating with profound insight. Boom. This statement reverberated through the cosmos like thunder, and Black Elder's expression fluctuated dramatically. Having witnessed countless prodigies rise and fall over epochs, he had never before encountered such a profound truth. Self-awareness transcends the boundaries of realm. I believe I am beginning to grasp its essence, Black Elder murmured, his eyes swirling with a whirlwind of revelation. Jun Huaiyun continued. The masses believe that cultivation is merely the elevation of one's realm and the augmentation of power. Yet they fail to understand that true cultivation involves breakthroughs in understanding. The progenitor established such a trial of inheritance not to compel descendants to conquer stronger foes, but to enlighten them that the essence of power lies not in comparison, but in comprehension, understanding, and transcendence. An ancient and resonant voice emanated from the pinnacle of the tower, interrupting Jun Huaiyun's discourse. Black Elder abruptly looked up, his face reflecting unprecedented shock. Has the will of the progenitor awakened? Chapter 51. The formidable progenitor of the Jun family, realizing the true essence of power. Suddenly, a resplendent beam of golden light ascended from the apex of the inheritance tower, revealing an ethereal figure, clad in simple hemp robes. The figure was tall and surrounded by an endless aura of celestial radiance, their visage youthful and far from that of an elder. All hail the manifestation of the progenitor. Black Elder knelt upon the ground, his voice trembling with reverence. I pay my respects to the progenitor. Jun Huaiyun inhaled deeply, bowing slightly before the progenitor. With a mere glance, Jun Huaiyun felt as though his very soul was being drawn into the depths of that gaze, which encapsulated the entire evolution of the universe, from the primordial chaos to the eventual culmination of all things. An infinite array of pathways unfolded within those eyes. This is an existence that defies verbal description. It embodies both youth and age, both substance and shadow. Though it stands before you, it seems to exist across all dimensions of time and space, devoid of any discernible aura, appearing as an utterly ordinary young man. It has been a long time since I have encountered such an intriguing descendant. The ancestor of the Jun family smiled faintly, with each step he took. The reflections of myriad worlds unfolded beneath his feet, showcasing the Jun family's evolution through the ages, from nothingness to existence, from existence to prosperity. When you articulate that the essence of strength lies in understanding, you possess more depth than the 125 challengers who came before you. You perceive things with greater clarity than they ever could. The ancestor's gaze settled upon Jun Huaiyun, his lips curling into a keen interest. Your praise is unwarranted. I merely expressed my own insights. Jun Huaiyun replied respectfully, neither humble nor arrogant. Do you understand why I have established this seemingly insurmountable trial of inheritance? The ancestor inquired with a smile. The ancestor wishes to convey to future generations that the path of cultivation knows no bounds. What is deemed impossible is merely a limitation of perception. After pondering for a moment, Jun Huaiyun met the ancestor's gaze, which encompassed the principles of the universe. Ha! Well said. However, knowing is one thing, and doing is another. The ancestor laughed heartily. Young one, what is your name? My interest in you grows by the moment. I am Jun Huaiyun. He replied with a respectful bow. Ah, a splendid name. What you have just articulated resonates closely with my own path. The ancestor remarked with a light chuckle. Black Elder was utterly astonished, as the spirit of the inheritance tower. He had served the ancestor for countless years and witnessed the rise of the Jun family. It was his first time witnessing the ancestors will actively engage in conversation with a descendant, an unprecedented miracle. What left him even more astounded was the hint of admiration in the ancestor's tone. Do you know why I created a replica that surpasses my own realm? The ancestor mused with a gentle smile. Because true strength is never measured by realm. Jun Huaiyun's eyes sparkled with insight. He was not one to overlook such wisdom. In his past life, he had excelled in every subject, a top scholar, and long before arriving at the Jun family, he had been deeply contemplating the essence and significance of cultivation. Thus, he was able to respond to the ancestors' questions instantaneously, having already pondered them in silence. Of course, the system had also offered substantial assistance. Very well, if strength does not reside in realms, then where does it lie? The ancestor fell silent for a moment before bursting into laughter. In perception, in understanding, in grasping the essence of power, Jun Huaiyun articulated with precision. Since you comprehend this principle, if you wish to truly transcend yourself, you must still endure the most grueling of trials. Are you certain you wish to accept my inheritance? The ancestor's tone turned serious. Yes, I accept the inheritance. Jun Huaiyun nodded earnestly. Given your resolve, step into the tower to undergo the trial of inheritance. The ancestor said no more, his ethereal form gradually fading, transforming into shimmering golden light that melded into the tower. This was merely the awakening of his will, not his true essence. Young one, I wish you luck. Black Elder gazed at Jun Huaiyun with a complex expression. Thank you for your concern, Black Elder. I am determined to obtain this inheritance. Jun Huaiyun smiled slightly, confidence glimmering in his eyes. As his words fell, a beam of golden light enveloped him, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. When Jun Huaiyun opened his eyes again, he found himself in a mysterious space of primordial chaos, devoid of sky, earth, or celestial bodies. Only the endless flow of chaotic energy coursed through the void, reminiscent of the universe's birth. Buzz. Before him, the chaotic energy surged violently, and a youthful figure, bearing a striking resemblance to the ancestor, slowly materialized, a figure clad in simple robes, imbued with the weight of countless eras. He exuded no aura, appearing as an ordinary mortal. Is this the imprint of the ancestor in his youth? Jun Huaiyun's pupils constricted slightly. As a fellow Saint King, he sensed an unparalleled pressure emanating from the ancestor. This was only natural, for he was but an inexperienced youth, far from comprehending the nuances of cultivation as the Jun ancestor did. For countless epochs, you are the 126th challenger. I hope you can bring me some surprises. The ancestor's imprint smiled faintly. With no further ado, the ancestor's imprint raised a hand and struck. The seemingly simple gesture encompassed profound truths of the ultimate path. Wherever the palm wind passed, the chaotic energy parted, revealing the boundless void of darkness. Primordial Chaos Fist. Jun Huaiyun unleashed a punch, channeling the primordial chaotic power into the form of a silver-gray imperial dragon, launching it towards the ancestor. Boom. The two forces collided with a cataclysmic roar, and Jun Huaiyun was forced back 3 steps, each footfall shattering the void beneath him. What a peculiar technique. Though we share the same realm, my strength surpasses that of the ancestor, yet it seems all my techniques are countered by him. Jun Huaiyun marveled inwardly, for it was the first time he had been suppressed by an opponent of equal standing. Your strength is formidable. If I were to clash with you head-on, I would not stand a chance. Yet, sadly, you lack an understanding of the essence of power. To put it simply, it is akin to a child wielding a sledgehammer, possessing strength, yet unaware of how to wield it effectively. The ancestor's imprint stood calmly, hands clasped behind his back. Come again. Jun Huaiyun altered his strategy, abandoning the relentless assault. He stepped forward, leaving behind trails of afterimages beside the ancestor's imprint, searching for any flaws. Simultaneously, he fully activated the Eye of Chaos, his gaze gradually suffused with chaotic hues, seeking to penetrate the ancestor's techniques. The Eye of Chaos. A commendable thought, but ultimately, this is merely an external force. If you intend to rely on the Eye of Chaos to find my weakness, you are merely indulging in wishful thinking. Over-reliance on one's physique is not wise. The ancestor's imprint discerned Jun Huaiyun's intentions and smiled slightly. With that, the ancestor's imprint shifted, appearing before Jun Huaiyun in an instant, delivering a swift palm strike. What incredible speed! Jun Huaiyun's pupils dilated, instinctively. He transformed the primordial chaotic energy into a shield to defend himself. Bang! A muffled thud echoed as Jun Huaiyun staggered back 3 steps. Your reflexes are commendable, yet still insufficiently swift, the ancestor's imprint remarked calmly. Why is it that the ancestor's strength and speed seem inferior to mine, yet he consistently manages to counter and suppress me? Jun Huaiyun pondered deeply, recognizing the terrifying prowess of the Jun ancestor in his youth. The battle imprints left across the endless stream of time were indeed formidable. One could scarcely imagine how powerful the Jun ancestor had been in his prime. Have you reached a conclusion? The Jun ancestor inquired once more, launching a straightforward punch this time, devoid of any ostentation or divine techniques. Yet it effectively sealed all of Jun Huaiyun's escape routes, rendering him unable to evade. Primordial Chaos Barrier. Jun Huaiyun conjured a vast barrier of chaotic energy, inscribed with profound primordial chaotic runes, exuding an indescribable supreme aura. Futile. The ancestor's imprint remained unfazed, shattering the barrier with a single punch, the force unrelenting as it struck Jun Huaiyun's shoulder. Jun Huaiyun was sent stumbling back 10 steps, gazing at his trembling shoulder. A wave of excruciating pain coursed through him. It felt as though his entire arm had gone numb. Power flows like water, and perception is akin to a riverbed. The wider the riverbed, the greater the flow it can accommodate. The same power, when wielded by individuals with differing perceptions, yields vastly different results. The ancestor's imprint smiled faintly. Now witness closely. With a casual wave, the ancestor's imprint released a seemingly ordinary stream of spiritual energy, which absorbed the surrounding chaotic essence as it flew, ultimately transforming into a roaring chaotic dragon before Jun Huaiyun. Do you understand now? The ancestral patriarch of the Jun family waved his hand, causing the chaotic dragon to transform into a shimmering light and dissipate. Such is the effect of power accumulation, How enlightening. A brilliant gleam surged in Jun Huaiyun's eyes. Indeed. Your comprehension of power remains at the elementary level of 1 plus 1 equals 2, while I have ascended to the realm wherein 1 plus 1 equals infinity. Whatever I desire 1 plus 1 to equal, that is what it becomes. When I exert merely 10% of my power, I can unleash 100% of its potential. This is the reason you are not my adversary, for my mastery of power far surpasses yours. The ancestral imprint nodded in acknowledgement. Jun Huaiyun gradually closed his eyes, replaying every word and gesture of the ancestral imprint in his mind. The ancestral imprint ceased its assault, watching with keen interest, curious about the path Jun Huaiyun might take, and whether he would surprise him unexpectedly. Chapter 52, Learning on the Fly, Crumbling the Clone. Understanding is akin to a riverbed, while power flows like water. Jun Huaiyun murmured, as the primordial chaotic energy within him began to circulate along a novel trajectory. The previously tempestuous force gradually became subdued, yet within that gentleness lay an even more terrifying explosive potential. So, it turns out I have been squandering my power all along. Jun Huaiyun opened his eyes, the chaotic energy in them gradually receding. It seems you have come to an understanding, though I wonder to what extent. Observing this, the ancestral imprint's lips curled into a slight smile. Thank you, ancestor, for guiding the younger generation on this path. Jun Huaiyun bowed deeply, and as he rose, his entire demeanor transformed dramatically. If the former Jun Huaiyun resembled an immortal emperor, effortlessly annihilating thousands of foes, the current Jun Huaiyun appeared utterly ordinary. The kind of person one would forget after a mere glance. Gently raising his hand, the primordial chaotic energy coalesced in his palm. The primordial chaotic hand. As Jun Huaiyun uttered a soft command, the palm seemed to transcend the barriers of time and space, appearing before the ancestral imprint with an unhurried grace. Layer upon layer of primordial chaotic energy accumulated in his palm, manifesting a terrifying phenomenon of myriad worlds being born and extinguished within a single breath. Oh, to comprehend to such an extent. A flicker of astonishment finally crossed the ancestral imprint's eyes as he traced perfect taiji symbols with his hands, each layer intertwining flawlessly. Boom. The moment the primordial chaotic hand collided with the taiji symbols, the entire chaotic space trembled violently, and the overlapping illusions of worlds were born and obliterated in their clash. Crack. A crisp sound of shattering rang out, and the ancestral imprint staggered back several steps. For the first time, it found itself at a disadvantage. Fascinating. To elevate your mastery of power to this extent in such a brief moment is truly remarkable. A brilliant light shone in the ancestral imprint's eyes. This was the first time he had praised a descendant in such a manner. It is indeed thanks to the ancestor's guidance. Had you not directed me to break through the shackles of power, I could never have achieved such progress. At this moment, Jun Huaiyun entered an extraordinarily profound state, where he could clearly perceive the flowing trajectory of every strand of primordial chaotic energy. The once tempestuous power could now be wielded at will, without the slightest waste. I merely provided you with an opportunity. The true breakthrough lies within yourself. On the path of cultivation, the breakthrough of understanding is far more significant than the accumulation of power, the ancestral imprint remarked, shaking his head. Ancestor, allow me to demonstrate this technique once more. Jun Huaiyun formed seals with his hands, his primordial chaotic energy no longer emanating outward, but instead retreating entirely within. Countless minute primordial chaotic symbols appeared upon his skin, transforming him into a deity of the heavens. 10 punches combined, the ultimate primordial chaotic fist. With a single step, Jun Huaiyun shattered the chaotic void beneath him, swiftly arriving before the ancestral imprint, his right fist gathering an intensely radiant point of primordial chaotic light, as the surrounding space began to collapse inward, centered around him. Congratulations. You have successfully cleared the challenge. Just as the ultimate primordial chaotic fist was about to descend, the ancestral imprint revealed a look of satisfaction at the last moment, ceasing to resist and allowing Jun Huaiyun's punch to engulf him. Boom. In an indescribable explosion, all the chaotic energy within the chaotic space was tainted a silvery gray by the primordial chaotic energy. As the brilliance faded, the figure of the ancestral imprint began to gradually dissipate. The future of the Jun family now rests upon the shoulders of your generation. With these words, the ancestral imprint completely vanished. Rest assured, ancestor, I shall undoubtedly lead the Jun family to surpass its zenith. Jun Huaiyun bowed deeply to the spot where the ancestral imprint had disappeared. At the moment the ancestral imprint vanished, the entire chaotic space quaked violently. The void beneath Jun Huaiyun crumbled in an instant, and countless radiant golden symbols surged forth, weaving around him into a towering golden cage. This is the true test, facing a clone more powerful than oneself. Jun Huaiyun gazed ahead with a grave expression, at the heart of the densest array of golden symbols. A blurred figure began to materialize. With each increment of solidity, the pressure it exuded intensified dramatically. When it fully manifested, it was astonishingly a perfect likeness of Jun Huaiyun himself, yet its aura surpassed his by an entire realm, reaching the initial level of the Supreme. The clone slightly clenched its fist, twisting the void as myriad world illusions emerged. The supreme version of myself. Jun Huaiyun dared not act recklessly. This clone possessed all his abilities, physique, and weaponry, among other attributes. Let us see what you've got. Without uttering a word, the clone raised a hand and unleashed a primordial chaotic fist, which tore through the chaotic space, appearing before Jun Huaiyun in the blink of an eye. Excellent. Jun Huaiyun pressed forward instead of retreating, crossing his arms over his chest. As the fist approached, his form suddenly vibrated rapidly, rippling like water, diverting 80% of the force into the void while absorbing the remaining 20% to neutralize the impact. The essence of power does not lie in sheer strength, but in its application. Though the gap in realms is substantial, it is not insurmountable. A brilliant light surged in Jun Huaiyun's eyes. Primordial chaotic seal. The clone, unlike the ancestral imprint, did not grant Jun Huaiyun a moment's respite for contemplation. It flashed above Jun Huaiyun's head, forming seals with its hands. As an ancient chaotic primordial seal coalesced in the void, radiating destructive chaotic ripples. Merely a trace of its aura shattered the surrounding chaotic void. Do you truly think I fear you? So what if you are a whole realm above me, or even two? A fierce light ignited in Jun Huaiyun's eyes as he formed seals with both hands, albeit at a pace several times slower than that of the clone. Yet strangely, the primordial chaotic seal he conjured, though diminutive, was more solid than the clone's, each surface adorned with an intricate array of primordial symbols, each symbol containing boundless universes. When the two seals collided, the anticipated explosion did not occur. Jun Huaiyun's primordial chaotic seal absorbed a portion of the clone's power with each impact, until both seals ultimately vanished. While the clone possessed 100 units of strength, it could only exert 50. Jun Huaiyun, with just 10 units, could wield 50. Illustrating the principle of power accumulation, an understanding not easily grasped by the average individual. The primordial chaotic hand. Jun Huaiyun took a slight step, vanishing from his original spot, as sounds emanated from all directions, with 7 colossal palm imprints striking the clone from various angles. Humph! The clone scoffed coldly, its surface adorned with the same primordial chaotic symbols as Jun Huaiyun's, unleashing its own primordial chaotic hand. The 14 palm imprints collided violently in the void, erupting in a dazzling display of light. The chains of divinity snapped, and all things wavered. Thud! Jun Huaiyun was pushed back 100 miles, his blood surging in his chest. To his surprise, the clone was also forced back, retreating several steps more than he did. Why, despite my overwhelming strength, are you able to push me back? The clone's voice was frigid to the core. I progress with every passing moment while you remain stagnant. You may replicate my magical prowess and combat techniques, yet you cannot emulate my understanding and cognition. You are forever confined to your position. The gap in cognition is akin to an insurmountable chasm. Jun Huaiyun stood poised in the void, his hands gradually coming together before his chest, unleashing a heart-stirring silvery gray radiance from the spaces between his fingers. Behold, this is the true essence of power, the primordial chaos that envelopes the heavens, the hand that unifies all realms. In an instant, the entire chaotic expanse trembled violently and began to collapse, as behind Jun Huaiyun emerged 12 ethereal universes, each harboring a colossal hand reaching forth from its depths. As these titanic hands converged during their descent, they amalgamated into a resplendent, translucent imperial palm, its patterns flowing with the dazzling primordial chaos energy akin to a river of stars. Impossible. I too can wield the primordial chaos hand that obscures the heavens. Why can I not unleash such might? The doppelganger roared in madness, a billion silvery gray lights erupting around it, the primordial chaos energy quaking with ferocity. Die for me. Primordial chaos fist. Primordial chaos hand. Primordial chaos seal. The doppelganger ceaselessly executed supreme techniques, a single strand of energy causing the very fabric of this realm to disintegrate. Yet, regardless of its fervent resistance, it bore no fruit. Struggling in vain, Jun Huaiyun suddenly spurted a mouthful of blood, his eyes gleaming with renewed brilliance. For he was all too aware of the doppelganger's futile struggle. Facing the direction of the doppelganger, he clenched his fingers tightly. Annihilate. The enormous palms slowly converged, and the space occupied by the doppelganger exhibited a bizarre phenomenon of collapse, as though myriad parallel dimensions were compressing together, erupting with an explosion of brilliant primordial light. Within the radiance, the scenes of countless universes perishing and being reborn flickered faintly. As the light dissipated, the chaotic space began to shatter layer by layer, revealing the dazzling light of inheritance behind it. Congratulations to the challenger for passing the ultimate trial and comprehending the true essence of power. Chapter 53. The Scripture of Cosmic Creation, Rewriting the Rules of Heaven and Earth. As the resplendent light of inheritance enveloped him, Jun Huaiyun felt an unprecedented warmth coursing through his limbs. He gradually closed his eyes, sensing that every inch of his meridians, every drop of blood, and every bone within him was undergoing a monumental transformation. This is Jun Huaiyun discovered that the primordial chaos essence within him was undergoing a qualitative change. The originally silvery gray power gradually became tinged with a subtle golden hue, indicating the fusion of the ancestral creation power with his own essence. Outside the Tower of Inheritance, the once tranquil starry sky suddenly trembled violently, as billions of brilliant golden lights shot forth from the tower's apex, piercing through layers of cosmic space. The entire Tower of Inheritance quaked violently, and ancient runes began to illuminate one after another upon its surface. This is the youth has truly succeeded. The Black Elder gazed up at the tumultuous starry sky, his withered fingers trembling incessantly, tears cascading down his face. Boom! With a thunderous roar that shook the very heavens. A colossal pillar of light, exceeding 10 million yards in diameter, erupted around the Tower of Inheritance, soaring towards the heavens. Within the pillar, countless beings could be faintly discerned. Drifting amidst the stars, as rivers of stars flowed chaotically, the universe was overturned, and the sun and moon shone in unison. With horrifying phenomena such as the creation of heaven and earth manifesting. Someone has obtained the ancestral inheritance. Could it be young Master Huaiyun? At last, success has been achieved. My Jun family shall surpass its zenith, surpassing all that has come before. Quickly, notify the ancient ancestors. Deep within the celestial realm of the Jun family, all the secluded ancestors simultaneously opened their eyes, gazing in astonishment towards the ancestral grounds. Outside the Tower of Inheritance, the Jun family's prodigies who had received the inheritance were already stirred, their faces filled with confusion and shock as they beheld the tower aglow with golden light. What is happening? Why has the Tower of Inheritance displayed such unusual activity? Jun Huaiyun approached Jun Xiaoyao, stammering. If my guesses are correct, the young master must have obtained the ancestral inheritance. Jun Xiaoyao gazed intently at the Tower of Inheritance, deep admiration flickering in his eyes. Were it him, he would never dare to challenge the ancestral seal, let alone defeat a doppelganger that surpassed him by an entire realm. What? The ancestral inheritance. The young master has received the ancestral inheritance. The prodigies exclaimed in astonishment, their faces reflecting an enduring disbelief. Throughout the history of the Jun family, only he could attain the ancestral inheritance. Jun Xiaoyao sighed softly, his eyes devoid of envy, filled solely with profound respect. Indeed, I yield to none but the young master. Who has managed to triumph over a doppelganger a realm above himself? Who else could achieve such a feat? Our Jun family shall rise. Rise to what? Our Jun family is already flourishing. What more is there to rise to? It should be said that we shall transcend the pinnacle. Yes, you are quite right. The Jun family's prodigies engaged in fervent discussions, each having experienced the challenges of the Tower of Inheritance, fully aware of its formidable nature. The ultimate trial left behind by the ancestral founder was one none of them could conquer, yet Jun Huaiyun achieved it, and for that reason, they were completely convinced. Elders such as Jun Wandao also appeared, their faces beaming with satisfaction as they regarded the young prodigies of the Jun family, nodding in silent approval. With such ambition in the younger generation, how could the family not thrive? Within the chaotic space, Jun Huaiyun was bathed in golden light. As countless profound runes of the great Dao continuously manifested from the void, encircling him, ultimately transforming into flowing light that entered his brow. Humph! Jun Huaiyun could not suppress a muffled groan. The primordial chaos energy within him surged with fervor, and he sensed an immense torrent of information flooding into his consciousness. The scripture of cosmic creation. This was the unparalleled inheritance left by the ancestral founder, each verse containing the terrifying power of creation. These were not mere texts, but a manifestation of the essence of the great Dao, with each character flowing with the profundity of the Dao. With cognition as the foundation, understanding as the bridge, and will as the flame, he would refine all heavens, encompass himself, and create the boundless, shaking the universe. Jun Huaiyun murmured to himself, with each word he read. His aura intensified. Suddenly, he sat cross-legged, and the great Dao runes that surrounded him erupted, transforming into a rain of light that entered his body. Seizing this opportunity, he broke through to the supreme realm. Reflected in Jun Huaiyun's eyes were the images of the reversing star river and the rising and falling universe. With the utterance of his voice, a brilliant divine light erupted from within him, as if some shackles had been shattered. Buzzing, the light of laws surged around him. The first ray of law emerged, appearing gray. This was the supreme law, the law of chaos. Next, the second ray of law appeared, shimmering silver, embodying the primordial law, also a supreme law. Soon after, a third and fourth ray of law arose, and in an instant, a total of 36 rays of law illuminated simultaneously. Each ray represented a distinct law, among them, the laws of reincarnation, life and death, and creation, each varying in color, illuminating the dim chaotic space, rendering it as ethereal as a celestial realm. I never imagined I would be so formidable, inadvertently comprehending so many laws. Jun Huaiyun himself found it hard to believe. Particularly the law of reincarnation, one of the supreme laws, encompassing the ultimate essence of life and death across the heavens. Those who have grasped the law of reincarnation throughout history can be counted on one hand. Yet here he was, having comprehended it so easily. Now I understand. Jun Huaiyun realized that the scripture of cosmic creation left by the ancestral founder was not a simple cultivation technique, nor merely a record of formidable powers. Rather, it was an interpretation of the essence of heaven and earth. When he could grasp the true profundity of the scripture of cosmic creation, the powers of the heavens would naturally become his to command. Indeed, in a certain sense, the Tao is him, and he is the Tao. He embodies everything, and all is him. Boom. A series of thunderous roars reverberated within him, and Jun Huaiyun's aura began to soar at an astonishing pace, surpassing the efforts of ordinary cultivators' millennia of diligent practice with each passing second. Saint King, 2 stars. Saint King, 7 stars. Pinnacle of Saint King. For him, breaking through was far too simple, presenting no challenge whatsoever. Jun Huaiyun felt as though he had transformed into the very essence of the cosmos, with each strand of the law's radiance surrounding him resembling the boundless universe itself. He hovered above the 36 realms, surveying all. Yet, this was not enough. The supreme realm must be shattered. With a resounding declaration, the 36 strands of law's radiance entwined around him, weaving into a flawless domain of law. This marked the entrance into the supreme realm, mastering the power of the laws and merging them into a singular domain, known as the law domain. In the early, mid, and late stages of the supreme realm, culminating at its pinnacle, Jun Huaiyun's aura continued to ascend, his primordial chaotic essence having been completely transformed into a profound gold with the aid of the great Tao creation scripture. Within him resided the 3 supreme forces, the power of creation, the power of chaos, and the power of primordiality. As Jun Huaiyun's aura stabilized at the zenith of the supreme realm, the entire chaotic space could no longer withstand his might, beginning to collapse in layers. I have come to understand. True strength does not lie in wielding power, but in defining it. Jun Huaiyun murmured as he opened his eyes, finally grasping the significance of the legacy left by the ancestor. True strength does not adapt to the laws of heaven and earth, it creates them. The boundaries of cognition are indeed the boundaries of power. Stabilize. Jun Huaiyun fixed his gaze upon the collapsing chaotic space, extending his index finger to gently touch the void. Buzz. The fractured chaotic space solidified in an instant, the floating shards of chaos suspended in midair. Had he succeeded? Jun Huaiyun's eyes sparkled with anticipation. This was not akin to commanding the laws of heaven and earth to suppress collapse. It was a direct rewriting of the rules that allowed this space to collapse, transforming it into a realm impervious to destruction. One was a reliance on the power of the cosmos, while the other was a creative act of rewriting. 2 breaths later, the solidified chaotic space abruptly emitted a sound of shattering, and the suspended shards of chaos began to collapse anew, their speed exceeding that of before by 3-fold. Yet another failure. Nevertheless, my thoughts were correct. Though still lacking in proficiency, this indeed represented a power that far surpassed mere command over the laws. A flicker of regret passed through Jun Huaiyun's eyes, swiftly replaced by exhilaration. Though it lasted merely 2 breaths, it was sufficient to affirm that his direction was indeed correct. Henceforth, he merely needed to contemplate the underlying principles. Young one, achieving this step is no small feat. You are far more astute than the challengers before you. A familiar voice echoed through the chaos. Jun Huaiyun looked up abruptly, witnessing the dissipated imprint of the ancestor coalescing once more, effortlessly stabilizing the collapsing chaotic space. The ease with which the ancestor performed this feat was beyond Jun Huaiyun's reach. Ancestor, you are not, Jun Huaiyun exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy, and quickly bowed in reverence. Merely a remnant of my consciousness. The ancestor's imprint stood with hands clasped behind, eyes swirling with the essence of a galaxy. The power you employed earlier should have revealed its significance to you. Jun Huaiyun pondered briefly before speaking. To put it simply, commanding the laws of heaven and earth relies on their strength. Ultimately, one is constrained by them. The might of heaven and earth determines your own. It is akin to borrowing soldiers from a king. You are subject to his command, and the number of soldiers you can muster is limited by his resources. However, your previous actions were akin to creating the power of heaven and earth, directly becoming the architect of the rules. One is reliant, while the other is creative. The ancestor's imprint smiled. The former is constrained by heaven and earth, while the latter transcends them. Jun Huaiyun nodded. Indeed, you have granted me your legacy. Given time, with your innate talent and comprehension, you shall undoubtedly surpass me. The future of the Jun family rests in your hands. The ancestor's imprint nodded in satisfaction, and upon finishing, its form began to dissolve into golden particles. I shall not disappoint the ancestor's expectations. Jun Huaiyun bowed deeply toward the place where the ancestor's imprint had vanished. As he straightened, a portal of light opened within the chaotic space, and Jun Huaiyun turned to gaze back at the vast, gray expanse of chaos, his eyes glimmering with complexity. It is time to depart. Taking a deep breath, Jun Huaiyun stepped forward. Outside the Tower of Inheritance, The celestial phenomenon had reached its zenith. This commotion surpasses even that of the ancient ancestors. An elder of the Jun family trembled in awe. Boom. The Jun family's heavenly realm trembled incessantly, awakening the slumbering ancestral guardians hidden throughout the secret realms, as the void was torn apart by terrifying auras. A dozen figures descended simultaneously before the Tower of Inheritance, with the venerable Jun Emperor Shi leading the charge. Greetings, esteemed ancestors. Jun Huaiyun and the other elders quickly bowed in respect. There is no need for formalities. To witness the ancestors' legacy manifest in this world is a reward enough for me, even if I were to dissolve into nothingness at this moment. The sixth ancestor raised a hand in a gesture of restraint, his murky eyes fixed intently upon the Tower of Inheritance. This child, Huaiyun, has indeed not let us down. The elders, including Jun Emperor Shi, were equally filled with excitement. Upon seeing the multitude of Jun family ancestors appear, Black Elder could no longer contain himself. Kneeling upon the ground, tears streaming down his face, I have awaited this day for countless epochs. Jun Emperor Shi raised a hand in a gesture of comfort. A hint of remorse upon his face. Black Elder, your efforts over the years have been greatly appreciated. A simple phrase rendered the venerable guardian of the Tower of Inheritance, who had stood watch for innumerable ages, to tears. At that moment, the grand door at the pinnacle of the Tower of Inheritance gradually opened, and a tall figure stepped forth. It is young Master Huaiyun. Jun Huaiyun exclaimed with exhilaration. Jun Huaiyun's current state was extraordinarily unique. The 36 strands of law's radiance encircled him, resembling a celestial emperor descending to the mortal realm. His overwhelming presence rendering the surrounding space within 100,000 miles utterly still. All Jun family disciples found themselves struggling to breathe, as if confronted by a supreme deity. Indeed, they were facing a divinity. Is this the pinnacle of the supreme realm? To break through directly from the Holy King realm to the zenith of the supreme realm is simply monstrous. Furthermore, the oppressive aura he exuded dwarfed that of the dark heavenly wolf by a factor of 1,000. Jun Xiaoyao's voice trembled. If the combat prowess of the dark heavenly wolf is considered one, then Jun Huaiyun's power now exceeds 1,000, boundlessly vast. Words failed to capture the enormity of his presence. Yet, most astonishing of all was that with each step he took, his aura would retract. And by the time he had traversed 100 steps, the terrifying pressure had completely vanished. In that moment, aside from his strikingly handsome visage, he bore no significant difference from an ordinary person, devoid of any detectable aura. Returning to simplicity, truly the legacy of the ancestor. Jun Emperor Shi could not help but exclaim. Indeed, the ancestor once walked this path, stepping through each realm, ultimately transcending the constraints of heaven and earth, forging his own path. The 12 ancestors trembled with anticipation. As Jun Huaiyun fully emerged from the Tower of Inheritance, all the disciples of the Jun family could not help but kneel upon the ground, not out of fear, but from an instinctual submission stemming from the essence of life itself, much like ants before a dragon, or mortals before a deity. This represented an absolute suppression of dimensions. Even an emperor would tremble in the presence of Jun Huaiyun. However, this did not imply that Jun Huaiyun could currently overpower an emperor. It was a suppression of higher dimensions, not merely a display of strength. Of course, should Jun Huaiyun ascend to the imperial throne at this moment, a mere breath from him would be sufficient to shatter a multitude of emperors. To proclaim oneself invincible within the same realm would be a grave insult to Jun Huaiyun. His ambition lay in transcending several grand realms to achieve true supremacy. Please rise. Jun Huaiyun stood before the Tower of Inheritance, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he lightly raised his hand, an invisible force lifting all the kneeling disciples of the Jun family. The ancestral figures of the Jun clan exchanged glances, their eyes filled with astonishment and trepidation. They sensed that Jun Huaiyun's display of power was not merely a suppression of cultivation, but rather an imposition stemming from a higher dimensional existence. Jun Huaiyun stood as if he were the progenitor of your every word and action imbued with the profound truths of the cosmos. To illustrate, while an adult wild dog may possess greater size and strength, it instinctively feels fear when confronted by a young tiger. This exemplifies the suppression of a higher dimension. And Jun Huaiyun was that young tiger. Congratulations to the young master for obtaining the progenitor's legacy. The cheers rose like a tidal wave. The younger generation of the Jun clan ablaze with fervor. They understood that from this day forth, the Jun clan would usher in an entirely new era, transcending the present and the pinnacle of their past. Jun Xiaoyao, Jun Xiuling, and Jun Anqing exchanged bittersweet smiles, fully aware that they would never catch up to Jun Huaiyun in this lifetime. However, contemplating from another angle, although they could never reach Jun Huaiyun's realm, remaining steadfastly behind him to witness the rise of this extraordinary prodigy was indeed a tremendous opportunity. Taking a deep breath, Jun Xiaoyao's fighting spirit remained undiminished. Igniting anew, brothers Xiuling and Anqing, perhaps we shall never attain the young master's level, but if we can become his allies in the battles across the heavens, it would not be in vain. Indeed, to follow such an existence was a mark of honor rather than disgrace. Jun Anqing, Upon hearing this, smiled with newfound ease, appearing remarkably carefree. Very well, since we cannot surpass him, let us become the sharpest sword in the young master's hand. This is also a worthy pursuit. Jun Huaiyun laughed heartily in agreement. Chapter 55. The Crowning of the Young Emperor. Major movements in the primordial divine hall. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from the depths of the Jun clan's celestial realm, reverberating with immense pressure that caused all present to shudder slightly. The ancient ancestor had awakened. Jun Dishi's expression shifted, his eyes glimmering with a flicker of brilliance. Deep within the celestial realm of the Jun clan, an ancient, jet-black imperial coffin gradually materialized, its surface imprinted with celestial runes that encapsulated the ultimate truths of existence. It was the ancestral coffin of the progenitor. An elder could not help but exclaim in awe. Upon hearing this, the entire Jun clan erupted in fervor. This was the progenitor, a being of unparalleled supremacy, transcending the elders themselves. Such an entity typically slumbered in the deepest recesses of the Jun clan's celestial realm, awakening only in times of existential peril for the clan. However, with Jun Huaiyun inheriting the progenitor's legacy, the ancient ancestor had been compelled to awaken prematurely. This was a monumental event of utmost significance, demanding their utmost attention. The last time the ancient ancestor had awakened was 3 epochs prior, when he had vanquished numerous formidable foes from other realms with a single sword strike, thus bringing an end to the dark turmoil. Elder Jun Wandao trembled with excitement, for the ancient ancestor was a legendary figure within the Jun clan. Some clan members might live their entire lives without ever laying eyes on him. All the disciples present held their breath as the jet-black imperial coffin shattered the void. Arriving before the Tower of Legacy, the celestial runes on its surface began to emit radiant light, each flicker resonating with the heavens, exuding an ancient aura that even made emperors tremble. The ancient ancestor was about to awaken, and they would witness the emergence of the slaughterer of the heavens. Jun Dishi's expression grew solemn as he and the other ancestors bowed in unison. This was the Jun clan's supreme ancient ancestor, known as Jun Huaiyun. With a crack, the sound reverberated throughout the Jun clan as the imperial coffin slowly opened. In an instant, boundless celestial light burst forth, and an indescribable pressure enveloped the surroundings, causing even Jun Dishi, of such high caliber, to involuntarily retreat 3 steps. Jun Huaiyun, however, remained unfazed, as the forces of creation, the primordial energy, and chaotic power surged within him, dissipating the overwhelming pressure that threatened to crush even an emperor. The shadowy figure within the coffin gradually sat upright, and in that moment, time itself seemed to slow. The figure, though not particularly large, emanated an aura that suggested it could shatter the heavens. A single breath from it could set the stars of the celestial domain into motion. Such formidable strength, far surpassing that of an emperor. Jun Huaiyun gazed on, feeling as if his eyes might be blinded. Merely one movement could disrupt the flow of time in the ancestral grounds of the Jun clan. He could hardly fathom the extent of the ancient ancestor's might. No, that hand. Jun Huaiyun activated the Eye of Chaos and looked up to see a delicate hand, pale as jade, reaching out from the coffin to rest gently upon its surface. It appeared to belong to a youthful figure. Jun Huaiyun felt a hint of surprise. Little one, have you seen enough? Jun Huaiyun stepped forth, emerging above the Tower of Legacy. The ancient ancestor of the Jun clan appeared as a youth of merely 15 or 16, clad in garments as white as snow, with dark hair tied simply with a wooden hairpin, his countenance strikingly beautiful, almost ethereal. What captivated Jun Huaiyun most were those eyes. The left sparkled like a cosmic river, while the right embodied the primordial chaos, containing boundless truths of existence. This was truly our Jun clan's ancient ancestor. Jun Wuxian and the other prodigies knelt upon the ground, their voices trembling to the point of being nearly inaudible. Shouldn't the ancient ancestor resemble a venerable elder with white hair and a youthful appearance? They were taken aback by this youthful visage. Greetings, slaughterer of the heavens. We pay our respects to the ancient ancestor. All the elders of the Jun clan, including Elder Jun Wandao, knelt in unison, their foreheads touching the ground in profound reverence. The disciples of the Jun clan prostrated themselves completely, lacking the courage to raise their heads, their breaths becoming cautious and measured. The only one remaining standing was Jun Huaiyun. His demeanor calm as he locked eyes with Jun Huaiyun. He felt a soul power transcending the emperor's realm descend upon him. Interesting, a primordial chaos body. And you've even comprehended the laws of reincarnation and life and death, among other supreme laws. Truly worthy of being the progenitor's inheritor. Jun Huaiyun suddenly chuckled, stepping swiftly before Jun Huaiyun. Jun Huaiyun clasped his hands in respect. I am Jun Huaiyun, paying my respects to the ancient ancestor. There's no need for such formalities. Jun Huaiyun waved his hand dismissively and turned to address the assembly of the Jun clan, his voice resonating with warmth. You may all rise. Today is a momentous occasion for our Jun clan. There is no need for such excessive formalities. Only then did the members of the Jun clan rise. The prodigies, and even the elders standing by, unable to utter a word, while even the elders maintained a respectful posture before the ancient ancestor. Even Jun Dishi, who had recently compelled the primordial divine hall into submission, now lowered his head slightly, unable to meet the ancient ancestor's gaze directly. Jun Shirtian circled around Jun Huaiyun, his eyes shimmering with celestial light, nodding in approval. Not bad, not bad. You have indeed inherited the progenitor's legacy. I once followed the progenitor into battle across the heavens, fortunate enough to learn a few of his techniques, but ultimately fell short due to my own limitations. Your talent and comprehension surpass what I possessed back then by a great margin. Upon hearing this, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Jun Shirtian, the ancient ancestor, was a being of unparalleled strength, having lived since the inception of the Jun clan, his power far exceeding that of any emperor, reaching realms beyond description. For Jun Huaiyun to receive such high praise from this formidable being spoke volumes about his terrifying potential. The talent of Jun Huaiyun was already evident to all, but to have even Jun Shirtian express such admiration for his comprehension was nothing short of extraordinary. The ancient ancestor is overly gracious. Jun Huaiyun replied with humility. Ha ha. Well said. You remain humble and composed, truly embodying the progenitor's spirit. Jun Shirtian suddenly erupted into laughter, his voice brimming with appreciation. Dishi, prepare for the coronation ceremony of the young emperor. Jun Shirtian suddenly turned to Jun Dishi, indicating the position of the young emperor of the Jun clan. Not to be confused with the trio of young emperors among the clan's 9 celestial prodigies. Young emperor. Jun Dishi trembled slightly, his eyes wide with shock. The ancient ancestor was indeed referring to the position of the young emperor. Jun Dishi could scarcely believe it. Not only he, but all the elders of the Jun clan wore expressions of incredulity. A young emperor was selected every epoch from among the Jun clan. Yet no young emperor had appeared for countless epochs. They had nearly forgotten that such a position existed within their clan. As for Elder Jun Wandao and several other prodigies of the Jun family, they remained rooted to the spot, wearing expressions of utter bewilderment. What is this young emperor of the Jun family? Is there not only one young master of the Jun family? Is my statement so difficult to comprehend? Jun Shirtian remarked with a slight furrow of his brow. I dare not presume, but the position of young emperor has remained vacant since our progenitor. With no one ever having attained it, Elder Jun Dishi quickly bowed his head in response. The Jun family once held a family decree. The one who inherits the legacy of the progenitor shall be the young emperor of the Jun family. The position of young emperor is equivalent to that of the ancient ancestors of the Jun family. Have you all lost your senses? Jun Shirtian's tone suddenly turned grave. This proclamation struck like thunder, leaving every disciple and elder of the Jun family with expressions of profound shock. The young emperor of the Jun family holds an exalted status that surpasses that of the patriarch and all the ancestors. A being that stands shoulder to shoulder with the ancient progenitors of the Jun family. Jun Huaiyun himself was taken aback. He understood that the inheritance from the progenitor was of utmost importance, but did not realize it would carry such weight, directly granting him the title of young emperor, placing him on par with the ancient ancestor. At that moment, the communication jade slip in Elder Jun Wandao's embrace suddenly became scalding hot. He cautiously retrieved it, and a line of intermittent blood-red text emerged upon its surface. The Temple of Taichu betrays the immortal realm, requesting aid from the foreign domain. Chapter 56. The 7 Ultimate Imperial Clans Mobilize, Eternal Sacred Immortal. The Temple of Taichu betrays the immortal domain and colludes with the foreign realm? Elder Jun Wandao dropped the communication jade slip in shock, a resounding clatter echoing through the silence that enveloped the scene. The joy that had illuminated the faces of the Jun family disciples instantly froze, replaced by expressions of astonishment and confusion. Wasn't the Temple of Taichu purportedly a guardian of the immortal domain, akin to the celestial court? How could it associate with the foreign domain? The brows of Ancestor Jun Dishi slightly knitted together as the void unfolded beneath his feet, allowing him to step before Elder Jun Wandao. He seized the jade slip from the ground, his divine sense sweeping over it, and his countenance darkened ominously. This is utterly absurd. That old curmudgeon, the master of Taichu, was repelled by my hand not long ago. How dare he act so audaciously, collaborating with the foreign realm? A surge of murderous intent emanated from Jun Dishi, his overwhelming imperial might radiating uncontrollably in all directions, reducing countless stars to mere dust in an instant. Jun Shirtian, the ancient ancestor, remained rooted in place, his handsome visage betraying no sign of emotional upheaval, save for the strange phenomena in his eyes, where countless cosmic stars flickered in their births and deaths. It appears they have indeed solicited the aid of those factions. Otherwise, they would not dare to act so recklessly. Jun Shirtian waved his hand. An illuminous barrier that pierced heaven and earth unfurled before the crowd. As the barrier manifested, every disciple and elder of the Jun family trembled involuntarily. The scene was too horrific and brutal. Within the barrier, a cataclysmic vista unfolded. Heaven was not heaven, earth was devoid of ground, and countless sentient beings perished. An ocean of blood flowing through the cosmos, with massive corpses drifting aimlessly, some even exuding imperial auras, with certain realms of the immortal domain having been shattered. Particularly, the Jun family's affiliated forces received focused attention, with cultivators transforming into clouds of blood amidst their agonized screams, towering divine mountains collapsing, and spiritual veins being forcibly extracted. What was once a sacred ground for cultivation had devolved into a hellish nightmare, a scene of unimaginable suffering. That is our Jun family's affiliated immortal force. The Sacred Sword Sect. One disciple could not help but exclaim in horror. The gathered gazes turned towards the Sacred Sword Sect, where numerous peaks had been cleaved in half. And the protective formation of the sect was shattered by the Temple of Taichu and the powers of the foreign realm. The sect leader, the Sword Emperor, was kneeling in the void, bloodied and holding a broken sword, with merely a few hundred disciples and elders still fighting valiantly. Opposite the Sword Emperor stood three imperial shadows shrouded in layers of celestial haze, their auras stirring the very heavens and earth, shattering the cosmos itself. The three lords of the Temple of Taichu, the Lord of Xintian, the Lord of Huangquan, and the Lord of Yuming. These scoundrels dare to persecute our Jun family's affiliated forces. Had I known, I should have eliminated them myself when I had the chance. The murderous intent in Elder Jun Wandao's eyes became almost palpable. He recognized these three as the three most formidable emperors of the Temple of Taichu, each possessing the strength to dominate an entire era. With a mere stomp of their feet, the immortal domain would tremble. Yet now, they dare to unleash such a bloody massacre upon our affiliated forces. The Temple of Taichu is divided into 9 great halls, each presided over by a hall master and 2 vice hall masters, with the Grand Hall Master and the Supreme Master, the Master of Taichu, overseeing all. The scene shifted once more to a vast starry domain, where 2 imperial figures traversed a sea of blood, leaving lamentations in their wake as they walked. The figure on the left was cloaked in blood-red robes, his visage gaunt like a desiccated corpse, his eyes a crimson hue, and 8 blood-red imperial rings rotating slowly behind his head, suggesting that his power surpassed even that of the Master of Taichu. With each step he took, countless blood seas emerged beneath his feet, echoing with the cries of countless beings from the immortal domain. The other figure was entirely enveloped in darkness, his form barely discernible. Yet any being that approached him was mercilessly consumed. Even an emperor would not escape unscathed. Wherever he tread, the space contorted and collapsed, rendering all living things, even ancient stars, devoid of brilliance, reduced to mere dust. This was the Bloodming Imperial Clan and the Dark-Devouring Imperial Clan from the foreign realm. No wonder that old curmudgeon from Taichu dared to betray the immortal domain and strike against our Jun family's affiliated forces. It turns out they have enlisted these 2 ancient fiends. The voice of Ancestor Jun Dishi was imbued with an icy murderous intent, each word causing the temperature around him to plummet. The so-called ultimate imperial clans are the most powerful factions in the foreign realm, their strength and foundation unfathomable and unspeakable. It is even rumored that there are living immortal beings among them, in some sense. These ultimate imperial clans hold a status in the foreign realm equivalent to that of our Jun family and the Temple of Taichu in the immortal domain. There are 7 ultimate imperial clans in total, and had it not been for our Jun family's guardianship of the immortal domain, the combined might of the Bloodming Imperial Clan and the Dark-Devouring Imperial Clan could nearly sweep through the immortal domain. As for the Temple of Taichu's claim to be the guardian of the immortal domain, that is merely self-deception. The Jun family has little interest in such trifles, akin to watching a jester. They are likely not the only ones. If these 2 ultimate imperial clans believe they can contend with our Jun family alone, they are gravely mistaken. Jun Shirtian's eyes gleamed with celestial runes as he spoke calmly. After speaking, he waved his hands once more, and 4 figures emerged within the barrier. Upon seeing these 4 figures, the expressions of the Jun family's elders grew serious. The Starfall Emperor, the Lord of the Nine Nether, the Shadowkill Emperor, and the Reincarnation Emperor. Good, excellent. 6 of the 7 ultimate imperial clans have mobilized. Aside from the most powerful and mysterious Eternal Imperial Clan, the others have all made their move. They truly regard our Jun family with esteem. The 6 ancestors' eyes sparkled with frigid intent. It is likely not that simple. The Eternal Imperial Clan would not miss this opportunity. Let us not forget what their objective is. Ancestor Jun Dishi shook his head. Their target is the Taichu Divine Mirror. The 12th ancestor seemed to realize something. Casting a glance at Jun Huaiyun, his eyes shimmering with intensity. The Eternal Imperial Clan, Jun Huaiyun murmured to himself. Elder 5 was right. They will not let this opportunity slip by. He has come. Jun Shirtian's eyes glinted with cold light, tinged with a hint of surprise. Suddenly, the scene within the barrier trembled violently, as if unable to bear the descent of some supreme existence, causing the entire space of the immortal domain to warp and contort. A brilliant river of eternal light, the Eternal River, surged through the immortal domain. Each droplet of this eternal river reflected different temporal visions. Some displayed scenes of worlds perishing, while others revealed the wonders of creation. The Eternal River, indeed, that old fellow can no longer remain idle. Jun Shirtian's gaze was calm, yet a profound chill flickered in his eyes. At the terminus of the Eternal River, an endless radiance coalesced into a humanoid silhouette. This luminosity was not merely celestial light. Rather, it embodied the primordial essence of eternal power, commanding the very fabric of space to bow in submission and compelling time itself to retreat. The might of eternity resides on the same tier as the primordial force, the chaotic energy, and the creative power, thereby illustrating the formidable strength of the eternal imperial clan. Whispers abound that even the realms of immortals and the foreign domains falter against a single eternal imperial clan, though this does not extend to the Jun family. Regardless, the terrifying might of the eternal imperial clan is a universally acknowledged truth. Welcome, eternal sage immortal. At the very moment the eternal river manifested, four fearsome figures bowed in unison, their faces etched with profound reverence. A mere utterance, a subtle shattered numerous immortal realms, leading to the tragic demise of countless beings. Their blood transforming into a vast crimson river, while the remnants of those immortal realms were assimilated by the eternal light into lustrous jade. The disciples of the Jun family, gathered before the light barrier, could not suppress a groan, their mouths spilling blood. Mere observation through the barrier subjected them to an unresisting onslaught. A testament to the terror embodied by that silhouette. This figure toyed with the crystalline jade formed from the souls of myriad beings and the remnants of immortal realms. As the eternal light dissipated, a countenance of extraordinary beauty emerged, surpassing the mundane. Silver hair cascaded like the Milky Way down to his heels, with an ephemeral mark of eternity glimmering at his brow. Jun family, I have arrived. Surrender the primordial divine mirror, and I shall withdraw, otherwise. A smile graced the lips of the eternal sage immortal, his gaze piercing through the infinite void, landing directly upon Jun Huaiyun. The target of the eternal sage immortal was unmistakably the primordial divine mirror, signifying that the aim of the eternal imperial clan was indeed Jun Huaiyun. Chapter 57. Using strategy against strategy, closing the door to hit the dog. What then? Jun Huaiyun stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gently waving his hand. As an invisible force descended like a celestial curtain, instantaneously severing the eternal sage immortal's scrutiny. Crack! The light barrier quaked violently, and in the final moment before closing, onlookers glimpsed a rare flicker of wariness in the eternal sage immortal's eyes. Such an aura was profoundly terrifying, akin to confronting a deity. The disciples of the Jun family exhaled in relief, while several weaker members collapsed to the ground, drenched in cold sweat. Mere eye contact through the barrier felt like gazing into an unfathomable abyss, freezing their very souls. Humph, Jun Huaiyun. The eternal sage immortal fixed his gaze towards the Jun family, his eyes brimming with intense animosity, ultimately only uttering a soft snort. Though powerful, he dared not venture alone into the Jun family, as it would be tantamount to seeking death. Regardless, once his plan came to fruition, the Jun family would be at their mercy, so there was no need for haste. The eternal imperial clan had remained dormant for 3 epochs. Yet the emergence of the primordial divine mirror now bore significant implications. Jun Huaiyun, standing with his hands behind his back, displayed a visage devoid of any discernible emotion. Such foolishness, the traitors of the primordial temple are indeed no good. Perhaps they are pawns infiltrating the immortal realms from the foreign domains. Do they truly believe that uniting all will suffice to contend with my Jun family? I shall obliterate their stronghold and uproot them entirely. Jun Dixie was engulfed in a surge of murderous intent, his imperial might rumbling forth. He immediately rallied the forces, declaring, I can no longer stand by. I shall personally decapitate the primordial emperor and use his head as a night pot. The 6th ancestor's countenance darkened further. Please, ancestor, give the order. We are willing to be the vanguard, to flatten the primordial temple and eradicate the foreign scum. The entire ancestral ground of the Jun family erupted in fervor. Countless disciples brimming with murderous intent and battle zeal. Ancestor Huaiyun, grant me permission to lead the Jun family's forces to suppress the rebellion. The primordial temple dares to collude with the foreign domain to persecute our affiliated powers. They must pay with their lives. Jun Dixie turned, clasping his hands in salute, his eyes ablaze with killing intent. Eldest brother, you are too hasty. There must be a deeper conspiracy at play. Although the primordial temple has had its differences with our Jun family, what benefit do they gain from openly betraying the immortal realms? The 12th ancestor remained remarkably composed, not allowing anger to cloud his judgment. Ancestor, I have a request. Jun Huaiyun stepped forward with shifting eyes, clasping his hands. Jun Huaiyun, intrigued, responded, Oh, pray elaborate. I request permission to lead the Jun family forces against the primordial temple and the foreign coalition. His words landed like a massive stone cast into a tranquil lake, instantly stirring tumultuous waves. Jun Xiaoyao and the others gazed at Jun Huaiyun in disbelief, even the elders displaying expressions of astonishment. After all, Jun Huaiyun, despite his talents and strength, was merely a supreme being. Moreover, Jun Huaiyun had only recently received the ancestral inheritance and had yet to fully assimilate it. His cultivation had not yet reached the imperial realm. How could he possibly command the Jun family's forces against the Primordial Temple and the Foreign Coalition? Huaiyun, although you possess the ancestral inheritance, you have yet to mature. The Primordial Temple and the Foreign Army approach with ferocity. This is... Jun Dixie's face was marked with confusion. Let him speak. Jun Shirtian raised a hand, gesturing for silence, his gaze fixed on Jun Huaiyun, interest deepening in his eyes. Pray tell, why do you wish to lead the army against the Primordial Temple? Your reasoning? Jun Shirtian inquired with a smile. Jun Huaiyun bowed respectfully, his tone neither servile nor overbearing. Since the Eternal Imperial Clan has come for the Primordial Divine Mirror, let the disciples lead the army to rescue our affiliated powers, drawing them to attack us. At that time, the esteemed elders can set up ambushes, annihilating the invading enemies in one fell swoop. At this declaration, the assembly was taken aback. Nonsense. You are the young emperor of the Jun family and the bearer of the ancestral legacy, shouldering a significant mission. If anything were to happen to you, the losses to our Jun family would be incalculable. No, this is absolutely unacceptable. Jun Dixie's vehement opposition was immediate. Eldest brother, please allow me to explain. Jun Huaiyun inhaled deeply, his gaze resolute. This time, the Foreign Domain and the Primordial Temple have joined forces, their targets. Besides the Primordial Divine Mirror, are undoubtedly our Jun family as well. After all, the Eternal Imperial Clan seeks the Primordial Divine Mirror. And not all Ultimate Imperial clans are solely focused on that. They would not act against us without gain. They are not virtuous beings. If I am not mistaken, the Primordial Temple has likely colluded with the Foreign Domain long ago. Otherwise, how could they have bridged the connection between the Immortal Realms and the Foreign Domain? The admiration in Jun Shirtian's eyes grew more pronounced, a smile gracing his lips. You articulate your reasoning well. Their extensive slaughter of our affiliated powers serves to draw out the Jun family's main forces, allowing them to seize the Primordial Divine Mirror. Typically, such a grand conflict is a clash among the mightiest, with juniors like you remaining within the clan and not venturing forth easily. Regardless of whether you accompany us to quell the unrest at the Primordial Temple, the Foreign Domain stands to gain. Jun Huaiyun's eyes sparkled with insight. Moreover, if I am not mistaken, the foreign army is likely already lying in ambush on the outskirts of our Jun family, waiting for us to rescue our affiliated powers so they can strike at our very heart. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the elders darkened considerably. Should this be true, the Jun family would find itself in a precarious predicament. To refrain from aiding would mean the annihilation of their affiliated powers, resulting in a catastrophic loss of prestige. Conversely, to rush to their aid would leave their ancestral grounds vulnerable to a surprise assault by the foreign army. I have a strategy. I shall lead the forces to rescue those powers while the elders lay in ambush. Since the target of the Eternal Imperial Clan is the Primordial Divine Mirror in my possession, they will undoubtedly expend all efforts to encircle and annihilate me. At that moment, the elders can strike together, catching them off guard, and if all goes well, we can eradicate them entirely within the immortal realms, delivering a devastating blow to the Foreign Domain's foundation. Jun Huaiyun paused momentarily before continuing. As for the main stronghold of the Jun family, I would like to request our ancient ancestor to create a projection avatar to accompany our army, thereby crafting a facade of a full-scale exodus. If the ancient ancestor remains inactive, those ultimate imperial clans from foreign realms will refrain from launching an assault on the Jun territory, thus preventing us from being caught off guard. The foreign ultimate imperial clans, upon witnessing our army mobilizing, will undoubtedly perceive the Jun family as vulnerable and attempt a sneak attack. At that moment, our ancestor can strike, ensuring their lives are claimed within the Jun family. Upon hearing these words, all present exchanged glances, their faces reflecting an unmistakable astonishment. Haha, what a splendid stratagem indeed. To turn the tables and strike decisively. Jun Shirtian suddenly burst into hearty laughter, his eyes brimming with approval. This child, Huaiyun, is not only exceptionally gifted but also possesses remarkable cunning. Jun Dixie nodded, expressing his agreement with the plan. This strategy is indeed ingenious. Those ancient beings from foreign realms have always been cautious and crafty. If they do not witness the ancient ancestor Shirtian in person, they would never dare to set foot within our Jun family. At that time, I shall employ unparalleled means to conceal the heavenly secrets, ensuring those ancient beings remain oblivious. The 12 ancestors' eyes sparkled with brilliance as they applauded in approval. Chapter 58. The Imperial Edict emerges, and the world trembles. With this in mind, the command of this battle shall be entrusted entirely to you. Allowing those young rascals to hone their skills, Jun Shirtian's voice suddenly took on a serious tone, causing the venue to fall silent. All disciples, along with the elders, knelt on one knee in unison. Even the venerable ancestors like Jun Dixie slightly bowed. Taking a deep breath, Jun Huaiyun stepped forward 3 paces and respectfully clasped his fists, proclaiming, "The junior stands ready. I hereby appoint you as the Grand Marshal for Rebellion Suppression, commanding the armies of the Jun family. With this imperial edict, you may mobilize our forces. To see this edict is to behold our ancestor." Jun Shirtian declared with a sweeping gesture, a golden imperial edict materializing. swiftly shattering the void to soar into the celestial realm. The edict erupted in a blaze of brilliant light, illuminating the entirety of the celestial domain. Each character upon the edict began to writhe, transforming into a colossal golden dragon that spiraled through the starry skies, emitting a series of resonant roars that echoed through the ages. The Taichu Divine Temple has colluded with foreign realms to commit atrocities against the populace, a sin that cannot go unpunished. Today, I, the young emperor of the Jun family, Huaiyun, command the armies to purge the rebels and annihilate the foreign scum. All affiliated forces of the Jun family shall regard this edict as if they were seeing our ancestor in person. Those who obstruct it shall be executed. Those who hesitate shall be executed, and those who conspire with the enemy shall face the extermination of their entire clan, severing their reincarnation. As the final word of the imperial edict fell, the entire celestial realm quaked violently, and the heavens split open, revealing a gaping abyss that traversed countless starry expanses. All factions within the celestial realm gazed up in terror, beholding a golden beam of light piercing the heavens from the direction of the Jun family. The imperial might sweeping across the boundless cosmos. It was the imperial edict of Jun Shirtian. He had actually manifested in a certain mysterious forbidden area of the celestial realm. An ancient emperor who had been in slumber abruptly awoke, trembling uncontrollably. Quickly, seal the mountain gates, activate the great formation, and summon those young rascals back to the sect. This battle must not be contaminated in the slightest. Another immortal force's ancestor urged urgently, his voice laced with unprecedented fear. The Jun family was enraged. Were they truly challenging the 8 most formidable powers? Some emperors looked on in dread, as if witnessing the apocalypse descend upon the celestial realm. This was the source imperial edict. The Jun family intended to wash the celestial and foreign realms in blood. Within the Tiangong pavilion, an elder with white hair shattered the stone plate in his hand, blood streaming from his 7 orifices, astonished terror gleaming in his eyes. Meanwhile, in another part of the celestial realm, within the Taichu Divine Temple, the Taichu Emperor's imperial might surged, his gaze fixed resolutely on the direction of the Jun family. His countenance ashen. Good, very good. The Jun family truly dares to proclaim their imperial edict to the world. Beside him, the lord of the Yutian Palace trembled uncontrollably. Speaking in a quivering voice, the emperor, the Jun family has genuinely incited their wrath. They seek an eternal vendetta against us. And what of it? This time, the stage is not set for the eternal holy immortal alone. The Taichu Emperor seemed to recall something, a chilling smile curling at the corner of his lips. Boom, boom, boom. Deep within the Jun family's domain, a resounding drumbeat that shook the heavens reverberated, instilling fear within the hearts of the celestial realm. This was the Jun family's funeral drum of immortals. Each beat could reduce countless stars to mere dust. Roar! The eastern sky suddenly split open, and a chaotic true dragon, stretching millions of feet, tore through the void. Upon its head stood a magnificent man clad in azure dragon armor, his eyes glimmering with boundless battle intent, while behind him, millions of green-clad dragon guards exuded an aura of lethal ferocity, enveloped in immortal radiance. East Extreme Azure Emperor, leading the Azure Dragon Army to assist the young emperor. Willing to heed his command, the East Extreme Azure Emperor stood upon the chaotic true dragon, its roar shattering the endless starry river. Ka! In the western heavens, the divine flames scorched the sky as a 9-colored phoenix soared gracefully, its wings casting shadows over the boundless universe. Upon its back stood an unparalleled woman clad in crimson imperial armor, her feet igniting the fires of the 9 heavens, while behind her, countless phoenix guards brimmed with battle spirit. West Extreme Phoenix Emperor, leading the Phoenix Army to assist the young emperor, willing to heed his command. Roar! In the southern void, relentless tremors shattered the space as a mysterious Xuanwu celestial beast bore an immense fortress, slowly advancing. Within the fortress, a youth clad in black imperial armor stood with arms crossed, his gaze freezing the very fabric of time and space. Behind him, a sea of black-armored soldiers surged forth, their overwhelming aura permeating the cosmos. South Extreme Xian Emperor, leading the Xuanwu guards to assist the young emperor, willing to heed his command. Roar! In the northern realm, the biting cold froze countless moments in time as a white-haired man donned in white imperial armor rode atop a white tiger, leading thousands of white-armored soldiers charging forth, leaving a trail of blue ice in their wake. North Extreme White Emperor, leading the white tiger riders to assist the young emperor, willing to heed his command. Jun Shirtian chuckled lightly, gesturing with his fingertip towards the void. How could we forget the Chilan army in such a grand spectacle? Boom, boom. As his words fell, a mysterious forbidden area of the Jun family suddenly erupted, and hundreds of Chilans, enveloped in chaotic imperial flames, stomped through the heavens. With each step, countless star domains disintegrated beneath their feet, and upon each Chilan, a figure radiating overwhelming quasi-imperial might sat. Leading the charge was a 9-colored Chilan that let out a deafening roar, bearing upon its back a one-eyed man clad in the battle armor of beastly visage, wielding a spear of annihilation. It was he, the Qilin ancient emperor, who had once battled the foreign realms in the last era. The elders of the Jun family felt their pupils constrict, an exhilarating thrill coursing through them. Though the Qilin army was few in number, only a few hundred strong, each was at least a 5 tribulation quasi-imperial, with numerous reaching the 9 tribulation level. The 9-colored Qilin was even more formidable, its strength surpassing that of the imperial realm, reaching unfathomable heights. I relish slaughtering the foreign scum, the one-eyed man spoke with a voice that resonated with murderous intent, turning the surrounding ancient stars into a sea of crimson. The 5 Extremes army has all emerged. Now it is your turn, old-timers. Stepping forward, Jun Huaiyun's voice shattered the boundless heavens. Oh, which ancient being dares to provoke the Jun family now? Hee, it seems we shall have another chance to battle. The various secret realms of the Jun family erupted, and reclusive ancient beings descended from the void, including frail old men with white hair, youthful emperors entwined with divine chains, and unparalleled female emperors riding upon celestial dragons. Jun Huaiyun surveyed the scene, counting no fewer than 30 to 40 individuals, none weaker than emperors, with several even surpassing them in strength. Haha, I have long proclaimed that the Taichu Divine Temple should be eradicated. An individual radiating celestial brilliance shattered the void, raising a hand to manifest a battle axe stained with black imperial blood, exuding an overwhelming murderous aura that transformed countless star rivers into seas of blood. Though my lifespan draws to a close, today I am willing to fight for the Jun family once more. An elderly figure appeared above the Jun family, his immense imperial might sweeping through the cosmos, a supreme ancestor from a branch of the Jun family, his strength rivaling that of the 6 ancestors. Chapter 59, Leave no trace, annihilate within the celestial realm. Haha, after slumbering for 3,000 realms, I can finally stretch my weary bones today. If I were to continue sleeping, I fear my very essence would succumb to rust. Whom shall I confront, the primordial divine temple or the foreign realms? Moreover, from the dusty coffins emerge ancient entities, enshrouded in an overwhelming imperial might, both young and old, each a legendary figure that once commanded an era with unparalleled ferocity. The myriad forces of the immortal domain, witnessing this spectacle through projections, are left aghast. Is that not the blood-slaughter emperor, Jun Wuxi, who perished 30,000 years ago? And there stands the Gu Tian emperor, that ancient monstrosity still alive. How many more hidden horrors does the Jun family possess? The countless factions within the immortal domain murmur in fear, their faces etched with dread. Even the most formidable immortal powers tremble at the sight, their strongest having but 1 or 2 emperors, while the Jun family casually presents dozens, many of whom even surpass the rank of emperor. How can the disparity between them and us be so immense? Even the celestial court, from a different vantage, could muster such numbers. Yet they could never match the Jun family's casual display, revealing the profound depth of the Jun lineage. Be mindful, you old geezers. Do not frighten away the foreign realms. Deal with those ancient scoundrels while leaving the lesser nuisances to the younglings. I wager they are in a frenzy. A slight smirk graced Jun Huaiyun's lips. Boom. The burial of immortals' war drums resounded once more, and the void above the Jun family split open, revealing countless spatial tunnels that connected to various secret realms or minor worlds. An innumerable army clad in dark armor surged forth from these tunnels, their battle fervor soaring. Imbued with a fierce murderous intent, eradicate the traitors, annihilate the foreign realms. Countless Jun family prodigies also emerged from the depths of the void, eager to partake in this blood-soaked spectacle. Yet it is not enough. Let us unleash the Jun family's trinkets, allowing those foreign scoundrels to witness despair and terror firsthand. Jun Huaiyun chuckled lightly. Boom. The ancestral ground of the Jun family trembled violently once more as myriad ancient runes materialized, and 30 fortresses, all cloaked in obsidian, slowly ascended. Each comparable in size to a star domain, their surfaces adorned with menacing cannon mouths and intricate array patterns. The chaotic energy swirling within the cannon mouths caused the surrounding void to collapse and disintegrate. Goodness, they've even resorted to this. Those foreign rascals are in for a rough time. The 6th ancestor smacked his lips, a wicked grin spreading across his face. These are the Jun family's war machines. The annihilation fortresses, which even emperors regard with trepidation when fully unleashed. Each fortress is also inscribed with numerous array-breaking runes, possessing unexpected effects on dismantling formations. Tens of thousands of warriors stood atop each annihilation fortress, clad in standardized battle armor, their auras merging into a singular force that twisted the void around them. More terrifying still, atop each fortress lurked an imperial-grade divine beast, such as the 9-turn swallowing python and the cracking sky beast, each radiating an immensely powerful imperial aura. Additionally, spatial war chariots and annihilation cannons also made their grand appearance. Above the Jun family, the 5 Extremes Legion formed ranks, with dozens of emperors standing resolutely among them. Billions of armored soldiers exuding a battle spirit that soared to the heavens, as the annihilation fortresses moved rhythmically, their chaotic energies cascading down like a celestial river. casting the entire Jun family in a shroud of gray. This scene is utterly terrifying. At this moment, on the periphery of the ancestral ground, Chu Yundao trembled behind Bai Huang, his legs shaking uncontrollably. It was his first encounter with such a profoundly staggering sight. No, Bai Gu. Is this truly the power of the Jun family? It's simply too horrifying. Chu Yundao's voice quivered as he clutched Bai Huang's fur tightly. Uncharacteristically, Bai Huang refrained from mocking him, his pupils reflecting flashes of brilliance. Though I am the auspicious beast of the Jun family, it is also my first time witnessing such fury from them. The army has assembled. The next steps are up to you. Jun Shitian waved his hand slightly. A golden imperial edict falling into his grasp. Jun Huaiyun accepted the golden edict with both hands, his gaze sweeping across the assembly. I report to the young emperor. The Dark Guards have ascertained the complete deployment of the 7 ultimate imperial clans from the foreign realms and the primordial divine temple. At that moment, a protector clad in starry battle robes tore through the void, kneeling on one knee, presenting a jade slip inscribed with blood-red runes. Jun Huaiyun accepted the jade slip, his consciousness scanning it, and his eyes immediately glinted with cold light. He turned to face the ancient ancestor Jun Shitian and the other elders, speaking, as we surmised. The foreign realms and the primordial divine temple have divided their forces. He gestured, and a 3-dimensional star map unfolded in the void, clearly displaying the troop distributions of the 7 ultimate imperial clans and the primordial divine temple. The first route, led by the Blood Nether Emperor clan and the Dark Devourer Emperor clan, alongside numerous immortal imperial forces from the foreign realms, comprised a total of 300 billion elite troops, currently besieging our Jun family's most vital southeastern defense line, aiming to sever our retreat. The Blood Nether Emperor clan and the Dark Devourer Emperor clan intend to encircle our Jun family, cutting off any possibility of support from other factions, including the Celestial Court, whom they fear will complicate matters. Jun Huaiyun analyzed. On the star map, the blood-red dots representing the enemy densely surrounded a blue circular marker. The Celestial Court lay to the southeast of the Jun family. If the foreign realms were to capture the southeastern defense line, our family would find itself isolated and helpless. Their calculations are astute, but they are of no consequence to my Jun family. We do not require support from other factions. Even if they were to seize the southeastern defense line, it would bear no impact on us. Jun Dishi remarked coldly, displaying utter disdain for the foreign realm strategy. Do they truly believe the Jun family to be so easily trifled with? The second route, commanded by the Starfall Emperor clan and the 9 Nether Emperor clan, consists of 200 billion foreign troops that have breached the Xianming Pass and are heading straight for our ancestral ground rear, the Wanbing universe, where 70% of our war machinery is stored. They aim to seize our war weapons to turn them against us. Jun Huaiyun continued his analysis. This poses a greater threat than the first route, but ultimately, it is of little consequence. The weapons stored there are merely those we no longer require. They may take them if they wish, it matters not to us. The 6th ancestor shrugged indifferently. The third route. Jun Huaiyun's gaze sharpened, gravely stating, this is led personally by the Primordial Emperor, commanding millions of troops from the Primordial Divine Temple, in conjunction with the Shadowkill Emperor clan and the Reincarnation Emperor clan, launching a direct assault on our Jun family. This is the main force in the open, advancing slowly to attract our attention. Jun Shitian nodded, turning his gaze to Jun Huaiyun and inquiring, what of the Eternal Emperor clan? It is not indicated on the map. This is the crucial point. Jun Huaiyun pointed to a blurred area on the edge of the star map. The Eternal Emperor clan has not deployed with the army. They are likely hiding in this region, as it is the most suitable place for concealment, waiting for you, ancient ancestor, to lead the army away before they strike at our family as stronghold. Jun Huaiyun looked up at Jun Shitian, his eyes sparkling with brilliance. What a 3-pronged advance. They dare not confront us head-on, seeking instead to force us to divide our forces for rescue. The 6th ancestor's eyes glinted with palpable killing intent. Jun Dishi nodded. This is an overt ploy. Should we mobilize the majority of our forces to rescue the allied factions, our stronghold will be left vulnerable. If we remain inactive, the beings of the immortal domain will deem the Jun family cowardly. Jun Shitian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze profoundly deep. Huaiyun, now that we are aware of the enemy's deployments, what strategy do you propose in response? Instantly, the atmosphere grew silent. All eyes focused intently on the young man in dark robes. Since they have divided their forces into 3 routes, the Jun family shall engage them to the bitter end. Not a single one shall be spared. Annihilate them within the immortal domain. Upon uttering these words, the assembly fell silent before erupting into earth-shattering battle roars. The Jun family disciples surged with fervor, their battle spirits soaring. Chapter 60. The Jun family marches forth, vowing not to return until the enemy is annihilated. Relay the orders. Where are the White Tiger Cavalry and the Divine Phoenix Legion? The voice of Jun Huaiyun resonated in the minds of the crowd like a thunderous explosion. The White Tiger Cavalry is here. The Divine Phoenix Army is here. Both the Western Extreme Phoenix Emperor and the Northern Extreme White Emperor stepped forward, clasping their hands in acknowledgement. I command you two to lead our forces to the southeastern defensive line, and I shall provide you with an additional 10 annihilation fortresses, 10,000 spatial war chariots, and 10,000 annihilation cannons, Jun Huaiyun declared. Rest assured, Your Highness, we will fulfill this mission. We shall keep the Blood Fiend and Dark Devourer empires at bay, eradicating any threats from the flanks. The northern extreme White Emperor solemnly vowed. No, I require you to suffer defeat, not victory, and a crushing defeat at that. The more catastrophic, the better. Jun Huaiyun replied with a faint smile. A flicker of surprise crossed the beautiful eyes of the western extreme Phoenix Emperor. But she quickly grasped the deeper implication. Was the young emperor attempting to lure the enemy into a trap? Indeed, I want you to feign defeat, drawing the enemy deeper into the heavenly meteor river. Once they cross it, the White Tiger cavalry will encircle them from the flanks with 10 annihilation fortresses. At that moment, Senior White Emperor will lead the elite troops to cut off their escape route. I desire their demise and submission. They must not leave the heavenly meteor river alive. Not even one. Jun Huaiyun declared with gravity. This plan is commendable. The heavenly meteor river is flanked by abysses, making entry easy but exit difficult. It is indeed the perfect place to annihilate the foreign scum. The White Emperor's face also wore an expression of delight. Senior White Emperor is correct. I intend to wage an annihilation battle here. The foreign entities are inherently suspicious and overly cautious. If you are defeated too easily, they will undoubtedly suspect foul play. Therefore, I need you to engage them in a battle of equal strength, then pretend to retreat in exhaustion, luring them further into the heavenly meteor river. The White Emperor continued. At that point, with a pincer movement, I will lead the White Tiger cavalry to pursue and, in conjunction with the Divine Phoenix army, eliminate the foreign scum within the heavenly meteor river. Indeed, I seek not mere defeat but annihilation. I want the foreign entities to regret ever provoking the Jun family in the celestial domain. Jun Huaiyun nodded slightly. That group of foreign scum likely could not fathom that the defeated army in their eyes would soon transform into a harbinger of death. The western extreme Phoenix Emperor smiled sweetly. Remember, your defeat must appear genuine. Do not let the foreign entities sense anything amiss. I will have the 8 ancestors and 9 ancestors coordinate with you, Jun Huaiyun earnestly instructed. Rest assured, Your Highness, we know what to do. If we have no other matters to attend to, we shall proceed to make arrangements. The northern extreme White Emperor and the western extreme Phoenix Emperor began to lead their forces to the southeastern defensive line. Qinglong Army, Xuanwu Guard. Jun Huaiyun called out loudly. We are present. The 2 supreme emperors stepped forward in unison. The Starfall Empire and the 9 Nether Empire desire the war machines of the Jun family, do they? Then I shall let them have their fill. Though the Cosmic Armory contains many of our war machines, they are mostly outdated and of little use. Yet the foreign entities are blissfully unaware. You, like the White Tiger cavalry, will also feign defeat, ultimately compelled to abandon the Cosmic Armory. A cold smile crept onto Jun Huaiyun's lips. Your Highness intends to detonate those machines. Although these discarded weapons have diminished power, their sheer numbers are vast, once detonated simultaneously. Their impact would sufficiently weaken both great empires. The handsome face of the southern extreme Xian Emperor displayed a hint of astonishment. He had not anticipated Jun Huaiyun's ruthlessness. Precisely. This will maximize their casualties while minimizing unnecessary losses for our Jun family. Regardless, we must ensure that all defending troops are safely withdrawn before detonation. We cannot afford to harm our own. Jun Huaiyun shrugged. Your Highness, while these weapons may be largely obsolete, many still possess the potential to be used as quasi-imperial weapons. Would this not be too great a waste? The eastern extreme Qing Emperor frowned slightly. Without sacrifice, one cannot ensnare the wolf. Trading those scrap metals for hundreds of billions of foreign troops is an exceedingly profitable venture, Jun Huaiyun replied dismissively. Then let us proceed with the arrangements. The eastern extreme Qing Emperor, seeing the determination, ceased further objections and began leading the army towards the Cosmic Armory alongside the southern extreme Xian Emperor. Qilin Army. Jun Huaiyun finally turned to the one-eyed man. Present. The one-eyed man's voice was gravelly, suffused with an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. You shall lead your forces to launch a surprise assault on the Taichu Divine Palace's headquarters. According to intelligence from the Dark Guards, the Taichu Emperor is personally leading the main forces in conjunction with the foreign entities to attack our Jun family's front. Their rear must be vulnerable. I want you. Jun Huaiyun pointed to a flickering red dot on the star map, to annihilate and incinerate everything at Taichu. The one-eyed man licked his cracked lips, a savage smile creeping at the corners of his mouth. Remember, do not linger in battle. If you encounter anything insurmountable, you must retreat. Your objective is to disrupt the enemy's deployment and create chaos in their rear. They dare to ambush our Jun family's headquarters. I shall retaliate with a counter-ambush on their Taichu Divine Palace, uprooting it entirely and erasing it from the celestial domain. Jun Huaiyun nodded in agreement. Understood. I shall make the necessary arrangements. Just as the one-eyed man was about to turn and leave, Jun Disher suddenly called out to him. Fifth Ancestor. What is the meaning of this? The one-eyed man inquired, puzzled. Jun Disher fell silent, instead directing his gaze at Jun Huaiyun, unable to restrain himself from saying, Huaiyun, while the Taichu Divine Palace may be vulnerable, what if there are hidden defenses? Precisely why we must investigate. Such a vast foreign army could silently cross the celestial domain's heavenly gate to enter. I suspect there are unspeakable secrets within the Taichu Divine Palace, Jun Huaiyun explained. Rest assured, fifth ancestor, as long as that ancient, unyielding eternal empire does not obstruct me, none of those foreign scum shall remain to hinder my Qilin army. The ancient Qilin emperor's single eye gleamed with a terrifying bloodlust. Senior, create as much commotion as possible without engaging in a desperate fight, while causing a ruckus. It would be best to ascertain what the Taichu Divine Palace and the foreign entities are scheming. If any insurmountable enemies are discovered, I will dispatch reinforcements to assist you. Jun Huaiyun smiled. Then I shall take my leave. The ancient Qilin emperor laughed heartily, his nine-colored Qilin letting out a thunderous roar as he led the Qilin army into the void. Ancient slaughterer, I entrust our Jun family's headquarters to you. Let us proceed as planned. Send a projection of your doppelganger to accompany me into battle, ensuring the eternal empire witnesses the ancient slaughtherer's expedition. Jun Huaiyun turned and clasped his fists before the ancient slaughterer. Jun haha, splendid. Today I shall slay that ancient eternal empire's unyielding wretch to celebrate for young Emperor Huaiyun. Jun slaughtherer's eyes glimmered with celestial runes as he let out a hearty laugh, shaking the very fabric of the universe. As Jun Huaiyun turned, he noticed Jun Xiaoyao and other young successors gazing at him with eager eyes, filled with a fervor for battle. Xiaoyao, you shall accompany me into battle. The sons of the Jun family must grow amidst blood and fire. Jun Huaiyun smiled slightly. We shall give our utmost to slay our enemies and uphold the Jun family's esteemed name. Jun Xiaoyao and the others exclaimed joyously. Don't forget this, Emperor. We wish to participate as well. The White Emperor and Chu Yundao flew in from a distance. As long as you do not bring shame, Senior White Emperor. Jun Huaiyun said with a slight twitch of his lips upon seeing the White Emperor's arrival. Rest assured, I am merely frivolous at ordinary times. But during such great wars, I am quite earnest. The White Emperor replied nonchalantly, his tail wagging incessantly. Then there should be no major issues. Jun Huaiyun nodded, though an inexplicable sense of foreboding lingered in his heart. By the way, Chu Yundao, are you also going? After all, the Taichu Divine Palace has shown you some favor. Jun Huaiyun suddenly recalled and inquired of Chu Yundao. That is merely the Taichu Divine Palace. The foreign entities have shown me no favor. Chu Yundao grinned widely, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Very well, in that case, accompany our Jun family forces into battle. It will be an excellent opportunity for you to witness this grand conflict, Jun Huaiyun remarked with a slight pause, followed by a gentle laugh. Might I borrow that grand compendium and the chaos brick? Chu Yundao inquired, rubbing his small hands, his cheeks faintly flushed. Ah, so you have been coveting these items. Take them. They hold little value for me, Jun Huaiyun replied, shaking his head with a chuckle. With a wave of his hand, the grand compendium and the chaos brick descended into Chu Yundao's grasp. Splendid. I have long coveted these two treasures, exclaimed Chu Yundao, caressing the grand compendium and the brick with an expression of fondness. The other divisions. Follow me to confront the Taichu Divine Temple and the main forces of the foreign army. This battle shall cleanse the traitors and eradicate the foreign invaders, thereby elevating the glory of our Jun family. Jun Huaiyun commanded, surveying the surroundings before his voice rose dramatically. Once all arrangements were made, Jun Huaiyun stood poised in the air, landing firmly atop a world-destroying fortress. With a grand gesture, his voice resonated like a million thundering storms. Today, we, the Jun family, march forth. This battle, until the Taichu Divine Temple is obliterated, we shall not return. Until the foreign scum is vanquished, we shall not retreat. Anyone who obstructs our Jun family, even if they be celestial deities, shall be met with merciless slaughter. To battle. As his words echoed, the funeral drums of war reverberated once more, resounding through the realms of the immortal domain and the foreign lands. The vast army of the Jun family roared in unison, their bloodlust piercing through the heavens, shattering countless universes. Chapter 61. The Loyal Spirit of the Immortal Domain. I have done my best. Southeast Defense Line, Meteorite Pavilion. The expanse surrounding the Meteorite Pavilion was drenched in a deep crimson hue, as if the very stars themselves had been stained with blood. Inside the pavilion master, Emperor Xianfeng, gazed with furrowed brows at the countless foreign forces amassed outside. After seemingly making a resolute decision, Emperor Xianfeng clenched his teeth and declared, "Send word. Activate the Starfall Annihilation Array." His voice, though soft, sent shockwaves through the assembly of elders within the hall. "Master, please reconsider. This array requires an immense amount of star stones. We scarcely possess enough even for our own defense," the third elder, in a pallid visage, urgently advised. "Do you think we have any other choice?" Emperor Xianfeng suddenly turned, his imperial aura flooding the space, as he pointed towards the outer projection. There, a horrific scene unfolded, an endless sea of blood, with innumerable foreign warships and chariots surging forth, each vessel brimming with formidable foreign warriors. Behind them loomed towering imperial figures, exuding an aura of decay and darkness. Report, Master. The third defense line has been breached. Elders Xuanqing and Tianqing have perished, and millions of disciples have not a single survivor. The Blood Demon Imperial clan's vanguard is merely 10 million miles from the main star. A bloodied protector of the meteorite pavilion crawled before Emperor Xianfeng, trembling as he raised a jade slip. The third line had fallen in but an hour. What shall we do now with only the final line remaining? Within the grand hall, despair hung thick in the air, the faces of dozens of elders ashen. The plan remains unchanged. Activate the Starfall Annihilation Array. We shall fight the foreign forces to the bitter end. Emperor Xianfeng's voice was terrifyingly calm, as he prepared himself for the inevitable sacrifice. Master, the Blood Demon Imperial clan sent envoys days ago. They promised that if we surrender, they would spare the meteorite pavilion and ensure our legacy remains intact. Perhaps we should consider capitulating. There is no need for us to continue serving the Jun family. The third elder suddenly fell to his knees, his voice trembling with urgency. Silence enveloped the hall as all gazes turned to one another, hesitant to speak. Repeat that. Emperor Xianfeng's expression remained impassive, yet his voice, though faint, caused the third elder to break into a cold sweat. The words had escaped his lips, and there was no retracting them now. He braced himself for the fallout. Master, the Jun family has abandoned us. It has been 3 days, and not a single reinforcement has arrived. Moreover, the foreign forces are investing heavily this time, with 7 ultimate imperial clans involved, and the Taichu Divine Temple has betrayed the Immortal Domain. Under such circumstances, how can the Jun family contend with these 8 powers? Our only chance for survival lies in surrender, the third elder asserted resolutely. A murmur of unrest rippled through the hall, as several elders exchanged glances, their eyes betraying signs of wavering resolve. No one wished to die. They had labored tirelessly to reach their current heights and were loath to perish here. If there remained even a sliver of hope for survival, who would willingly throw themselves into the fray? Master, let us surrender. Aside from the Blood Demon Imperial clan, the Dark Devouring Imperial clan has also sent word. If we activate the protective array, they can guarantee the safety of our billions of disciples. The second elder too fell to his knees, repeatedly bowing, hope glimmering in his eyes. And what of you? Emperor Xianfeng's expression remained unchanged as he turned his gaze to the other restless elders. Master, the meteorite pavilion stands no chance against the foreign forces. Their current restraint is merely a ploy to offer us a chance to surrender, the fourth elder argued. It is true. We cannot even contend with the Blood Demon Imperial clan, let alone the Dark Devouring Imperial clan. We are left with no viable options. Master, let us capitulate. There is no need to continue this futile struggle. More and more elders knelt, bowing incessantly. Nonsense. The Taichu Divine Temple colludes with the foreign forces, slaughtering our kin in the Immortal Domain. Have you forgotten how your families perished? It is the foreign invaders who have ravaged your loved ones. And yet you now grovel to your enemies for mercy. Can you face the memory of your parents who died at their hands? Furthermore, our meteorite pavilion has been sheltered by the Jun family for countless epochs. Today, as strong adversaries approach, how can we betray our benefactors? The Grand Elder retorted. Fury etched across his features, disappointed by their cowardice. The faces of several elders in favor of surrender turned pale, with the third elder still striving to persist. But this time is different. They have made promises. Huh? Promises? What good are promises from a tiger? Can you trust the words of the foreign forces? Had the Jun family not intervened to save you, you would have long been lost souls beneath the foreign blades. The Grand Elder scoffed in anger. Then let it be. Let us unite to subdue Emperor Xianfeng. He was gravely injured in his recent battle against the foreign emperor. His strength diminished to less than 1% of its former glory. The surrendering elders exchanged malicious glances, preparing to strike. The laws surged, the aura of quasi-emperors enveloping the hall. Excellent, excellent. Emperor Xianfeng laughed heartily, his laughter laced with profound melancholy and murderous intent. A vast constellation of starlight enveloped him, each glimmer containing overwhelming imperial might. I never expected such ingrates to arise from my meteorite pavilion. I have truly misjudged you. Today I, Xianfeng, shall cleanse the Jun family's ranks. With a slight stamp of his foot, the main hall quaked violently, fissures cracking the floor, radiant starlight bursting forth from the splits. The surrendering elders barely approached before the starlight obliterated them, their very souls shattered into nothingness. It cannot be. Were you not gravely wounded? The second elder gasped in disbelief. Staring at the starlight piercing through his chest, terror etched across his face. Even in my diminished state, slaughtering traitors like you is as simple as butchering pigs and dogs. Emperor Xianfeng stepped forward, the illusory river of stars swirling beneath his feet, crushing the second elder's skull beneath his heel. Flee. Blood splattered across the third elder's face, instilling panic that sent him scrambling to tear through space and escape. Humph. Emperor Xianfeng merely snorted, extending his hand to grasp. The entire space froze instantly, rendering the third elder immobile mid-flight. Those who betray the Jun family shall meet only death. Emperor Xianfeng's fingers clenched, obliterating the third elder's body and soul in an instant. Master, we were wrong. The remaining surrendering elders, fearful, fell to their knees, begging for mercy. Emperor Xianfeng, disinterested in their pleas, waved his hand. Executing the traitors without a second thought. This is dire, master. The foreign army has breached the final line. A disciple's voice rang out from outside the hall. Emperor Xianfeng strode out, and upon gazing into the heavens, he beheld countless foreign warships bombarding the protective array of the pavilion, with foreign emperors standing resolutely upon the vessels. Honorable Master Xianfeng, have you reached a decision? Should you pledge allegiance to my realm? The Falling Star Pavilion can not only guarantee your survival, but also bestow upon you resources tenfold that of the Jun family. The atmosphere shimmered like rippling water as a young man clad in a crimson robe materialized from thin air, his visage strikingly handsome to the point of being otherworldly. Radiating an overwhelming imperial aura, with blood-red runes emblazoned across the vast expanse of the starry sky. The Bloodming Imperial clan is indeed earnest in their efforts to recruit my pavilion. Xianfeng suddenly chuckled, his laughter dripping with derision. For those of worth, my realm has never been stingy. The emperor of the Bloodming Imperial clan replied with a faint smile, unperturbed by Xianfeng's scorn. What a pity. I, Xianfeng, was born of the celestial domain and shall die as a soul of the celestial domain. Moreover, I owe a great debt of gratitude to the Jun family. I would never engage in such treachery for personal gain. Xianfeng spoke calmly, his eyes steady. Since you of the Falling Star Pavilion are so obstinate and seek your own demise, do not blame my realm for its ruthlessness. The emperor's eyes glinted with cold fury, an overwhelming intent to kill surging through him. Elder, while the forces of the other realm have yet to encircle us, you must lead the disciples of the Falling Star Pavilion to retreat through the secret passage and preserve the last ember of our pavilion. Xianfeng spoke with utmost tranquility. Master, this old and frail body wishes to share the fate of the Falling Star Pavilion. I shall not survive in disgrace. The elder's aged face was streaked with tears as he knelt, bowing deeply before Xianfeng. You are truly foolish. Do you wish to see the legacy of the Falling Star Pavilion perish here? Xianfeng admonished sharply, glancing at the disciples behind him, all of whom burned with indomitable resolve. Master, we shall not flee, they exclaimed. Yes, we are willing to share the fate of the Falling Star Pavilion. Killing one is a return on investment. Kill two, and we profit. Kill three, and we shall laugh in the afterlife. Their voices surged like a tidal wave, echoing throughout the Falling Star Pavilion. At that moment, every disciple, including the elders, knelt on one knee, tears glistening in their eyes. Xianfeng's body trembled slightly, a flicker of emotion passing through his gaze. Good, good. You are all excellent disciples of the Falling Star Pavilion, but you have promising futures. There is no need for your lives to end here. Xianfeng inhaled deeply, raising his hand to unleash a stream of starlight that forcibly transported all the elders and disciples of the Falling Star Pavilion to safety. Master. The elders' anguished cries reverberated in the air as Xianfeng watched the tearful backs of his disciples depart, a look of solace gracing his face. He turned and slowly walked towards the protective grand formation at the center of the main hall. With each step, his aura intensified, his white hair gradually turning black, and the wrinkles on his face receding, restoring him to his youthful appearance, as he burned the entirety of his life essence. To the wretches of the other realm, today shall be a demonstration of what the soul of the celestial domain truly embodies. Xianfeng's voice grew increasingly resonant, as the entire Falling Star Pavilion began to disintegrate. While the Bloodming Imperial forces outside surged into chaos, countless foreign powerhouses struck with sheer terror. The stars of the universe converged upon the Falling Star Pavilion, forming a magnificent sea of stars. This madman intends to self-destruct. The faces of the Bloodming Imperial clan's emperors turned pale with shock. The Jun family will not let you go. Xianfeng's figure gradually faded within the starlight. He cast one last glance at the land he had protected for several epochs. A serene smile gracing his lips. Forgive me, I have done my utmost. Chapter 62. Inflicting heavy damage on the Bloodming Imperial clan, the Celestial Court intervenes. Today, I repay the Jun family's great kindness. Xianfeng smiled, a single tear tracing down his cheek as he vividly recalled 3 epochs ago when he was but a trembling, weak youth under the blade of the otherworldly army, rescued by the Jun family's ancestor, who nurtured him to adulthood. The grace of the past is repaid today. Suddenly, the myriad stars surrounding the Falling Star Pavilion collapsed inward, causing the foreign warships to twist and shatter. The blood-red runes aboard the vessels exploded one after another, with countless foreign powerhouses disintegrating into blood mist before they could even cry out in agony. Centered around the Falling Star Pavilion, a sea of starlight, resplendent to the extreme, swept across the heavens, with the Bloodming Imperial clan at the forefront. The emperor who had just coaxed Xianfeng into surrendering was directly engulfed by the tidal wave of starlight, his final sight being Xianfeng's serene smile. Boom. The terrifying shockwave persisted for 3 full hours. When the sea of stars dissipated, the star domain where the Falling Star Pavilion once stood transformed into a void black hole with a diameter of several billion miles. Even the fragments of space had ceased to exist. The tens of billions of vanguard troops of the Blood Ming imperial clan were obliterated in an instant. Countless strong individuals perishing on the spot, with dozens of quasi-emperors among the dead. Of the 7 or 8 emperors who had appeared, only 3 barely managed to escape, while the rest met their demise beneath the falling star pavilion. It can be said that the losses from this single battle were incalculable. Though the Blood Ming imperial clan is the ultimate imperial clan of the other realm, they do not possess many emperors. Losing even one is painful, let alone 4 or 5. At the same time, the void several trillion miles away from the falling star pavilion suddenly shattered. With the elder and others leading the disciples of the falling star pavilion stumbling out, tears streaming down their faces. They looked back at the ruins of what was once their home, their hearts filled with profound anger, hatred, and sorrow. Master, the elder knelt in the void, tears streaming down his face as he clutched a tome radiating faint starlight, the last legacy of their falling star pavilion. Simultaneously, the celestial firmament of the celestial domain darkened, countless stars dimming simultaneously, only to erupt with unprecedented brilliance in the next moment. Blood rain cascaded from the heavens, each drop imbued with the essence of imperial majesty. This was the phenomenon of an imperial fall, a resonance of the heavens that occurs only when an emperor perishes. The phenomenon of imperial fall, the master has truly departed. One elder trembled as he spoke. We bid farewell to our master. The elder howled to the heavens, his voice laden with boundless sorrow and fury. We bid farewell to our master. All the disciples and elders of the falling star pavilion knelt in unison, bowing deeply towards the direction of the pavilion. Without Xianfeng, there would be no them. The disciples of the falling star pavilion were all saved from the hands of the other realm by Xianfeng, each one a solitary soul, finding a secure home within the pavilion. Roar! At that sorrowful moment, an earth-shattering roar echoed from the distant starry sky. Could it be that the forces of the other realm have caught up to us? One elder's face bore a hint of despair. No, that is the white tiger cavalry of the Jun family. The elder wiped away his tears, his murky eyes suddenly ablaze with brilliance. Following that, the crowd beheld a silver torrent surging from the far reaches of the starry sky, freezing the void in its wake. At the forefront of the silver tide stood a towering man clad in white armor, mounted upon a sacred white tiger, with millions of white tiger cavalrymen arrayed behind him, each radiating overwhelming killing intent. Even more astonishingly, behind the white tiger cavalry trailed 10 massive, pitch-black fortresses, comparable in size to star domains, their countless dark cannon muzzles emitting a sinister glow. The elder trembled at the sight. He was a peak quasi-emperor, not far from becoming an emperor himself, and could only begin to fathom the shock such fortresses instilled. Almost simultaneously, another section of the starry sky ignited with crimson divine flames as countless female warriors clad in fiery red armor emerged, leading a breathtaking empress whose divine phoenix spread its wings, obscuring the boundless sky, the infernal sea of flames exuding a power that could incinerate worlds. It is the divine phoenix army of the Jun family. They have come as well. The disciples of the falling star pavilion exclaimed with excitement. We have ultimately arrived a moment too late. The White Emperor and the Phoenix Empress appeared before the elder almost simultaneously. Upon witnessing the torrential blood rain and the disheveled state of the disciples, the expressions of the two supreme emperors darkened immediately. Friend Xianfeng has fallen. The Phoenix Empress's voice trembled slightly. To halt the forces of the other realm, the master detonated the Starfall Annihilation Formation, perishing alongside those wretches from the other realm. Before his departure, he entrusted us with the duty to preserve the last ember. The elder wept as he spoke. All troops, heed my command. The esteemed Emperor of the Falling Star Pavilion has heroically sacrificed himself to defend the southeastern front of our sovereign's house. This enmity is one that we cannot tolerate. Today, my divine Phoenix army shall honor the valiant souls who perished in the Falling Star Pavilion with the blood of our enemies from distant lands. With a gaze imbued with fierce determination, the Phoenix Empress turned to her army and commanded in a resonant voice, "Slay, slay, slay." The myriad female warriors of the divine Phoenix army echoed her battle cry, their voices shattering the silence of the boundless cosmos. We, the White Tiger Cavalry, shall do the same. The White Tiger Cavalry surged forth with unparalleled ferocity, drawing their blades in unison, the glint of steel radiating a chilling aura. Thank you, Divine Phoenix Army and White Tiger Cavalry, for avenging our fallen star pavilion, exclaimed the Grand Elder, kneeling with the remaining disciples, his emotions surging. Rest assured, the blood of Brother Xianfeng will not be shed in vain. We shall ensure that every member of the Blood Underworld Imperial Clan and the Dark Devourer Imperial Clan remains here to accompany Brother Xianfeng in his final rest. The White Emperor replied, lifting the Grand Elder with a solemn tone. Dispatch the order, accelerate the advance. The main forces of the Blood Underworld Imperial Clan are weakened. We must strike hard before they can regroup, to exact our vengeance for Brother Xianfeng, commanded the Phoenix Empress. In the celestial domain, atop the Nine Heavens Palace, amidst the swirling mist of immortality, a vast heavenly mirror hovered in the center of the grand hall, vividly reflecting the last heroic scene of the Falling Star Pavilion. Especially poignant was the moment when Emperor Xianfeng ignited the very essence of his life to detonate the Starfall Annihilation Formation. The entire heavenly court trembled in response. The hall fell into a profound silence, with onlookers exchanging glances, their eyes still shimmering with shock and admiration. The heavenly emperor sat regally upon his throne, his slender fingers gently tapping the armrest, his gaze shifting restlessly. The Falling Star Pavilion has been utterly annihilated. The voice of the demon suppression emperor, standing to the left of the heavenly emperor, quivered slightly, glistening tears evident in his eyes. The sight of countless disciples of the Falling Star Pavilion kneeling in the void, sharing the fate of their pavilion, deeply moved many emperors of the heavenly court, creating an atmosphere of unparalleled heaviness. What a remarkable emperor Xianfeng! Once merely a trembling boy beneath the slaughter of foreign realms, who could have anticipated such noble spirit today? The longevity emperor, positioned to the right of the heavenly emperor, sighed deeply, his tone tinged with respect. The heavenly emperor's gaze swept across the assembly of heavenly emperors. These ancient beings who had witnessed countless epochs and grown accustomed to the cycle of life and death, now stirred by the sacrifice of a mere pavilion master. Your Majesty, I humbly request permission to mobilize troops to the Jun family, to encircle the foreign armies in conjunction with them. The opportunity created by Emperor Xianfeng's sacrifice must not be squandered. The demon suppression emperor suddenly knelt, expressing his fervent desire. I second that. The vanguard of the blood underworld imperial clan has been annihilated, and the foreign armies have sustained grave injuries. This is the opportune moment for our celestial forces to engage. We should unite with the Jun family to vanquish the foreign threat, rather than idly spectate. Another demon subjugation emperor followed suit, kneeling, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. As these words echoed, a chorus of battle cries erupted within the hall. Even the usually aloof emperors were moved to tears, fervently requesting to join the fray. Particularly resonant was Emperor Xianfeng's earlier statement. The debt of gratitude owed to the Jun family reverberated in their minds. The heavenly emperor raised a hand slightly, and silence enveloped the hall once more, all eyes fixed on him, filled with boundless anticipation. Yaoxian Star Monarch, what is your perspective? The heavenly emperor turned his gaze towards the reticent conservative star monarchs. In response to your Majesty, I believe that hasty mobilization may provoke a full-scale war with the foreign realms. The 7 ultimate imperial clans of the foreign lands have united with the primordial divine palace. There must be a conspiracy lurking behind this. It would be prudent for our heavenly court to observe the developments and allow the Jun family and the foreign armies to continue exhausting each other. An elder clad in azure celestial attire stepped forward respectfully, bowing to the heavenly emperor. Nonsense. You spineless coward. If you fear confronting the foreign realms, just admit it. Brother Xianfeng bled his last to protect the celestial realm, while you speak of passively observing the situation. If all in the celestial realm were as cowardly as you, the iron hooves of the foreign armies would soon trample our entire domain. The demon suppression emperor, furious, could not contain his outburst, showing no regard for the conservative star monarch's sentiments. Demon suppression emperor, mind your language. Yao Tian star monarch has a point. Another conservative, the Hongguang star monarch, interjected, his expression displeased. Mind my language? Who are you to say that? A bunch of spineless fools. The demon suppression emperor retorted scornfully. The heavenly emperor's gaze returned to the heavenly mirror, where the Jun family's white tiger cavalry and the divine phoenix army charged with fervor towards the stronghold of the blood underworld imperial clan. Their formidable presence shaking the very foundations of reality, even perceptible through the mirror's veil. Your Majesty, behold. The Jun family's forces are undeterred by the prospect of death. How could our heavenly court remain idle? If the beings of the celestial realm learn that we are unmoved, who would pledge their loyalty to us in the future? What path must we take? Your Majesty, this is no time for hesitation. If the foreign armies annihilate the Jun family, we shall be next. Numerous emperors clamored for action. Alas, how many epochs have passed since the celestial realm fractured? The Jun family has monopolized the east, while the primordial divine palace holds the west. With our heavenly court entrenched in the center, fostering suspicion among the 3 factions, it seems our actions have unwittingly provided an opening for the foreign realms. The heavenly emperor sighed deeply, rising to his feet. Proclaim my decree. Mobilize 100 billion celestial soldiers, with the demon suppression emperor as commander and the demon subjugation emperor as vanguard, to the battlefield of the Jun family, uniting with them to eradicate the foreign threat. Chapter 63. Setting aside grudges, the discontent of the Dark Devourer imperial clan. I accept the decree. The demon suppression emperor trembled with excitement, bowing deeply to the heavenly emperor. Additionally, send word to the Jun family that in response to the foreign invasion, the heavenly court shall stand united with them. The celestial realm shall not allow foreign forces to encroach upon it. This battle is not for the heavenly court, nor merely for the Jun family, but for the survival of all beings in the celestial realm. Past grievances must be set aside. The heavenly emperor's gaze deepened, imbued with a sense of cosmic authority. Boom. These words struck the hearts of all present like a million thundering bolts. For epochs, the conflict between the Heavenly Court and the Jun family had become an open secret, known to all. Now, the Heavenly Emperor's declaration undoubtedly signaled a shift in allegiance. The Heavenly Court would advance and retreat alongside the Jun family. "We shall abide by the decree," the gathered emperors and star officials replied, clasping their hands in respect. The Heavenly Emperor watched their departing figures, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. Initially, he had no desire to interfere in the conflict between the Jun family and the foreign realms. Yet upon witnessing Emperor Xianfeng's self-sacrificial act that severely wounded the Blood Underworld Imperial clan, and seeing those who knew they were marching to their deaths yet pressed on, he felt that perhaps reconciling with the Jun family was the very image that the beings of the celestial realm longed to see. At the Blood Underworld Imperial clan stronghold, countless crimson warships floated amidst the shattered cosmos. News of the annihilation of the vanguard forces swiftly reached the Blood Underworld Imperial clan's base, plunging the camp into stunned silence. Disbelief etched on every face. Surely this cannot be true. Meanwhile, the three Blood Underworld Imperial clan emperors who had narrowly escaped knelt before a blood-red imperial throne. Trembling in fear, the man draped in blood-red robes upon the throne tapped the armrest lightly, his gaze fixed upon the kneeling emperors, his expression growing increasingly frosty. 60 billion vanguard forces, dozens of quasi-emperors, and 8 emperors, all dispatched to annihilate a mere falling star pavilion, and yet only you few worthless souls return? Bloodsong. The current leader of the Blood Underworld Imperial clan slowly rose, a vast imperial might surging forth, creating ripples across the cosmos. "What use are you to me? Having been utterly destroyed by a dying Emperor Xianfeng? What purpose does your existence serve for the Blood Underworld Imperial clan?" Bloodsong's voice turned increasingly frigid, a palpable aura of murderous intent enveloping the air. How could it be that so many were dispatched against a small faction like the Falling Star Pavilion? And yet the vanguard was annihilated? If news of this reached the other ultimate imperial clans, how many would mock the incompetence of the Blood Underworld Imperial clan? Leader. A sentinel reports that the Jun family's White Tiger Cavalry and Divine Phoenix Army are racing towards our stronghold, less than 100 miles away. A scout from the Blood Abyss Imperial clan stumbled into the camp, collapsing to his knees in sheer terror as he exclaimed, 100 million miles? This is impossible. How could they have circumvented the defensive array we set up on the periphery? Moreover, the Meteor Sect is at least 2 days' journey from our stronghold. Even if they had the White Tiger Cavalry and the Divine Phoenix Legion, who are remarkably swift, it is inconceivable that they could arrive here in less than 6 hours after the explosion of the virtuous wind. Bloodsong could no longer contain his outrage. His blood-red pupils contracting sharply, the scout pressed his forehead to the ground, too fearful to raise his head. "Chief, it is dire. The Jun clan's army has already breached our outer defenses. We cannot withstand them." Another scout rushed in, drenched in blood and visibly shaken. No sooner had he spoken than the entire Blood Abyss Imperial clan stronghold trembled violently, while distant, earth-shattering explosions echoed ominously. How could they arrive so swiftly? Bloodsong and the others' expressions turned grave as they swiftly appeared outside the camp. The air was filled with roars and the sounds of battle. The Jun clan's forces had already engaged with the Blood Abyss Imperial clan's troops, even before the battle had truly commenced. Countless powerful members of the Blood Abyss had already fallen, their blood pooling into an endless galaxy. The Jun clan's quasi-emperors unleashed their intertwined laws with devastating force, annihilating the void for millions of miles, while innumerable soldiers from the Blood Abyss were ruthlessly harvested in the chaos. Despite the Blood Abyss Imperial clan's numerical superiority, their combat prowess was not on the same level. The Jun clan's 5 Extremes Legion consisted of the finest elite warriors, each one renowned in the outside world as a prodigy. The 5 Extremes Legion only recruited those with immense potential, thus their terrifying strength was evident. Indeed, it is the White Tiger Cavalry and the Divine Phoenix Legion. Bloodsong's countenance darkened considerably. Their initial mission had been to swiftly seize the southeastern front, encircle the Jun clan, and isolate them. Yet now, it was not merely about encirclement. The question was whether they could even repel the White Tiger Cavalry and the Divine Phoenix Legion. To be clear, it was a matter of repelling, not merely inflicting heavy damage. Only the Eternal Imperial clan's elite legion, the Eternal Guardians, could stand toe-to-toe with the Jun clan's 5 Extremes Legion. For anyone else to confront them would be tantamount to suicide. At the heart of the Blood Abyss Imperial clan stronghold, the White Emperor wielded the silver spear of world annihilation, emanating an aura of unparalleled terror, akin to that of a world-destroying monarch. "Foreign rabble, perish at my hands." The White Emperor's rampage was relentless as he thrust forward, piercing through the heavens and obliterating the void for billions of miles. Countless strong members of the Blood Abyss fell to the might of the White Emperor's spear, including one Imperial realm powerhouse. On the other side, the Phoenix Emperor was no less formidable, casually waving his hand as a sea of flames transformed into myriad fiery phoenixes. Wherever they passed, the void shattered and all existence crumbled. The defensive formations meticulously arranged by the Blood Abyss could not withstand the onslaught of the Phoenix Emperor. Above the Blood Abyss Imperial clan stronghold, boundless imperial might erupted, laws shattered, and the very fabric of reality was upended. Jun clan, do not act recklessly. Behind the Blood Abyss, ominous presences surged forth, a vast imperial might sweeping across the heavens. The ancestors of the Blood Abyss had finally appeared. Do you think a few decrepit old fools like you can thwart me? The White Emperor, spear in hand, unleashed a torrent of silver light that engulfed the universe. With each strike, he could obliterate billions of voids, and as soon as one ancestor of the Blood Abyss manifested, he was pierced through the chest by the Emperor's spear, black imperial blood gushing forth. With a slight tremor of his left hand, the ancestor, who had just emerged, was torn to shreds by the silver light, his very soul unable to escape. Humph! A mere Blood Abyss dares to lay hands on those of the Jun clan? Today, I shall ensure that you return with nothing. With a cold snort, the White Emperor swept his spear, unleashing millions of silver rays that rained down, causing countless foreign warriors to wail in despair. In an instant, hundreds of millions of elite Blood Abyss soldiers were annihilated, along with thousands of Crimson warships reduced to fragments. Damn it! How can the Jun clan's White Tiger cavalry be so formidable? Blood Song's complexion turned pale as he beheld the one-sided battlefield, his heart gripped by fear. There were at least a dozen emperors from the Blood Abyss present, yet they were being mercilessly slaughtered by the White Emperor and the Phoenix Emperor. In mere moments, one ancestor had fallen, and the situation for the quasi-emperors was even more dire. Chief, if this continues, we will not be able to hold out. An elder of the Blood Abyss trembled as he spoke. Blood Song gritted his teeth and crushed a blood-red jade talisman in his hand. Quickly, send a message to the dark-devouring Imperial clan and have them provide immediate support. Otherwise, our Blood Abyss faces the peril of annihilation today. If we fail, the dark-devouring clan will have no hope of completing their mission. At the dark-devouring Imperial clan stronghold, located hundreds of billions of miles away from the Blood Abyss, the notion that the Blood Abyss would seek their aid was almost laughable. The patriarch of the dark-devouring clan, Dark Sun, toyed with the communication talisman in his hand, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Although both clans were considered ultimate imperial clans of the foreign realm, and publicly appeared to unite against the Jun clan, the underlying tensions between them were significant. Were it not for the coercion of the eternal imperial clan, the dark-devouring clan would have had no desire to deploy troops. Patriarch, should we send troops? If the Blood Abyss is defeated, we cannot complete our mission relying solely on ourselves. When the eternal imperial clan comes asking, we will not fare well. An elder from the dark-devouring clan expressed his concerns. I am not in a hurry. Why are you? Besides, doesn't the Blood Abyss pride itself on being the strongest clan beneath the eternal imperial clan? How can they falter so soon after only half an hour of battle? Dark Sun could not help but scoff, relishing the thought of the Blood Abyss being annihilated by the Jun clan. The vile nature of the Blood Abyss was exceedingly irksome. Prior to their assault on the Meteor sect, they had boasted that they could effortlessly complete their mission and surround the Jun clan without needing the dark-devouring clan's assistance. Yet now, after sustaining heavy losses, including several emperors, news of their plight reached the dark-devouring stronghold, nearly causing them to burst into laughter. Now, in their moment of desperation, they lowered themselves to plead for assistance. Such a situation was simply too fortuitous. However, the elder from the dark-devouring clan remained uneasy about the potential annihilation of the Blood Abyss. Rest assured, Third Elder, let them expend more of the Jun clan's strength. Ideally, we should wait until they both suffer significant losses before we intervene. That would be even more perfect. Besides, the Blood Abyss has deep foundations. They are not so easily extinguished. Dark Sun said nonchalantly. Very well then, I shall heed the Patriarch's instructions. Seeing Dark Sun's confidence, the Third Elder chose not to press further. Convey the orders. Our forces will advance slowly. Once the Blood Abyss is on the verge of collapse, we shall arrive in a timely manner. Dark Sun idly played with the talisman in his hand. Understood. The Third Elder nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, the Blood Abyss Imperial clan was unable to withstand the furious assault of the Jun clan's army. They were being pushed back relentlessly, suffering grievous losses. The White Emperor, drenched in the blood of foreign emperors, had already slain several ancestors of the Blood Abyss since the onset of the battle, causing the remaining members of the Blood Abyss to retreat in fear. The Phoenix Emperor, too, was no slouch. With a mere gesture, divine flames consumed the vast expanse, incinerating swathes of the Blood Abyss. Damn it, why hasn't the dark-devouring clan arrived yet? Blood Song spat blood, fury blazing in his eyes. His hatred for the dark-devouring clan ran deeper than that for the Jun clan. Were it not for their delayed assistance, the Blood Abyss would not have found itself in such dire straits. Chapter 64, Capturing Blood Song, Breaking the Blood River. Deep within the void of the Blood Abyss Imperial clan stronghold, Imperial might surged, laws crumbled, and the entire universe lay shattered. The White Emperor's strength was overwhelming. He truly was the supreme being who commanded slaughter within the Five Extremes Legion. The radiance of his spear illuminated the ages, each strike capable of shattering billions of voids. While countless blood abyss powerhouses fell like leaves in autumn, painting the universe red with blood. Blood song, old dog, come and meet your demise. Today, unless I shred you into 1,000 pieces, I, the White Emperor, shall not be worthy of leading the White Tiger Cavalry. The White Emperor's roar reverberated, extinguishing the boundless galaxy. The silver spear of world annihilation burst forth, emanating a chilling brilliance that pierced through the heavens and the universe as he stepped forward, causing the very heavens to crack and the earth to quake, a terrifying vision of a white tiger roaring at the sky manifesting behind him. This is a manifestation of his mastery over the path of slaughter embodied by the White Tiger. Blood Song, with a forceful swipe, sent the approaching quasi-emperor flying. In a state of panic, he turned around only to witness the White Emperor advancing towards him, spear in hand, cutting through all existence with an overwhelming intent to kill. White Emperor, do you truly believe this clan leader fears you? Suppressing his trepidation, Blood Song felt his blood vitality surge violently. Blood Ming Dharma Avatar. With his hands forming intricate seals, a vast ocean of blood manifested behind him, within which a towering blood demon emperor flickered, exuding an unfathomable imperial majesty that carried the scent of decaying worlds as it charged towards the White Emperor. To slay you, I do not even need a weapon. The White Emperor sneered contemptuously, sheathing his spear and unleashing a cascade of silver light, striking with his fist towards the blood demon emperor's shadow. Boom. As the fist energy surged forth, the blood demon emperor's shadow shattered inch by inch, the blood sea evaporating instantaneously while chaotic energy erupted from the rifts in space. In that moment, the White Emperor's aura was overwhelmingly potent, akin to a world-destroying celestial sovereign. The strike felt as if a multitude of universes were converging upon him, instilling an unparalleled sense of despair and terror. Bang! Blood Song let out a muffled groan as his chest was pierced by the punch. Imperial blood spraying across the starry expanse. This punch is for the disciples of the Meteor Pavilion who perished at your hands. The White Emperor's voice was icy and devoid of emotion. Ah, White Emperor, I will see you dead. Blood Song howled in madness, his shattered form rapidly reconstituting as he summoned a blood-colored bone knife, inscribed with endless blood Ming runes, while countless vengeful souls howled within it. Brandishing the blood-colored bone knife, he aimed for the White Emperor's crown. The blade's radiance cleaved through the heavens, etching myriad blood-colored symbols into the boundless void. As the ill-fated White Tiger Cavalry and Blood Ming clan experts found themselves obliterated beneath its arc, the White Emperor, however, displayed disdain, raising his hand to directly meet the knife, sparks flying upon impact. How is your physique so formidable? Blood Song's crimson eyes brimmed with disbelief. This bone knife was an imperial weapon. He had not anticipated the White Emperor's physical prowess to be so immense. With this strike, not only could he not sever the White Emperor's hand, but his own arms felt numb, and blood surged within his chest. Is this all? Pathetic. This palm is for my esteemed friend, Dao Companion. The White Emperor countered, grasping the bone knife and crushing it effortlessly in his grip, then striking Blood Song with a swift and brutal chop. Puff. This time, Blood Song's luck had run out. His body disintegrated under the blow, and even his head was reduced to a mist of blood. Monster. A grotesque, blood-colored figure emerged from the mist, frantically escaping. This was Blood Song's primordial spirit. The White Emperor remained unfazed, swiftly closing the distance to Blood Song's primordial spirit. Ancient ancestor, save me. Blood Song's spirit shrieked in despair. Save you? It's futile. The White Emperor declared, for the vengeance of Daoist Xianfeng, I shall demand the entire Blood Ming clan pay in full. With a flourish of his hand, the space warped and solidified, ensnaring Blood Song's spirit within a silver imperial grip. I will fight you to the end. Seeing no escape, Blood Song's spirit surged with bloodlight, attempting self-detonation. You think it will be that easy? The White Emperor scoffed, weaving the powers of myriad laws to bind Blood Song's spirit tightly before sealing it within a jade vial inscribed with sealing runes. Boom. At the moment Blood Song was captured by the White Emperor, 3 terrifying auras erupted from deep within the Blood Ming clan's rear. Release our clan leader, or face death. The moment the words left their lips, 3 blood-colored pillars shot into the sky, piercing through the myriad starry realms, causing vast expanses of star fields to collapse and shatter under the pressure. 3 more ancient immortals have arrived. The White Emperor's gaze turned cold as he observed 3 towering imperial figures stepping upon the vast blood sea, shrouded in layers of blood mist, with each step causing the very laws of heaven and earth to fracture and dissolve. These 3 figures were ancient ancestors of the Blood Ming clan, their power reaching the terrifying realm of the Supreme Emperor, a classification above the Emperor level, which includes Great Emperors, Peerless Giants, Supreme Emperors, Eternal Celestial Emperors, and several tiers of quasi-immortals. The White Emperor and the Phoenix Emperor had reached the peak of the Supreme Emperor realm, while the strongest among the 3 Blood Ming ancestors was at the mid-tier of the Supreme Emperor, with the other 2 at the initial tier of the Emperor, significantly weaker than the White Emperor and Phoenix Emperor. At last, a worthy challenge has arrived. Should I eliminate all three of you? I wonder how enraged the Bloodming clan will become. The White Emperor chuckled coldly. You seek death. Dare to provoke my Bloodming clan, and there will be no escape for you, be it above or below. The leading Bloodming ancestor seethed with fury, summoning countless blood-colored lightning bolts from the heavens that descended with overwhelming imperial might, each bolt capable of annihilating a quasi-emperor of 9 tribulations. Haha, ancient immortal, you are desperate. The White Emperor laughed heartily, his silver spear reappearing as he thrust it forth, shaking the heavens and reversing the starry rivers. The spear light clashed violently with the blood-colored lightning, unleashing waves of destruction. The attacking ancestor could not suppress a grunt of pain, being forced back thousands of miles. Is he at the peak of the Emperor realm? The other two ancestors frowned deeply, a glimmer of apprehension flashing in their eyes. They had initially believed the White Emperor's strength was comparable to theirs, only to discover he had reached the pinnacle of the Emperor realm. Let us strike together. I refuse to believe we cannot subdue this brat. The three Bloodming ancestors exchanged glances and moved as one, unleashing an unimaginable aura that transformed the very fabric of reality. Meanwhile, the Phoenix Emperor arrived beside the White Emperor, her beautiful eyes glinting with malice. Old fool, do you think to outnumber us? First, you must seek my consent. With a wave of her jade hand, a sea of flames transformed into 9 divine phoenixes that surged towards the 3 Bloodming ancestors. Is that the bloodline of the divine phoenix? Has that clan also joined the Jun family as their military commander? One of the ancestors observed, his eyes shimmering with astonishment. Let us not concern ourselves with that. Let us subdue these two first. Kill. The battle erupted with unprecedented intensity, the strongest ancestor engaging the White Emperor, while the other two entangled with the Phoenix Emperor. Clashing from the starry skies down to the depths of the void, and from the void to the chaos, obliterating the laws along their path, causing the heavenly path to retreat and the great principles to be ground to dust. The White Emperor fought like a dragon, each strike imbued with the force to destroy myriad realms, pushing the opposing ancestor back, blood holes appearing upon his body. Such powerful killing intent. Never have I witnessed someone cultivate the art of slaughter to such a degree. The ancient ancestor engaged with the White Emperor, known as Blood Tianhe, now wore an expression of sheer horror. Blood held burial realm. Blood Tianhe unleashed a supreme forbidden technique, transforming the entire star region into an infinite blood-colored purgatory, with countless blood chains extending from it, seeking to ensnare the White Emperor and drag him into the blood purgatory for suppression and refinement. Your little tricks are of no use to me. The White Emperor's silver spear erupted with 1,000,000 silver rays, freezing the blood chains that coiled around him, ultimately shattering them before the astonished gaze of Blood Tianhe. Heavenly Extermination Emperor Seal. Streams of silver light coalesced in his grasp, forming an immense heavenly seal, inscribed with various symbols of heaven and earth, emanating a grand aura of heavenly extermination. Die! The White Emperor struck down the heavenly seal towards Blood Tianhe's face. Puff! Blood Tianhe was sent reeling back thousands of miles, his nose twisted from the impact, blood trickling comically from his nostrils. You, this brat. Your strength rivals that of a perfected emperor. Blood Tianhe's face bore an expression of disbelief. Damn it, where are the reinforcements from the dark devouring emperor clan? Have you sent the message? Meanwhile, the two other Bloodming ancestors found themselves retreating steadily before the Phoenix Emperor, one of whom shouted angrily towards the faltering Bloodming forces in the distance. Ancient ancestor, we have long called for aid. Yet we remain oblivious to the machinations of the Dark Devourer Imperial clan. One of the emperors, with a bruised visage and a voice tinged with sorrow, lamented. It appears that the Dark Devourer Imperial clan wishes to observe our struggle with the Jun family from a distance, allowing us to weaken each other in a mutually destructive battle, so that they might seize the opportunity for themselves. They are not fools. They have quickly discerned the true intentions harbored by the Dark Devourer Imperial clan. Should our clan face annihilation, I assure you, my ancestor will not spare you. An ancient ancestor howled to the heavens, brimming with boundless hatred for the Dark Devourer's refusal to assist in our time of peril. Meanwhile, the Dark Devourer Imperial clan is still en route. It seems the Blood Underworld Imperial clan is truly on the brink of collapse, even from such a great distance. Henry Tian could still hear the anguished roars of the Blood Underworld ancestors. Chief, we must take action now. Delay could prove disastrous, urged the Third Elder with urgency. What is your hurry, Third Elder? Dispatch orders for the entire army to accelerate. Let us wait until the Blood Underworld loses a few more ancestors before we intervene. Henry Tian replied impatiently, engrossed in a game of chess with the Grand Elder. On the side of the Blood Underworld, Shui Tianhe felt an icy dread as he awaited reinforcements that seemed perpetually delayed. Henry Tian, I curse your Dark Devourer clan to meet a grim fate. Shui Tianhe bellowed to the heavens, turning his gaze towards the White Emperor. White Emperor, let us perish together. Chapter 65. The fish is hooked. Shui Tianhe's body erupted in a surge of bloodlight, bizarre blood patterns manifesting upon his imperial form, his eyes ablaze with a frenzied desire for death. The laws of the universe rippled around him, as he cultivated an overwhelming power capable of annihilating all life. He intended to self-destruct, taking the White Emperor with him. White Emperor, even if I fall today, I shall drag you down with me. Shui Tianhe roared in fury. His imperial form swelling as an ocean of blood erupted from within, staining the cosmos of vivid crimson. Shui Tianhe's aura soared to new heights. Momentarily reaching the late stages of the Emperor realm, his overwhelming imperial might causing nearby powerful beings to tremble in fear, suffocated by an indescribable sensation. You think you can drag me down with you? The White Emperor smirked coldly, forming a hand seal as his imperial might surged forth. A thunderous roar suddenly shattered the air, as a colossal white tiger phantom materialized behind the White Emperor, unleashing a silver beam of light. Wherever the beam traversed, the churning blood sea crystallized in the void, time itself seemingly frozen, halting the expansion of Shui Tianhe's fiery imperial form. This is impossible. How can you be so strong? Shui Tianhe gasped in horror, realizing that the White Emperor had forcibly interrupted his self-destruction, even binding his soul within his imperial body, preventing escape. I have declared that I shall make your blood underworld clan pay dearly for the loss of my esteemed friend. This shot, you cannot block. The White Emperor's gaze deepened. His silver spear radiating with countless divine glimmers, the tip coalescing into a dazzling light of annihilation. Heavenly annihilation. With a thrust, the cosmos trembled, and the heavens themselves shifted in hue. The light of obliteration cascaded like a river of stars, piercing through Shui Tianhe's brow. No, his pupils constricted in terror. He never anticipated the White Emperor's strength to be so formidable. This strike pierced his brow, obliterating his soul within, the horrifying force of slaughter shattering his imperial form. Boom. Shui Tianhe's imperial body erupted violently, yet the devastation was significantly less than a typical self-detonation, only shattering the surrounding void for miles. Thus fell a once mighty ancestor of the blood underworld imperial clan. Meanwhile, the remaining two ancestors were being mercilessly tormented by the Phoenix Emperor, their cries of anguish echoing through the ether. Tianhe ancestor. The last two remaining ancestors of the blood underworld clan were on the brink of madness. One of them having had their imperial form reduced to fragments, and upon witnessing Shui Tianhe's demise, their composure shattered. Phoenix dance of destruction. Seizing the opportunity, the Phoenix Emperor waved her jade hand, summoning thousands of nine-colored phoenix phantoms from the sea of flames, instantly engulfing the confused ancestor. The searing divine flames, imbued with the power to incinerate all, consumed the ancestor, reducing both body and soul to ashes. No, the last remaining blood underworld ancestor, Shui Tianhe, gnashed his teeth in despair, witnessing the fall of his kin, an amalgamation of fury and hopelessness swelling within him. The elite forces of the blood underworld clan had suffered catastrophic losses, enough to diminish their standing in the foreign lands significantly. Though they would not fall from the ranks of ultimate imperial clans, they would no longer instill fear in the other ultimate clans. It could be said that this battle marked the decline of the blood underworld clan, rendering them incapable of recovery, unless that true ancestor intervened. But he was currently locked in a standoff with Jun Huaiyun, far from their side. Damn it, retreat the entire army. Withdraw from the immortal domain. We shall not fight this battle. Shui Tianhe bellowed, commanding the remnants of the blood underworld army to break free from the encirclement of the Jun family. At that moment, the distant starry sky dimmed suddenly, a shroud of black mist creeping from the depths of the universe, within which lurked countless menacing figures. Countless dark warships traversed the cosmic expanse, blotting out the sun, an overwhelming imperial might enveloping the scene. Was not the blood underworld clan so formidable? Why then, have you faltered so easily? A mocking voice suddenly rang out, revealing the figures of the Dark Devourer clan emerging from the black mist, radiating an overwhelming imperial presence, followed by a staggering host of countless Dark Devourer troops. The Dark Devourer clan has finally arrived. No, you despicable cowards. How dare you abandon my blood underworld clan in our time of need? You wretches, you deliberately delayed, hindering our rescue efforts, leading to our catastrophic losses. I curse your Dark Devourer clan to meet a grim fate. Shui Tianhe's expression shifted from joy to fury as he began to berate the Dark Devourers without hesitation. Ancestor Tianhe, you should not speak so recklessly. We of the Dark Devourer clan have indeed arrived, albeit delayed. Why such anger? Anri Tian smirked coldly. Anri Tian, you vile scoundrel, had it not been for your interference, my two ancestors would not have perished. I shall report this to the true ancestor and the eternal holy immortal. You must bear the brunt of this responsibility. Shui Tianhe trembled in rage, wishing to pounce upon Anri Tian and tear him apart. Ancestor Tianhe, such words are ill-advised. Upon receiving your call for aid, we mobilized our forces at once. Who could have foreseen that your blood underworld clan would crumble so easily? Unable to withstand even 3 hours? Furthermore, before our departure, you confidently proclaimed yourselves the foremost clan beneath the eternal imperial clan, claiming no assistance was needed from us. We merely sought to provide you with an opportunity to demonstrate your prowess, yet you repay our goodwill with insults. Anri Tian feigned shock, striving to mask his delight with a facade of sorrow. Nonsense, you dark devourers, await your reckoning. I, Shui Tianya, shall remember this grudge. His eyes glinting with a fierce murderous intent, he harbored a deeper loathing for the Dark Devourer clan than for the Jun family. By all means, your blood underworld clan is already nearly spent. Under these circumstances, we harbor no trepidation toward you. Anri Tian retorted dismissively, his expression laced with mockery. At this juncture, he ceased to feign restraint. You, Shui Tianya trembled in rage, finally grasping the truth. The Dark Devourer clan had never intended to offer genuine assistance. They relished the prospect of the blood underworld clan's demise, eager to profit from the aftermath. Anri Tian disregarded Shui Tianya's predatory glare, turning his attention to the White Emperor and Phoenix Emperor, a profound astonishment flickering in his eyes. To compel the blood underworld clan to such a state, the prowess of these two far exceeded his expectations. According to the usual narrative, the Jun family ought to have engaged in a mutually devastating conflict with the blood underworld clan, yet here they stood, the White Emperor and Phoenix Emperor seemingly unscathed. In this moment, the White Emperor exchanged a furtive glance with the Phoenix Emperor, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in their eyes. According to Jun Huaiyun's plan, they were to feign defeat, luring the dark devouring Imperial clan into the celestial Fallen Star River. So, the dark devouring Imperial clan, is it? How fortuitous of you to arrive. Today I shall experience the prowess of your clan. The White Emperor deliberately displayed signs of exhaustion, clutching his chest as droplets of crimson seeped from the corner of his mouth. It appeared he was merely putting on a facade, evidently. The Jun family was nearing their limit. With this thought, a wild elation spread across Anri Tian's face, and he raised his hand, bellowing, "All troops, heed my command. Slay them in vengeance for the blood-fiend Imperial clan." Upon hearing this, Shui Tianya nearly spat blood in disbelief. He had encountered shamelessness before, but never to this extent. Kill. With the White Emperor's command, the White Tiger Cavalry and the Divine Phoenix Army reformed their ranks, clashing once more with the dark devouring Imperial clan. This time, however, their offensive was significantly weaker, revealing a sense of helplessness. Haha, as expected, after their fierce battle with the blood-fiend Imperial clan, they are utterly exhausted. All forces, ensure that the White Tiger Cavalry and the Divine Phoenix Army remain here forever. Anri Tian, keenly perceptive, noted this shift, his eyes gleaming with malevolent delight as a sinister smile curved his lips. Kill. Vengeance for the blood-fiend Imperial clan. The dark devouring Imperial clan surged forth with hundreds of billions of troops, a shadowy tide of warships crushing the void beneath them. The White Emperor and Phoenix Emperor fought, while retreating towards the celestial Fallen Star River. Lord White Emperor, we cannot hold on any longer. A leader of the White Tiger Cavalry shouted loudly on purpose. Retreat. All forces retreat. Preserve our strength. Do not engage them directly. The White Emperor feigned great reluctance as he withdrew towards the celestial Fallen Star River. Ha ha ha, the Jun family is not as formidable as they seem. Pursue them. We cannot allow them to escape. Anri Tian's face lit up with joy as he roared towards the direction of the Jun family. Patriarch, the Jun family is cunning. Be cautious. The third elder cautioned. What is there to fear? They are clearly at their wits' end. Relay my orders. This is an excellent opportunity to annihilate the Jun family's 5 Extremes Legion. We must not let them slip away so easily. Anri Tian dismissed the warning with disdain and began directing his army to charge towards the White Emperor. Meanwhile, the White Emperor, while orchestrating the retreat, secretly transmitted a message. Relay the orders to proceed as planned. Once the dark devouring Imperial clan has fully entered the celestial Fallen Star River, activate all annihilation cannons, space war chariots, and prepare the world-destroying fortresses. These are our ultimate weapons. Understood. The commanders responded discreetly. To enhance the authenticity of their ruse, many even discarded their armor and weapons. Haha, today is indeed a day of reckoning for the Jun family. It is utterly delightful. The dark devouring Imperial clan has finally triumphed over them. Anri Tian, in the midst of the chase, erupted into laughter, his tone brimming with arrogance. With such a fool as their leader, how could the dark devouring Imperial clan ever know defeat? Observing Anri Tian's foolish demeanor, the White Emperor could not help but twitch his lips in amusement. Chapter 66, A Great Victory in the Myriad Arms Universe, Reinforcements for the Chilan Army. In the Myriad Arms Universe battlefield, countless war machines were arrayed amidst the void, densely packed, and truly astonishing. Although these weapons were exceedingly antiquated, their sheer number was staggering, enough to fill the entire cosmos. At this moment, the Azure Dragon Army and the Black Tortoise Guard were in a frantic retreat, fending off the relentless pursuit of the foreign armies while being compelled to abandon the Myriad Arms Universe defense line. Quickly retreat. The foreign forces are too fierce. We cannot hold. The Azure Emperor shouted, urgency lacing his voice. Damn it, let those foreign scum take advantage. All troops, heed my command. Abandon the Myriad Arms Universe and swiftly retreat to the Jun family. The Black Emperor fumed, waving his hand to signal the Black Tortoise Guard to commence their withdrawal. The Jun family's forces retreated in utter disarray, many soldiers, in a frantic effort to appear convincing, discarded numerous weapons in their haste, their chaotic escape invigorating the foreign armies. Haha, the Jun family is nothing but this. All troops, pursue them, leave no one behind. Xing Jiuling, the leader of the Starfall Imperial clan, laughed heartily. Brother Jiuling, I feel the Jun family's retreat is somewhat suspicious. They have not suffered heavy losses. Why then abandon the myriad arms universe? Yo Wu Ling, the leader of the Nine Ghost Imperial clan, furrowed his brow deeply, sensing something amiss yet unable to articulate it. Yo Wu Ling, when did your Nine Ghost Imperial clan become so timid? Xing Jiuling derisively remarked. What nonsense are you spouting? This is called caution. Yo Wu Ling's face darkened. Then you may exercise your caution as you wish. The myriad arms universe belongs to my clan. Relay to all troops. Whoever seizes the weapons shall claim them. Xing Jiuling, uninterested in further debate, began directing the Starfall Imperial clan to pursue the Jun family forces. Haha, the Jun family truly cannot endure. The myriad arms universe is ours. The powerful members of the Starfall Imperial clan surged into the myriad arms universe, having long coveted it. Now, with the Jun family's defeat and disarray, they did not wait for Xing Jiuling's command, charging in with their forces, fearing they would be beaten to the spoils by the Nine Ghost Imperial clan. Patriarch, give the order. A senior member of the Nine Ghost Imperial clan urged. All forces enter the myriad arms universe. We must not allow the Starfall Imperial clan to monopolize the fruits of victory. Yo Wu Ling gritted his teeth. The armies of both clans poured into the myriad arms universe like locusts, some sensing the abnormality and wishing to advise their clan leaders, only to be shoved aside by those eager to claim credit. Greed clouded everyone's judgment as countless foreign troops frantically seized the war machines left behind by the Jun family. What the hell? Is this a fragment of an imperial weapon? What? Give it to me. Heavens, so much Starfall celestial gold. This is the supreme material for crafting quasi-imperial weapons. Seize it. The Patriarch has given the order. Whoever gets it owns it. Nine Ghost Imperial clan. You seek death. Daring to snatch my treasures. Starfall Imperial clan. Do not overstep. Those are ours. The discipline among the foreign armies vanished entirely as they turned upon one another in a frenzy to claim their spoils, with some even turning against their own kin. The clan leaders, far from intervening, instead commanded their trusted subordinates to seize the most valuable treasures. In an instant, chaos erupted throughout the myriad arms universe. At that moment, on the outskirts of the myriad arms universe, deep in the void, the Azure Emperor and Black Emperor stood resolutely, coldly observing the unfolding scene. Greed is the original sin. These fools are blind to their impending doom. The Azure Emperor shook his head, his tone exceedingly indifferent. By the way, our army has fully retreated from the myriad arms universe, correct? The Black Emperor inquired solemnly. Rest assured, the last batch of guards has safely withdrawn. There are no members of the Jun family remaining in the myriad arms universe. The Azure Emperor held a communication jade slip that flickered incessantly. Very well. Let the foreign scum witness what true despair entails. Hearing this, a cold smile crept across the Black Emperor's lips. As time ticked by, the Azure Emperor observed that the moment was ripe and turned to the Black Emperor, saying, the time is nigh. Their two armies have likely all entered the myriad arms universe, and none should remain. The Black Emperor nodded slightly, quietly shattering the control talisman in his hand. In an instant, the outermost space of the myriad arms universe began to collapse silently, cutting off all avenues of retreat. Boom. The Azure Emperor spoke softly. As his words fell, the discarded weapons strewn about the myriad arms universe began to emit a strange glow. What is happening? Why is this weapon glowing in my hand? A powerful member of the Starfall Imperial clan exclaimed in terror, gazing at the flickering warblade. Not good. It's a trap. We've been deceived. The weapons bore identical runes inscribed upon them. A venerable ancestor of the Starfall Imperial clan's pupils constricted suddenly. Just then, a thunderous explosion erupted from deep within the myriad arms universe, an unprecedented detonation that swiftly spread like a cataclysmic wave. Countless discarded weapons detonated simultaneously, quasi-imperial weapons, fragments of imperial weapons, annihilation cannons, and several already ruined world-destroying fortresses. Boom, boom, boom. The explosive shockwave swept across the entire Wanbin universe, causing every inch of space to collapse and vanish. The foreign army was engulfed before they could even utter a cry, consumed by an endless radiance of annihilation. Alas, we have fallen into their trap. The Jun family, you despicable wretches. The ancestors of the Xingyun Imperial clan and the Jiuyo Imperial clan roared in fury. Yet their voices were swiftly drowned out by the cacophony of the explosion. Boom, boom. Body after body of quasi-emperors and even emperors shattered into fragments, their primordial spirits extinguished. Warships, armored vehicles, soldiers, and more. The Wanbing universe crumbled into ruin, with countless spatial rifts rapidly spreading, unleashing a storm of destruction that devoured all in its path. What ruthless measures the Jun family employs. Xing Jiuling spat out a mouthful of blood, helplessly witnessing his own flesh disintegrate amidst the radiant light. Jun family, I shall not spare you even in death. Meanwhile, Yu Wuling fared little better. His cursed cries were soon torn apart by the spatial storm. As the Wanbing universe had utterly collapsed, forming a terrifying black vortex that voraciously consumed everything nearby. When the explosion subsided, the Wanbing universe had become unrecognizable. The once towering piles of weaponry had vanished, replaced by a void of a billion-mile-wide black hole. The two clans' hundreds of billions of foreign troops were reduced to mere millions, most of whom were maimed and broken, utterly incapable of further resistance. Flee! The last remaining ancestor of the Xingyun imperial clan, dragging his battered form, shouted to the surviving clansmen, his aura now reduced to less than 1/10,000th of its peak, certain that remaining here would lead to death. The ancestor of the Juyo imperial clan fared worse, reduced to nothing but a head, cradled by his kin as they fled. Both clans' ancestors met such fates, and the others were no better off. Those who survived were merely extraordinarily fortunate. As they stumbled to the outskirts of the Wanbing universe, they despaired to discover that their escape route had long been sealed. The Xuanwu guards formed an impenetrable formation, encircling the remnants of both clans. Gentlemen, you think you can come and go as you please? Do you truly mistake my Jun family for an inn? The Xian Emperor stood at the forefront of the formation, his handsome visage etched with coldness, as the Xuanwu beneath him exhaled endless chaotic energy. Upon seeing the Xuanwu guards, despair and regret washed over every face. Had it not been for their greed, they would not have met such a fate. Damn it! The two clans gathered together, searching for weaknesses to break through. The ancestor of the Xingyun imperial clan, his face ashen, began to command the army's breakout. The remaining foreign powerhouses fought desperately, unleashing various forbidden techniques without concern for their lives. Just then, the void suddenly tore apart, and the Chaos Azure Dragon roared forth, its claws striking down countless resisting foreign powerhouses. It is time to end this, everyone. The Azure Emperor stood upon the dragon's head, the Azure Dragon Emperor's spear emanating a million azure glows. Azure Dragon shatters the realm. A beam of spear light, spanning billions of star rivers, descended, instantly slaying the ancestor of the Xingyun imperial clan, reducing him to mere fragments, while the surviving foreign emperors nearby were also annihilated by the residual shockwave. The ancestor of the Juyo imperial clan was about to flee, but was pinned by a general of the Azure Dragon army, meeting his demise on the spot. Clear the battlefield, leave no one alive, the Xian Emperor commanded, his gaze sweeping over the dying foreign powerhouses. Kill! The Xuanwu guards and Azure Dragon army surged forward, and the foreign powerhouses could hardly resist, in less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. As the last quasi-emperor of the Juyo imperial clan was slain, the Wanbing universe finally fell silent. My Lord Azure Emperor, my Lord Xian Emperor, we have annihilated 600 billion troops from the two clans, the Xingyun imperial clan and the Juyo imperial clan. Their main forces have been buried in the Wanbing universe, with none surviving. A general reported, his voice tinged with barely contained excitement. Relay to the young emperor, the mission in the Wanbing universe has been successfully completed. The Azure Emperor maintained a calm demeanor. Just then, a general approached, holding a communication jade slip before the Azure Emperor, bowing as he spoke. My Lord Azure Emperor, the young emperor has sent a message. The Azure Emperor took the slip, briefly scanning it with his consciousness, his brow furrowing immediately. What is it? Has something gone awry? The Xian Emperor, sensing the anomaly, could not help but inquire. The Qilin army has encountered trouble. The young emperor orders us to immediately set out for the Taichu Divine Temple's main base to support the Qilin army. The Azure Emperor stored the jade slip, a hint of gravity flashing in his eyes. Even the ancient Qilin Emperor cannot handle it. It seems the Taichu Divine Temple indeed harbors significant secrets. The Xian Emperor's handsome features grew serious. All troops, heed my command. Prepare the army immediately. Destination, Taichu Divine Temple. The Azure Emperor called out. Xuanwu guards, assemble. The Xian Emperor simultaneously issued his command. The two armies rapidly gathered and readied themselves, as the Azure Emperor and the Xian Emperor jointly opened a spatial tunnel, leading both armies into it. Chapter 67. The Celestial Army comes to assist, annihilating the dark devouring Imperial clan. The Tianyun Star River, a peculiar river traversing the southeast universe, does not flow with ordinary water, but with the essence of shattered ancient stars, forming star marrow. The river stretches a width of billions of kilometers, with deep, unfathomable cosmic abysses on either side. It is said that even emperors would struggle to survive if they fell within, illustrating the river's formidable reputation. At the center of the river lies a narrow passage, no more than 1,000,000 miles at its widest, and merely tens of thousands at its narrowest, making it exceptionally suited for a decisive battle. While pursuing the dark devouring Imperial clan, the White Emperor and the Phoenix Emperor intentionally left behind some war chariots, creating an illusion of a frantic escape, which only excited the dark devouring Imperial clan further, accelerating their pursuit. Once the entire army of the dark devouring Imperial clan crosses the Tianyun Star River, we can ensnare them. The Phoenix Emperor communicated to the White Emperor. The White Emperor nodded slightly and suddenly turned to the dark day behind him, shouting, "Dark Devouring Imperial Clan, if you have the guts, keep pursuing your grandfather." With that, he led the White Tiger Riders deeper into the Tianyun Star River. Clan leader, the situation seems amiss. The Jun family may be luring us deeper into the Tianyun Star River to annihilate us. We should send scouts to investigate. The third elder furrowed his brow deeply. Urgently speaking to Dark Day, this opportunity is fleeting. The Jun family is clearly in disarray now. If we do not pursue, when shall we? We must seize this chance. The entire army must cross this river. We cannot allow the Jun family to escape. Dark Day dismissed the concerns, and as the command was issued, the army of the Dark Devouring Imperial Clan surged toward the Star River. Just as the entire army of the Dark Devouring Imperial Clan entered the Tianyun Star River, the previously retreating White Tiger Riders and Divine Phoenix army suddenly halted, all warriors turning around in unison, their previous expressions of panic and fear vanishing, replaced by an icy cold killing intent. Dark Day, you have been deceived. Today, this Star River shall become the burial ground for your Dark Devouring Imperial Clan. The White Emperor's silver spear trembled, a torrent of murderous intent erupting from him, completely devoid of any semblance of weakness. What? This is your trap to lure us? Dark Day's pupils constricted sharply as he scanned his surroundings, a sense of ominous foreboding rising within him. Activate, with the White Emperor's command. The entire Tianyun Star River suddenly boiled, countless star essences shooting upward, weaving into a colossal net that obscured the sky and sun, enveloping all the forces of the Dark Devouring Imperial Clan. All annihilation fortresses, mobilize, fire. The Phoenix Emperor coldly commanded. Buzz. 10 annihilation fortresses hidden in the depths of the void suddenly emerged, their dark cannon mouths aimed at the Dark Devouring Imperial Clan, as terrifying energy began to tremble and coalesce. This is the Jun family's annihilation fortress. Retreat quickly. Dark Day's face changed dramatically, roaring in fury. But it was already too late. The terrain of the Tianyun Star River made entry easy, but exit exceedingly difficult. Boom, boom. Beams of annihilation energy poured down from the fortresses, piercing through the boundless Star River. Wherever they passed, the warships of the Dark Devouring Imperial Clan exploded. Their vehicles reduced to a sky of flames, and countless foreign powerhouses perished amidst their screams, turning to ash. Counterattack, quickly counterattack. Amidst the tumultuous chaos of the Dark Sun, the formation of the Dark Devouring Imperial Clan was utterly dismantled by the relentless barrage of cannon fire, rendering them incapable of mounting any effective resistance. Deploy the spatial war chariots. With a wave of the Phoenix Emperor's hand, thousands of resplendent war chariots surged forth from the void, their surfaces adorned with frenzied runes of slaughter that tore through the fabric of space, plunging into the ranks of the Dark Devouring Imperial Clan, wreaking havoc and carnage. Each chariot was equipped with a myriad of weapons, and wherever they traversed, the forces of the Dark Devouring Imperial Clan disintegrated into oblivion, their ranks collapsing in utter disarray. Do not cease. Fire the annihilation cannons at the rear of the Dark Devouring Imperial Clan. Ensure not to harm our allies. The White Emperor bellowed. Boom, boom, boom. Countless colossal cannons roared to life simultaneously, unleashing a deluge of fire upon the rear of the Dark Devouring Imperial forces. The annihilation cannons bore inscribed runes that yielded unexpected efficacy in shattering formations and defenses. The protective shields of the Dark Devouring Imperial Clan were ripped apart under the onslaught of the Jun family's artillery, proving utterly ineffective. Charge forth. Cries of despair echoed as segments of the Dark Devouring Imperial army fell en masse amidst the bombardment, their blood staining the vast expanse of the Starry River. Dark Sun, your demise is at hand. All forces advance. Seizing the opportune moment, the White Emperor let out a piercing howl, leading the White Tiger cavalry in a flanking assault, their silver spears directing a relentless slaughter upon the foreign adversaries. Divine Phoenix army, follow me into battle. With a flourish of her hand, the Phoenix Emperor ascended upon her 9-colored Divine Phoenix, launching herself at the Dark Devouring Imperial forces. Damn it, we have fallen into a trap. This is the Jun family's feigned weakness, luring us into their depths. Dark Sun's face turned ashen as the realization dawned upon him. The Jun family had orchestrated a grand charade. All pretenses of weakness and defeat were mere illusions. He had been the only fool to believe in their purported downfall. Elder 3, I regret not heeding your counsel. Had I known, I would have dispatched scouts. I have brought disgrace upon our ancestors. Dark Sun lamented. Chieftain, regret is futile now. Our forces are encircled by the Jun family. We cannot break free. Elder 3 surveyed their surroundings, horror etched upon his visage. On either side of the Celestial Star River, innumerable White Tiger cavalry and Divine Phoenix troops surged from the void, completely severing the retreat of the Dark Devouring Clan. Even more terrifying was the fact that the space surrounding the Celestial Star River had been preemptively sealed by the Jun family, leaving the Dark Devouring Imperial Clan's emperors unable to even rend the void. Bloodfiend Clan, come to our aid. A glimmer of hope ignited in Dark Sun's eyes as he called out to the remnants of the Blood Fiend clan behind him. Begone. Our Blood Fiend clan stands opposed to your Dark Devouring clan. Do you expect us to rescue you? You may entertain your own folly with the Jun family. Blood Tianya scoffed, retreating with the remnants of the Blood Fiend forces. Fortunate that they had only trailed behind the Dark Devouring clan and had not attracted the Jun family's ire. You ungrateful wretches, remember this. Dark Sun's expression darkened ominously. Humph. Let us see if you can escape the Jun family's encirclement. Blood Tianya observed from a distance with a malicious grin, relishing the plight of the Dark Devouring clan. At that moment, the void above the celestial star river fractured dramatically, revealing countless celestial beings adorned in divine light stepping forth, a vast army advancing along a golden pathway. Their battle flags soaring and drums resounding. Is that the banner of the heavenly court? What do they intend? The Phoenix Emperor's gaze narrowed, her brow furrowing slightly. The Jun family's relationship with the heavenly court was far from one of mutual assistance, and she could not fathom their purpose for intervening. By the decree of the celestial emperor, the heavenly court's demon suppression army has come to aid you all. A resounding voice reverberated throughout the celestial star river, as a figure of immense stature shattered the void, bringing with it an overwhelming aura that stilled the very essence of the universe. Clad in golden battle armor, adorned with a golden imperial helmet, and wielding a golden trident, this figure stood as if the weight of ancient celestial mountains bore down upon them. Even the White Emperor's eyes reflected a hint of astonishment upon beholding this figure. It is none other than the Demon Suppression Emperor of the Heavenly Court. The Heavenly Court boasted 12 great emperors, and the Demon Suppression Emperor ranked among the top 5, wielding an unfathomable power. Beside him, another imperial figure slowly materialized, emanating an unparalleled aura of dominion over all existence. Demon Suppression Emperor, venerable emperor of subduing demons. Huh? I never anticipated the Heavenly Court would come to purge you. Jun family, your time is at an end. Dark Sun initially froze in disbelief, but his face soon blossomed with elation. The Heavenly Court had long held animosity towards the Jun family, a truth well known across both realms. He believed that the Heavenly Court sought to seize this opportunity to eradicate the Jun family. However, in the next instant, his jubilant expression was abruptly frozen in shock. You wretched remnants of the Dark Devouring clan, heed my words. Today, the Heavenly Court shall join forces with the Jun family, vowing to annihilate you invaders from the foreign realm. The Demon Suppression Emperor's gaze fell upon the Dark Devouring Imperial clan, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. What? The Heavenly Court and the Jun family allied? This is inconceivable. Dark Sun felt as if struck by lightning, cold sweat streaming down his brow. It is not inconceivable at all, Dark Sunday. Did you ever contemplate that your schemes against the Blood Fiend clan would lead to your own downfall? The White Emperor exhaled a breath of relief, a cold smile gracing his lips. If the Heavenly Court intervened to assist the foreign entities, their efforts to annihilate the Dark Devouring Imperial clan would be thwarted. However, the Heavenly Court's Celestial Emperor was no fool. He would not commit an act that would forever tarnish their legacy by betraying the beings of the Celestial Realm. All forces, heed my command. Collaborate with the Jun family and encircle the foreign wretches. The Demon Suppression Emperor raised his long trident, issuing a thunderous roar.